Fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWsecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby, live from Radio Row. Day 2 in Phoenix, Arizona on 105.3 The Fan. And ladies and gentlemen, we thought we had a big-time show for you before last night. In the pre-planning stages, Adam Sandler ticket giveaway. We have the guest list starting at 8:30 with Brian Billick. We got to ask him about those Trent Dilfer insults towards Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. The Ravens 30 for 30 that came out. Michael Irvin, the playmaker. We got Thomas Dimitroff at 9. And the Dan Orlovsky sit-down at 9:15. RJ, we got LeBron James breaking the record. We have Kyrie Irving maybe becoming an issue already. We have a DeAndre Ayton trade rumor that developed.
Yeah, we do.
But oh no.
No.
None of that is the lead story. Ladies and gentlemen, the lead story this morning on the Fan Cam, on the Zoom, and on Twitch is Roberto Bobby Belt.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Oh, it's going great, Bobby. You know, the best part of today is going to be listening to you breathe into that mic. My goodness. Sounds like you're in a wind tunnel.
It just means it'll sound like for me when we're back in the studio and you do your heavy breaths into those road mics and blow out my ear.
Wow.
No.
Look at him. A little feisty off the jump. So what happened last night was the media party. And we all head out there. And weak scene, but our radio station turned it into a party. Once the other guys arrived, Chiafalo and Zach, G-Bag, Bassick rolling in, Gavin Dawson as well. Corey Majors was with us. We turned up. So Bobby's
Issue?
why don't you just recap it? The more talking, the better from you today.
Why is that for the better? That's troubling.
I think queasiness could occur, which could lead to puking. DJ, do you have a trash can next to him?
There's one next to me, but the bathroom's not far. But yeah, I want it on the record. I was bullied into going.
No, you were not
by you,
bullied
not
into
by you
going.
guys. I was bullied by Chiafalo.
Did you take this job? Were you forced to take this job?
I was bullied by Chiafalo into going.
Okay.
And then once I got out there, I was like, well, let's have some fun. And so I drank too much. And I was violently ill most of the night when I went back to my hotel.
We got back at what time, you think?
10, 15.
No, I think was it that early? I thought it was later than that. I'll look at my.
Texted my lovely wife, who I checked in with before bed.
Yes, I did
Hey,
the same
thanks.
thing.
Yeah, it was like 10:30.
It was amazing
Something
how
like
you
that.
could do that.
I told my wife I was going to call, and then I got too drunk, and then I got a very upset text as we were getting into the car.
Oh, so you got in trouble with the wife? as
Yeah.
well. So
Yeah.
you threw up overnight?
Yeah, like 5 times.
Oh. How would you describe his looks for those who are not on the fan cam? RJ coming into the lobby.
Well, I was. He kind of moseyed in at a very odd pace. It was slow.
Well, first he told us he was coming separately.
Yeah, that was the text that I saw this morning, where he said, "I'm still getting ready," and I'm thinking to myself, "Bro, I'm still getting ready too. We're all still getting ready." You know, well, I'm about to leave, but we I'm sure it won't take you more than a couple of minutes.
Right.
I thought he was setting up. He was setting us up. That was a setup text.
Well, RJ was like, all right, the three of us. I said, dang, I got a smaller Uber. And RJ's like, it's fine. It's just 3 of us. And I was like, oh, really? You don't think Bobby's making it? And Bobby said, I'll be there in a little bit. I'll come separately. So how did Bobby get like this? I'm glad you guys asked. He decided to order shots. Now, this is an open bar setup, okay? We're there for a while. And he said, no, I want shots of vodka. And the bartender said, we're not doing that. It's not that type of party. We're not having shots. We can give you vodka soda. We can give you vodka tonic. I don't know whether you would have entertained a vodka water. But no, Bobby had to have his shots. So they proceeded to give him some vodka sodas. And and how does he take these down? I thought you were a fast consumer. That's nothing.
He just shot him. There was no taking him down. He was just shooting him.
He shot the whole drink.
Yeah. Now look,
like a regular cocktail, a large drink.
Yeah. Now listen, like I love taking shots because it's more efficient. It's got high DVOA, Sean, when it comes to your ability to power through the eve. But when you're doing 8 of them in a row in the first hour,
yeah,
you're setting yourself up for failure right there. You got to do one.
What?
I'll be back.
All right.
He's already
I gotta
tapping
go to the
out.
bathroom.
You ready to give the wireless DJ?
Yeah, just give it to him now.
So he's sitting there, and he's literally chugging these as fast as possible. It looks like an animal.
Yeah.
Like my brother would do this with like Long Island iced teas in high school, and I said, "What are you doing? Stop chugging every single shot." And it was like he was almost doing it, since he's not here, to like show off a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, okay, go ahead and do it. Bar, 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 bar. Drink, shot, drink, shoot, drink, shoot. And that's how he got like this. He probably drank 8 to 11, 8 to 12
I would think somewhere in that range.
in a 3-hour span. Or he said he was going to cut himself off at 8:30. That was going to be his last one. After he made us all get around to shoot, me and Zach and Eric all had to have vodka sodas to chug. Again, people don't chug vodka sodas. We sip on them. We like to enjoy them.
Yeah.
I don't want to go back to
typically.
the bar every 2 minutes.
No, I mean there was no line, which is good. That was also Bobby's downfall. There was no line.
Yeah. Great
So
point.
when I had just gotten a drink, so I was like, man, I'm not going to shoot. I'm not going to chug this dang thing. I had just gotten it, and plus I was driving. I didn't feel like doing that, but so I would think I was the best off of the bunch. But man,
I wasn't drunk.
No, but he decided to go in quick, and he did not get any better.
And he's not eating any food because of soda.
And that's the problem. That's the main issue.
He also was a picky eater, so like the things he probably could he could have had a sausage skewer.
He would have had very little.
He loves
last time.
sausage like in stick form like that. He loves it.
He loves the sausage on a stick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could have taken that down easily. Refused to do so.
They had brisket tacos. I'm sure he could have had, but
Yeah.
he wouldn't have had. He would not have had the shrimp.
Why?
He didn't. It's from the sea.
Oh, that's right.
It's from the water.
Yeah.
It's a crustacean.
Yeah, fantastic brisket tacos. He could have just eaten that without the tortilla. Tortilla is very thin.
Very thin. One of the thinnest you've ever seen.
One of the thinnest you've ever seen. So I'm looking at Choppy, and I'm like, well, he was annoying to start off. I don't know whether it was the Adderall. He wouldn't shut the hell up. And it was always this tone, like 24/7, like consistently, like always this tone, like keeping it this high. You're looking around to see if I'm embarrassing you.
Yeah, I was looking around to see who noticed, but yeah, I realized like nobody's here.
Nobody's here. So he's like that before he even took a drink. And then the alcohol.
Yeah.
I texted Chiafalo and Zach. I said, can y'all get here so he can talk to someone else? Please.
Yeah.
Please, God.
On this trip, I have noticed that, and I don't usually get annoyed. I have been annoyed by several people who just won't shut up on this trip.
Have I been one of them?
No. But the two people that sat across from us at the airport in the waiting room would not shut up.
The old couple?
The old couple.
Yeah.
They would not shut up. She kept on. Well, what are you gonna do? Where are you going? So what do you do? And what's your job like? And do you live here? What do you do? That's a cool hat. What do you do? And then the guy just wouldn't stop. And
Oh
then
my God!
Bobby,
He starts going on Kyler Murray. I thought he was about to get real insensitive. Like
Yeah.
his voice was raising. He found out what we did, and then it was over because I boarded lastly. I was screwed while you guys were in line listening to this old man.
Yeah, and then Bobby last night was just not. Oh, he would not shut up. Oh, he would not. So I don't get, like you said, I don't get annoyed.
Yeah.
I got annoyed.
You're down to conversate.
I'm down to converse. I don't know if that's a phrase or a word, but I'm going to use it.
He's hammered. He's wasted.
Oh, yeah.
He tries to smoke a cigar. It was cool. They had like hand-rolled cigars there for all the media. Everyone's lining up. Bobby says, let's get one for a photo. Let's get one for a video. And he's sitting there trying to smoke it. He thinks he's looking like a badass. I'm like, Bobby, it's not lit, bro. The thing's not lit whatsoever. Yeah, it is. They didn't light it right. It went out. So then he gets in trouble with the wife, which he had to make the phone call this morning. And now he is back with us here on 105.3 The Fan.
What's up?
What'd you do?
I threw up.
Did you?
Yep. And since Choppy doesn't believe me, because earlier when I said I got sick, he goes, "You did not."
What, did you film your puke?
No, but I took a picture of it just for Chop.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. Throw it. Let me see.
Oh, Jesus, Bobby.
Oh my! Show it to the fan cam. Oh my God! You're,
Okay. All right. You get that.
Peyton, can you dump Ryan? Can you dump the fan?
No,
cam?
we can't. But Ryan's losing his mind back here.
Now Choppy looks ill. Choppy looks sick.
I'm usually pretty. I'm fine. Like looking at that doesn't
Queasiness.
it doesn't make me queasy at all. I just don't want to see it.
You see
Dude,
it?
you want me to be totally direct?
That wasn't it.
The first bit came up before I could reach the bathroom. I had to hold it in my mouth till I got to the
That's
bathroom.
wonderful. That's just fantastic.
So right now it's just emanating off your breath.
Oh,
It's the
God.
Choppy. And then I usually sit in the back, like in the Ubers and the list. Man, Choppy.
Chop is more distraught than I feel much better now, by the way.
You look and sound better.
I needed that last one out, I think.
Oh my God! Now it looks
What
like
I don't know is if my Adderall got into my bloodstream before I threw up just now.
Oh, now it looks like you've just passed over the illness to RJ. Is it the puke? The vision of it got you that bad, or the smell? Thinking about
it's
it.
just the thinking about it. I don't care about the visual. The smell doesn't bother me. It's just the fact that he's next to me.
Yeah.
I'm just irritated now. I'm just annoyed. My whole day's ruined.
It's
a terrible show.
And you didn't have. Oh, you don't have your chapstick either.
I don't have my chapstick. I forgot it's in my pants pocket of my
Yeah.
jeans.
Yeah.
I'm just irritated.
What a day! What a morning! What a start! And I'm not even feeling that well, but Bobby's sickness and pain has lifted me.
Yeah.
It's giving me a jolt.
It's giving you a jolt of electricity.
Yeah, I don't even need coffee at this point in time. And it's hot in here. We slept for like 4 hours. We got Orlovsky on. That's probably going to be a fight.
Oh, yeah.
We got Kyrie drama with me versus the Tolos. But Bobby's misery has uplifted me. LeBron James breaks the record. And apparently we had an earthquake here that only one person on the show felt. Plus DeAndre Ayton, Mavs rumors. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Just getting started on the fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
to LeBron at the right elbow. LeBron, one-on-one against Kenrick Williams, backing him in. Turns, shoots, scores! There it is! All hail the new king in town! Young and old, gather round from one iconic Laker to another.
And that was the call on Lakers radio as LeBron last night, I thought he got this like at the end of the game, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, they lost. They lost to Oklahoma City, and it was just like the end of the third quarter. Yeah. So LeBron James gets the all-time scoring record, surpasses Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Choppy, there was a very interesting conversation on how this could have possibly happened.
Yeah, there was talk that LeBron, and this was the Athletic, so this was not like some internet troll, unless maybe the Athletic is internet trolly. I don't know.
They're not.
That said, he was practicing.
By the way, are we no longer the loudest show here? I can't.
Philadelphia's
here.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
These guys are already in my right ear.
I can't wait to hear about Flyers talk.
Man, Flyers and Jesus they started with this morning.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you?
It was a Jesus analogy.
Yeah.
For hockey.
Oh,
you don't hear a lot of
that at 9:15 with Orlovsky.
There we go.
But man, already it's like
already,
like all four of them have like the same tone.
Yeah.
And I know we're loud.
We are loud. We are. There's no doubt.
Except we're hungover now, so like we're not as loud.
We're not as loud this morning.
Yeah.
We got to keep it quiet for Bobby.
Yeah.
But LeBron.
Sorry.
He was. There was talk that he was practicing a skyhook to break the record on a Kareem skyhook in honor, perhaps.
In honor, Bobby.
In honor of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's most famous shot. Now. Was this cheesy? Was this an awesome tribute? Would that have been an awesome tribute? Would that have been an in-your-face, kind of dig shot, disrespectful for Kareem? These were all the things that were going around. Obviously, he broke it in a completely different way by ripping off Dirk Nowitzki. So it makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. It was like a Dirk fade, like right near the free throw line, a little bit back. Okay, so if he would have broken it with the sky hook, what was your initial reaction when you saw this as a possibility?
Well, I was like, you know what? Like, I could see every side to this. I could see how it's rubbing it into Kareem. I could see how it's a great tribute. If he did it with a skyhook, I'd have liked it. I'd have bought in. It's corny as hell, but it's perfect LeBron. Because LeBron is like A-Rod in that everything is planned.
Yeah.
Everything is contrived. Nothing is done on its own. Nothing is done spontaneously with LeBron James. I fear the same is going to be for Bronny as well. That's kind of how it looks in this recruitment. But I'd have thought it would have been cool.
Okay, I was like going back and forth, but my first initial reaction, like when you sent it, I was like, this is corny. Don't do this.
Definitely corny.
Do not do this.
Definitely corny.
Dumb. I ended up voting dumb in my own mind. And Bobby, I already know that you look disgusted no matter what this morning, but you would not have thought this was cool.
No, this would have been corny. This would have been lame. This would have been like one of these things that he thinks is like.
I was like, let Kareem just have his skyhook, okay? Just keep Kareem's to Kareem.
There's just such little self-awareness. And it's like he wouldn't recognize, like, oh, this would come off really douchey.
Yeah.
Or like, oh, this would come off like,
yeah.
Sort of like Chop said, where it's like it could be viewed as like you're rubbing it in his face. Like, look, past your record with your own shot. It just would have been lame for me. I would have just thought it was corny.
Yeah, so, it's definitely corny. But I'd have loved it still.
So he ends up having a fadeaway jumper to get the record. And then after on TNT, Shaq forced this. My God. I don't know why I stayed up like a moron to watch all this when we have 4 hours of sleep. But I thought it was going to be Barkley and them on the post. It was not. It was like Shaq and Candace Parker and Lefko. And Shaq tried to force the GOAT conversation on the king.
I'm going to take myself against anybody that's ever played this game, but everyone's going to have their favorite. Everyone's going to, decide who their favorite is. But I know what I've brought to the table. I know what I bring to the table every single night and what I can do out on this floor. So, I always feel like I'm the best to ever play this game. But, there's so many other great ones, and I'm happy to just be a part of their journey.
So that'll be a headline this morning. LeBron declares himself the GOAT. Shaq, asked 4 different times, and we don't have a problem with that. You think you're the best.
You always do, and he's got enough records now where it's a legitimate argument.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't, like, if somebody were to say LeBron's the best ever, I'm like, I disagree, but I'm not going to fight you on it.
Right.
Like, it's like there's half a dozen quarterbacks that you can say the same thing about. I'm like, all right, fine. I won't fight you. I'm not going to fight you. The only one I'll fight you on is, let's see, like
Peyton Brady.
No, I'm not even going to fight you on that. Like, I'll fight you on people who say Mike Trout isn't, like, the best player currently in baseball.
Right.
I will fight those people, like, physically fight them, like Bobby plans to do with Dan Orlovsky.
So Orlovsky's coming up at 9:15 here from Radio Row. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station, and apparently the rest of us all slept or missed an earthquake yesterday.
No, I missed. I got the earthquake. I don't think everybody else got the earthquake. I got it just in my room apparently. So I'm sitting there getting some work done. This is middle of the afternoon, and I'm at the desk. Right, I try to work at the desk. I keep everything the same. Nice chair, desk, everything.
You don't sit in the bed, lay in the bed with the computer.
My TV's not been on since I've been here.
Why?
Well, I haven't been in the room. Like, I don't fall asleep with it on. Right, so like if I'm not, and I can't work with the TV on, I'm too distracted.
What about when we got back from dinner the first night?
I just went to bed pretty much.
Went to bed,
yeah,
okay.
I pretty much just went to bed. So I was at the desk. All of a sudden, the desk starts like trembling a little bit, like you know, like an engine which is idling. Sometimes it's an older vehicle. The whole car will just shake up and down for a little bit, and it was doing that. I was like, wait a second.
Like, is it like Bobby's left leg?
Yeah, imagine like someone's doing that on the footrest of a bar table, and the whole table's shaking. I'm like, what is going on? So I texted the group, and I was like, y'all, are we having an earthquake? Like a very small tremor? Like, what is this? And it stopped, and then it started again, and I'm like, what is going on? Now, I was in an earthquake in Oxnard, and I got really dizzy as soon as it was over.
With me there?
No, this was probably like 07, 08, 09.
Okay.
I think it was 08. It was the Pac-Man Hard Knocks Super Bowl, or Hard Knocks.
08.
Pac-Man, HBO, Hard Knocks training camp. And I got dizzy. Like, your equilibrium got thrown off. I was like, what is going on? I had no idea what it was. It kept doing it. And I didn't realize until we had gotten downstairs, because we were going back, Bobby and I think we were going back to Radio Row. I figured out what it was. As I got downstairs, I walked past, and there was this room that was open. My room is directly over the laundry. And this is such a shallowly built hotel with the very thin walls that the laundry underneath me was shaking my entire room to the point I thought it was like a 1.0 earthquake. Never seen anything like it. And it's only going to happen to me. Only going to happen to me.
I don't know what's more bizarre, that or Tim Collins changing his room out because of the heater.
Yeah.
Well, it's
now,
cold.
your TV has not been on. Bobby, would you agree with me that our heaters have not been on out here?
Yeah, I haven't turned it on once. In fact, I've had my room set at 64 the whole time.
Yeah, mine's been like 66,
Yeah.
67.
So Tim, thin-skinned Tim.
And skin. That's what happens when you don't wear sleeves.
Yeah.
You know, you have to turn the heat on.
And he walks everywhere. He won't take an Uber, so he doesn't weigh anything. And now he's got no meat on his bones.
Nope, I know. It's you can't turn the heat on here. I can tell you that for dang sure. I got that room, it was at 72.
Well, last night was freezing outside of this party.
It was. It got down to 40, 41 degrees. I think it was 41 when we woke up, too.
All right, and before we went to sleep, we got a brand new room. So Bassick comes in the media party all happy. I'm like, what are you smiling about? I didn't even think you were showing up. He goes, we might get Ayton. We may get DeAndre Ayton, the newest Mavs rumor. And do we have our first Kyrie Irving controversy that started yesterday at Kyrie's press conference? That's next Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Already taking off the headset before the segment ends on The Fan.
Listen.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It may be hard to top today's show. Dan Orlovsky, the playmaker Michael Irvin. We have another Adam Sandler ticket giveaway. We may have our first Kyrie controversy, and Bobby Belt looks a hot mess. How you feeling?
I'm ready to go back to bed, to be honest, but I'm here, and I'm ready to power through. I just hope the nosebleeds show up at 7:20.
Well, yeah, that would be $6.20 for them local, and there's $50 on the line with that. Since I don't know how you rope them into this, but he's expecting them to valiantly walk through the door after a night out of partying. What do you think, Choppy?
I could. Those guys are.
Eric might. Zach didn't want to as much. Chiafalo might.
I think that we have a better chance of them showing up than of him not throwing up again.
I was just about to give you those same odds, and I think there's a better chance they show up.
Yeah, they'll show up. They'll show up. Oh, wait, no. You told them not to.
Well, it wasn't like it was like for Zach's like daily responsibility. That was the discussion.
Oh.
We can call the bet off now if you want. All right.
Nope.
Okay. So Bassett walks in the media party beaming. And I was like, wow, Mike's here. Okay. They must have had a good show. And he goes, we might get DeAndre. You know, he does his like left, right steps back and forth, like he's balancing.
I think he was cold.
Oh, he was cold.
Well,
Okay.
he should have got the rest of his jacket. He comes in wearing a vest. Give yourself the rest of the jacket.
Yeah. So I've never heard of this person as a source. I've never heard of this individual as a reporter, but we're all excited, and we'll reference it then. Doc Lou Allen profile. There's a blue check mark next to him. I guess he works for like NBA.com or something. And those people generally don't report things. But it's not coming from Woj, and it's not coming from Shams. He says the Mavericks are interested in acquiring DeAndre Ayton, Christian Wood, and Tim Hardaway have been in trade talks. Digital messaging for the NBA app. All sports podcasts, former ABC, Philadelphia, Overtime. Did he pay for the blue check mark? I'm about to say that he did. Oh, it's a legacy verified,
just like me,
account. A legacy verified account. RJ, does this work in the trade machine on the internet?
It does. It is a successful trade. Now, interestingly enough, when I put this in on the NBA trade machine, the John Hollinger analysis is the Mavericks would decrease their projected wins by 1 by making this trade.
Oh.
It's based on PER, which is player efficiency rating, which Christian Wood's is exactly the same as DeAndre Ayton's.
Christian Wood is exactly the same as Ayton.
So their PER is 20.7 for Wood, 20.9 for Ayton. Hardaway's is 10.8. But the Mavs would decrease because they're also throwing in a pick.
Can anyone make an argument that you would rather have Christian Wood than DeAndre Ayton?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
At $14 million versus $31 for this year, then next year you're going to have to sign him. But are you going to give him $30 million, $31 million next year? And then Ayton, you got to pay him again.
No, I thought he just got his deal this offseason.
Right, but he's got a deal where it's going to be, the salary of where he is. Christian Wood's not going to make $30 million a year, is he?
No. But then Christian Wood's a more versatile offensive player, and the Hollinger trade analysis is going to be related to, like you said, his PER, and the Mavericks aren't going to use him like that. So it's like, yeah, I understand that's what that says, but in reality, that's not what's going to happen because Jason Kidd just refuses to use Christian Wood.
But what is Ayton on the defensive side? Let's look at the rebounds and let's look at the blocks. I also don't understand. That's why I'm waiting for Phoenix Radio to get their butts in here. As someone in Phoenix, Rambo or whatever they call this one guy there that everyone tries to go to. Not Bonte. This guy, someone credible. He says, no, I talked to people at the Suns organization, and this rumor does not sound true. So we'll wait for Phoenix Radio to come in. I'm trying to figure out what direction the Suns are going in here. Like, you are in the Durant talks, but you're trying to trade Chris Paul, and then you're trying to trade DeAndre Ayton. They're not going to trade DeAndre Ayton to the Mavericks. I'm not going to trade him like right next door to you unless it's like a full blow up or no one else wants him. Now remember, DeAndre obviously had issues with the Suns and Monty Williams at the end of the playoff series. He did not want the Suns to match. He would have rather been in Indiana with Rick Carlisle than stay in Phoenix. Think about that.
I know.
Going to live in Indiana with Rick down your throat versus staying in Phoenix playing on the Suns where he, grew up in college playing his collegiate basketball. So I'm not buying too much into this, even though it's fun to look at. And let's have the debate on who you would rather have. Wood and Hardaway or DeAndre. What's it looking like defensively?
DeAndre on StatMuse is very, very high on the defensive rating. Christian Wood's not on the top 50. But I have to go back to, if I'm on NBA.com, neither one of them defensive win shares are particularly high. So I'm going to have to go and look a little bit. Let's go to Ayton and see where he is. So his defensive win shares are 0.69, and Wood is 0.67 or 0.067.
So they're saying that he's just as bad of a defender as Wood?
They're about the same. Mm-hmm. They're about the same. On defensive win shares, take that for what it's worth. Their formula could be based on the amount of games played or whatnot.
You doing it? You interested?
Yeah, I am, because they're just not going to use Christian Wood properly. If they refuse to use him, all right, go get DeAndre Ayton, go get somebody that Jason Kidd trusts, go get somebody that Jason Kidd use. You had a skeleton crew the other night, and you sent Christian Wood to the bench again. And so...
But they did that because they were just working him back
I know
in.
That's what they say. I think it's convenient because I don't think Jason Kidd ever wanted him in the lineup.
I think they were trying to ease him back in with minutes, but we can agree to disagree. All right, before the trade, any other move happens, Stephen A. Smith on First Take said this about what the Mavs can be now.
I think Dallas got a chance to get to the finals. I think that Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic together are spectacular offensively, can derail a lot of teams no matter what they lack defensively, because they're so potent offensively. It forces opposing offenses to be more efficient. And I don't think everybody in the West can pull that off. I think it's a situation where you look at Denver. Yeah, that's a team that could do it. Memphis has been up in the air. The Clippers have been up in the air. The Lakers, that says it all. Okay, Phoenix has been up in the air. No one is running away with the West. We look at one team and one team only. It's Denver because of Jokic. It's Denver because of the elevation of Jamal Murray. Obviously, we can't ignore Michael Porter Jr. We see Kentavious Caldwell-Pope shooting the ball well. We see their depth, and we know they're well coached. And you have to go to the Mile High City because of that altitude. So in that regard, I think that's a lot to expect anybody to overcome. But outside of the Denver Nuggets, I don't see anyone that you can definitively say is going to take out the Dallas.
Wide open.
Woo! So there you go. Stephen A. Smith saying the Mavs can make the finals.
They can. The Western Conference is not elite this year. It's a good conference, obviously, but there is no dominant team. And the Mavs have the best backcourt or among the best backcourt in the league right now with Kyrie and Luka. I don't see why. I don't know how this is a hot take. Like this, they absolutely can make the NBA Finals. They made the West Finals last year. Why couldn't they make it this year? They absolutely can.
Okay, so I pretty much ruined my afternoon yesterday by going back and forth with Mavs fans. I actually think there's some people who think that this is like my worst take ever in the 12 years of doing this show, and I thought it was a pretty obvious one. So yesterday, the Mavs media, someone noticed that Kyrie Irving deleted his apology tweet over the Jewish controversy. I don't know who finds these things. I don't know why they think of these things, but someone went through Kyrie's Twitter and noticed that he deleted his apology for the anti-Semitism. Yesterday, the media asked Kyrie about it.
Yeah, I delete a lot of things on my Instagram. I've had things that have happened before in my life, probably not as drastic of that moment, which led to a lot of confusion and uncertainty, I felt like, and what I meant and what I stand for. And I had to sit up in these mics and explain to the world who I am when I know who I am. So, I delete things all the time, and it's no disrespect to anyone within the community. Just living my life.
Okay. So he says, He deletes things all the time. Then he was asked by Tim McMahon, you deleted it. Do you stand by the apology?
I stand by who I am and why I apologized. And I did it because I care about my family, and I have Jewish members of my family that care for me deeply. Did the media know that beforehand when they called me that word anti-Semitic? No. Did they know anything about my family? No. Everything was assumed. Everything was put out before I had anything to say. And I reacted instead of responding emotionally maturely. I didn't need to be defensive or go at anybody. So I stand by my apology, and I stand by my people everywhere. All walks of life, all races, all religions, same thing.
Okay, so Twitter, hoopshype.com puts out the headline, Kyrie Irving deletes apology to Jewish community from social media. And all I tweeted was, we have our first issue. That's all I tweeted. We have our first issue, and that absolutely blew up in my face.
It did.
As Mavs Twitter came for the throat. They came right at me.
Yeah, they did. And then I got a text from a buddy who goes, Sean's taking it on the chin here on social media. Listen, him deleting the apology, I've always found like deleting social media posts to be kind of stupid anyway. It's like you already put it out there.
Well, it's not stupid, especially for people like us or people who even have less followers. If you put out a dumb message and you want to get rid of it.
Yeah, I get that. But it's like, you put that out. We already saw it. Everybody screenshotted it already. It doesn't change your viewpoint. It's like it made my first thought was, he deleted it because he never really believed it.
Right.
Now, I've always said, if that was his true, people are allowed to debate religion all they want. For thousands of years, people have debated who is the real God or the real Savior, and I have no problem with that. That's part of that's part of freedom of religion. But the problem with Kyrie is, was he intellectually dishonest? Was he coming at it from that perspective, or did he really?
Or ignorant? He didn't watch the film or read the book he was referencing.
A million different things. It made it feel like the apology was forced, and that he didn't really believe in what he posted in terms of the post of the apology.
My only point was that it was going to become a story and an issue. People said, well, it's because of you guys in the media.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely is. We're the ones that carry it. We decide. I hate to sound like elitist. We kind of decide what the stories are.
Right. True. But Kyrie makes it. He recreates the story by erasing it. Why would you erase it? The only thing that can come of it is it comes across as you were never sorry in the first place, and you didn't do any reflecting, and you didn't think back on what you said or did. And that's all I was saying. It was going to become a story, but you Mavs fans, this is the worst of all the pro fan bases in DFW. Mavs fans are by far the most annoyed. They're the Aggies of pro sports in DFW. Yep. You guys all go away and shut up. Last year you say, "Oh, I'm a hater. The Mavs are a championship team. The Mavs are legit and real." And every single, certain political people who you go to their profile picture and you can guess what their profile picture is going to look like. Every Mavs fan I dealt with yesterday all had their Mavs scarves on, and they were sitting there in their Luka warm-up jersey like you were actually going to run out on the floor. And all I said was it was going to become an issue and a topic. I advocated for the Kyrie trade. I've been supporting it since Sunday, but some people are just too dumb, or people are actually too blind by their fandom. Y'all hated Kyrie last week. Y'all sat there and didn't want him. You said he was a poisonous cancer, and now all of a sudden you get your pom-poms out like we don't remember what you said a week ago or 2 weeks ago about this guy. It's a joke.
That's fans. I mean, every fan base like that. You sell out when the guy comes here.
Yeah.
When A-Rod came here, fans hated him before when he was in Seattle. He comes here, jerseys everywhere. T.O., same thing.
Why does it matter? Let him live. Let him live. It's social. I don't care. We don't care. Jewish people care about the topic. Mm-hmm. Jewish people who are Mavs fans, some of them, maybe many of them, would like to root for him. And it would be easier for them to do that if they felt like he was sorry for things he said about their culture. But yesterday, removing that makes it look like you aren't actually sorry for it. That's the only basic takeaway that you can get from it. Bobby, where do you stand?
Yeah, and I mean, he very well could have deleted this 3 weeks ago. Like, nobody's really sure. But, I mean, in general, it's just...
And that doesn't matter, by the way, either. For those saying that on the fan text, he deleted it 3 weeks ago. That's irrelevant to the conversation. Someone noticed it recently and brought it up to him.
Is that factual? He deleted 3 weeks ago? Do we know that?
No, we're just saying he could have. Nobody's really sure.
Yeah, my assumption is he deleted the day he got traded. That's my assumption. Oh, I'm not under the overlord of the Nets anymore.
Right.
I don't have to deal with the ownership in New York or a much larger Jewish community in New York. Whatever his thought process may be. My assumption was, he got traded away. He doesn't feel like he has to do that. He doesn't feel like he needs to be up there anymore.
All right. I want Bobby's take on it. Y'all tell me why I'm wrong at 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. And Kyrie's making his debut. What he said about playing with that bad Euro. It's the Sean, RJ, and Bobby Hump Day edition. Continuing right here on The Fan. But first, let me get you a squad.
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
We are on throw up number 2 within the show.
Maybe 3. I don't know. I can't remember. I can't keep count anymore.
It's 2. I had 1 this morning before I left. But so if you count this morning, it's 3. But it's 2 since we've been here.
You want some chips?
I don't. I couldn't have those if I wanted to.
How about DJ the DJ coming through big? Look at this. Look at this supply. He came back with Cheetos, Doritos. What's the turquoise Doritos bag? I don't know. I've seen those. Lay's. Oh.
Diabetes in a bag. That's what that is.
Oh, shut up. Stop judging people, and then you gorge yourself. Then we got all the waters as well, and then you may have he got us packs of gum.
Well, I think that was in general for Bobby.
I think it was for me, and he was trying to make me feel socially accepted, so he gave it to y'all.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here for y'all, too.
Hey, DJ, very
It's fantastic.
Nice. Way better than TMP.
Ted never would have done this.
Yeah, Ted'd be asleep.
Jeez.
He'd be taking a nap right now. For those that don't know, this is exactly the type of humor we have with Ted, back and forth. So love you, TMP. And Choppy, you may be getting us like our own coffee station.
Yeah, there was 2 I don't know, workers, whatever.
Yeah, they're people.
Yeah, but I was trying.
They're people too.
I was trying to think of the correct name to call them. Like, what do you call the person that wheels around the beverage cart and sets up the coffee?
A woman.
A woman.
Whatever his name is.
Whatever her name was. So I went up to her and I said,
beneath me.
I said, "Ma'am, do you know if there's coffee?" Because she set up a coffee stand at like a Keurig at one of these like Vegas Visitors Bureau things. And I says, is there a coffee thing in here for us? And she goes, no. And I said, there's like 100 radio stations out here. Like we
morning shows.
We usually have had coffee like at every other Super Bowl. And she goes, no, there's not. And then she goes, here, let's walk in there. So we walk in there. And I'm like, it'd be great if we could get, just some coffee out here, just a big thing of coffee. She goes, oh, okay. Well, where's your setup at? I said, I'm right by that big post right there. And she goes, okay, let me see what I can do. So I'm saying there's about a 40% chance.
Nice. Did you just chew gum for like 30 seconds?
I literally just needed it as a breath refresher.
Okay.
All right.
Well done.
Good.
Bobby Belt fighting the hangover. Probably 10 to 12 vodka sodas last night in a 2-hour span. Hour 45 minutes, 2-hour span, not eating anything, and now he is paying the price. All right, Roberto, you get the final word. Kyrie Irving deleting his anti-Semitism apology on social media that the Mavs media brought up to him yesterday.
He can say I delete stuff all the time, but like you go back and look at his Instagram, there's stuff older than that he hasn't deleted, stuff that's innocuous or weird or whatever else that he's chosen not to delete. And so it matters because that was such a big deal. Don't delete that. And the discussion on the fan text and everywhere else where it's like, well, how long does the post need to be up? Forever. As long as you have your Instagram account up.
Yeah.
You don't get to delete that.
I mean, he gets to.
I mean, but you know what I'm saying. You don't get to delete that without questions.
Yeah.
And if this was a week ago, and we're talking about this from Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving did this, then you guys on the fan text are generally going to be with us on this topic.
Look, I mean, when you end a relationship with someone, it's customary. You could easily delete your pictures with that person. When you end a partnership with a team, you could. It's kind of the same thing. He deleted the stuff they made him put up there, or pictures about him with the Nets. He could have done the same thing. He meant to do it. It's not like some accident. It means something. When you delete photos of somebody, it means something.
Yeah. I know I'm ratioed and all that stuff, and the Beehive, the Mavs Hive came for me yesterday. I know I'm right. I just said it was going to be a topic and an issue. Well, you guys are making it that, and it wouldn't be without, and it's his social media. I asked every single person that we all work with last time, like, am I wrong on this? I just said, this is something, right? Wolchuk, I can't remember, Bassick was dreaming about DeAndre Ayton, Chiafalo, everyone else was like, yes, it's something. Because they're like, I almost thought people got confused yesterday that they thought he deleted his
original post.
His original post.
Yeah.
No, he deleted the apology. It gives off the impression he didn't mean what he said in terms of offending thousands and thousands of people. So,
I mean, look, you could just respond to those same fans who had a problem with you. Look, if you took the same, initiative to watching the team's games that you do on social media, they wouldn't get beat by CSI reruns in the ratings.
So the Mavs Hive came for me, but I know I'm right. I know I'm right about this being something. But y'all are homers. People say you always come back with that because you're a blind homer. You flip flop, like you literally would turn on. You would accept anyone into your family if they were a mass murderer if they put on a blue and white jersey. That's how big some of the Mavs homers are in this city, and Cowboy fans don't even have that. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, and I've been a Kyrie trade supporter for the Mavs getting it done. But what's my T-shirt say?
214.
No.
Fair as F.
Fair, balanced.
Balanced, whatever.
Fair as F.
Fair and biased.
Yeah, I guess it's not that catchy if you can't remember it quickly. Kyrie answered other issues with his debut tonight against the Clippers. Why did you ask for a trade out of Brooklyn?
Just sitting in the seat today, I just know I want to be places where I'm celebrated and not just tolerated or kind of dealt with in a way that doesn't make me feel respected. And there were times throughout this process when I was in Brooklyn where I felt very disrespected, and my talent, I work extremely hard at what I do. No one ever talks about my work ethic, though. Everyone talks about what I'm doing off the floor. So I just want to change that narrative and write my own story and just continue to prepare in the gym. And now that I'm in Dallas, just focus on what I can control, like I said.
So he said, I want to be celebrated and not tolerated. One of the biggest lessons that he took from the Nets, he said, I should have learned about the people I was going to play for beforehand. Kyrie was the first one. You Mavs Hive will love this. He was the first one to practice yesterday.
Oh yeah.
So man, what a team commitment.
Was he last one out too?
Was he last one out?
It only matters if he was.
I was watching the highlights though throughout the afternoon. It is fun to watch this guy ball.
Oh, he is a wizard, man.
He's a freak.
Yeah, he has got some handles. He is an absolute freak. It's going to be fun to watch him play.
Yes.
And now you've got, when Luka sits out, you've got a bona fide number one to step in and lead, so you never have to sit there and have an unwatchable game where Luka's out and you've got a couple of other just slappies just running around.
Kyrie was asked how he thinks he'll fit in with number 77.
I think this is going to be my first time seeing, one of those bad Europeans come over and really dominate up close and have the opportunity to do it at a pace that I don't think has ever been seen before, other than Larry Bird or somebody else that just plays at their own pace, scores a bunch of points, and is constantly in that MVP conversation every year just because he commands that much attention. So as much as I can alleviate for him, as much as I can lead alongside him, willing to do. But there's no pressure here. Nothing's forced with me and him. I just want to play basketball and enjoy his talent and enjoy my teammates' talent and work towards the championship.
And then Jason Kidd was asked, whose team is it? He goes, it's Luka's team. This isn't two 23-year-olds trying to see who will be the alpha. Your sports websites are going to put, who takes the final shot? Who takes the final shot between the two? But Jason Kidd saying the right answer. And what is the truth? This is Luka's team. So these are some of the things from the Kyrie Irving press conference yesterday. Any other takeaways from it?
No, not really. I mean, I do like what Jason Kidd said, and tonight it'll be his team. I'm just looking forward to tonight seeing him play, see how he fits. It's obviously going to be a little different since Luka won't go, but I'm just interested to see how he controls the game, what kind of role they give for him. I'm imagining that with Luka out, he's bringing the ball up, he's running point, and so I'm just intrigued to see how all that works out. And I bet this is a night, just knowing the Kyrie energy and everything else. I bet this is a night.
Something coming up?
Nope, that was clearing my throat. I bet this is a night where he goes off. This first game, I wouldn't be stunned if it's one of these ones where puts up 38 or something.
And then Stephen A. Smith said he was hearing some Kevin Durant. KD for JB was trending the other day, and I was trying to figure out. This tells you he's not a star, because I was like, Bobby, who's JB? I was like, they talking about Jalen Brunson? Is there a Durant Brunson possibility? No, it was Jaylen Brown. So the Celtics rumor got recirculated by Stephen A. Smith, who said he was hearing about that. So Kevin Durant, Jaylen Brown, DeAndre Ayton, all these rumors flying around the association with the NBA trade deadline, and LeBron James breaks the record last night. Did y'all see the Anthony Davis video?
I did.
Shout out Tolo Trey, diehard. Sent me this video. He goes, this is something, right? Yeah. Anthony Davis, did you look at it, Bobby? Or were you looking at the bottom of the toilet?
Probably at the bottom of the toilet at that time.
Anthony Davis walks out of the tunnel as the Lakers are on the possession that LeBron is going to break Kareem's record, and Anthony Davis just like sits down on the bench while everyone else in the whole arena is standing up. Yeah. He doesn't even get up when LeBron makes the shot.
No, he doesn't. My only thing I could think of
that's a loser look.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is he was coming out of the tunnel and he wasn't aware that LeBron was about to break the record. That's the only thing I can think of.
He looks like me. He's just like sauntering over, not clapping. Like he's not into it at all. Look at like he makes the shot and he doesn't even like applaud like everybody. He's just sitting there, just kind of like, okay, man. We've come a long way from Taco Tuesdays at the James house with Anthony Davis, where
LeBron was mic'd up, which he knew he was mic'd up. He sits on the bench afterwards, and he's like, "I just want to Anthony, I love you, man. I just want to tell you I love you. That's all. I just want to tell you." And I'm like, this is a I know you're mic'd up moment.
Yeah, it's so bad. So bad.
How do you think these Mavs fans would react if LeBron got traded here?
Oh, everything that's cringy all of a sudden would be the coolest thing in the world.
Would they support even D Wade? D Wade played
they
here.
Would. Oh, absolutely, they would. If Dirk supported, they would. If Kyrie did this, let's say Kyrie did the same thing to Luka, they wouldn't. Or Luka did the same thing to Kyrie, they would refuse any discussion about it. Is there a rift? Just leave him alone. He's allowed to do that.
Yeah.
He didn't have to get up. He didn't have to get up. He can do what he wants.
The rules of some of the Mavs homers and how they change. Wow. I apologize to you guys because it's probably not the best thing for the show, but I just had to go back and forth. So I have to apologize to you guys on behalf of the interaction yesterday.
That's good.
All right, cool. Choppy, you gonna?
I'm fine.
It?
I'm fine. Like it's It is a story. It is a story. It's all it is. It is a story.
All right. So I didn't understand why the G-Bag Nation had on Christian McCaffrey's mom yesterday.
I still don't.
I do. The cringy, uncomfortable, amazing audio from Christian McCaffrey's mom on the G-Bag Nation. We'll play it for you next. But first, let me go ahead and let you check in on your family. Check in. On RJ and Bobby, part of the beauty of Radio Row is you never know what the hell is going to happen. We are your home of America's team. It's DFW Sports Station, brought to you by Rally House Window Nation and #1 Air. And we got a special guest sit down from Fox Radio Phoenix.
That's right, Fox Sports 19.
Wait. Hang on. Our engineer just went to try to find the coffee.
Here.
We good? Do we have you? Just take Bobby's.
Just take Bobby. He doesn't talk anyway.
He's worthless on today's show anyway. Were you at the media party last night?
I did not go, no.
Why not?
Because I live 30 minutes away, and I got 3 kids, and it's not that – I mean, was it fun? It's not that exciting.
No, it was the worst setup of all the radio
Was
rows.
it outdoor?
It was freezing.
Yeah, it's cold. Desert nights are cold, man.
Yeah. Man, you sound like Gavin Dawson a little bit. I know you know who that is.
I do know who Gavin is.
You do?
I do know who Gavin is.
Okay, what is your name?
Jody Ayler.
Jody, and you're the morning host on
Fox Sports 910, yeah.
All right, I just wanted to ask you about this DeAndre Ayton rumor.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. None of us have heard of the guy who reported it out there, someone who works for the NBA TV digital team. What do you make of it?
Nothing. I think DeAndre Ayton's going to be potentially traded this summer. I'd be shocked if that happened before Thursday. And I would be even more shocked if Matt Ishbia, the new governor of the Phoenix Suns, traded DeAndre Ayton to a rival like the Dallas Mavericks as his first order of business. Like, hey, he was going to hire Isaiah Thomas, we found out last night. And then there was a huge social media uprising about that.
He was going to hire Isaiah Thomas?
Chris Haynes reported last night that the new owner of the Suns was going to hire Pistons,
Zeke Senior,
the New York Knicks
old man.
Sexual harassment, Isaiah Thomas.
Wow.
After Robert Sarver leaves, they were going to bring in a guy who settled a sexual harassment lawsuit.
He did so well with the Knicks. Why wouldn't he?
Yeah. So
Dominant.
would you rather have DeAndre Ayton or Christian Wood?
Oh, my God. DeAndre Ayton.
Okay.
And I'm not the biggest DeAndre Ayton guy. I mean, I was a Luka #1 overall all the way.
You wanted Luka?
Yeah, and I'm a U of A grad, so I saw DeAndre Ayton in college. He's going to be what he is for the rest of his career, which is a big man whose engine runs hot and cold, and that's inconsistent, and he's never going to be dominant. He's a role player.
Yeah.
But Christian Wood, you guys would know better than I, but all the late meetings and kind of issues as a team, the professionalism, I don't know if they've popped up.
So what direction are the Suns going in? I don't understand. They're in on Durant, but they're trying to trade Paul. And then, you're talking about dealing Ayton. Like, which direction is this going?
The CP3 trade was a shock. I don't think you throw his name in a trade proposal without that eventually meaning the end of his run in Phoenix.
Is he done? Like Fry?
No. I mean, he looked it, but then we all complained that he had nothing left in the postseason the last 2 years. I think he was playing himself into shape. He's looked like the point guard the last few weeks. I don't know whether he's rubbed his teammates the wrong way the way he did in Houston. I think some of those young guys got a little tired of getting, chirped at by Chris Paul in every single walkthrough.
Yeah.
I think the Suns are probably going to look to add somebody. Jay Crowder has obviously been on paid vacation for, 4 months now. But I do think they still view themselves as a contender.
How do you feel about the report that the Nets did not – a lot of people said that the Suns' offer was better than the Mavs' offer for Kyrie.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I agree.
And did you want Kyrie?
I did not want Kyrie, as I think I joked to you yesterday.
We have all of your leftovers, all of your headaches. You're passing along your migraines to us.
I understand the Kyrie Irving gamble for the Mavericks perspective. I don't think the Suns needed to take that risk where they're at as a franchise, and I would rather have Chris Paul, but I do think the new owner's looking to make a big splash, and that would have been a big splash for sure.
So you're not buying Ayton at all?
No.
What type of defender is he?
He's a capable defender. He's not a rim protector. He's not going to sit there and, Dikembe Mutombo you every game, but he is a guy that knows to be the right spot at the right time. You guys would be saved from the frustration of watching this dude, DeAndre Ayton, never dunk a basketball despite having 50 attempts a game to dunk. He lays it up. He finger rolls. He settles for jumpers. He'd be a perfect fit with Luka, but there's no way that's the first move of the new owner is to make the Dallas Mavericks, arguably, at that point, the favorite in the Western Conference.
Okay, what's the hot spot, the one great restaurant in Phoenix that we have to go to? Or a bar?
Downtown?
One and one, downtown.
Okay. Have you heard of Chibo?
We did, yeah. We heard about that yesterday.
What is it?
It's the pizza place. It's not, it's not
we've
Bianco.
only heard of so this Bianco on Netflix.
It's fine.
We went there. They said it was a 3-hour wait
for
pizza.
It's pizza.
But you've had it?
I've had it.
Is it like mind-blowing?
No, it's very good, but it's pizza.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there's a way to do pizza that I'm like having
Blown
an
away by
orgasm, after I have it, which
Right.
after that long of a
Yeah.
wait, you would expect some sort of payoff.
Sure, absolutely.
No doubt.
Do you guys have any Kyler Murray gossip for me?
Hang on, give us the hot spot again.
Can we, Chibo, C-I-B-O. Yeah.
C-I-B-O.
That's pizza.
Pizza, great ambiance,
Okay.
fun place,
Okay.
very good pizza.
Okay, what do you want to
Can
talk
I trade you
Trade.
that?
You
Yeah.
lead.
Kyler
Yeah.
Murray,
All
do you
right.
have any gossip from he got surgery by the Cowboys team surgeon? He's in Dallas. I don't know if he's at mom and dad's house twitching all day.
You know about the video. As long as there's video games that are out, that's the Kyler gossip.
Right.
Just go on Twitch and you'll find out.
So Bobby's been telling us this for the longest time. So Kyler is probably the greatest high school football player in the history of the state.
Yeah.
And even going back to that, there's stories about him and his dad
Right.
and the entitlement. And he just kind of doesn't want to ever embrace that leadership role.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you hear the J.J. Watt? I mean, I thought
that was awkward.
J.J. Watt being asked by Dan Patrick, and he didn't want to – no one will vouch for him.
I don't think DP did a very good job, though, of letting JJ sit and answer the question.
Yeah, I thought that was overblown a little bit, the interview by like your Barstools of the world. But
yeah.
So what do you want to know?
Well, here's the thing. Kyler is a guy I can't imagine any other NFL quarterback being referenced as a high school quarterback going into year 5 of their NFL career. Like, I've heard enough about his high school career. I appreciate the Texas high school football scene, but are you talking about Dak Prescott's, high school career?
I couldn't even tell you the high school he went to. Not that it matters.
Why does that still come up with Kyler? I don't understand.
It's just his legacy. That's what he's famous for. But yeah, his issues. I mean, you can go around Allen and you can hear stories from the community from people talking about, oh yeah, Kyler was kind of spoiled. Kyler never wanted to be a leader.
As prickly of a personality as he has demonstrated here.
Always has.
That's just who he is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I love entitled athletes, though. I'm a big fan of them. I think every quarterback should be entitled.
Well, he's your guy. You
There
got
you
his
go.
poster. You got his fat head up on your wall.
Absolutely. Just champion the cause. That's all.
There's no other, it's all nature versus nurture. I was trying to figure out what was Cliff Kingsbury created and what was just Kyler as a dude. It sounds like it's more nature than nurture with Kyler.
You guys, you got me?
Yeah.
Are you guys already done with him?
And
who are you going to hire?
You can't be. I don't know. It's going to be whoever Michael Bidwell develops an obsession over.
Because you have to pay the quarterback.
Yeah, he's an over-involved owner, I feel like, at this point. We could probably talk some Jerry Jones and Michael Bidwell weirdness, but, it's a problem. He makes a ton of money. They're not moving on from him for at least 2 years. Right. He's a freakishly talented dude that when he's been on the field has been an MVP candidate in October. Yeah. But he can't stay on the field. He can't stay healthy. And now they're already starting to we've heard rumblings in Phoenix. He might miss the whole year. I mean, the stitches are still in his knee, and they're already pushing the timeline back. Like, why would you not wait until that?
How are they still in his knee?
Well, or is the wound's still fresh. Like, he just had surgery. You know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
they're already pushing the timeline back.
Well, they use the Cowboys' doctor's career's over.
How much?
not a great.
I mean, he ended Dez's career.
How much was our boy Cliff partying out here?
Cliff, one of the untold stories of Cliff Kingsbury's career was that
he at Chubbo or wherever you told us to go?
No, that's downtown. He was in Old Town Scottsdale. He was there on weeknights of game week out at bars. And because it's Phoenix, it never went reported. It never got rose to the surface, and he never got raked over the coals. But there's no other place he could have gotten away with that.
Right.
But he did have a giant Lion King portrait in his house, like the cosplaying Coach Beta that he was.
So who do you think your guys are going to hire? Who are the candidates now?
It is right now. It's Big Lou Anarumo, the Bengals defensive coordinator, and
Kafka?
Mike Kafka. Apparently, his name is pronounced Kafka.
It is,
which makes it like 50% worse.
I don't care for that.
I don't either.
Yeah, you can't just
Kafka.
But once we've established what your name is, that's what it is. You don't get to just change it.
It's Kafka.
You're not Dan Gadzurek. All right, who decided in his fourth year that he pronounced it differently.
Hey,
it's a good poll right
Thank
there.
you for
Thank
sitting
you.
down with us.
Pleasure.
We know you have a show to get ready for. We had some Mavs Suns Twitter beef between the fan bases. So glad we could put it aside and stay down here one night and let's get a drink or a slice.
You got to enjoy that pizza.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Jody from Fox Phoenix right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so it didn't sound that reasonable with Christian Wood and Tim Hardaway for DeAndre Ayton, and he's like, nah. The Suns' brand new owner is not going to sit there and give the Dallas Mavericks DeAndre Ayton. It doesn't sound like.
Doesn't sound like it. It would work out. The trade machine said it would work out through ESPN's trade machine. Whether or not they decide to go through with it, or that remains to be seen. But it would. The salaries would match.
Okay, Bobby, you being left on red from wifey? What's going on?
Yeah, she's up at this point, I think. But yeah, I texted her an apology last night, and it's showing red. It's no longer delivered. It's red, but has not been replied to. So I must be.
Oh my God!
No, darn.
I always thought left.
What did you think left on red meant?
Yeah, what did you think it meant?
I know it was that like people aren't responding, but I thought it was like a color thing.
Did you just learn it's not that?
So you're saying READ?
Yes.
Yeah.
Left on. My bad.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Come on, Boomer.
I thought that is Boomer.
That is such a Boomer.
Left
thing.
on red. Okay. So what did you do?
And ghosted doesn't mean scared.
I told her I was going to call last night, and then I didn't call. I didn't check in. We got to partying, and
We just.
I
Look,
know,
I get it. A lot of women would have the same reaction. You got caught up with the guys. That's all it was. We're sitting there. We're all out. You got caught up in the moment. You lost a little bit of control. You didn't listen to Pop Sharif.
I know.
And maybe you'll listen next time so that we don't have to go through this.
I will definitely listen next time.
Will you?
Yep, 100%.
Because I think I think you get off on like, I don't know. How would you describe it?
I take no pleasure in today.
Not today, but in the moment of defiance. You like?
Yes. Oh, big time. Like he was like his goal yesterday was to get hammered.
I don't know if that was his goal throughout the day. Oh, but last night.
Yeah, that was his. He's like,
He's like, it's an ounce and a half. There's nothing in these drinks. I said, Bobby, Choppy and I drink a lot, and I'm on my second drink. I'm like 1.5 through this, and there's something in this.
Plenty in it, man. I saw it. I saw the.
And
pour.
he's like, no, there's nothing. There's nothing. And you went to town. I've never taken shots of vodka soda, like all chugging it. But he made everyone, the whole group, go get their vodka sodas and chug it down. And it was impressive drinking. It was impressive, but that's why you got left on read.
It's clearly not red. It's clearly not impressive given the fallout. What's impressive is, you bounced right back. You did that and you came back out here. I'm clearly a wuss.
877-881. What's your Addy situation? Did you
I took it, and then I think I may have thrown it up. So I don't know. Okay. I'm not sure if it's actually coursing in me or not.
I wonder how long it takes to dissolve and break down and get into your bloodstream.
Yeah.
That's
all right,
interesting.
We're going to bring you the Christian McCaffrey mom audio. Sorry, we just saw Phoenix Radio walking by. I wanted to crush Basic's dream of DeAndre Ayton for when he sat down, but we had to pop on Phoenix Radio. We have headlines. We have an Adam Sandler ticket giveaway, and we'll play you the McCaffrey mom audio from G-Bag on Dan Orlovsky Day. Hump Day. Headlines are next.
Let's get you over to time.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming to the end of the third quarter. LeBron James, a shot at history. And there it is! LeBron stands alone! The NBA's all-time scoring record now belongs to LeBron James.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's time for Hump Day headlines from the Super Bowl in Arizona, brought to you by Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house, Rally House. Did last night feel, or was it bigger than what you anticipated with the coverage, with the LeBron coverage? Or did you think it would be a total, complete, full stop down and everything that went into it? Like, no one has even mentioned or cares that the Lakers lost to Oklahoma City. I'm talking about the event and the celebration of LeBron's moment. Did you think it would be as big as it was? Bigger? Less coverage?
Okay, so I compare everything to the 98 home run chase, right, in terms of these records being approached. And
well, nothing can touch that.
And nothing will touch it. I thought this was barely mentioned.
I meant last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were at this party.
Yeah.
We had no idea this was even going on. Like, we didn't know that he was.
Well, I think we all got phone alerts. I went home and watched it like an idiot instead of going to sleep.
Right.
But it was, I mean, it was like the all-time home run record. It was a big deal. And it is a big deal.
It is a big deal. It is a big deal. I think the leading up to it was not like nearly what I expected. I thought leading up to it was going to be much bigger than it was, and maybe that's just the look. Let's be fair. He did it the week before the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he picked the bad week to do it.
Could I argue that? And this is a compliment to him. When you think of LeBron James, maybe the first thing you think of in terms of his game is not scorer, and he's still the all-time leading scorer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just when I think of LeBron, I just think of. Honestly, like when I think of his legacy, I think of just unstoppable. Like in general, whatever he does, and
because you're a LeBron over Michael guy, or
no, I'm a Michael over LeBron guy. But like LeBron, just in general, like the physical specimen that he is, and like how just impossible it is to guard a guy who's built like a linebacker who can run like he does. And
like my brother sent me Max Kellerman. This is so ESPN-y.
Did Max say that he was falling off a cliff and that he would never he's done?
Max is so happy not getting pushed around by Stephen A. Smith. But Max came out with his top 5 all-time NBA scorers, and LeBron is not on the top 5.
Okay, now listen. I could justify him saying that.
All right, you want me to give you the list?
Yeah.
Mike, in order. Mike, Wilt, Kareem, Durant, Kobe. Can we justify it?
Yeah, I mean, LeBron, like, I would have to go look at the numbers, but, like, if you look at per game, like obviously LeBron, like, I never thought of Kareem as the best scorer in NBA history.
No.
He had the most points, right?
Well, we also didn't watch him. But, like, I mean, he was an unstoppable
to me,
force.
He was. But to me, like, the idea of Jordan and Kobe, individual game scorers, I thought were better. I have to check on Wilt, but Wilt averaged did he average 50 points a game for a year? Like that's pretty much that pretty much does it. So yeah, I can make the argument he's not the best. There are people that you could leave anybody off any list. You could justify anybody being on or not on a list. So I can't kill him. These are all great. These are all-time great players that are on this list.
Like Harden, right? Charles Barkley said James Harden arguably is like the best scorer or one-on-one player, in NBA history. Here's LeBron on being able to break the record last night.
It's never even been a thought of mine until I guess I started seeing my numbers get closer and closer. I was like, oh wow, this is kind of crazy. This is it's weird, but I guess I can do it because I'm gonna be playing, and I know I'm still playing at a high level, so it can happen.
Kyrie Irving makes his debut tonight against the LA Clippers without Luka in Los Angeles. So it's going to be the Mavs at the Clips. Kyrie was the first one on the practice court, according to reporters yesterday. He was the first one. A bunch of different video highlights out there on social media. And Kyrie also sat down with the media and asked is a championship realistic in Dallas this year?
I think anything's realistic when you're disciplined and you're focused and you're consistent and you prepare. Those are the things I feel like us as human beings we can definitely control. So, how we approach every single game is going to be led by J. Kidd. I was following suit, following other coaches, following my teammates, and when I'm needed to play other roles, just do that. And I feel like some of the best teams in the league are the most selfless. They know the time and score. They have high IQ. They knock down open shots. And so the expectation, of course, is to work towards a championship. Me saying here we're going to win a championship is not going to do anything. It's just words. So I'd rather show you out there and just let the chips lay where they are.
All right, it starts tonight, 8 o'clock on ESPN.
All right, this is not this is going to be interesting, but this is not totally for me interesting. I'm not going to be until I see him and Luka on the floor. That's where the excitement starts.
I told you that my excitement level got turned down.
Yeah,
because Luka's out tonight.
Yeah, it totally gets turned down. You still tune in, but it's not nearly the spectacle for us. I think that'll see when Luka's on the floor with him.
Yeah, it loses a little bit of the luster just because you don't get to see them play together. But it's still exciting of like, oh my gosh, Kyrie's going to get the chance to go in there. And same thing we've talked about with Luka. When Luka's been out there, he doesn't have a strong supporting cast. So Kyrie's going to walk out there without Luka, and he's going to have to kind of do it all. And so it'll be interesting to watch him tonight, see how much he just, we're solo ball tonight.
The odds are out from Vegas. Bet online. Will Kyrie re-sign with the Mavericks? What do you think the favorite is?
No.
The favorite is yes. Minus 140. No is plus 100. Even money. Or South Antonio.
Yeah.
Call back. Hello if you're listening. So Kyrie tonight. And the Stars. It's DFW. National. What'd you call it?
I called it a natty night. It's a natty night. National TV. Mavs are on ESPN. At 9, and then the Stars are on TNT. Old Gretzky, you can tune into him on the pre and post on TNT, 7:30, host in Minnesota.
RJ, Tony Pollard getting franchised? Was this an official report? I'm sorry. I looked at Bobby and said, RJ, Bobby, is Tony Pollard getting franchised? Is this an official report?
So it's Tony Pauline, who, as we discussed last week, he's got some hit or misses.
Tony Pauline.
But Tony had reported yesterday in his article for Pro Football Network, said that the discussion out of Senior Bowl was everybody's expecting, the Cowboys are going to franchise Tony Pollard. So that appears to be like they were headed, and I think that's kind of what we were expecting, just from the chatter from Jerry talking about wanting him back and everything else. Franchise him, I believe it's around $10 million to go ahead and franchise tag him, and so sure, tag him, figure things out another year, and then move forward.
RJ, are you still against this?
I am still against this. I can't tag.
Does he do it? To me, the question with Pollard, and I agree with you. You've won the running back arguments. Is Pollard that? I don't want to say special or rare, but does he do things that are unique enough to justify $11 million tag for 1 year, or you just think you can still get what he does with the speed or whatever he showed in the draft?
Next year, look, if you take a guy in the second round, third round next year, now look, you might not be able to get it next year, but that's not really, to me, that's a flawed way of building a team. It's okay to get worse at positions. It is. You don't always have to get better. It's okay to build your team and get worse at certain positions, especially certain positions, Bobby, that don't matter, like running back.
So running back in the entire defense for you.
Well, no, I want defense. I just don't want to pay my defense. I want individual. I want, just good players, not great. But in all seriousness, you can get 85% of Tony Pollard in the draft, and that's good enough for me to be free. Basically a cheap running back.
And where else could that money go if you weren't going to tag him? Any other thoughts? Like, we talking about costing ourselves a receiver that we desperately need around here?
No, they can free up a ton of room. They can restructure Dak. They can restructure Zach Martin. You can post June 1 Ezekiel Elliott. You could release Tyron Smith at the beginning of camp. That's like $50 million right there. And so they can free up more than enough money to be flexible if they want to.
Speaking of money, how about the Daniel Jones reports that he could command between $35 and $37 million a year with the Giants. Was the Giants' season and that ending the best thing that could have happened to us?
Oh, absolutely. For him to get $35 to $37 million is insulting to $34 million and anything below that. It's insulting to anybody with a job. That Daniel Jones at that. They will never make the playoffs again with him if they give him that contract.
You guys aren't afraid of a light that went on with him?
Oh, I think he's a decent quarterback. I just don't think he's like a franchise guy. I don't think you can just say, hey, we've got him, and then we can build around him. I think it's got to be, no, this kind of stuff. He needs to be a complementary piece. He can't be the show.
There's a report, or Terry Bradshaw said it, Sean Payton did not want to go to the Cardinals because of Kyler Murray. He also said Russell Wilson didn't have anything to do with Sean Payton going to the Broncos. And let's go into the darkness.
Yes.
With Aaron Rodgers using this as a way to decide if he wants to play again with McAfee.
Yeah, it's a real thing, 100%. And that's why I think it's going to be important to get through this week and then, to take my, my isolation retreat and just to be able to contemplate all things, my future, and then make a decision that I feel like is best for me moving forward and in the highest interest of my happiness, and then move forward.
So it's a darkness retreat.
A darkness retreat. I don't know what that is. I guess he's going to, my assumption is he's going to sit in darkness.
Isn't that how you treat a migraine?
I'll tell you what it is. The retreat is going to be alone in the confines of a... What's going on? What's wrong?
Bobby's
We're arguing over something on the fan text.
Aaron is going to sit alone in the confines of a small house in an undisclosed location. He said meals are delivered, but otherwise there's no other contact with the outside world. However, he could leave at any point during the stay if he chooses to do so. It's just sitting in isolation, meditation, dealing with your thoughts. It stimulates DMT, so there can be some hallucinations, but it's just kind of sitting in silence, which most of us never do. We rarely ever turn our phones off or put the blinds down to sleep in darkness. I'm really looking forward to it.
You know what? Then go into solitary confinement in jail. Do that. What? He's living his life. This is a bit. He's trolling us. Nobody actually does this.
I don't.
This is something.
He's from California.
He did that cleanse a couple years ago.
I know,
remember?
but that was a bit too. This is something that people who were too out there for drama class do.
I believe that. I don't know. Is it fake? It's like an Orlovsky thing. I can't tell. Is he really going into this room and house of darkness completely not knowing if he wants to play football, and that realization will hit him? He'll have an awakening while in the house? Is that possible?
Is it possible that he's going to come out with a moment of clarity and a clear mind?
Right.
Who knows? Who knows? All I know is he's probably my assumption is he's already made his mind up.
All I know is I'm about to win some more money. I'm about to be 3-0 with Bobby Belt bets. If the G-Bag Nation doesn't show up, he doesn't listen to me. I try to tell him. Will G-Bag show up? We'll tell you about the latest bets, and we're going to play you the Christian McCaffrey mom audio with Brian and Gavin Dawson, and we'll start getting ready for Dan Orlovsky's sit-down here in Phoenix. Oh, yeah. And an Adam Sandler ticket giveaway.
Buddy.
Don't go anywhere. The Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting started on the Fan.
But let's get you over to 8.
That's all that's on here on 105 through the Fan. I just can't wait for these commercial breaks to end. Thank you to Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. WindowNation.com. Thank you to Number One Air, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros. But the content is just overflowing. I'm such a moron for not taking my phone into this bathroom. I saw Bobby go in there. I had to wash my hands. I had to go. Which I almost made myself throw up with the number one. That I just took. It was like asparagus and coffee smelling. Bobby, we're on the air.
We're on the air, bud.
Jesus. You have to actually do a radio show, like we are here still.
I know. That was my goodbye, off to school call with the daughter, and I was trying to just wrap it up real fast.
So I go in there, and I just see Choppy, Bobby, I see his feet squatting as you would over the toilet to puke. So I didn't hear anything. I washed my hands. I'm getting ready to walk out. Bobby walks out. He goes back into the stall to go to his position yet again. And then I heard it. And I could have had such sweet audio of Bobby Belt puking up the Gatorade. This table's embarrassing. DJ, thank you. But this is an embarrassing riches of hangover cures. There is... How many Gatorades did you just put on the ground?
2 with 2 electrolyte waters.
We have 4 electrolyte drinks. We have 11 waters. We have one. Was that a hiccup or a burp?
It was a hiccup.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 bags of chips. We have 5 cups of coffee. We have 3 packs of gum. But the most embarrassing thing and the worst thing, hold it up, RJ Choppy, on the fan cam. Nope. Not the coffee. Nope. Not the water.
Well, is that a Cliff Bar? Is that it?
Nope. That's not it. Hold it up.
This?
That's disgusting.
Yes.
You're a rude individual too. RJ goes, I need my tuna. He's got lemon pepper star-kissed tuna sitting here as we're all on puke alert, and he's like, I just don't have a fork. And I'm like, yes. And then freaking DJ comes through and goes, I got you. I don't know. I don't know if you can do that to us.
Can I be honest? When we were just in the bathroom, which, by the way, after you left, got so much worse. And it got so much worse literally because I was sitting there, and my head starts going to places it shouldn't in those moments where it's like, don't think of this, and then I inevitably think of it. So what really pushed me over the edge, I'm not kidding, was thinking of Chops Tuna sitting there.
Well, you're going to do more than just think about it here in a few minutes. After the expressway.
Don't you think that this is like an airplane crime, what you're about to commit?
Oh, listen, I never bring food on the airplane. Nothing worse than people bringing a sandwich with onions on an airplane. Nothing worse, okay? Yeah. Nothing worse. I could get up and walk over there.
Why are you eating tuna, though, at 6:25 in the morning?
I'm hungry.
Well, we got, okay.
Those won't.
It's not a team thing?
No, those won't fill me up. Those
because I've never seen you eat tuna at 6:30.
I haven't. No, I got this the other day. I knew I needed something for the trip, and I didn't eat it. I didn't need it, so I'll only eat this if I need it. If I feel like I'm gonna dip into the bag of chips, I'll eat this.
There's no eggs out there. No nothing for you.
No. Well, there is after the show. Mm-hmm. Yeah, after the show, I must have had.
You and DJ were cleaning up the hard-boiled eggs.
I must have had half a dozen yesterday, maybe more.
So I don't know. I think for show purposes, it could be good for you to eat it here. I think it could cause another Bobby puke.
It might be able to.
How many throw-ups from last night did we do?
Including last night or just this morning?
Separate them. Combine. How many?
Last night was 5. This morning's 4.
Last night was 5. This morning is 4. My Lord. My Lord.
Wow.
So the Gatorade,
which I always feel great the first 10 minutes after it's happened. Like my energy's up, I feel alive, and then, I'll start bouncing my leg like I do, and then I'll make myself dizzy. And
here's the worst thing Bobby did last night. It wasn't chugging, and I mean chugging 12 vodka sodas in 90 minutes. It was his tipping, y'all.
Oh, you're about to get me in trouble again.
It was his tipping. He sits down, and he's like, I don't have any ones to tip. And I'm like, okay, here's 2 ones. This is good for a drink. Maybe 2 drinks. He goes, oh, no, I've been tipping. And I was like, how? You don't have any money. He goes, well, now I don't have any money because I've been tipping 20s. I said, come again? What did you say? He goes, Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, but you've had 6. I'm like, you've had 4 drinks.
I think at the time he had 4.
You have 4 drinks already. He goes, I know. I've tipped $20 per drink. I said, you came out here to an open bar. Everything is free. Everything is free. I haven't even seen tip jars, and I'm not a cheap person. And you managed to blow $80 in 20 minutes at an open bar where they're clearly not really expecting. You know, you can feel in some tip situations where it's cool. You know, like they're like, okay, they're happy. They're getting paid. You know, we're all out there. And Mr. Moneybags here spent, instead of asking any of us for change.
Or, you know, the bartender.
Yeah.
Do you mind dipping into your tip jar and give me some change for this thing? That's okay. Or just get their Venmo, dude.
$20 for, and they didn't even give you what you wanted. That's the crime in it. You wanted straight vodka for shots. They refused to give you shots, so they gave you a drink which you didn't want, and you still gave $20 a pop.
I don't know.
I feel socially
vodka.
obligated. I just feel obligated. It's like
That's
I'm the one who, no matter where I'm at, whatever restaurant, even if they're just handing me over something, if there's a little tip line at the bottom of the thing, I usually put something.
Sure,
in.
that's fine.
Even when it's just they handed
That's
over
great.
food at a counter.
You don't need to do. You got the equivalent of an $8 drink. You don't need to tip them 300% on what you got.
This is why I say, just let me talk to your wife. I'm trying to coach him through life.
It's really insane.
He doesn't listen to me. Then they were handing out free cigars. He embarrassed us at the cigar stand.
He is sucking on this thing. And
I said, "Do you smoke cigars?" He's like, "I have in the past."
There's nothing coming out of it. All right, it's crazy. Like there was no smoke, nothing. I've never seen somebody.
There was smoke the first time. Like I said, we were just gonna do. I even said I was gonna do one puff, and then I was basically gonna be done.
Yeah.
It was just like we'll take a puff. And then
were they good?
I mean, I'm not a cigar
aficionado.
expert. They were solid.
We got cigars here.
Are you the cigar guy? Were you the cigar guy from last night?
Oh,
did you get a box
maybe.
from them?
Look at that.
Oh my God!
I'm taking that one.
Show it on the fan cam.
Oh, look at that.
Are we allowed to take one? You don't even. Let me see the. Okay, let me see the box though. Let me see This is from Philadelphia. Okay, that's a $150 box of samplers. Get out of here, man. He said this is what winners smoke. We're the Cowboys station. Freaking the fanatic in Philadelphia. Choppy will take anything damn free. He don't even smoke cigars. He took that thing. He didn't even smoke one last night.
I didn't smoke a cigar last night.
And he didn't give me one. I was trying to. The guy didn't even give me one. So there you go. I think that's last night. That was the crime, Kristen. $80, just like that.
Yeah, I keep checking my phone. I'm waiting for the text to come in.
Well, maybe you'll listen to me once in a while.
Yeah.
Just start listening to me.
I just told you in the
little.
bathroom I was going to start listening to you.
Am I supposed to a little of the ganja?
Okay, update. You may be getting 50 of it back. Zach Wolchuk texted me and said, let's see, the train is slow AF. So Wolchuk seems to be on his way. Now, how did this get started?
What a twist. So Cheech has been...
Which I still may win this. RJ, you're going to be the referee after we lay out. Y'all decide on the fan text.
So he said he would be here at 6:20, right? Or the 6:20.
We'll lay it out.
So Cheech had said for weeks, he was like, hey, I want you to go to the media party. I was like, no. And he said, if you go to the media party, because I know you got the quick turnaround, he's like, I will sacrifice my morning. You go to the media party, and I will get up in the morning and take your spot on the morning show. I was like, that's nice, but that's not happening. I'll be there. And so he still yesterday was talking about how he still wanted to come on. He's like, I don't even care if you're there. I want to come on. I want to be on the morning show with you guys for a little bit and hang out. And so I was like, all right, cool. When you come through, he's like, I'll come through for the expressway. I was like, all right, that's 6:20 Arizona time. So he was talking it up like he was coming in. And Sean last night in the car was like, I was like, hey, is this cool if Eric does this? He wants to know if it's cool. And
I'm like, sure.
And Sean was like, yeah, it's cool.
If we have to talk less, fine, sign up.
Sure, it's cool. But there's zero chance he's showing up. I was like,
their first media party open bar.
Yeah.
And they get to sleep in.
And they get to sleep in.
They're not showing up early.
And I was saying, now Zach maybe wouldn't. But they're tied to the hip, man. They're roommates, and they go everywhere together. And so I felt like if Cheech shows up, Wolchuk probably shows up, and I felt good about Cheech showing up. But that's a vague glimmer of hope for me that he's just talking about the train. I'm hoping they're heading over here.
Well, here's the problem for you, and we need referee Choppy here.
All right.
At 8:30, we're basically all guests. We're going to have Brian Billick at 8:30, Michael Irvin after that, Thomas Dimitrov at 9, and then Dan Orlovsky at 9:15. I told thank you, Pay.
Very willy.
Thank you, Pay. I told the guys, you can come on the show, but I want you to be here for like talk segments. I don't want you here for the guests. So if you're here at 8:15, don't come. We'll work it out another day. You have to be here at 6:20 local time.
Yeah.
6:20 to like 7:20, you're welcome to stay when we can talk to you.
Right.
So where do we stand?
All right, look, I think if
they show up by like 6:40?
40. Because then they get to do 40, and then they'll probably hang with us for those 2 segments leading.
Because you split the difference, right? If you say 6:20, but they show up in the middle of the expressway,
okay,
then you can last. They can last until 8:15. I'll get all screwed up here with time changes and everything.
Yeah.
They can last through 8:15, and then we can kick them onto their merry way or whatever it is, whatever time it is.
Okay. All right, so that's where everything stands right now. Now, let's give away the Adam Sandler tickets because I can't wait to play this Christian McCaffrey mom audio. Pay. Let's hook up the Tolos for turning it on, leaving it on with Adam Sandler.
All right, caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. It's the Adam Sandler Live at American Airlines Center on February 15th. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Now, thanks to Bobby doing a lot of prep work, I heard this interview as, for some reason, Christian McCaffrey's mom is on Radio Row.
Yeah. Believe Network. She's got a podcast.
The Believe Network?
Yeah. BLEAV or something like that. They're right there.
Oh, okay. And she's apparently walking around with Ed, the fantastic receiver from the Denver Broncos. And Christian McCaffrey's mom got scheduled on the G-Bag Nation. And my first response was, why? Why would they put her on there?
Yeah.
Well, Bobby said, and the Tolos were tweeting about, like, uncomfortable great radio because of the Gavin Dawson, Brian Broaddus incident that I thought we as a radio station were told to kind of stay away from. Broaddus and Dawson were just joking around about, like, Christian McCaffrey pulling a hamstring before facing the Cowboys so the Cowboys could win. It turned into a national story. Part of the reason why I was rooting for Philadelphia to beat San Fran in the NFC title game is because of the soft overreaction from these 49er fans who blew this up and tried to say that a former NFL scout was rooting for injury to a player. Gavin Dawson's tone probably didn't help the situation, right? Because Dawson sounds serious.
Oh, always.
No matter if at a I don't know.
Doesn't matter what it is. It could be a comedy club, but he's going to sound serious. He's got a very dry sense of humor.
Yeah.
If you know him like we do, I could tell the way he said,
"Oh wow,
we could really do for an injury. We could really go for an injury."
Oh
here.
wow, Pink, it's a girl.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I could tell exactly his demeanor that he was clearly being sarcastic.
Yes.
Clearly.
Yes. But this blew up. I defended him. Choppy defended him. It became a national story. Well, Christian McCaffrey's mother figured out that this radio station and the show she was sitting down with were those people. I was like, how does she figure this out? How did she know that G-Bag Nation is the show that said this and joked about her son? Well, she figured it out, and this is how it played out yesterday on the radio.
I would like to first say, as a parent,
yes,
I apologize for
who said it?
A
Which
bad
one of you
moment.
guys?
Wait, will you guess? Will you guess?
Oh, I guess.
Who's got the face of a guy who's wishing injuries upon
You
innocent
pointed to him, but
humans?
he looks so sweet.
The old guy?
Don't call me old guy.
That's the old guy.
No, I am the crusty old guy.
He
Yes,
is
ma'am.
sweet.
Was
He
that
is
the
a
guy that
sweetheart.
said it then?
We had a conversation about your son, and we felt like the only way to stop him in a game was that to happen.
It's really a compliment, honestly. Right?
Is it?
I mean, to an extent, it's like
Hey.
the only way we can contain this guy.
Why don't you just play better defense?
That was
that's
we
not
played the
You're
best
100%
we
right.
could the other day, and it still wasn't good enough. So
But you don't wish ill will on. So that's bad karma for you.
No, it ended up bad karma because
Yeah.
we lost
Oh,
our
I
running.
know,
we
it
lost our
was.
running
It ended
back
up
in the
being the
game.
case.
So
Oh
yeah,
my gosh, that
I'm
was
not
heartbreaking.
I'm not a believer in karma myself.
Well, maybe you should be.
No, you know what? I don't. I don't.
Broadus
And-
once said karma schmarma.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Elizabeth, I wanted to clarify and apologize to you personally
Oh,
because as a
thanks.
parent,
Yes.
I know how that must feel that someone is even joking or suggesting it'd be nice if this kid gets hurt. Football is a violent game, and people get hurt. And for years I've said, if an injury has to happen, it'd be nice if it happened to other players, right? That aren't on your team. So that was an unfortunate joke, and I apologize for it.
Well, that's
I
kind.
regret
Wow,
saying
no
that.
one's ever said that. That is awesome. I will pass that along to my son.
Okay.
Because
All
he's
right,
probably the one that
stop
was very
it. Stop
offended.
the audio. Right now, they're good.
They're totally good. She is clever, charming, witty, whatever you want to say.
Broadus is dropping the ma'am on her.
Dropping the ma'am. He also dropped it, and Sarah does this all the time. He said, we were just talking the other day. It was a month ago, dude. That wasn't the other day.
Okay.
Okay, that is it happens, all right? And then
Chiafalo is trying to soften things.
Chiafalo is the star here. He diffused the entire situation, asking which one did it, which one of us has a face for doing this.
It's really a compliment.
It really is a compliment.
That was the best line.
It's really a
It's a compliment
compliment
when you think about it.
So
he was the first one we went after. That was it. Your son was the first one we targeted to get hurt. Really a compliment. Really.
Yeah. Dawson has apologized twice on behalf,
As a parent.
As
As
a
a parent.
As a parent.
As a parent.
So
As
it
a parent.
seems like we're good, but this is where they turn into RJ Choppy a little bit. I'm gonna apologize. I'm gonna acknowledge it, but it feels like Broadus and Dawson kind of step back in it a little bit. Hey, this is where you
Because
continue
he's probably
the
the one
audio.
that was very offended. I'm whatever it is. I know
It's
you
a
guys
small
are,
thing. I mean, he's trying to get to the Super
I mean,
Bowl, I'm sure.
who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well,
to
it
you
is the
guys?
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly.
We
no
have
one's listening.
thousands.
No.
Okay. Did you send? Is that?
Yeah, that's where he said to cut it.
Okay, I thought there was a point in there where Dawson said, "Oh, is that the second part?" When he goes, "It's only a hamstring."
Yeah, it's like in the middle. He said he was talking about. He goes, "Well, it was just a hamstring." He's like, "You recover from in 2 weeks," and
Yeah.
then she was like, "Well, you don't wish injury. You don't wish harm on somebody."
Yeah, he goes, "It's only a hamstring," and then at the end, her mic drop moment where she goes, "All right, guys, thanks. Don't be D's."
Yeah.
Don't be D's.
And it was not douche.
It was not douche. I'm sure that had to get dumped. So that was amazing.
You
Radio.
can say that. You can say that, right? Apparently you can say that. I don't know.
Well,
I don't even know what the rules are.
Here's the thing: is that when you listen to that interaction, because I didn't hear it live. I sat down here. It was right before my hit, and they were talking about, man, it was so awkward and so uncomfortable, and it was tense radio. And I listened back, and it was funny. And there were little moments of like jabs and tension, but I was like, I think what made that so tense for them is just, I think Brian and Gavin probably felt super just tense internally, and were thinking, man, everybody else has to hear how tense this is, right? And I think just for them, it was the awkwardness of we're now having to face the mom of this guy we talked about.
Who at the station booked this on G-Bag?
Oh.
I thought we were trying to not go back at this subject and topic, and then we put the man's mother on the show that said it.
If you're gonna have her on the station, it had to be on that show. I fully believe that.
Yeah, I mean, it created great radio.
Awkward, uncomfortable radio is great radio.
Now, to be fair, I don't know if it was scheduled and then they were told or they were asked, but I do know that Chiafalo was like, absolutely, we want her on.
Wow.
And Cheech voluntarily said, yes, bring her on.
Good.
And so I know that was it, but I don't know if it was like they were asked and Cheech said, yes, do it, or they were told and Cheech went, great, keep it.
Now, do you think that you can learn a lesson from that with our 9:15 sit down today that the bosses are terrified of when it comes to Dan Orlovsky?
What would I learn from it for Ari? Because theirs is different. They had to be apologetic. I just don't have respect
You can learn.
for
You
them.
can learn a lesson from Christian's mom.
Oh,
how she
from her angle.
Yeah, from her angle. She clearly had a problem with G-Bag.
Yep.
She took issue with them, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
She was offended by what they said, and she respectfully conveyed that.
There's one big difference, though. She's a good person.
Well,
and I'm not going to rise above it.
You don't know about Dan. You don't know about him. You don't know who he is. You don't know his
No,
address.
I'm saying
she's
a good person. I'm not, so I'm not going to rise above it.
So what's going to be your approach at 9:15?
I don't know. It genuinely
because
depends.
you're stuck now in a bind because the bosses don't want you to blow up the ESPN connection,
Which I'm not going to. I'm not going to like kill their relationship.
Okay, well I don't know, but now the Tolos are expecting you to bring it strong and destroy him for thinking and calling him a fraud forever. So now you're kind of caught in a bind.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you approach it?
I genuinely don't know. It's one of these things where I've talked with you guys about it for a week.
Yeah.
I'll bring up like, what if I do this? What if I do this? You guys were giving me suggestions yesterday. Well, look, if that's what you want to say, why don't you say it like this? And I'm like, well, I want to say. So we've. I don't know that I'm going to know until we're sitting here.
I can help you out here. You play Dan.
Okay.
Dan.
Hey guys. Hey,
Dan.
this time he's going to come up. Hey. Nice.
Oh, no, you know what he's going to do?
He's going to kill us with kindness.
No, here's what he's going to do the handshake and then the other hand over top.
Oh.
You know he's going to do the other hand over top.
Oh.
He's absolutely going to do that.
Okay.
All right.
So this is Dallas. So this is Dallas.
Yeah.
Finally, great to be on with you guys.
That'll be my first question. Who's watching your kids right now? Because he can't ever come on our station because he's always got to walk the kids and everything.
He's never going to remember. I'll say, listen, Dan.
Remember, he guilt-tripped Peyton. He's like making Peyton out to be like a piece of S.
Right.
He's like, oh, you're bothering me when I'm trying to walk my kids.
Yeah, let me talk to Dan.
Let Peyton get a shot.
Okay.
Dan, it's great to have. I like you. I think you're great. I think you're great at what you do.
Thank you. I think you guys are great, too.
Thank you. We are. This guy, however, thinks that you are dishonest on TV.
It's a kind way to put it.
He thinks you don't believe any of your points.
Yeah.
Your statements.
Yeah.
Your opinions are not real.
You convey it.
Yes,
I like that.
I will say
you're the mediator.
I'm the mediator.
I like that because I have a problem with him too. Would you like to express my issues with him? No. Okay.
I'll leave you out of this
because I don't want to come across.
So
as
I don't
soft.
even get to say my part. You're coming in.
I'm
going to
say it for
my
you.
Representative.
Okay, and then he's going to
heel.
and then I'll be Orlovsky. Well, why do you feel that way? Why do you think that? What makes you think that?
I just think you're a blatant liar.
Could you go a little easier?
That's not going to work.
That's not a bad word. I dropped the F.
No, yeah, everybody loves to be called a blatant liar. Everybody loves
he had
that
no problem.
one.
He had no problem calling Sean that on Twitter 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
He uses the word. I can't use it right back at him.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you remember what you just told me in the bathroom?
Was that it? Is that it?
You told me, so things come in threes. Bad things come in threes.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't listen to me with your drinking consumption.
Yes.
You didn't listen to me with your spending consumption.
Uh-huh.
And you're not listening to me with your Orlovsky consumption.
No. We already got our third. I didn't listen to you that Cheech and Wolchuk would be here. They're not here.
Yeah, so now...
So that's my 3. So that means Orlovsky's going to go great.
Okay.
Things don't come in force.
Okay, so...
Other than Wendy's deals.
Blatant liar. We're
Yeah.
going to start off with right there.
So I'll start off with that, and then he could take it from there. We can continue to mediate if I have to.
Okay. Are you going to ask him about his workout?
Yeah, we can do that. What was that workout that you posted? The Housewives workout?
Here's the Dan Orlovsky, Marcus Spears workout that Bobby and Choppy wanted to recreate.
You know what they say, the crew that works out together, rates together, traveling in Vegas. I was like, Marcus, you gonna work out? He's like, yeah. I said, what you doing? He said, housewife workout. So we got on the mills. We went 2 miles, 12 incline, 4.5 speed. Got the housewife workout. More work to do. I gotta apologize to all the moms. That's a workout. Treadmill. Trying to get right. Beach season waits for nobody. We gotta hit the weights now. You know why? No weights, no dates.
God.
Okay.
That's so
I love that he called it the mills.
So douchey.
We hit the mills.
What is that?
Treadmills.
Oh my gosh.
I call them a treadie. I call them treadies, personally, but I don't use those.
You ever been slapped with a bag of Lay's? Just right across the face.
Oh no! I got slapped with Lay's. Ew! Barbecue.
Hey, those are good.
But I mean, it is a good. Like that incline thing is supposed to be really good. I would never do it.
I like that he did the 4.5 incline. Would never do 4.
No, he did 12 incline.
And then I'm
I
gonna
don't know what the 4.5 speed.
And then I'm going to have you, if we get to this point in the interview, read his direct message finally on air. It'll all happen on 105.3 The Fan, 9:15.
Oh my gosh,
Dan Orlovsky, and I've now won.
Yes, I know.
I've won the bet. So now, Kristen, Mrs. Belt, your husband owes me $50 more. So
I don't owe you $50 more. I just owe you $50.
Yeah,
It makes it sound like I've lost several bets to you this week.
Well, you've lost 100 this week.
That was on the weekend. Saturday. The week starts on Sunday.
It was within the last week.
And now we're sitting here at 50.
You literally could use the other day for this one. You said the other day.
So there it is. He was just absolutely positive that the guys were going to show up. And now they're going to screw themselves because they're going to show up late, and they're going to have to come back on another day when we can actually talk to them. So it's going to be a lose-lose for everybody except for me. 877-881-1053. Lift etiquette. Can I tell, and can anyone tell a driver to put their seatbelt on? I did that this morning with our lift.
Yeah. I was wondering what that was. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Did he just tell from the passenger seat, the Lyft driver?
So this crackhead picks us up.
Boy, was he ever, man.
And he decides to take off. DJ is in the back. We're all trying to get away from Bobby because we know he's going to puke, motion sickness and whatever. And DJ's in the back. The guy takes off. The car's open.
Car's still going.
Car's
open.
Car door's open.
Yeah.
So we're driving down the road. I'm in the front. The seatbelt alarm's going off. The ding, 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 ding. Do you know anyone that can drive with that and drive and that does drive with it?
I have a buddy that never buckles a seatbelt, and even when he's driving, and if you're in the car with him, that thing goes bing, bing, and he will go the entire. I don't.
How
know.
do people do it?
I have no idea.
Was it dinging?
Yes.
I just thought it was like flashing or something.
No.
I was not totally
with it awake.
Yeah. By the way, I want to say it is a minor miracle we did get through that ride and I didn't get sick in the car.
Yeah, it's dinging nonstop. So I put on my seatbelt, and then I gave him the fake question.
Yeah.
I said, "Is that your seatbelt or my seatbelt?"
Knowing full well yours was buckled.
Knowing full well mine was buckled. And he goes, "Oh, that's my." Bobby actually also chimed in and said, "Or is it my seatbelt?" So he forgot that he heard it was going off. And the guy that forced I
thought it was a flashing light. That's what I mean.
That forced him to put it on, the driver.
Yeah.
So can I, if I'm annoyed in that situation, can I ask the Uber or Lyft driver to put their seatbelt on?
Yeah, you can. You're a customer.
My driving experience.
The customer's always right, or maybe not. But you absolutely can ask and request them to put their seatbelt on if it's annoying you. Just like you can, it's no different to me than if you ask them to change the temperature in the vehicle.
Is it 1 or 2 walking up?
It's 2.
2. Oh yeah, sit down. Hurry up. You guys don't have much time. Hurry up, sit down. Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk from the G-Bag Nation are joining us on DFW Sports Station. First off, thank you. Way to follow through with what you guys said. Take us through the end of your evening. Did you just shut it down in the rooms or what?
Wolchuk was the MVP of the night. Wolchuk, tell him why.
Well, I took your advice, Sean.
Oh, someone did on this show.
Yes, I took your advice.
What was my advice?
You were like, you know what? Even if we were able to get some food at the media party, still take advantage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you ordered?
So I ordered some food.
Oh, he dashed it, baby. He dashed it.
I dashed it.
What did you get?
I dashed it. So Zeke had told us about Taco Casa when we were at training camp.
Wait, hang on. You needed somebody to inform you about... Okay.
Del Taco. Del Taco.
Still
Del Taco.
We have
still
Del
hammered.
I am a little bit.
We have Del Taco, don't we? You guys smell really good, though.
Well, I had to jump in the shower because I smelled like cigar.
I didn't even brush my teeth, and Wolchuk showered.
Gross.
I had to wake up somehow. But Del Taco. So we tried it.
Nice.
Not bad.
Okay.
All right.
The meat and cheese and lettuce.
Excellent.
Pretty good combo. Oh, thank you so much.
What do y'all think? Look at how embarrassing is this table for a hangover?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Like,
how many bags of Doritos are right here? I've never seen this flavor.
I know.
Everybody has said that. Twitter said it. Sean said it when it said it. I've never seen that either. It's
the amount
turquoise
of
Doritos,
waters, Cheetos, Dove bars,
and
then I want to see if you're proud or disgusted by your Gatorades.
Yes, sir.
Oh, these are the old school ones too.
And Eric, are you proud or disgusted by this? Hold it up.
By Choppy? Oh. Oh, it's tuna.
Yeah, baby.
He's got a bag of tuna he's about to eat.
Is that your recovery? Is that your recovery?
No,
or?
it's my pre-Mexico
That was gonna
diet
happen.
plan that I'm on. That's what it is.
No matter what, that was going to happen this
Is that going
morning.
to stink up the whole room?
Yeah, it
Wait,
is.
so
It
I
absolutely
guess
is.
your bubble guts have been taken care of then?
No, not necessarily, but you got to just
You're
suffer.
an
You
animal.
got to power through it, man.
I am impressed.
So tell the Tolos your observations of Bobby last night.
Bobby was
Loud and proud?
Yeah, I mean, we had bets going on who was going to be the most inebriated at the party. Bobby definitely took the cake.
Well, I have every single time. What kind of a bet is that?
Well, I thought because of soda.
Was he the favorite anyway before going
He
in?
was the favorite, probably. But
what would you have set the money line at for me?
You?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, you were like the Eagles winning the
Like
East,
minus
like
250?
1 to 25.
I thought Bobby was the drunkest, and then I met Will Brinson.
Will,
whoa, CBS Sports.
But Will loved himself some Bobby.
Dude, that was one of the most amazing
Will
interactions ever.
Will.
Yeah,
He does love himself some Will.
Yeah, but the party really turned up when we met Will Brinson. And we talked to him for 12 minutes before realizing it was Will Brinson. Then we got pumped. Then 10 minutes later, Will Brinson realized he was talking to the Bobby Belt, and he went berserk.
Oh, my gosh,
He was
you're
like,
the best
wait,
Cowboys follow on Twitter.
you're Bobby Belt? You were Jane Slate's producer, and now you're hosting a morning radio show? You are the perfect radio story, sir. And you give great cowboy takes. And Bobby's like, thank you.
By the way, Chris Hassel still has not followed me back on Twitter.
Okay, who is that?
He won't after last night.
I still don't know who that guy is.
Me neither.
We almost made out with him.
We're standing in line for
I
drinks,
love him.
and Bobby's like, "That's Chris. Somebody. That's Chris."
You kept saying Aslan, and I was like, who?
So I'm
You're
like
like the lion
So
from-
we're all buzzed at this point. We're
Chronicles
drunk.
of Narnia.
He's like, I don't want to say anything to him. I'm too nervous. Da, da, da. We're like, Chris, Chris, hey Chris, man, whatever. And he turns around, and we're like, get over here.
You're like, this is your biggest fan.
This is your biggest fan. We try to embarrass the hell out of Bobby.
It
So
worked.
Who was he?
He's a CBS Sports.
He works for CBS Sports. He does video content for them. He writes. He does their their news desk.
Oh, I thought he was
sometimes,
like on the Late Show CBS.
okay,
or
no,
someone
no,
like,
no, 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 no. He's
like
he's
Kimmel.
Like
No.
CBS Sports, like CBSSports.com.
He's
Colbert's
he's
right.
got
Yeah.
he's
Colbert's right.
H-
man.
like HQ.
he is
HQ.
he is
What are you geeking out over that?
because
for?
it wasn't. It's just like I really
You
think
were
he's
geeking out.
very
Yes, you
good.
were.
He's
Industry
very
respect.
good.
This guy looks shocked. I was wondering why he
Yeah.
was so stunned. He's never been recognized
Yeah.
ever before in public,
This guy's clearly on the dark web.
except by Bobby Bell.
He's very funny. He does funny. Like those annoying Annie Agar videos. He does them and they're funny.
Well, I
and
do
they're
wanna
actually done well.
I thought Annie was amazing yesterday.
Who?
Annie Agar.
Who is that?
So she's the one that does those Zoom NFL team videos that
Oh,
went
I
viral.
think she's pretty good.
So she was here. I got a nice hug from her.
Oh yeah.
It was very
Side or front?
front.
It was a
Woo!
full-on.
It was a full-on-
It was like I looked up and they were hugging, and I was like, "Wait, does Walchuk know Annie Agar?
Lots of
What's
caressing.
going
Yeah,
on
we
here?
go way back.
Do they have like
Annie
a
and I.
hinge connection I wasn't
I
aware
slid
of?
into those DMs.
Most attractive
She slid right out.
man
Yeah.
or female, male or female yesterday. Who was stunning? Did anyone stop you in your tracks?
It's a good question.
Because you had Clark Hunt's daughter.
which we didn't get to see.
So,
But I can
Man.
already tell you she was number one.
KMC had on Miss America.
We did see her, but we had
Broadus
we
was
had
really
an issue
downplaying her.
with Brian.
Broadus does not feel like we're gonna compete well versus every other country in the world. If that is our if that's our one seed. He was very
Jeez,
Yeah,
Brian.
Brian thinks he's an international scout because he did stuff with NFL Europe.
Yeah.
So he's like, wait until we run into
Trinidad.
Miss Germany, Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad.
The best looking girl they saw was Christian McCaffrey's mom.
Lisa McCaffrey. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about that interview. Let's also get all your other crazy G-Bag stories. Radio Row with Half of the Nation continues on Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm looking forward to, I love watching the virginity being taken of the young guys.
Really unfortunate drop.
I love it.
We're rolling 5 deep with the young guys. Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk are joining us from the G-Bag Nation. And look, I will be honest. That was the lamest, worst media party setup in our 12 years of doing this.
Gosh, dang it.
So
you didn't like that?
No. It sucked. It was like Katy Trail backyard, Katy Trail Ice House.
It was like Katy Trail.
It was just nothing but benches, all outside. It was freezing cold. The food wasn't that good, but
by the end, I liked it.
And it was because we were drunk.
Well, no, because it got full.
Yeah.
Once it got more filled up,
at
the beginning it was terrible. It was like, what? It was like, it's so big.
No, the reason it got better, that was a segue to my compliment. Y'all made it better. You two.
Oh, thank you.
You guys raised the stakes on it. When you came in, we got our group, we got our squad, we got our posse, which I told you was going to happen.
Yep.
Bassick was there, all giddy over DeAndre Ayton. Gavin Dawson was hanging out, so we were rolling deep. But when we were first there, it sucked. I was ready to go, but then y'all came, and I was like, Choppy, I can keep going.
Yeah.
I looked at RJ and I said, I'm good. I can keep going. And I'll pay for it this morning. But
not as much as Bobby.
Not as much as Bobby. But I wanted to know y'all's initial experiences with my virginity segue to the whole experience. What's jumped out the most?
Dude, the whole experience so far has been outstanding. We thought the party last night was super, super fun. Now, on the way there, when Bobby texted me and said,
I told Bobby,
sucks.
when he kept going, it sucks, I said, don't tell the young guys. I said, don't tell them. Let them come in. Let them experience it.
Thank you.
Don't ruin it for them. Me and RJ were like, don't be freaking the Grinch. And he's like, that's what I do. That's what I do.
I'm Bobby the Grinch.
Did he tell you it sucked?
He did, yeah. He texted us and said when we were like 10 minutes out, he's like, it sucks. And I'm like, well, we're on our way, so go bleep yourself. We're showing up anyways. We walk in, and by way of hello, here's a jalapeno peach margarita on the rocks.
Yeah,
it was like, you know what?
Great.
This party is dominant. Where's the boys?
Yes, we were treated like royalty. And then we started making our rounds, food section.
Cigar.
There's cigar. That was actually really cool. But
Walter's paying the price for the cigar.
I'm paying for it a little bit.
There's nothing worse than waking up with that taste.
The
And
taste,
stench.
the smell.
He's
That's why
coughing in the bathroom. I'm like, are you doing something in the bathroom?
No,
right now?
man.
Are you
it's
hitting
just-
something in
it's
there?
the leftover cigar. That's why I had to jump in the shower. I had to get it out of the hair.
You showered this morning?
I had to just get a rinse sesh.
Yeah. I do have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Are you a diva?
No.
All right, Eric.
I don't know. Am I?
I don't know. So we're all sitting down.
It came out a little bit.
We're all sitting down.
Might have little diva tendencies.
He had his blazer. I know you guys are the #1 rated afternoon show now in DFW. Congratulations.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
And Zach, I'm like, Eric, because I know Eric will down all the food. He'll appreciate it. I'm like, man, the brisket tacos back here are the best thing here. And Zach, like, twice with a dead serious face asked, he looked up to the other guys, the rest of us, and he goes, can you go get me some? So I let that go quietly.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, go get me some. And then someone was like, Bobby's like, let's all pound. Let's take shots of a full vodka soda. And Zach's like, someone go get me one. And then
he looked right at me. He said, go get me one.
Yeah.
Somebody handed
like,
you a
okay.
20. I thought you were making the rounds.
And then it was like the
was
cigar.
Bobby.
And he was like
I was tipping him.
giving off that impression of like, go get me the cigar, like light it. I don't care that it's in your mouth first, and like bring it to me. So I was asking,
come on.
I was asking Wolchuk or Chiafalo, I'm like, is this common? What's going on?
It's not common. There's a newfound soda confidence, I will say.
Yeah.
But he's a bit of a wide receiver in an O lineman's body.
This happens to everyone when they lose this weight. Bobby will be insufferable.
What do you mean will be?
Yeah, he already is.
Oh no, like you haven't seen the level it'll get up to, Chop. It's going to be awful. In 3 months.
I really don't think. I don't see that out of you.
So he's not. Is he a mijo?
Yeah.
Only Eric knows.
High five on that one.
Hey, I
baby.
slipped when I was like trying to hit you, and I almost grabbed you. That wouldn't have helped with the whole virginity thing.
Walk you over to the sleep number bed right there.
We got a pick in there. Bobby and I have both been in that sleep number bed. I highly recommend it.
At
It
different
is
times.
Very comfortable. No, at the same time. With the tacos, though, it's like I felt a little bit less guilty if I wasn't the one to go get them, and they just kind of appeared.
Oh.
It's like I wasn't the one that went and
It's a soda
I
thing.
didn't seek out the tacos.
Oh.
Somebody brought the tacos.
It's a soda guilt.
Oh.
Otherwise,
it wasn't
like
you're my biatch.
no. Otherwise, it was like I don't really want to make the effort to go and do that. Then I'm just going to feel extremely guilty.
Those tacos did go crazy last night, though.
Yeah.
Those were outstanding.
Okay, what about guest-wise around here? I mean, the McCaffrey mom interview was epic.
Oh, yeah.
It was in person. It was a bit cringe.
Cool. She sounded cool.
But she was awesome. Off the air, she was a sweetheart. She really was.
Did you
really
know
cool.
that how did she know that you all were the show that said it?
It's a great question.
I think she just, it's mama bears, bro.
And
She probably went down the rabbit hole.
And she clearly made it known in the interview. She's like, I'll tell Christian. She wasn't just saying that. Like, he was clearly bothered.
No, he knew about it.
Yeah, he knew about it.
Yeah.
I think
I didn't realize how big it
about
got.
it.
You didn't realize with all the articles in the station mandate not
that Christian McCaffrey would be knowing about it.
Meanwhile, we booked the guest on the show that said it.
It was out of nowhere. She just, because she's broadcasting like 5 feet from
Her
us.
table's right behind
We're
us.
in the middle of a segment, and then she
She's
just
loud.
comes over and
She's
sits
loud.
down, and I'm like, is she loud? No, she's not very loud.
Ed, though, Ed's
she's not very
screaming.
loud.
Yeah?
Is it?
All right.
What about walking in? You got your McAfee.
Overwhelming.
You got you guys were very regretful you didn't high five or something with Chris Sims.
Well,
should've taken a
we fist
picture.
bumped. We fist bumped. We should have done a Mary F. Kill video with him. That's what we actually should have done.
Because Sims was just standing there by himself, and I tried to book him for a week, but he was busy leading up to the Super Bowl. So I was like, this is a perfect chance
But in
to
our
go ahead and
defense,
talk to him.
it was like the first 45 seconds, we were still having like an out-of-body experience. Like
Yes.
we couldn't control anything we did for the first 5 minutes we walked in here. It was like we were levitating a little bit.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, the room was just...
Walchuk said, this is better than sex,
I
while he
told
was
you guys.
looking at like a bunch of plumber cracks and
Pat
300-pound
McAfee,
radio.
and it's true. Pat McAfee looks like he's wearing makeup. I mean, he is glistening when you see him on his set.
There's a shine. There's a shine there.
I love that
He's
he can just
glowing.
get away with wearing cut-off sleeves and nobody says anything.
He looks like a badass.
Him and Tim Collins, man.
Yeah,
They're
we
the
saw
ones that they
Carrot
are, too.
Top. Carrot Top was hanging out behind us.
Yeah.
Is he still jacked?
Yes.
He's jacked,
Yeah.
but my gosh, something's... I mean, we know what's going on with Carrot Top.
I liked his mascara, though, I will say.
Okay.
Goodness
Yeah,
gracious.
he's got a lot of chems running through his body.
Yeah, and then Dana White was making the rounds.
Dana White.
And I wanted
he
to try and
slap
get Dana
anybody?
to sit down and see if we could get that McGregor fight at AT&T Stadium.
He was as
I wanted to
sunburnt
take a
as I
slap
imagined.
pic with him. but
Oh,
no.
did you? Instead of the boxing photo, you wanted to have an open hand to your face? That's good. That's
He
good.
wasn't interested.
What do you think happens today, 9:15, with Dan Orlovsky and Bobby?
It's going to go one of two ways. It's going to go loud, aggressive, pit bull Bobby, or it's going to be what Walchuk's doing right now, folding the arms on the chest and just shaking the head and defiantly keeping his mouth shut.
How when you guys brought it up to Choppy yesterday during G-Bag, how panicked did Tim look when you mentioned
Because
it?
Tim booked Orlovsky for
He
us.
kind of brushed it off like, haha, and then he immediately, as soon as the segment ends, comes back over and has a powwow with Bobby about it.
It's actually the perfect morning for it because right now Spittle has Bobby's balls in a vice because he's late to every segment. He's puking during segments. He has no energy. He's clearly being unprofessional.
I think I've been a trooper today.
No, you've been awful. And Spittle's like been texting him and like he's got Bobby's balls in a vice. So like this is the perfect day to have Orlovsky because he's got to watch himself a little bit. He's in a little bit of warm water.
He's leaking a little bit of confidence
not
right
gonna
now.
Do anything today?
You're calling it.
No, he was never going to do anything anyway.
Oh,
all right. He was never going to.
how do y'all describe like this thuggery that he like?
Thug.
He carries himself with.
He does.
like
He's-
gangsterness.
It's prideful.
He's ready for battle immediately. And that's the thing. Orlovsky.
But do you think he's just talk?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bobby.
No, Bobby, I think, would definitely take some jabs at Orlovsky if he had the chance. The thing is, I think he's going to sit down and he's going to try and kill you with kindness.
It will not work.
Oh, Stephen A. style.
I told you what he's going to do. He's going to sit down and he's going to shake, and then he's going to do the hand over the hand.
Oh,
that's exactly what he's going to do.
He's going to
He's
double
going
touch.
to double hand you. He's going to double hand you a couple pumps,
some caressing.
Is that the
I mean,
best
you
way
could-
to come across as a nice person in a first 5-second
I
interaction?
think it needs to be a firm handshake, and then either the tap on the shoulder. I think the tap on the shoulder is a little condescending. Tap on the shoulder, or the hand over, two or three pumps, and go.
That's all I got left in me,
Peyton,
honestly.
if that's not a drop, I don't know what is.
A couple of pumps and go.
Add that to the drop.
Yeah.
Okay, so stick around with us until Brian Billick at 8:30. Then the playmaker, Thomas Dimitrov. We got Dan Orlovsky as well. We got Chia Follett. What do they call you guys now as the combo?
He still calls us the nosebleed guys.
Okay.
Dawson.
We got the nosebleeds with us here on Sean and RJ live from Phoenix. Radio Row continues. Hump Day edition
Okay.
on the Fan.
But let's get you healthy.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by Save the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby, joined by the Nosebleeds, now part of the #1 rated, not sports show, afternoon radio show, period, in the Metroplex, the G-Bag Nation. We're all live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. And, of course, we are brought to you by Rally House, Window Nation, and #1 Air. Thanks for being a Tolo, turning it on, leaving it on. So I scheduled the I don't know if it should be the station dinner, but station dinner tonight. Do you think this should have been a recovery night?
No, I'm down. We'll be good.
Yeah, we've rallied now.
I've chugged 3 bottles of water since we've been at this table.
Were you guys hammered last night?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was free, and Bobby's got us doing like vodka chugs and stuff.
Vodka chugs. What are you going to do tonight? You going to bail?
No, I'll go. I won't drink.
Right.
But I'll go. Wherever we're going, we're going to have a TV, right? Because we want to watch Kyrie.
I mean, I assume. It was hard to get a reservation for like 8. I'm getting ready to freeze out certain members who didn't respond on the text so I can lock in the 8. Corey was being really weird yesterday. I hate when he does these stupid bits. Like, he does these dumb bits, like in crosstalk. Like he's not paying attention. So I knew it was starting from that. And then I send out the group text, and I'm like, who wants to go to dinner? I'll try to make a reservation. And Corey goes, where, though? Where are we going? And I'm like,
doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Why?
First off, it doesn't matter. And second off, I don't know. I need the number because certain people won't take the reservation for that amount. So people are saying in, out, whatever. And Corey's like, I still don't know where we're going. And I was like, I'm trying not to respond. You know, I'm sitting there. I'm trying to keep my cool. And he goes, out. Or like, he's misspelling everything.
Yeah, he put. And then he meant, out.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he was day boozing at the burger joint.
That True Burger he was drinking.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And a couple of craft beers
Yeah,
later.
Yeah, when we were walking out of the hotel last night, he goes, might have gone a little too hard, boys.
He's stumbling, walking out to the car.
Yeah, he had that, like, grandpa,
because we tried to go pregame before the party. We wanted to leave at 6. Like an idiot, I answered Corey. He goes, are you guys leaving? I should have just gotten in the car and said we had already left. But I was trying to be a nice teammate, and I was already ticked off, so I had my justification. I was like, yeah, come down. He said, all right, 15 minutes. I said, 15 minutes? Guys don't take that long. What are you talking about?
And maybe he had to go to the bathroom.
Number 2?
Yeah.
Then he comes downstairs. He forgets his media pass. He has to go back upstairs. And then this and that. So we blew up our happy hour.
No happy hour. We
hour.
got there a little early, and that was it.
It didn't. I mean, we got there early enough to have a happy hour, but it didn't help that we were dropped into the boonies. Like, there was nothing around there.
Yeah, nothing around there.
Well, they dropped us off at a church. AndIke goes, oh, it's at the Baptist church. This is great. That added into the Mike pessimism.
Did you see Dan Orlovsky there?
No.
Wow, would you, man.
Orlovsky at 9:15. All right, Zach, I need you.
Yeah, I got you.
I spent all of my afternoon yesterday getting destroyed by Mavs fans. I mean, taken apart, ratioed, crushed. And it was because of Kyrie Irving at his press conference. Some reporter noticed that he erased his apology for the anti-Semitic story that took over the world. Here's Kyrie on why he deleted it.
Yeah, I delete a lot of things on my Instagram. I've had things that have happened before in my life, probably not as drastic of that moment, which led to a lot of confusion and uncertainty, I felt like, and what I meant and what I stand for. And I had to sit up in these mics and explain to the world who I am when I know who I am. So, I delete things all the time, and it's no disrespect to anyone within the community. Just living my life.
Okay, follow-up from Tim McMahon. You deleted it. Do you still stand by your apology?
I stand by who I am and why I apologized. And I did it because I care about my family, and I have Jewish members of my family that care for me deeply. Did the media know that beforehand when they called me that word anti-Semitic? No. Did they know anything about my family? No. Everything was assumed. Everything was put out before I had anything to say. And I reacted instead of responding emotionally maturely. I didn't need to be defensive or go at anybody. So I stand by my apology, and I stand by my people everywhere. All walks of life, all races, all religions, same thing.
Okay. I think that was a pretty good second answer. My opinion was, okay, we have our first issue in Dallas. This will become a story. This will become an issue. I personally think it was dumb for him to erase it because it makes it a story.
It does.
There was no reason to take it down. Why would you take it down? What reason would you have? It only gives off the impression that you were forced to do it in the first place. All I said was, we have an issue, and God, I got destroyed. So I just spent all night asking you guys, am I crazy here? Is this a story? Is this an issue? What do you think, Zach?
It's a story. 100% it's a story. But the big picture thing is, I thought that Kyrie's answer was very well done. I thought the way that he portrayed it and he spoke made a lot of sense. And I didn't think at the time, being Jewish, I don't think Kyrie Irving is anti-Semitic. And I don't think, I know we've had the comparison with Kanye. Kanye is. I don't think the two are the same. Kanye went out and basically said, hey, he's pro-Hitler, to paraphrase. You are anti-Semitic if those are your views, if you're going to go ahead and side there. I don't think Kyrie is. And I think that Kyrie is a unique individual, and I'm not going to hold anything against him. I think he deserves a fresh start here in Dallas. But to your point, it is a story because if he goes and deletes it, he got suspended for it. It was a major storyline in Brooklyn. And why would you delete it? Because all it's doing now is bringing up the talking point again.
Now, people, to be fair, it's a story. You media make it a story. You guys make it a story, which is true.
That's what we do. That's our job. I know they don't hear. We determine what is a story and what isn't. It may sound elitist.
Yeah, it's true.
But it's true.
The media.
The media determines what is and what isn't a story, or what is and what isn't a narrative. Talking point.
I'm not debating that it's a loser move to go through all of Kyrie's tweets and people who do that, and they've noticed that people unfollow. But for all you Mav psycho homers, you're the equivalent of A&M football fans with how annoying you are. Don't come at me with, well, it's his social media. We're all responsible for our social medias. If you have 2 followers, it doesn't matter for you. If Kyrie Irving or any Dallas-Fort Worth figure tweets something that could be controversial, it's a topic.
Right.
It comes with it, including us.
Right. And I'm I'm not looking at the truckwreck.com fan text right now. I could be getting blown up for saying what I said about Kanye. People are going to take things a certain way, right? Feel how you want to feel.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm a little bit more sensitive to that because I am Jewish. My grandfather's side of the family, all persecuted in the Holocaust. So I have direct ties to that. So somebody that wants to come out and basically say hey, you're pro-Hitler, or hey, you're a Holocaust denier, I don't really have time for it. In my opinion, I'm okay if you want to be labeled anti-Semitic. I don't think Kyrie is, personally.
You don't?
I do not.
I think maybe, Eric, this was like him shedding the last Brooklyn layer. Y'all made me do this. I was
taking those pics down,
forced to do this. And yeah, this is the breakup.
This is the breakup.
This is a breakup delete.
When you remove all the photos of the girl, or she removes all of you, when you guys break up, or you archive them, or whatever the hell it is, right? Just get them off my profile. He wanted to get everything from the Nets off his profile. But this was
That's
also
not from the Nets. That's a different thing.
But it was because they're the ones
that's
that
two
made.
different
They're the ones that
things.
made him do it, quote unquote.
And I think his meeting with
well,
Adam
then he
Silver.
doesn't stand by it.
Adam Silver is
doesn't
also
stand
Jewish.
by it. He doesn't. He never thought he had to.
He still has photos of him in
as a
Brooklyn uniform on his Instagram. It's not about that.
Yeah, it's like he wanted to. He didn't believe that he needed to apologize.
He's T.O. And again, where some of these Mavs fans don't listen, I've been an advocate for trading for him. I've been supporting it. But that doesn't mean I have to 1,000,000% accept everything he does moving forward, like some of you on my timeline yesterday. I'm not blind. I'm not a sheep. I'm not just going to sit there and put my head in the sand and go, let me give me my Mavs jersey, MFFFL, or whatever letters they put together. No. When he does right, wrong. And this just gives the impression, the only impression any reasonable person could have is that he didn't mean the apology. Otherwise, what do you gain by deleting it? So that's where I was coming from, that it would become an issue. I'm not saying banish him. I'm not saying reverse the trade. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I think it was a stupid move. That's just my opinion.
I think most of us, most people would agree with you there.
I'm surprised more people haven't asked Mark Cuban about it. Mark Cuban's Jewish.
Mark Cuban talked about Kyrie when it happened, and Mark Cuban said, I think if you hear somebody if somebody said that to you on the street, what Kyrie says and thinks or whatever, you'd go, oh, that's a crazy person, and you keep on moving.
You know what else is really funny? Like 2 weeks ago, everyone killing me yesterday was calling Kyrie a psycho cancer. And now he puts on your uniform, and you just all of a sudden have amnesia, like you completely flip-flop like that. Give me a break.
Yeah, that's being a sports fan.
Yeah.
I mean, I went from I can't stand T.O., go bleep yourself, to all right, you're catching touchdowns for my team. I love you, T.O. Get your popcorn ready. I love me some meat. Believe it.
I was going to say, Walchuk is a big love me some me guy now.
Did anyone on G-Bag, was anyone opposed to, where did you guys stand on trading for him?
We were all in favor of it. And I don't know that we would all have been in favor of it at the start of the year. If you told me before the season in the summer when they had the opportunity, I'm like, I don't know. But with the way the season's gone, we're all going, what else are you going to do?
Right.
And it's not like you're mortgaging so much of the future that it's like, wow, you're really going to bleep yourself when this thing inevitably blows up on you. Right?
I can't take you serious with that hat on over top your headphones.
Oh my! It's hot. It's hotter in here than I was anticipating. It's a little chilly outside.
But why don't you take the hat off?
Well, yeah, if it's hot, why are you putting the hat
a
on?
beanie.
But it's not on my ears anymore. So,
but it will release.
It's not on my
Watch
ears.
this. Take the hat
You're wearing
off.
a headset.
I'm immediately cooler. I got hair.
It's not cool. Yeah, cooler.
Yeah.
Is that a flex on Sean? I've got hair, Sean.
No, I mean, I said it to Choppy.
No one's going to insult
like,
me.
You know, it's the
with hair.
Also like,
Yeah, he's got great hair.
It's one of those baggy hippie ones.
Yeah, not really.
It's one of those ones that like you would.
When you have as much hair as I do, Chop, the head becomes like 3 times bigger. Like when I
get
cut
it.
my hair, my
I get
hat
it.
size is going to shrink tremendously.
It was actually great yesterday when Corey first showed up to the media party. There was a guy with his back to Corey wearing one of those beanies like that, smoking a cig. He comes up to me and goes, I thought that was Eric. I just went up to him and said, what's up?
He had skinny jeans on and everything. I was like, wow.
He
Corey,
looked
go bleep
straight
yourself.
hippie.
Are we getting stood up by Brian Billick right now?
I've been scanning
might
the room
be.
trying to find him.
Wait, former Super Bowl champion Brian
Yeah,
Billick?
is there another one?
There's there might be another. There's at least a 40%
Yeah,
chance
no, it's
that
the other guy.
It's the other Brian Billick.
There's at least a 40%
It's the PSA
chance
basketball coach, Brian Billick.
that we have our time, like that somebody got the Mountain Time, Central Time wrong.
Okay. Because we got Michael Irvin.
Yeah, we do.
So you're going to bump Billick for Urban then?
If it comes to
Or
that.
tag team?
Well, initially it was supposed to be Billick at 8:30.
Everyone's out for Michael.
And then
Michael gets
at 8:40.
Michael Reigns.
Carte blanche.
Yeah, he does.
Carte blanche. So, Brian Billick, one of 2 famous people that did stay at my parents' bed and breakfast.
Well,
Who's the other?
me.
House. RJ did stay there for my wedding. Hal Steinbrenner,
Oh.
the uncool brother. Or wait, is he the?
Isn't he the
Hal's alive.
Oh, he's the alive brother. Hank was the
Hank passed away. I think.
personality.
He was the one that kind of tried to beat George when George died, and then Hal was like, "Okay, man, like, quiet,
Yeah.
go away. I'm taking over." How's the Jerry? How's the Steven? He's the cheap one.
Okay, while we're talking about Kyrie, I got fooled by Draymond Green's answer yesterday. I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
And then your email, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Draymond Green on his podcast reacting to Kyrie now joining a squad in the Western Conference.
I don't love it. Reason I don't love it, that's very hard to stop. It's very hard to stop. Kyrie Irving is one of the best scorers we've seen. One of the best, if not the best ball handler we've seen. Tough shot taker, tough shot maker. Kyrie Irving also can spot shoot. And that's what makes it interesting. Because everyone says, oh, Kyrie needs the ball, Luka needs the ball. That's true. But Kyrie can actually spot shoot. Luka is not the best spot shooter. Luka's more get his rhythm off the dribble, shoot it off the dribble. But Kyrie can spot shoot. And Luka, as we know, finding you. So I don't love it from that standpoint.
Okay. So
that excites me.
I didn't get that when he goes,
Yeah.
I don't love it. I don't love it.
He doesn't
Like,
want to play against us.
He doesn't want to play against
There
it.
you go. Simple. And this is one of the best defensive players, or one of the better defensive players in the league, Draymond, for years. And maybe not this year, but like for years, like during his career. If he tells me that it's really difficult to stop, believe that. believe that.
Well, these are two of the most dynamic offensive weapons in the entire sport converging together. This is going to be a disaster for defenses to have to deal with.
What do you think is a Mavs ceiling, real quick?
As currently constructed, I would say probably Western Conference Finals again.
But the NBA Finals.
Woo!
That's their ceiling. I think the West is the NBA Finals right now.
With before making any other moves, like just as is.
Yeah.
All right.
Their backcourt's as good as anybody's in the league.
No question. Their defense is
the issue
trash,
is the West.
and
the West is terrible.
That's the big thing.
But
It's the conference.
You can't go to the finals and be god awful on defense. So something will have to change defensively.
Yeah.
I don't know what does. I don't know who wakes up and
well,
just
according
becomes
to the
better.
metrics, Kyrie's better than Dorian Finney-Smith on defense right now.
Oh, interesting.
So,
You're going to need Reggie Bullock to be locked down like he was in the postseason. Josh Green's going to have to keep improving and just be jaw-dropping every night.
All right, let's take a quick break and return with the Playmaker. We'll see if the Nosebleeds want to interview Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin next on The Fan. But first. It is now time for Odyssey NFL Insider, the playmaker, Michael Irvin, joining us here in Phoenix, Arizona, with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. I did not think this interview was still going to happen. When you found out it was happening, Choppy, we were hopeful to see Michael right here in person. The nosebleeds just wanted to stick around. They're like, Michael's coming. Oh, my God, childhood dream. But Michael is not here in person.
No, he's not. He is he's on the phone.
Mike!
A little disappointed.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm in hiding, actually, is what I am. I guess you would call that hiding. How you guys doing, man? So you guys are in Phoenix? You guys are here now?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Why are you in hiding?
When'd you guys get in?
Monday
night.
Oh, man, we should have called me Monday night. We should have had Monday night. No, I'm here. Just chilling at the hospital, but I'm not at the hospital, at the hotel.
He scared us there.
All right, so have you gone out and about? Did you go out? Was Monday night your socializing night?
Well, Sunday night, actually. Monday, I could have gone. I didn't do anything Monday night. I went out Sunday night. Michael Brooks, Michael Brooks, my old DB, played DB for us. He's here, so every time I come in town, he and I usually go to dinner. So we went out Sunday night and grabbed something to eat, and Monday night, man, I was exhausted Monday because I woke up early and did first take, and then got back, got about an hour rest, and then had to go right to opening night and do all those interviews and everything. But yeah, Monday night when I got done, I was done. I was done when I got done.
But what are your big dog dinners looking like the rest of the week? Are you going out with Stephen A. one night? Are you going out NFL Network, Kurt Warner and Isa one night? What? Well, let us live vicariously through you.
Well, what I would do, I would this week. You start getting closer to the weekend, man. I have to limit things because I have Saturday night. I work. Usually, I work all day Sunday. I go from 6, to whenever the game starts. Friday night, you will get out a little bit Friday night. You get out a little bit Friday night. Scheduled to do first take Friday. So after that, maybe get out and move around a little bit.
You got to go see Cardi and Offset on Saturday night. I want stories. I want video. All set.
No,
better go.
No. What do you mean? We're gonna go Cardi and Offset. Listen, man. Saturday night is the real slow night. Usually, the real slow night. Because Sunday usually, you waking up. I'm on there from 6 until when we do our show. Our show usually go from 6 a.m. till the game comes on. You do 8-9 hours of that. That's a long time and a lot of work.
Well, look, we're going out tonight.
Yep.
We're dinner on us tomorrow, whatever night. If you have one more to squeeze in, we're here till Friday morning. So, I mean, the invite is extended. I don't know where you're staying but it's there for you. But I know you're in hiding.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that.
Man, that's a no. If I've ever heard
that
one.
was a nice no.
That's a nice no.
That was a really, really nice no. So,
well, guys, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. I don't know whether you guys heard it or not, but that wanted to do the show just to share with you. I don't know if you guys haven't heard that Sunday night when I went out and came in, Sunday night, and this is tripping me out. Because, when I was Michael Brooks came in, we had, and I don't remember it, but I guess when I came in, they said, because they asked, what'd you do? I said, I went straight to the room. But I guess I had met somebody in the lobby, talked to somebody in the lobby for about a minute. And then I went to my room, and then after I got off air and got to work, they said, come on, we got to move you in a hotel. I said, what? Move me in a hotel for what? So they moved my hotel. And I said, what's going on, guys? What's going on? What's happening? Why would we move a hotel? And they said, well, the last night you walked in, you talked to somebody. I said, I didn't talk to anybody. I went straight to the room. And then they showed it on camera that I did talk to somebody. I talked to this girl for about a minute. I don't know what, they didn't show it to me. They told me, and I didn't see it. I don't know what she looked like or anything. But that's why they moved me. That's why they moved me, because I guess the girl said I said something to her within that minute that we talked, and so they moved me. So I thought you guys would have heard about it. That's why I wanted to come on and talk to you guys about it. But yeah, I don't know what's the plan for the rest of the week. That's why I said I'm kind of in hiding till we figure all of that out.
No. We had no
idea.
No headline, no news story.
Yeah, well, I'm giving it to you. You should be hearing it, or you should know about it, because that's exactly what's happening. And that's why I'm saying I'm just kind of hiding and waiting to see how everything comes down. And you're in this world here. It was a minute meeting somewhere in the lobby. In the lobby, I don't even remember it really because I had a few drinks to tell you the truth. I had a few drinks to tell you the truth. I don't really remember it, but that's what they said.
The playmaker Michael Irvin joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Mike, what is your feel on this game? Vegas has rarely bet as heavily on one team as they are the Philadelphia Eagles. The money is not moving. It is heavy on Philly. What's your feeling for Sunday?
Yeah, I looked at this, man, when I went back and watched the game that they played against Tennessee. I'm talking about Kansas City. You see that game, Tennessee just manhandled them in the run game. Physical. It took overtime for Kansas City to come back and win that game, and they won it in the second half. And overtime for them to come back and win that game. And in the second half, Malik Willis only had 5 completions, 22 yards total, 1 first down, and it took all of that for them to beat Tennessee. Philly has a better run game and a power run game, just like Tennessee. You go back to Tampa Bay when they played in the Super Bowl, and when they put that pressure on Patrick Mahomes, that was a problem. Philly can put pressure better than I think that Tampa team can put pressure on Patrick Mahomes. So I'm with Vegas on this. I'm leaning towards Philly with this.
Man, and it seems like it's not just Vegas. It seems like every former player is picking. It's got that Denver-Seattle vibe to it, like we had in New York. I mean, it seemed like every player that came up to us, guy who played in the league or currently, was like, Seattle's going to win this game. And is it a lot of it, so much of it, the line of scrimmage where Philadelphia can really control this game? Is that what it is?
That's what it is. It is. You start breaking it down now. You'll take Patrick Mahomes over Jalen Hurts in the passing game. There's no doubt. You're going to take Philly over Kansas City in the run game. You know what I mean? And that run game is so dangerous, man, that Philly has, because even if the design runs, and he's so good at deciding when you're trying to play coverage or when you're trying to stop the run. And when you started playing that coverage, man, the fifth part's like the Red Sea, and Jalen Hurts knows it even before the snaps, and you can see it. It's going to be interesting to watch because Patrick Mahomes does such a great job of making plays all over the football field. And he's going to have to make plays to keep his team in this game with the Philadelphia Eagles. If I'm Philly, though, you know how I feel about physical football. If I'm Philly, I would try to break their will. I will come out and just run the first 15. I was over the first 15. They'll all be running plays. I'm just going to let you guys know this ain't going to be none of that fancy stuff. We going to bust butt right here. We'll all be running plays coming right down here.
Michael, how difficult is this week just with, the circus? We're out here at Radio Row, and obviously the players are doing these podium interviews and things like that. How difficult is it to prepare for the actual game during the, just insane Super Bowl week?
It's difficult. It's difficult. But, you got to get people to help you with this. It's the guys that come in and try to do it all themselves, that come in and say, listen, I'm going to do this. I got it. You come in, you got your people. I put mine off for hey, you take care of everybody. Here's all the tickets. Here's what you need. Take care of everybody, my assistant or somebody, so I can try to focus on the game. And guys now, the first time maybe you try to do everything, you're so excited. But the same time I was like, man, I'm not touching this. I won't go with it, I'll say, hey, here's 20 tickets to my oldest, Maisha, who's really my executive assistant anyway. Maisha, I said, you take this, get these all the family, and get the hotel rooms and everything situated, get them plane tickets, but leave me out of it. Let me focus on the field. And I think that's what most guys are learning now, especially these guys now. They have so many people, and so much money they're making. I'm sure they got people taking care of that stuff so they can focus on football.
How much have you been hearing from the Eagle fans this week with the Cowboy insults.
Well, yeah, I've been in from the Cowboy fans with the insults too, because they get mad at me because I'm sitting up there interviewing Andy Reid. I mean, or sitting there Nick
Sirianni. Yeah.
This is my job. This is my job, dude. Like Coach, I'm good. One of the guys, Jalen Hurts, hey man, love you, man. On the end of the interview, that's all right, my brother. It's a brotherly love. Love you too, man. What do you mean you love me? You keep me saying that, man. What are you doing, man? Dude, stop, man. Come on, man. We ain't nowhere near this game right now. I can go ahead. I got to interview these guys. It's okay. But, yeah, they're all over me, man. Michael, I don't care. How can you do that? You were with the Cowboys. Yeah. But we need checks at the house. We need checks. We need them checks.
Hey, I got to ask you about Trent Dilfer's comment. There in a Ravens 30 for 30, he said that he loves Brady and Rodgers, but what they have done in today's modern offensive NFL world is not impressive, comparing it to the old school days. Did you see the comment, Mike? And what do you think about that discussion of offensive football eras?
Wait. He said, because I saw Trent Dilfer yesterday. Trent Dilfer said what yesterday?
So basically he said, it's not impressive when the rules have changed. You can't hit the quarterback. You can't throw receivers off the route. When they're throwing from a clean pocket, they could do anything. So he's not really impressed with Brady and Rodgers and such. He's more impressed with what guys did in the 80s, 90s, and such.
I understand the direction he's headed, but it doesn't mean that you can be less. You need to be less impressed. I can be impressed with what those guys did and impressed with what these guys did. What he's alluding to is how we've given up the accuracy and the pinpoint play. In the 80s, you needed those pinpoint plays because you were able to separate man from ball. When Troy throws that bang eight, he tells you catch it, and because same time you and the man in the ball is going to get there. That's why you called it a bang eight. It's going to be bang bang, boom. You won't take this hit because they're separating you from the ball. Now they don't separate you from the ball. They have to wait on you to catch the ball. So now you don't have to be.
Mike?
At the same time the ball's coming. Yeah.
Sorry, you dropped out.
Oh, did I lose you guys? Yeah, because the pain ain't coming at the same time the ball is coming. You can be less accurate. You can't bring the pain until after you catch the ball. So now, since we can be less accurately, we can play with more mobility. And that's when the running quarterback has come in, and now we got two brothers in the playing quarterback in the Super Bowl because you don't have to be as accurate, and so mobility becomes an important part. And both of these guys have great mobility.
Michael, there was a report from The Athletic this week that Keenan Allen is likely to get released by the Chargers as a cap casualty. He's obviously a guy who's been, banged up a little bit. He's into his 30s now. But is that a guy that if he were on the street, you'd say, hey, that's the guy. That's the number two that the Cowboys should pursue to put across from CeeDee Lamb?
Well, would I take Keenan Allen? Yes, yeah. I do. I love Keenan Allen, man. He's a great player. Ultimately, what I really want is a big-time outside receiver. A big-time outside receiver. I got CeeDee Lamb to handle this stuff in the slot. He's great in the slot, And Keenan Allen is really great in the slot. Real great player in the slot, and he did a lot of plays in the slot. He understands the game, a lot like T.Y. and understanding the game, like a quarterback and everything. But, boy, if I had my choice, I would want me a big-time outside receiver that can make plays out there on the perimeter.
LeBron or Michael?
Boy, that's a hard one, man. It's a hard game, because Michael played, dog. Michael played when Michael was Michael. Now, LeBron played. Michael played when Michael was Michael, and only Chicago had Michael. LeBron is playing with LeBron being LeBron, but every team now has a Michael. You got John Morant, you got Donovan Mitchell, you got so many great players in this league right now. Such talented dudes, man. So yeah. I love what Michael did, and he went and he won every championship that he played in. But you can't slight LeBron for winning the way he's winning, even in this era with all of those kinds of players because the athletes have gotten better. In the game, it's not as tough as it was when Michael played, similar to football, because they're not allowing all the banging. But you got to be impressed with both of those guys. Ultimately, LeBron's playing so long. He's about to be the leading scorer, over the whole NBA. You can take either one of those careers. But for me, it's always about the championships, and Michael had the most.
Thank you for joining us. Hit us up if you need us. We got you. And we hope to see you throughout the week. Thank you, Mike.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
That was Odyssey NFL Insider Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Let's come back and react to that, along with former GM Thomas Dimitroff. What GM advice would he have for the Cowboys? And Dan Orlovsky. Woo! Next on The Fan.
Let's get that carpet clean.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dan Orlovsky is coming up at 9:15. I already know we're not going to have enough time based upon the commercial break for our next guest sitting down. This is going to be RJ's favorite interview of the week, football analytic talk.
Baby.
We have Thomas Dimitroff, the former GM of the Atlanta Falcons, and Eric Eager. Eager? Eager. We got him, DJ? Let's get his mic okay. That Thomas has recruited over from Pro Football Focus. Good morning, guys. Thank you for joining us.
Well, Eric's like my free agent acquisition, right? Bringing him over, he was a stud at PFF, and that's such an important part of making sure you have the right people. And I have a lot of really smart people around me. I'm learning every day.
The analytical battle. When did you embrace it? What do you take from it the most? What do you kind of keep off to the side? How much do teams actually use all this?
So it's being used. It's being basically underutilized, and that's one of the reasons I decided to get into a business like this, because I knew all along this was not an exact business. You could get 32 GMs around here right now with their hand up saying, I'm on the edge of my seat saying, this is not exact, and we need more help and make it more exact, make it more mathematically sound, and your decisions more sound. So when we start pitching these teams, it's really important for me to go in as a former GM and not just a data scientist who will say, have an idea. I can go in there with the assurance that I know how it is. We don't want to force feed. If you ramrod data analysis and third party into a GM or a head coach, you have no chance in this league. Mm-hmm. There's an evolutionary process, really, really important.
Do you think it's more advanced in like in game or like in team building?
So it's right now it's in game, but what we're doing at Sumer Sports, we are solely focused on the team building side. We have basically 30 data scientists and engineers. There is no team that has probably more than
one fifth of
that.
Yeah.
So no team is putting in the resources that we have that we could go in and say, we're your third party, and we can provide you with unbelievable information, and then you apply it as well to your team.
Well, not only that, but most teams, they apply their analytics to in-game stuff, right? So, most of the team, Baltimore has a coach who has, an analytical background. Cincinnati does as well. Philadelphia, there aren't that many teams. You can think of maybe Cleveland, Baltimore, Philadelphia, who's in the Super Bowl this week, who actually sort of pin down surplus value of draft picks, surplus value of free agents. And so what we're trying to do is, do that better, right? Do that better than anybody else in the NFL, but also be able to do it for every NFL team if you want it, using their information, their grades, things like that, where as opposed to, just going in and telling them, hey, this is how good all of your players are. We're trying to come in and say, given you think your players are all this good, what's the best roster that you can construct out of those players and all available players?
Chop, I want you to give these guys your roster lessons that you've taken from analytics, and let's see if this
see if they get approved.
How many Thomas Dimitroff approves?
Okay. Quarterback's the only thing I care about.
It's the only thing you care about?
Only thing I care about. Let's see. I'm big on positional value. I mean, I assume that's kind of like.
What's your order though? Give me your order.
Oh,
I love this.
Quarterback, wide receiver, corner, left tackle, edge.
I like that. So you read the coverage versus pass rush article that we wrote back in the day.
I basically read them all. Yeah.
He wants to eliminate the running back position from the field. He just wants that gone.
I guess for me,
I think your edge is low. I think your edge
is too low.
So I think what's interesting is, and this is something that evolved in my understanding, is I think coverage units are more important than pass rush units. But the problem is coverage is like weak link, right? So it's your fourth best defensive back is more valuable than your fourth best, pass rusher. But I think your first most important pass rusher is more valuable than your first corner.
Sure.
It's sort of this really weird, and this is stuff that we're coding into our systems here at Sumer, because the game is really nonlinear like that.
Which is easier to scheme up if you're deficient, pass rush or coverage?
I would say if you're deficient, it's got to be coverage. Yeah, look, I'm a big believer. We missed. I mean, hands up. We'll talk to Dan Quinn about this. Vic Beasley, we thought he was a guy. We missed on two of our pass rushers. You guys now have a guy who's outrageously talented on your defense here that Dan's salivating. Every time I talk to him on the phone, he can't speak more highly of a Parsons. That pass rush thing to me, it just continues to just be a bumper for me because you make a lot of mistakes in the NFL. You think you make mistakes on quarterbacks, you make a ton of mistakes on pass rushers, unfortunately.
Why are other teams not hiring Dan Quinn as their next head coach?
Well, I think Dan Quinn has an unbelievable amount of talent as a coach. I think he's very passionate. I think it comes down to, quite honestly, an ownership group looking for a certain type of a coach. I think it's more Dan saying, I don't really know if I want to go to one of these organizations that has an ownership group the way that it is. Let me just tell you this. You guys had Bill Parcells, of course, many, many years, and Bill had been public about it. The longer you're in it as a head coach, the smaller your group is that you want to deal with, and it becomes a handful. The owners don't want to hear that, right? The owners are like, wait a minute, who are you to judge us? As a team builder, you need to have the right situation to be, a survivor.
You love Dan Quinn?
Love Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn should be a head coach in this league. Dan Quinn, and anytime someone wants to throw a dart at Dan that he should have done this or this during his years, he is a really, really thoughtful and aware person, and he's a very passionate person. So he's taken what needs to be learned over those years, and I think he's the guy. Honestly, I wish he would have been with George Payton over at Denver. I thought that would have been a really good fit for him.
Do teams just blanketly favor offensive coaches now?
In my opinion, the more that I talk to them, yes, they have this idea. But then when they really dig in, if you talk to a GM like myself, you could make massive mistakes on bringing in the offensive coordinator. We saw what happened in Denver. Everyone's thinking that guy's going to bring us home. And it really comes down to we have a process in our grading. I want to throw this over to Eric. We also are looking at how we're going to be grading and analyzing coaches. And the coaching situation is you can talk about all of these grades. If you don't have a bang-up leader, and every one of these GMs in our focus group are saying, we need a leader at the front of this. We need a communicator. And then we'll continue to work on some of these objective measures.
Well, it's so hard because you're often hired for a job because of a different job you did, right? And so you might not be suited for that. And oftentimes what happens is these guys try to say, look, I'm still brilliant as a play caller. That's why I'm here. But then they have to also incorporate the in-game stuff and all of that. McCarthy's going back to calling plays after a few years. Frankly, I thought McCarthy did a great job with fourth down decisions, that kind of stuff over the past few years. But a lot of these young guys who are offensive coaches, they come in and they say, I want to call plays and be a head coach. And sometimes it's too much for guys to hack.
Thomas Dimitrov, Eric Eager, join us here on 105 through the Fan. All right, they always ask this question. I don't have the answer to it. When someone asks, analytics doesn't take into account X, how do you answer that?
We're working on it because it doesn't take into discipline and passion for the game, et cetera, et cetera. Sure. It is something that if you look around, the same thing, take those 32 GMs and you ask them, they will say to you categorically, we did not miss on the player, we missed on the person. Think about that. Mm-hmm. Because you get 20 people on coaching side and 20 people on the scouting side, and the guy's right foot is splayed out. We all see that. It's not, but we don't necessarily determine whether Vic Beasley had the passion that we really thought he needed to carry it through a career. That's complicated, and we're working on it.
So, sorry, guys, my headset's been on and off, so I don't know if you asked something. Working out Dan Orlovsky and Brian Billick. The biggest problem we see in NFL coaching today is, I think you may have touched on a little bit, the mismanagement of clock. Final 2 minutes. Romo talks about this stuff a lot, but Jerry Jones is on with us every Tuesday, and we're like, okay, why did you guys mismanage the clock? You didn't have timeouts and this and that. And he goes, well, his basic answer is everyone's bad at it. And that's how it looks.
Yeah.
Are you? What's your answer to that, or how are you guys addressing that as well?
It's 100%. I mean, I think here's
like Andy Reid, right? We're sitting here. Andy Reid's biggest criticism is the clock. Sean Payton just got 18 a year. The clock. Yeah. All right. Matt LaFleur, Aaron Rodgers. These decisions that decide games, but there seems to be a stubbornness not to do it a different way.
Yeah, but think about how coaches watch film. They watch film cut up differently than we watch games, right? Like we've all watched, as fans, media members, we've all watched more games from A to Z than most of these coaches. They watch film. They're like, here's all the inside zone runs. Here's all the outside zone runs. When they watch way more football than we do, but they don't watch it sequentially the way that we do. And so guys like us who have watched the flow of the game, like, okay, that should be a timeout. That should be a spike. That shouldn't be a spike. And we have so many more mental reps in many ways because, these coaches, and Thomas can attest to this, everybody inside of an NFL building has way too much to do, right? So they do, and I know Dan did some of that when you guys were in Atlanta. Atlanta, like they do go through these things, but it's just repetitions. You only get 17 tries a season. 4 or 5 of those games aren't close, so you're really only a dozen games a year where you're actually doing it. And when you watch film, you are watching film in not the order that a game actually goes.
Interesting.
Well, look, I look back to 16 Super Bowl. You guys are probably trying to steer clear of it. Have you ever talked to Dan about it?
He's been asked it in press conferences, I think.
Look,
before.
Dan. In the end, you remember, Dan ended up demoting his D coordinator, so he was so focused on. Of course, he was focused on the defense, and he relied on Kyle Shanahan to be the dude on the offense. And instead of run, of course, it didn't happen. And my point to bring this up is there's a lot on a head coach's mind, and I'm not sticking up for the head coach because, believe me, I've sat in that suite upstairs near Arthur Blank pulling my freaking hair out, not just with Dan, but with Mike Smith. That just happens, right? We're looking at it, to Eric's point, from a different perspective.
But this is one thing that analytics can help you do. It can help you get synthetic reps, whether that's like drafting, right? So simulating drafts a million times before you actually get into the room, or simulating end of game situations before you actually get there. What analytics can do, and all these guys, like Thomas is a brilliant evaluator, Dan Quinn's a great coach. It's like, but what we want to be able to do is supercharge your ability through analytics to apply your subject matter expertise. And that's what analytics is. It's an efficiency tool to help people who have that hard-earned knowledge to apply it better.
All right, we're the Cowboys flagship. We have on Jerry and Stephen Jones twice a week. Your experience with the Jones boys in the front office. Now, I don't want you to immediately go, it's great, it's a wonderful experience, great guys, because our fans want to hear you say that you felt like you could take advantage of Jerry. Jerry's not really the GM. Steven's the money guy. Give us the truth, Thomas Dimitroff.
That's a great question. No, look, I literally only dealt with Steven. I never dealt with Jerry, quite honestly. Steven and I had a working enough relationship where we would talk. Didn't deal with the Cowboys that much. Here's what's funny. When you're doing trades in the league, there's a win-win element, right? You need to be able to communicate with people, and you also deal with the people that you have some relationship with. And I didn't call Dallas that much to do deals, unfortunately. Sorry, that's the truth.
What is your understanding of what their roles are?
My understanding is Steven's a guy that we would go to as any of us as management, and he would go up to his father, and they would talk about it, and he would come back and get back to me. I never once communicated with Jerry on the phone in my years. That was probably because when I started, I was a 40-year-old GM, and there was a difference there, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think we're a little closer in age.
Can we do a sample trade call? Like,
yeah.
For nobodies like us, how does it really sound like
Let's
on
trade
the phone?
Zeke.
Okay,
let's trade Zeke right now.
Bobby, you be Steven,
right.
and he is Thomas Dimitroff.
All right, hey Tom, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Is there a certain time these calls usually take? Like, is there an unwritten rule of don't call past this from GMs?
No, it's whenever it is.
But 10 p.m., 11 p.m.
No, man, it's whenever it is.
Okay,
yeah, it's whenever it is.
All right, Tom, how about a conditional 7th for Zeke? What do you say?
Look, conditional, no way I can do that. That's ridiculous. What are we talking about here? No, look, the funny thing is there's banter and there's joking about it. I mean, we're talking about Philly, right? I was talking about Howie Roseman.
Yeah.
In early years when Howie and I were getting to know each other, he would call me all the time. I was about to throw in the F word. He wants a second. I'm like, you can't have a second for everything, Howie. That's just not how it goes. I will not do deals with you in the future. He and I ended up doing a lot of work together. We didn't always consummate. Let me just tell you very quickly on this. I know we're talking about trades. My very first trade as a GM, I call up Al Davis, Jerry's buddy, right?
Uh-huh.
And I say, Al, looking to trade D'Angelo Hall. Got him. We traded, it was a second round or whatever. He calls me up 2 weeks later. I want my GD pick back. Are you kidding me? And I'm thinking, Al Davis, I'm a neophyte general manager. I'm like, oh, my God, this is the guy I'm dealing with? He told me he was joking. Well, six weeks later, they trade him to Washington, right? So it kind of worked out for me, but I can't believe it. I didn't fleece Al Davis, but I thought, whoa, that's
how
a tough
personal do things get where you guys use your memory? Like, they said that the Nets were not going to trade Kyrie Irving to the Lakers. They weren't going to give Kyrie what he wants because they were mad at the player. That seemed a little personal. How often does that happen?
Personal happens a lot. I mean, there's so much gamesmanship with the players, with the agent. But then you also, I've talked to Eric a lot about this. We can look at the data, and data could say this. But then I am a big believer in how it's going to affect your locker room. You guys know that. You guys look like dudes. I mean, it's important, right? You got to have
with potato chips and cigars and hangover.
Well, I saw tuna.
I haven't eaten it yet. I'm trying to hold off till I can't take it anymore, and I have to eat.
All right, give us the top 2 or 3 teams that impress you analytically before we let you go, and the bottom 3.
The bottom.
Potential.
Yo, this is there ain't no cupcake. There ain't no cupcakes over here.
So,
and don't say Dallas if they're in the bottom.
The truth is that there aren't a bottom 3. Like there's a group of that are all kind of in that bottom cluster. And the difference between baseball and football is in baseball, if you are in the bottom 3, you're a decade away from being in the top 10. In football, because of companies like Sumer Sports, if you're in the bottom 3, you are a year or 2 away from being in the top 10. So that gives, I think, every fan base hope. To me, the top teams, you're looking at Baltimore, Philadelphia, Cleveland, I think all have really good processes. And when you look at, former folks from those teams have all gone on to do great things. Buffalo's an honorable mention for me. I think Minnesota's an honorable mention.
And Dallas is where in that tier?
Top 10. Yeah,
Top 10.
mean, they have a guy named Tom Robinson who's very, very good. Alok Patili. Actually, we hired Adam Vandahar onto our company as a former analyst.
Who's the lowest? Who's the lowest?
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Stop being soft, Eric.
I didn't even know Adam left.
Who's prehistoric? Who's prehistoric?
Thomas, can I plead the fifth? I don't.
Well, you have to just say.
I would say. I would say a team like Tennessee doesn't have an analyst that does. So, like, if they don't have somebody even doing it, then maybe by definition they're the bottom, and maybe that's not editorialized at all.
But those guys are there. They want to be educated. That's my point. But don't ramrod it. If you come in acting like we're going to save the day, John Robinson got fired 7-5. That, by the way, outrages me. But I think he probably wasn't thinking on the front end like Mike Vrabel might have wanted. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
You guys were incredible.
Thanks,
if you want
guys.
to come back any day this week, go ahead and do so. And hit us up when we're back in Dallas. And good luck. It's Sumer Sports.
Yep.
All right.
Exactly.
There it is. Thank you, fellas.
Thank you.
Enjoy the
Sean,
Super Bowl.
RJ, appreciate it.
Dan
Thank you.
Orlovsky, the sit down. Next. But let's get
By Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Peyton, this isn't hype music.
Oh, yeah. Let's get you hype.
You think... is this Star Wars?
Hey, hang on. The Imperial March?
Imperial March.
the evil Empire?
You gotta give me a second.
All right, the boss has just texted. Fan cam has increased and continues to go up. People want to see this. This is supposed to be the Dan Orlovsky sit-down, originally scheduled for, what time is it back home? 9:15. We're now at 9:25. Yeah. We're told Dan is in the building. This is not going to help us, kind of mend things when you show up late to an interview. But the Dan Orlovsky sit-down is supposedly about to happen.
Are you looking to mend?
I'm going to see where it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to be confrontational. If he's confrontational, we can have a war. If he's nice and explains himself in a nice way, I can look to mend.
I'm going to be honest. I've got the toots of nervousness right now. Okay? 100% chance. I am a little bit nervous here.
He's not going to come in aggressive.
No, I'm not nervous about Dan.
He's talking about his bathroom situation.
Oh.
I'm nervous about Robert.
Oh, you are nervous about me? You haven't been nervous all week.
You just said you were the mediator, that you were going to
You
stop
told
him
me all week you weren't nervous, that you didn't buy into any of this.
I don't buy into it, but as we get closer to it, there is a non-zero chance here.
What a kick in the stones this is going to be if he doesn't show. It'll make us look decent. I mean, he's not showing. Bobby, you're the one shaking uncontrollably. Is that out of nerves or how are you feeling right now?
I feel fine. We'll see how it goes. I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how this is going to break out.
I think the only way to start this, because I don't know which way to approach it either, is what's up? And see where he goes. Are we going left? Are we going right? Are we going straight? Are we going backwards?
Should we get right into it though? Because you want me to mediate right away, or should we wait?
I don't know if I'm getting to a point where
what's the deal?
Like if I'm upset enough and Tim is standing here staring daggers at me, I may just need to be quiet for a little bit.
Right.
So I don't know that you should lead off with a mediation because I may not be able to say anything right then.
Dan Orlovsky is getting ready to sit down in the #1 air hot seat, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros. You know what's going to happen. He's going to lead off with KMC. He's going to be late.
Oh,
he's going to be late. We're going to miss it. We're going to have to sit in for it. We're going to have to take over that interview.
We do it.
And that'll count as our time on KMC this week.
It will. Absolutely will.
Okay, we're waiting.
So which radio station is to blame for him being late? That's what I want to know.
It's nobody. It's.
Are we his first one out of the gate?
I don't know. I think he was coming from the Dan Patrick Show, which is not here.
Oh, yeah, I blame Dan.
Okay, let's talk about this Michael Irvin thing. Michael Irvin joined us at 8:40, regularly scheduled time. We're like, Mike, what's up? He's like, I'm in hiding. And he proceeds to tell us, Mike thought that a bunch of different articles had put out a story about him in his hotel lobby.
Yeah, they did.
At first he said he was in the hospital. Then he said, I'm in a hotel. Then he had to move hotels because of an incident with a female interaction in a hotel lobby. He was talking about cameras. He was talking about, that was weird and random. He thought we knew about it.
Yeah.
He thought this was public.
Very, very odd. He had said the word hospital before hotel. It made kind of the ears perk up. Like, what? What are you saying there? I don't know what happened or what's going on. There's nothing on social media.
He sounded worried.
Dude, I searched Twitter, I searched Facebook, I searched Google, using specific keywords for last 24 hours, everything. Nothing was popping up. So I don't know what he thought was out there.
Is he going to be on NFL Network this week?
Is he all right?
Is someone investigating something? That was really, really weird.
It was very odd. I hope he's okay. Sounds it.
He thought it was enough of an issue that he said that's why I wanted to come on, was to address it.
Right. It's like to come on and clear things up. And it's like, okay. But a couple of the Tolos noticing and being like, did Mike just rat himself out for something? What is going on? This feels like breaking news. Is Orlovsky here?
He's back there with Tim.
All right. Sure. Well, if Tim isn't rushing over with him, that's not good.
Oh, he just walked
off. Uh-oh. Oh, Timothy.
What?
Bobby, you know what this may call for? Maybe the most epic moment in Sean and RJ Morning Show.
Wireless.
The wireless.
Go run him down. Go get him.
Go get him.
The wireless, possibly. Tim looks nervous. Tim looks worried.
That's just Tim's disposition. He had a bad burger yesterday.
Maybe we should set up the wireless and all of us walk over and be like, you can't run.
No, Tim's got his power walk going.
Then you cannot run.
Tim's kind of bow-legged.
Tim, he's looking ticked off right now. Tim, you should hop on this headset and tell us what's going on. So we're waiting to see.
Oh, no.
We're waiting to see what.
He shook his hand at you. He gave you the, no, don't talk to the hand.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be put on the mic.
Oh, no.
He looks fired up. This looks like a scheduling problem right now. What an epic letdown this would be.
Man.
First, Brian Billick dogs us, and now maybe Dan Orlovsky.
I think we have a time issue. We have a We have a time zone issue going on here. Nothing else makes sense.
All right, you all fill a minute while I figure out what's going on. Talk about Kyrie or something.
So, Kyrie tonight, I'm looking forward to that. I can't wait to watch him, honestly, ISO. That's what I'm looking forward to for this evening. Baskey, by the way, he's going to skip out on us on dinner.
What do you mean? He is?
He's skipping out because he said he just wants to be able to, in solitude, watch Kyrie Irving.
But that...
I know we're all going to be together.
We're all going to be watching it.
Yeah, but I don't know. He was just like, probably not. I need to watch the game. I guess to be honest, like, would you want the first Kyrie game and Mike's intensity maybe like ruining dinner?
I mean, I don't want Mike ruining dinner over the first game. But the game doesn't start till 9 o'clock. Or 8 o'clock our time, right here.
Damn, wait, it's that late?
Yeah, it's an 8 o'clock start. 9 o'clock. It's out in,
I don't know that I'm going to see the end of that game.
You'll be okay.
I don't know that I'm going to see the end of that game.
10 o'clock, 10:15.
That's late, dude. I'm going to have to nap this afternoon.
Yeah.
And so
you can do that. You can make that happen. But look, it's an exciting game. It's a good event. You get to see him interact. I would wish Luka was playing, but you get to see something.
What do you think, Sean?
About what?
Anything.
Yes,
whatever's on your mind.
All right, I got good news and bad news, I think.
Okay.
What do you want first?
Whatever makes most chronological sense.
Don't make me
as the Rock.
Don't make me think right now.
As the Rock said in Fast 5, I like dessert first.
Okay, so the good news.
Yeah.
The good news is I think we're going to have an unfiltered recorded interview with Dan Orlovsky at 10 o'clock. Like, we're going to go to that table, and we're going to hash it out.
Okay.
With the mics. We're not going to be limited on time. We can edit if need be. If things get ugly live, then no one's going to hear it. It's not going to be live. And I guess you can guess what the bad news is.
That it's not live?
That it's not live.
That
it's not live. So I think we're going to record. Tim is fuming. I think he just screamed at Orlovsky's handler back there because they were running late. Dan came in. He's got to do his little national show thing first. And we got pushed back. Corey Majors, this is a very, very big letdown right now.
Actually, am I up right now? Can y'all hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Man, what I thought was crazy was when I walked in, they told me we were getting Tom Billick. I don't know.
Tom Billick?
Yeah, remember the old Tom Billick history that we have there, Sean? All right, so here's the story.
I don't know.
A long time ago, Sean texted out that they were having guests today, and then he said for tomorrow he just put Tom Billick. And I was like, who's Tom Billick? And Sean was like, what the hell are you talking about? And I was like, oh, Tom Billick. I can't wait to see him tomorrow. And you were like, we're talking about Brian Billick. And I was like, oh, Brian has a brother named Tom. This is amazing. And then so the next day, or we were on that night, I started telling everybody, text in tomorrow morning to Sean and be like, can't wait to hear Tom Billick today.
Are jerks,
and you texted me in the morning and you were like, I can't believe you. What is this stuff?
You guys are absolute jerks. Now, look, as ticked off right now as Tim Collins is, if Dan Orlovsky doesn't do this interview at all at 10 p.m.
Oh, man.
Oh.
A.M.
10 a.m.?
Yes, you said p.m. Is that Dallas time or here time?
After our show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like right after.
Right after our show. So that's what's going on. This sucks. This sucks because you make appointments. Solos take time out of their day. They want to see it.
Absolutely.
We have the build up, and it sucks. It's irritating. But maybe this adds fuel to the fire of fighting with him and not making up.
Yeah, maybe I don't want to mediate anymore. Maybe what I want to do now is just egg Bobby on. You're not going to do anything. You're not going to do anything.
All right, let's see.
You're a scaredy cat.
Let's see what happens. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Maybe there's a slight possibility that Dan Orlovsky sits down in Cross, or we get him right after the show. What?
I said, whoa.
Oh.
Oh, like that would be awesome if you sat down during Cross.
Yeah, it'd be even better. I know what's going to happen. He's going to go on to 10 o'clock live with you all. We're going to get screwed, and we'll get Tom Billick instead.
Yeah.
Crosstalk with KMC next.
Well, let's get
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, with the possibility, I'm told, of a live guest here interrupting Crosstalk. So stay tuned for that. Tolo, Eric, I apologize. People are saying that they are late for work. They've been waiting in their cars for Dan Orlovsky.
Give an excuse. Dan Orlovsky. Blame Dan.
There you go. Yeah, everyone please record your boss when you tell him or her. Dan Orlovsky was coming on the Fan. And then record them firing you.
Do you need to send out one of those PDFs that excuses everyone for being late to work?
Right. We got Mike Bassett, Kevin Hagelin, and Corey Majors. What's coming up on the show? And more importantly, how are you feeling after the media party?
I'm actually feeling pretty good. I only had a few drinks last night, so I didn't go too hard. And then tried to take in some of like the food that was around.
Yeah.
It was all right.
It was
all right. It reminded me, like, Kevin, of going. You ever go to the state fair?
Sure.
Whenever it's not the state fair, it's just like Irish Fest or like some ice convention.
Oktoberfest
or something like that. It's just like half
I like
of it.
Irish Fest.
Yeah,
better.
Irish Fest. I've
Is
done
there
some
such a
stuff
thing?
there. Yeah, I actually emceed it once.
Shouldn't it be next month? Right?
DJ was there actually. I remember that too.
Yeah, it should be.
But yeah, so it kind of reminded me of that, where there was it's spread out food areas and things going on. It was a lot of fun though. I'm feeling good. We got a lot of guests today. Sean, Kay Adams at 11:15. Whew. Jake the Snake Plumber at 11. Joe Kelly, the pitcher from the Dodgers.
Stop it.
Coming on with the baseball nuggets with Mike
Hey,
Bassett
if you want to
today.
hang out, you're
now you
welcome.
want to go on KNC like you're supposed to do?
No, I was just going to G-back.
Kyle Turley and Jim McMahon at 1 today, and I do believe we have Sean Merriman at noon.
That is correct.
And
wow.
you know what? I'm being told there's a chance old Tom Billick shows up, Kevin. Remember that?
I heard we might get Dan Orlovsky.
That's a good.
Is
That sounds like fun to me.
Right?
I think I can handle that for you.
Did you already beat him down with Tom Billick talk?
Yeah, I've already beaten him down with the Tom Billick
He was
stuff.
so mad. I think he was just like, I'm done talking to you guys for a while.
All right, Kevin, guess the amount of times that Bobby Belt has thrown up since last night.
Ooh, does everybody know the answer? Because I believe I was informed off of the air the answer. It is a shocking amount.
I don't know the answer.
I don't think
stuff
come
either.
out every time?
Yeah.
I kind of regret saying that now.
I
Not.
took a picture.
Yeah.
We showed everybody because Chop didn't believe me.
How many times did you force it?
But are you being so last night and this morning combined?
Yeah,
Oh.
sure.
So how many times?
I thought you said 4.
So
How many during the show?
Ooh, 9.
Four during the show.
7. I'm going to change it to 7.
It was 9.
Oh,
last night and this
darn
morning.
it.
You feel 5 times overnight? 5 times overnight.
Yep.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
It seems like
And
a lot.
he's like out $130. He bet me $50 that nosebleeds would show up at 7:20 this morning. They showed up at like 7:45. Loss. But still good for them. Thank you guys. And then he tipped $20 a drink because he didn't have change or any ones.
So why do you think I'm out 80 then?
Yeah, he's out way more than 80.
I said 130.
No, he
with the 50.
He tipped way more than 80.
I went in there with $200.
I thought you ran
and
out.
I left with no money.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
He tipped
I
$200
thought you
last
ran
night.
out at 80.
No, I feel comfortable saying this right now because I know my wife is not listening right now.
Because he tried to sun Eric by waving the $20 bill.
Oh, I remember that.
I didn't
Eric,
sun
Eric
him.
just takes the bill and says, "Fine. You want to tease me with it?"
$200? Holy smokes.
I felt, and there was one point I put it in the little tip jar, and the guy was turned around and like pouring the drink, and I was like, do I take it back out? But you can't because
then you're going to be George Costanza.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
don't
the
do
Seinfeld
that.
question.
Yeah, don't do that.
Kevin almost got thrown up on yesterday.
By Bobby?
No, not by Bobby.
But you could see how that was a fair question.
That makes a lot of sense
Okay.
based on what we were discussing. I was on the train yesterday. I don't know if you remember, Kevin.
no.
I got lost.
I know. I'm
I
aware.
got very lost yesterday. I
I
walked
helped.
outside and I turned right instead of turning left. That was a bad decision.
Right.
Here's
That's
what I did.
at CVS.
I said, I'm just going to look up and I'm going to follow that wire all the way down to the next stop. I followed it down
Like
to
the
where
three
it
wise
doesn't
men.
go anywhere else after that.
Yes,
and I was like, I've
exactly.
gone too far. So I turned around, got back on the I called Kevin. He's like, it's across the street, idiot. So I get
I
on.
feel like I was nicer than that. But
I
sure.
felt, I think it was me calling myself that. I get on, I'm driving, or we're riding back, and this guy is standing there kind of doing the circle sway.
dear.
And he's looking, I'm like, are you okay, buddy? And he goes, and as soon as we stopped, he turns and just outside of the tram.
But you're sure it was not Bobby because he would have been.
I know what Bobby looks
Okay.
like. That guy and Bobby look different
Okay.
in my mind.
Yeah, you were the original Bobby yesterday afternoon.
What did I do yesterday?
Oh yeah. When you were
the burger joint.
Oh yeah, I went across the street. Don't go there, by the way. Burger like hockey
great.
puck on
Really?
on a bun. The bun was great, but the burger was terrible.
You think you got a bad cook?
Maybe it was just that time of day. You know how sometimes during the day, like everything's gonna be nice and warm at like noon, but you get around 2-3 o'clock, it's like you got the second guy coming in here. So maybe that's the situation. It just wasn't my favorite burger.
Is Dan Orlovsky coming up?
Giant.
Someone is telling me Dallas Morning News reported Michael Irvin pulled from NFL Network coverage.
When was that?
Well.
Here he is.
Well.
Look at this.
He is sitting down with us right now as the YouTube numbers have spiked on the home of the Cowboys. He is Dan Orlovsky, live in the flesh.
What's up?
What's up? You tell us what's up.
Not much. Good to be with you guys. I didn't know we were doing this till like 30 minutes ago. I said, oh, the boys from 105.3, huh?
Yeah. So how do you recap our
relationship?
How would you summarize it?
This is the first time we've ever met in person?
I believe so.
I would hope you remember that, unless you think we're insignificant.
I didn't know you were that tall. I would have known.
Says that.
I would have
Everyone
known.
says that. A working relationship.
Oh, I have a recap.
Okay.
Me and you were boys. That's the way I viewed it. I could tell people. I can DM Dan Orlovsky. I even got the phone number.
You didn't respond to my last DM.
I didn't.
As he would call, he left you on read. That's what he says.
I'm going to get to that. You and I were tight. I'm like, this is a very nice, genuine dude in the media. You respond to everybody. You go back and forth. I like you on TV. I think you're fantastic on TV.
Thank you.
I have a coworker who feels a little bit different. He tried to poison my mind.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to infiltrate and say, no, you are being fooled. You're being taken. And then you put out the quarterback list where Dak Prescott was, I think, 12 out of 14.
Yeah.
So then I said, you got to come on. We got to schedule you. We're trying to work around, the kids, trying to work around the dentist. And then Dak blew up against Tampa, and I think we were looking for some accountability, and then we went sour. That's my summary of it. Would you disagree with any of that?
What accountability did you want for after the Tampa game? Did
I wanted
not
you to
say he played really well.
I wanted you to say first I thought that your build up to it was trashing Dak.
Why do you guys think I trashed Dak? I have nothing but.
You said he's played his worst season.
Did he? Is that an outrageous statement?
I think 2017 may have been his worst season.
Was that before the Amari trade?
Yes.
Okay, so there was that stretch of like 6 or 8 games that weren't great. Yes.
I don't think it's an
outrageous.
outrageous. I don't think it's an outrageous statement. I said we played your clip of saying Dallas is not going to blow out Tampa. So then we brought that back
I didn't say
up.
that.
You did say that. And then when you said like liar on there, like don't lie, all that stuff back and forth, that's when it crossed the line. It got a little personal. That's where I'm coming from. Okay? So, but I'm here to make amends if you want to make amends. But
how would you like to make amends?
Say you were wrong.
About what?
Where do you think what
I'm a fan of Dak Prescott as a human being.
Okay.
Where do you think he's a good player?
Where do you think I was unfair?
I never said you were unfair.
Okay. Why do we have beef on social media?
Why were we going
back and forth? You DM me seriously ?
And that was it.
But why? Why did you DM me that?
Oh, someone had hit me up and said that you were like dragging my name or something. So I just wrote seriously, and you didn't respond back.
Yeah. Okay.
He left you on read.
Yeah.
Left me on read.
That's all.
What do you think? What general tone do you get from Cowboy fans?
In person or on social media?
Correct. Social media.
99.9% negative and hate.
Why do you think that is?
Because I probably tell an alternative opinion on their team and quarterback than they have.
Do you think Dak is top 10 in the league?
He probably flirts with like top 10, top 12. I think that I've always said there's a group of guys that are like 5 or 6 of them that are pretty independent on what's around them. Like, no matter if there's good coaching or good players, like, they're going to play at a pretty high level consistently. Yeah. And then there's a group of 8 or so guys that, flirt with playing really good football, okay football, and they are dependent on, like, hey, is the coach the right guy? Are they healthy up front? Do they have the players on the outside? Or they run all that? And I think I put him in that world of 8 or so.
I don't like your body language right now. you're way too casual.
He's very chill.
You're like, you got like that smirk. I thought you were.
You thought I was going to come angry?
Yeah. Thought you were coming in for battle.
No.
Okay.
I don't have. Listen, I'm in a. We're in a world where you say things. People. I was saying this about it today. I think when you make an opinion, your opinion is always wrong. When you're in my world, our world, it is. As long as you sit there and give the reasoning why you have your opinion, then you're okay with it. But it should be 100% wrong. An opinion that isn't disagreed with in our business is a bad opinion. It's boring.
What do you say to those who say that ESPN has you guys giving scripted thoughts?
All right, that's a great question. I've been at ESPN for 5 years. ESPN has never once told me, say this or don't say this. Now, I've had moments when I said, like, hey, I'm thinking about phrasing it this way, especially with, like, some serious topics, and people have been like, maybe there's a different way that you can say that, but not football-oriented.
But that's not an opinion. Like,
no,
those aren't
no
opinions
one has
yet.
ever said, like, do we talk about the Cowboys a lot? For sure. But there's a reason why we talk about the Cowboys a lot.
Yeah.
They have the biggest fan base in the world, but I've never had anybody at ESPN say it this way or don't say it that way.
The Dak 12 out of 14 felt like a trolley opinion. Now I remember our back and forth. I was arguing with you. You can't have Daniel Jones higher.
Daniel played better this year.
Okay, but did Dak?
Do I think
based on what?
But you also had Tom Brady higher. And I told you can't have you have to keep the same standard. Did Brady play better than Dak this year? He did not.
He did.
Tom Brady played better
based on numbers or like film studies.
Film study.
So
I said this about Dak multiple times. The weird interceptions that he threw this year were so uncharacteristic of him. They were also uncharacteristic of a lot of quarterbacks. Like basic stuff that he had never done before.
But
Tom didn't do that.
How can you take 1 year of Daniel Jones and say that you would prefer to have him as your playoff quarterback?
That's not what the ranking was.
What was it? Your quarterbacks heading in.
Who was playing better football?
So it wasn't.
Who was playing better
it
football?
wasn't a list of what playoff quarterback you would want to play your playoff game.
No.
This seems like semantics,
you're
Dan.
reading into it.
Reading into it? How else would I take it?
It's who was playing the best football at that moment.
Okay.
And the only reason I put Brock Purdy at 14 was because I couldn't be completely irrational because we'd only seen him play regular season games. It was like 6 or 7 at that point. Geno played better than Dak Prescott this year. Do I think that Geno Smith is like this significantly better player? No, I don't. Do I think Daniel is no, but they played better football this year.
Bobby?
Yep.
Floor is yours.
I don't know. I think that it's I mean it's that just right there sounds wildly inconsistent to me. To say, well, I can't put Brock up there because if you want to talk about like who was playing better, there was nobody really playing better in that playoff stretch over the last 6 weeks than Brock Purdy.
Yes,
so if you want to who? The
Joe
13
Burrow.
you put ahead of him? Like I mean
Yeah.
no, because that's the thing is that when you look at where Dak was by any like objective measure that we have to measure their play, when you talk about Daniel Jones play better, no. Like especially Dak, like when you look at
Daniel Jones played
EPA,
better.
completion percentage over expectation, you look at all that stuff.
But you're looking at are you using your side of the conversation strictly off numbers and measurement?
No, I'm just saying that what we have that we can tangibly evaluate that on, other than just my eyes tell me or I did this or that.
Right.
The tangible things we can look at, he played better.
Well, you're looking at measurement, right? You're looking at numbers. I'm watching every single snap from every single game, from every single week. That's probably like the fundamental difference is like where you guys, or you, at least in your words, it sounds like you're saying like you're looking at how things are being weighed or measured of performance, and I'm just saying I'm watching every single snap.
Okay,
and that's when I sit there and say like, well, Dak Prescott threw an interception on double slants versus cover 3. He should never throw an interception on double slants versus cover 3. He's never done that.
I like you.
Thanks.
These guys,
I know I'm going to be disliked. I'm okay with that.
I didn't say I dislike. I genuinely, my gut tells me you're a good dude. You're a genuinely good dude.
I do not dislike Dak Prescott. I would be a bad human being if I disliked him.
As a quarterback.
I don't dislike him as a quarterback.
Yeah, I don't care what you think about him as a person. I'm talking about you as a person. I think you're a genuinely good person. That's what my gut tells me.
Try to be.
Okay. But this again, this body language. You're
You're
giving me this sly smile of like you're thinking something in the back of your mind.
I can't win with you, man.
Yeah. Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, baby.
Thank you for showing up, sitting down. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
There he is, Dan Orlovsky. The KMC masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece, good night, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Radio Row in Phoenix, ready for a fun day. I hope you guys have already been enjoying the day with Sean and RJ. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and back in the studio, Mike's best nicknamed friend, Slim Scotty.
Slim Scotty. Joey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, Mike?
Did the Stars win last night?
They did not play, but they played tonight against the Wild. They did win a couple days ago.
Yeah,
All
in a
right.
shootout.
Minnesota versus Minnesota. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got to get after them.
We stole their team. Now let's steal their 2 points. You know what I'm saying? Now, we've got a bunch of fantabulous guests today, but I want to start off with Mavs fans.
Oh,
would this?
I'm wearing a Mavs hat.
Oh, so it's almost like it's for you.
I talked about the Mavericks with people yesterday.
Oh, my God. You guys are going to love this segment.
All right. I can't wait.
Mavs fans, would this additional big-name trade make any sense? And I mean from both sides. I don't just mean from the Mavericks side. I mean from the Phoenix Suns side. I'm sure you have seen the news rumbling around as we are, about 28 hours from the trade deadline. The Mavericks trying to engage for DeAndre Ayton. Now, you hear Christian Wood and Tim Hardaway Jr., you're like, neat. That's not going to work. So I don't know if it's like, plus you get your 25 and 27. I don't know what else they're thinking of, but just those two, that ain't going to cut it.
I think, unfortunately, it's really fun being here in Phoenix, where the Suns play, at Radio Row with a whole bunch of media members.
Is it at the Footprint Arena?
Yes, we're really close to that. We're just some blocks away.
Tonight's game?
No. Just that's where
they're playing the Clippers. The Mavericks are.
Yeah.
But it's a short flight. If you'd like to, after the show, just hop on a flight to L.A. and go watch.
Does the train take us all the way there? You think we could hop on the tram?
I don't know. But from what Sean Sharif, going over to Phoenix Radio, has learned is there's no way in the world that they are trading DeAndre Ayton in the next 28 hours as the guy has just bought the team. I'm sorry, I forget the guy's name, but just spent over $4 billion, is just now getting the team that he's immediately going to send DeAndre Ayton to the rival Dallas Mavericks, who pretty much ended Phoenix Suns' championship aspirations last year.
And it feels like broke DeAndre Ayton in the process.
Even though the last two games – DeAndre Ayton is really killing it. I mean, he's 35 and 16 last night, 31 and 15, right around that, 30 and 15 games, back-to-back games. So just looking at this situation, I would say that DeAndre Ayton is going to be a Phoenix Sun past this trade deadline. At the same time, I believe DeAndre Ayton will be on another team next year. I don't think he's going to be a Phoenix Sun next season. But I don't.
So he signed that contract knowing that's the most money he could get with them.
He signed with the Pacers.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then they had the right to match, and they're like, "Well, we're not letting you go for nothing." So Phoenix never offered him a contract. He had to sign with the Pacers, and then he got matched less than 24 hours later. So Phoenix is going to trade him. It's just a matter of, I just can't imagine, Kevin, that Christian Wood and then the albatross contract of Joey Gallo, Hardaway Jr. is going to get done.
I love Christian Wood. I would do that in a freaking heartbeat, but I can't
I
imagine.
would throw in 25 and 27 first-round picks. I would say, screw it. We're all in. This is Ayton and Luka are what we're building around. Kyrie, we'd love for you to be a part of this too.
That is a situation where, Kevin, you're talking about maybe trading draft picks where you're like, hold on, you get 3 players potentially in different areas of their prime playing for maybe 2 years together?
Sure.
And, that's a team right there that has all the things that you want because that's a dude that doesn't mind rebounding. I would like him to toughen up a little bit. That's the only thing I have is I want him to toughen up and be like, I'm a big man, and I'm going to play like a big man. Because a lot of times he plays like a small man that is in the right spot.
Very finesse.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if these last 2 games are his last-ditch effort to be like, look how attractive I am, rest of the league.
Yeah.
Are you interested?
Well,
Come
he's
on down.
Way more engaged than Anthony Davis was last night with the Lakers.
Man, Corey, did you see the one person in the building not standing up when LeBron.
He stood up for a second and then he sat down.
But it feels like he stood up and then he saw was going to take the shot and he's like, standing up's tough.
Yeah, well, that's what I felt. Everybody else might be like, you know what? He hates LeBron. But for me, whenever I saw that, my first thought was, that's a dude that's always hurt. And he just like, I'm tall and I'm heavy and I want to sit down.
Yeah, and it was the post game too, where he was like, look, LeBron, we got a lot of respect for him.
This is my theory. Behind the scenes, LeBron is trying to trade Anthony Davis.
Uh-huh.
And Anthony Davis has been informed through whether it's his agent.
His agent that is LeBron's company.
Is like, dude, like, you might be going someplace else. And he's not happy that he's possibly going to be the scapegoat on why the Lakers most likely, because I watched that game last night. Very fun to watch LeBron break the record. I'm not the biggest LeBron fan. I get he's arguably the greatest player ever. I don't want to have that argument, but he's in that conversation. But they're not going to make the 10th seed. I know how close everything is. That's not a good basketball team.
Because they lost that game.
They lost at home to Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City's a better basketball team than the Lakers are. And the Lakers are completely and totally healthy right now. Anthony Davis played last night. Russell Westbrook played last night. Rui Hachimura played last night. LeBron had an unbelievable 3 quarters of basketball. In the fourth quarter, they could not compete with Oklahoma City, who they're kind of competing with for 9th, 10th spot. So you just look at it and go, what is the Lakers' future? And maybe it is in the next 28 hours. Maybe it is trading Anthony Davis for a bunch of expiring contracts and trying to, in a weird way, start over with next year a 39-year-old LeBron James.
Did you know at the beginning of the game that he was going to break the record? I know,
yes.
Because there were so many freaking celebrities there. And
he
then
brought
his
everybody.
Family and everything. And so if you invested in the next game tickets against the Bucks, you're like, oh,
Corey,
man.
what's amazing to me, especially about basketball players, because they can dictate the game way more than a baseball player can, right? Like Aaron Judge has to have somebody throw him a home run pitch to hit a home run. Basketball players can take it into their own hands. If I want to score 40 tonight, the greatest players, no matter what, they can score 40 if they need to. Remember every time it got close to Dirk's record, he's like, I'm going to do it now. Like, I'm going to like he was done. His ankles were done. He couldn't really play anymore, but every time there was a record, he's like, I'm going to get it done. I'm going to play great basketball for this moment, and then I'm going to, once I get to the record, almost like back off. And LeBron was like, yeah, don't worry. I'm going to get 36 points tonight. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. And he did it so quickly and
very
so
efficiently. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of those, he was dreaming about it. You know, he visualized it before he walked into the game, into the arena. And that's whenever the best are locked in, you know, when they're like, all right, tonight I'm doing something special. Or maybe it's even like something pregame that sets them off and they're like, all right, tonight somebody's paying. How many times you hear the story about Michael Jordan with some random dude said something early and he was like, all right, I'll show you tonight, 55 on you. But yeah, man, he did it quickly, he did it efficiently. And it's a great place for him to be. Have you seen the pictures, the side-by-side of Jordan taking, and maybe it was like a Game 6 shot versus LeBron and the differences in the background? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, the last shot for him being a Bull, winning the championship.
Is just everybody standing up. With this one with LeBron, everybody's standing up and holding their phones, getting their pictures. There's not a single person in the arena holding a phone back then.
Phil Knight was the one person who's like, I'm just going to watch.
Which
he was on the front row.
I see the appeal of that, and you're like, here's my video, but you can be like, no, I remember.
Yeah, that moment.
I watched it.
Man,
I saw what happened.
I watched it through my screen. That's not the way I want to see it.
I rarely video things like that, but I am very happy. I videoed when I took my boys to, once again, a very historical moment, Adrian Beltre's 3,000th hit. Yeah. And so I took my boys. I got lucky. I bought tickets for that Sunday afternoon thinking it looks like this is going to be the day. Like about 4 days before, it was like, I think it's going to happen, and it almost happened Saturday night. So Sunday against the Orioles, it's happening. I'm up in the radio booth with Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler, and I videoed that moment that my boys got to see that. And I'm very happy I did that. But a lot of other moments, I just take in the moment. I'm like, I'm not videoing this. There's a video of this. It's called television.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, but this one's on my phone. Coming up next, we will talk with Super Bowl winning head coach Brian Billick right here live from Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live from Radio Row in Phoenix. Again, want to thank Rally House for being our presenting sponsor for this extravaganza this week. Remember, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house, Rally House. And right now, don't be intimidated by the name, on the number one hot seat, it is Super Bowl winning head coach Brian Billick. Good morning, sir.
Turn me on.
There we go. We did it.
Say right from the get-go.
It is a hot seat, isn't it?
Well, and I know I'm behind on this, but I want to congratulate you for winning the Super Bowl. Very
well,
well
I appreciate
done.
that was a while ago, but I'll take it. Always a good memory.
Well, how did you win the Super Bowl without a quarterback? That's what everybody always.
Oh my gosh!
And that's tongue in cheek. I think you understand that. The world thinks, hey, there's. And whenever we talk about quarterbacks, it comes to well, Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Can you explain that team and that uniqueness?
Some people might say they won the Super Bowl without a coach. So that's fair.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
It was a different time in the sense that we were in at that time, I think our Super Bowl, Tampa Bay, New Orleans, or New England, we were there was a transition, a void of the great quarterback play. We were coming out of the Elways, the Mannings, the Aikmans, the Youngs. And we had not yet come into the Mannings and the Rodgers and the Breezes. So there was a void of the great dominant quarterback play. So you could win a championship with great defense, run the ball, not turn the ball over the way we led the league in that year. And that was good enough to win a Super Bowl. It's different now. You still have to obviously do those things, but we are so deep in great quarterback play, as deep as I can ever remember. And I've been around this game, man and boy, for 50 years. Whereas in deep, good quarterback play, so you have to have one of those guys if you're going to have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Well, this kind of ties in. Just a couple days ago, Trent Dilfer said the modern day game does perhaps not impress him he was like, I love Tom Brady, I love Aaron Rodgers, but it's not impressive because of there's clearly more protections in place for offense in general, and then especially the quarterbacks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm asked all the time about the defense, which I still believe is the best single-season defense in the history of the game.
My follow-up will be better than 85 Bears.
But again, like we were told all the time, that it doesn't matter unless you win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, so the fact that we had that scoring record and won the Super Bowl, at the very least, we all live in the same cul-de-sac. Okay. So, But because the rule changes, that's the other thing that's kind of gratifying. I know that team takes gratification in that record's never going to be broken. And that's very rare when you can say, well, a record's never – because they're always going to be broken. Mm-hmm. But because of – the changes in the rules, which are right because it's protective of the players. But Trent, who was a very physical, tough quarterback, it was a different game. And the way that you had to play the game and the physicality of the game, it's not better or worse, but it is a different game. And he's right. He very much enjoyed that physical aspect of the game, and it's different now.
Well, I mean, Kareem's net record's never going to get broken, so don't worry about that.
Corey,
guys.
I don't know if you saw what happened last night.
What happened?
Did get broken.
Are you serious? Okay, you know what? We're going to go on. We're going to throw that one away. The culture that started then, and I mean, you talk about that defense, it's still there. And that's what's wild to me is that y'all created something, and I don't know if it's front office or what, but I seem to remember like Ed Reed and Ray saying, when you walk in the doors, we work. And, like, that's where it started. Were you part of building that, or did you just let those guys grow it together?
Well, yeah, I'd like to think I was a part of it to a degree. That first Super Bowl group, I've always said, was there were a lot of characters, but there was a lot of character as well. Mm-hmm. And that was the thing that I think I most remember about that team was those veterans that certainly set the stage. They understood when we work, and when we play, we play. And they came to work every day, and they came every Sunday, and we're ready for game day. And then the other things, and obviously we talked a lot and had a lot of passion for the game with a lot of personalities, whether it's Tony Saragusa or Shannon Sharp, and I mean the list went on and on. I was certainly known for filling up the room with a few quotes. But there was a huge passion for the game, but they were ready to work. And then the defensive mentality and that physicality, which we emulated on the offensive side as well. I mean, we were the second rushing team in the league that year. That was the combination that worked for us. And then when you start to bring – and then an Ed Reed comes in, and then Terrell Suggs, and that they are raised on that and they perpetuate that, it really does become something that gets like, this is the way we do it. This is used to call it the Raven way. And everybody looks at it the same way to a degree. But it was a very, very much, this is the mentality, this is how we do it, and this is how we're going to do it, and it's been sustained through all those years.
So Baltimore, obviously, great team in competition while you were there to win it all almost every year. I'm wondering from a Dallas Cowboys perspective, Philadelphia Eagles here in the Super Bowl, division opponent, how much in the offseason do you talk about your divisional competition versus maybe the conference competition and building your team in the offseason to possibly be better than Philadelphia?
Well, you have to – it begins with that because you got to know who you have to beat beyond just the rivalries of what do we have to do to win the division, because you always take it in steps, right? What do we have to do to win the division? Well, this is a very physical division, or it's a wide open division, or, so that's step one. Then now the conference. And obviously you're just going to build the best team that you can. But, we were used to, obviously, what used to be the AFC Central, now the AFC North, was always with Pittsburgh and at the time Tennessee, a very physical division. You knew, okay, if we're going to win this division, we're going to have to be physical. We're not going to do it any other way. And that, therefore, the division kind of took on that mentality. Now, the rule changes and everything, conference, like we said, at the end of the day, you got to have the quarterback. It begins and ends there, and then you got to wrap the team. That's the thing that Philadelphia and Kansas City, to a degree, have done so well, is that they've embraced who they are via their quarterback, and they've bought all in. And you don't see everybody do that necessarily. Yes, you want to be the best team you can, but you've got to bring in the right players, and whether it be the unique style of Patrick Mahomes and what Andy Reid has done to make sure that their style matches that, or the physical style of Jalen Hurst, that team is replete with that. So they've done a great job of wrapping the personality of the team around their quarterback.
Now, I see the shirt. What I got to know is, what's the story? What can you tell our audience about X-Tech? I also see the shoulder pads.
That's right. There. Well, I've been with X-Tech pads from the beginning. Bob Broderick approached me years ago, and I've always been one to be kind of on the cutting edge of technology. And you knew back then we were right in the height of got to take the head out of the game, right?
Yeah.
And the changing technology, the way our players are trained and coached and learn with the technologies we have today, and they're looking at the iPads and they're practicing with virtual reality. Pads hadn't changed since day one. In the old days, big guys had big pads and little guys had little pads. But now they're basically form-fitted with the technologies X-Tech pads have brought into the market, the materials, the way they're put together. They're basically form-fitted in terms of height, weight, position, injury history, as they should be, to optimize the protection in what is a great game, but is a very physical and violent game. And that's why we're the number one pad in all of pro football, the number one pad in major college football, and now high school. And high schools like Martin and South Lake Carroll and Allen, they're embracing it.
Yeah.
And are replete.
Those are some big-time schools.
The two teams in the Super Bowl, the majority of players are wearing X-Tech pads because it's the best pad, best affidavit I can get for it. I've got two grandsons that are just now beginning to play football. When we can finally get this now down into the youth, they'll be in X-Tech pads because it's the best protection you can have.
Outstanding. Appreciate the time very, very much, good sir. And thanks for signing our charity football as well.
We'll do it.
There
All
you
right,
go,
guys.
Brian Billick. Coming up next, we will talk with Fox's Kurt Menefee, plus somebody will get to chat with Mike Bassick and tell him that he wouldn't mind maybe punching Carlos Correa. That's what I'm anticipating. We'll do all of that next. KNC Masterpiece, live from Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the
And he was telling us about how X-Tech's been picked up with South Lake Carroll, Arlington Martin, Allen, like some of the powerhouses in our Metroplex high school football game. Why do you think that is?
Because, one, it allows players to be healthy, which is the most important thing, particularly with young players. And I think that programs are realizing that, okay, shoulder pads have to be more than just something to block one guy from another.
Right.
It's got to keep guys healthy. He's got to protect them. And you don't see a lot of these AC joint injuries and things like you see with the old big, bulky shoulder pads. But they also see the pros working. I mean, you look at the Cowboys, I know Micah Parsons, Tony Pollard, Zeke, CeeDee Lamb. You look around the league, Justin Jefferson wears them. He led the league in receiving. Josh Jacobs led the league in rushing. He wears them.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa led the league in sacks. He wears them. And so I think people see, well, wait a minute. If the guys at that level can wear these pads, be protected, and still perform, then why wouldn't I try to do the same thing?
Do you think the Raiders wish they could take a step back and pick up Jacobs' fifth-year option after all?
Yeah, you think? You think?
We kind of dropped the ball on that one.
A little bit. But you know what? You kind of get it.
Oh, no, I do.
He had never had a year like he had this year. You got a new coaching staff and general manager coming in.
Yeah.
So they're like, let's just see.
Now, you brought up Justin Jefferson as well as part of the team. What I'm curious about, we asked Jerry Jones about this a couple months back, is Jefferson had an amazing season, but whether it's a running back again, wide receiver, will it take only record-breaking seasons to win MVP? I know Offensive Player of the Year, but I mean like...
outside of a quarterback, I think we've it's that way with the Heisman. I mean,
I could see that,
no, outside of unless someone has, a 2,000-yard rushing season in college.
Yeah.
You got no shot if you're not a quarterback anymore because all the attention is focused on the QB. And I think it's sad in a way because you look at the players at all positions, but the quarterback gets all the credit.
Did Tom Brady ruin football then? I blame Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. Tom Brady and Michael Jordan made it too unattainable for anybody in the future to do those things.
To a certain degree, but at the other side, maybe Tom Brady made it easier because we all will sit here and go, well, nobody's winning 7 Super Bowls. So you don't even chase that goal. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's unrealistic. So if he wins 2 or 3, wow, he's still special.
Mm-hmm. That's like what Bill Russell did. You're like, 11?
Yeah,
oh, my God, that's too many.
Nobody, I can't count that high. I'm not even going to try.
And then Jordan reset it at 6. Now everyone's like, okay, maybe. So maybe Mahomes will do 4 or 5, and everyone will be like, okay, I can be in the Bradshaw, Montana group. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Not a bad category to be in.
Not at all. Well, we don't like Terry Bradshaw here for obvious Dallas Cowboys-based reasons, but you understand.
Even though he lives down there,
yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, fine.
Let us win. Steelers fan.
Let us win one of those Super Bowls in the 70s.
Well, you can't change history.
Not yet.
Okay. Well, that cat box?
Yeah, we're working on some stuff.
We're going to change it, exactly.
I have a Cowboys question for you. Obviously fell short of getting to the Super Bowl again this year. We look at the offense, and I had this question for these guys. If you could only add one kind of somewhat really good player, would you add a good running back to the Dallas Cowboys, or would you add a good second wide receiver to the Dallas Cowboys?
I would add a good wide receiver. Well, let me say it this way. Assuming Tony Pollard is able to come back.
Yeah.
I think Pollard is special. And so it's so sad to see break his leg at the end of the season. And hopefully he's able to come back and be full strength. So I'm going under that assumption. If not, then I think you have to go running back first. Because I don't know if we're ever going to see Zeke be what he was before at this stage of his career. I am, I'm never in anybody's pocket. You get what you can get. But it's hard giving a running back a second contract. I mean, they rarely perform to that level for that long. Derrick Henry is one of the few guys that's been able to do it, but Derrick Henry was able to do it because he barely played on his first contract. But I think that wide receiver is a place that the Cowboys could definitely use some improvement. And if they do, maybe they make another step. Maybe. We'll see. The NFC East is going to be tough. Obviously, you got Philly, you see where they are right now.
They're guaranteed not to win next year, though, because we never have repeat winners. So
yeah,
we're looking great.
But the Giants are coming up. I do think you may laugh. I think there's a lot of talent in Washington.
They need a quarterback.
I think the problem is there's just so much instability in that organization. It's hard for them to win. But my point is, I think the NFC East is going to be. It's not the laughingstock anymore.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Kurt, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about behind the scenes with Jimmy Johnson.
Yes.
Is there part of him that is hard as like, why not, Jerry? Or is that like from your?
You mean like Ring of Honor?
Yeah.
I honestly don't believe so. And I talk to Jimmy probably every day.
Yeah.
Including the off season. I think he's past that. Would it be an honor? Sure. But I think that there's so much scar tissue there.
Yeah.
That, after a while, you're just like, hey, I don't care anymore. It's like breaking up with an ex. For a while, it hurts. And after a while, you remember the reason you broke up. And then after a while, you just don't care anymore. And that's how I think it is.
I bet a lot of Cowboys fans, that really hit home. Now, I'm hoping you can help us out, settle this for the last time with people. We get all the time, folks in the Metroplex are like, the NFL is rigged against the Cowboys.
Oh yeah.
Which I think is absurd.
First of all, if anything, it's rigged for the Cowboys.
That's what I'm saying.
You see the ratings numbers they bring in. Every network fights how many Cowboy games
that would again be Tom Brady setting it too high. The ratings would be too much.
That was our contention, that if y'all and all the TV executives could rig the NFL, you would 100% rig it for the Cowboys.
Question. The Cowboys would win every week in a close game. I mean, they're a ratings machine. We talk about the numbers, and you see, the NFL overall, 85 of the top 100 programs in television are NFL games. But if you look at all the top 10 games, they're pretty much Cowboys.
Yeah.
It's Cowboys versus Packers. Cowboys versus – Cowboys are always involved.
Sure.
And it doesn't matter whether it's CBS, NBC, Fox. The Cowboys are a ratings draw. So if anybody wanted them to win –
it would be for us.
Exactly.
Yes. See, he gets it.
I have maybe one last question,
Okay.
Kurt. My father-in-law, you were his favorite sports anchor.
Oh, my God.
I know he's listening right now, too. So, but he talked about you all the time.
Does he drink early in the morning?
Probably
Is that what's
so,
going
yeah.
on? If he
know your audience.
Favorite?
Yeah. he just he still to this day whenever we sit down and he talks, he's just like Kurt Menefee was the best. He goes on,
Oh, well,
but
thank
he always tells the story, and I was hoping maybe you can confirm.
Okay.
Were socks involved? Is socks the reason? Because he always tells me that. And I'm like, no way.
I don't know if that's the reason I'm his favorite, but I really appreciate him being someone who is a fan of mine, I guess is probably the way to put it. Yes, socks. Well, there's a story involving socks. Let's say it that way.
That's the story he tells
me.
So
when I was working at Channel 11 there in Dallas, I had a news director who liked to show everybody he was in control. So you know how hot it is in the summers in Dallas.
Sure. Yes.
So you got to also go back. This was the 90s. So I would wear boat shoes, but I wore no socks on. But I was dressed. I had a pair of slacks on, nice shirt. So I would go out to Arlington Stadium where the Rangers played. It was 104 degrees.
Absolutely.
Which is, by the way, I think one of the worst things they ever did was take away the temperature there. Because when that temperature was up and the visiting team would come in and they see it's 104 degrees.
They give up.
They give up. Now they go, oh, it's nice and air conditioned. Let's anyway. So I would go there and I would dress nicely, but I'd have boat shoes on. But I didn't wear socks. I just didn't like wearing socks.
Same.
So he called me in his office one day. He's like, "You got to start wearing socks." I go, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, when you go out to the stadium, you got to start wearing socks." I go, "Why? When I'm on camera, nobody sees my feet." He goes, "Because I told you so." Which was the wrong answer, especially to me in my 20s. So it was one of those things that's like, look, you're not my father. You don't tell me what to do, which is the wrong answer to give to your boss.
I hear you.
So it was one of those things. So I'm not saying that I was right by any means, but it just seemed like what was the point of me wearing socks? It doesn't show on television. And so I wound up, he was like, okay, well, you go home today. You're suspended. I'm like, fine. I go home. I'm home for maybe 15 minutes. The general manager calls and says, hey, meet me at Arlington Stadium. I'm like, okay. So I show up.
It's
and
hot out there.
Exactly. I want to meet him, and he's like, look. And we worked it out. But the story wound up in the Dallas Morning News like a couple of days later. I'm like, how did they know? It was supposed to be a private conversation. So that's where the sock story, I'm sure, that your father-in-law has heard.
Man,
Things have worked out for us.
Yeah.
So.
Every time you advance, you were like, in your face, Channel 11.
And my father-in-law said the same thing for him. So.
I love it. Appreciate it very, very much.
Always
good
to be
sir.
on the Big D, man.
Yes, thank you very much. And X-Tech, the shoulder pads, the equipment, it's good enough for Allen, South Lake Hero, Arlington, and Martin. Good enough for
and Micah Parsons.
Yeah, good enough for most. Thank you very much, good sir. Appreciate it very much.
Good to be on with you guys.
There you go. Kurt Menefee, Fox. Obviously, all of the lead up to the Super Bowl. I hope this is not news, but the Super Bowl is coming up on Sunday. You should have probably been prepared for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It didn't work. Our attempt to get Kurt to confirm that the NFL was not rigged against the Cowboys, the very first text I saw was, that's BS. Nice try covering it up. I'm a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
I also would like the NFL to be rigged for us.
I'm just telling you, man, the numbers would be so high they wouldn't know where else to put them. So they're like, I mean, how can we ever attain that again? We just used our I can't say that word, but we just used it up. So.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm really curious what that word would
had
have
to,
been.
yeah,
It's probably the F word LeBron James just said on TNT last night after he broke the record.
I know, it was really funny.
Like, did you really need to throw the F word out there at that point? Like, you broke the record. He's like, yeah, effing awesome. I'm like, all right.
What I want to know in the fan text, 877-881-1053, or the Tolos or the Twolos, is what's the most ridiculous reason perhaps you've ever been suspended or fired or whatever? Because he said just suspended, and his suspension lasted for about 15 minutes. Unless you want to count the drive up to Arlington Stadium, then maybe we're talking 45 minutes to an hour, depending on where you lived in the Metroplex. I don't have a good story, because the reason I got fired was probably legitimate when I, maybe kicked out that guy.
I don't think it was legitimate, dude. They stole, and that
I
stealing
know.
is wrong. That's one of the 7 deadly sins.
That is a great point. I should have brought that up. That could have saved my job if I was like, hey, look, before you fire me, would you accept a murder in here? And wow, that's one of the 7 deadly sins.
Would you accept gluttony?
And well, they did. I worked there, and so when I was leaving, my regional manager, district manager, I don't, whatever.
Yeah, that person.
Yeah, she goes, I'm really sorry about this. And this is where I go, you should be. This is BS.
I like it.
But I'd already been fired. What was
Good
going to
approach.
happen? They're going to double fire me?
Nobody will ever do that.
Well-
Unless they hire you back and then fire you again.
Well, guess what? I'm still in business and they aren't.
Well,
so,
there is one, I believe, in Portland.
Oh,
is
yeah.
What DJ told me yesterday.
Yes, I did.
And they made a very terrible show about it on Netflix.
Did you know that show already got canceled?
It should have been canceled after the first episode.
How did you just get through one
I got like
episode?
6 episodes in when I was just like, okay, that's enough. Like, it never got funnier. You know those ones that you're like, okay, there's still episodes, but it just never gets funnier? Yeah, it didn't.
I got 4 episodes into Blockbuster, and that show was made for me. And I was like, I can't.
Yeah. Did they have any reality? Because like with Waiting, there was this idea that Waiting had like a lot of, oh yeah, we all scratch our hair and put dandruff in your steak and stuff like that. But that's not real. right?
No, I don't think so, because my biggest issue was their work matrix. I was like, maybe the fact that you have every single employee at the store when there's 2 customers, you probably should have rethought that model.
Well, it's their switch. It's their shift change. They're just hanging out and talking to each
Okay, well, that is definitely unrealistic, because if you've ever worked in retail, I think it's great if it's this utopia where everybody hangs out. But realistically, my shift is over. Where the hell is Steve? Like, it's 5:01. Why wasn't Steve already here?
But if Steve's there, do you hang out and talk to Steve, or do you just immediately leave?
No, man, you go. And if you work the night shift, you go to the Denny's that's across the street or whatever.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, you might be right. I think Blockbuster, La Quinta, and Denny's were all next to each other all the time.
The Blockbuster I started working at, where I did not have as aggressive shoplifting run-ins, there was a Denny's in the same
And a La
park.
Quinta.
Yeah, in the
the next one.
This
The
is a
next
different one, yeah. And
I used to think La Quinta meant next to Denny's.
I think that is a very popular phrase, and so we would always go to Denny's because, you get to that point where it gets too late by the time you close to do too much, but you're not ready to go home, and so Denny's it would be.
All right, guys. Changing the topic a little bit.
Why
is this person hacking my Instagram all the time?
Is that still happening?
What's the point? Everybody's now sending me, guess what? And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about my Instagram. I don't know what this person is getting out of hacking my Instagram.
And it's not Mike straight away, because he sends Facebook or DM messages that go, hello, how are you doing? Mike would never start a conversation like that.
Mike's going to text and say, hey, farthead, what are you doing? Like, that's how you're getting it from him.
I'm just so frustrated with
So it happened
this.
again?
Well, it's just constant, right?
Yeah.
I don't get what they get out of it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that, hey, they've hacked your Instagram. They're not putting anything negative on my Instagram. I guess they're trying to, unfortunately, I think, whoever I guess my friends are or people following
They
me.
DM them?
It's trying to get some sort of, I don't know, money from, I don't know. Like, I've never asked for money in my life on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter or anything. So I'm assuming if you know me, why in the world would you think I need your money?
Have you ever followed the path of the scammer? Like, I had a scammer on Facebook hit me up, and of course they have the preposterous picture of some gal, and you're like, bull crap. I decided to engage one of these people and see where it went. And they were like, hello, how you do today? And you're like, okay, so we're definitely being scammed. And I engaged them because I wanted to see what the end goal was. It took forever, and finally they were like, hey, I started this new line of purses, and I really think you should invest. At that point, I turned on them and I go, that's what I waited all this time for? Get your bull crap out of here. And their response was, oh, Kevin, why do you speak to me in such ways?
Oh, no.
They were like that. So they were trying to play the victim card. It didn't work for
Unfortunately, now they know your typing patterns. Like, that's what they collect. They collected data from you without you even knowing, dude.
No.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
Because that's the first time that's ever happened on Facebook.
Well, they
collect your data all the time.
Kevin, it's very difficult to get information off of your phone, all right? Like, it's very difficult, but new apps are finding out how, and that's why the state of Texas is banning all apps in the future.
Okay, so you think the TikTok thing is just the first step?
What? Yeah, no, man.
So, in the state of Texas, pretty soon TikTok will be taken off of our phone and we can't see it anymore.
No,
I thought it was just for
incorrect.
government
employees.
Yeah,
okay.
But the way that it was said, it kind of made it sound like, whoa, hold on, I can't do something in my state. But no, that's the way that it should be in government positions, right?
Or like at schools, right? Or something like schools, you can't have TikTok at schools. But that's maybe for concentration for the kids. I don't know.
And so that was one of the things is Jess's computer, when she was teaching, her computer and her phone, I do believe, were school issued. And so at any point, if anyone wanted to do a Freedom of Information Act or anything like that because she was at a public school or the school required information off her phone and computer, so she had like separate personal ones and everything like that. Yeah, I also don't think it's the end of the world if a government employee can't have a TikTok on their government-issued phone, but I could see why that drove people crazy, because I also saw the headlines. It's like, is TikTok becoming illegal in Texas? And I thought, well, what's Corey going to send me now?
I will be so bored. I'll just be like, now I have to send Kevin texts, or like, something from Instagram. Guess what's going to happen then? It's going to get hacked.
What if I canceled Facebook and Instagram? What if I just got off of that completely? That would help, right?
I
guess
somebody would just build a Mike Bassick account and act like you. They would build a catfish account.
If you're on Facebook and you're with me, or Instagram and you're with me, thank you. But I don't it. Just doesn't dominate my life. I probably go to Facebook once a week. I probably go to Instagram. I probably go to Instagram once a day, but I don't post but once a month, maybe.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, maybe I should just cancel all this stuff.
By the way, I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea. Somebody followed up from the 940. I got fired from Cracker Barrel because this couple came in 2 minutes before close, and I brought them waters and ordered them 2 meatloafs because it was the fastest item. Don't go into a restaurant to sit down and eat 2 minutes before close. I've never worked in the restaurant industry, but I could see how, not that you wouldn't give them the best service, but maybe you would not because you're like,
So I was very new to the business, Kevin, the restaurant business, whenever I was waiting tables, and one night a table came in really late, and I sat them. I was a host at the time, and the waiter came up to me and yelled at me. And I was like, what do you mean? And my manager was like, dude, we're open still. He's like, I hate it, but yeah, we're open still.
Yeah.
But now we have to cook for one person. Lights are on. The bartender has to stay. The kitchen has to stay.
Yeah.
Everything's going for one person. So it really does kind of change that for sure.
I could see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former NFL QB and the man who Bassick brought up rookie cards of. It's Jake the Snake Plumber next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got Mike and Mike. Mike Lombardi at 3 o'clock, and then Mike Golick Jr. at 3:15, live Radio Row, the Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
we had one timeout. Call a timeout, kick a field goal, go to the playoffs. And I went in the huddle, threw it to Frank. He took a knee. We kicked the field goal, and we won, and we went. So that was a huge, huge year here in the Valley because now there's a stadium, and now we're all here today.
That's the stadium that Jake built.
Not me, no. Larry Centers, Jameer Miller, Lomas Brown. Like, there was some ballers on that team. And the sad thing is we let a lot of those guys go that year in free agency. I'd redone my contract. I didn't want to. I was fine with their paying me. They wanted to pay me more, so I said, okay. But we lost a lot of really, really, really strong foundational leaders of the team, and we struggled the next few years. It was tough.
Well, I was going to let you guys ask as many football questions as possible because then I want to nerd out with some MMA stuff, and I don't want to alienate anybody else from the conversation.
All right, then, Jake, one thing I kind of wonder, I heard somebody recently, it was an offensive lineman, he was working down in Dallas, and he said football doesn't make people tough. It's a sport for tough people. And is football, like, is it an every person sport? Like, is it a sport that you kind of have to be tough, like, on many different levels?
Yeah, you're going to get, parents ask, how do I keep my kids safe? What do I do? I'm like, well, don't let them play football. I mean, you're going to get hit and hurt and banged up. And in today's world of trampolines with nets around them so kids don't fall off.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't have that growing up. We ended up just digging a huge hole and putting it down on the ground so we could flip off of it and roll.
Run straight.
Yeah,
that's a really good idea. I hadn't thought of
here
that.
we go. Like, I had to teach a 10-year-old kid a while back how to do a somersault. And if that's the case and parents are putting their kids in football before they learn how to somersault, then parents are doing this wrong, not the kids. So it's not necessarily a sport only for tough people, but it's a sport for people that are all right falling over or getting a deep bruise on your forearm or getting smashed in your quad or landing 40 times on the ground with someone on top of you or not.
Yeah.
So it's just you got to know how to fall. You got to know how to roll. You got to know how to be an athlete, similar to the Rashad. What he did. You got to be able to be in control of your body, and so body control and also some toughness. Yes, you got to be tough to play the game of football. It's you're going to come into the huddle. I've many times when I couldn't feel my hand. It was ringing from getting hit. Totally dead, and I'm like, Jesus, it's third down. I'm going to have to throw, and I didn't know if I could even grip. Wow. And then in 25 seconds, somehow I was out there, got the ball, and slinging it for a first down. I mean, that's more than just toughness. That's like having mental capacities that you can push things away, but it also can create some bad habits. You push things away, you learn how to push things down. Like, I'm sad today, just push it away. I want to cry today, push it away. I'm pissed off and want to smash some shit today, push it away. It's like you got to be able to be tough and push things down. So it teaches you some good things, but then you got to also come back post-career and learn how to handle those.
Yeah.
Well, I was really curious about that for both of y'all because that feeds into – I know what you said about pushing stuff down. Do you ever think, like, in the moment or leading into a fight, like, man, this probably isn't the best idea? Because I know especially in the UFC, they're like, that's fine, I'll move on to the next person. Or obviously we've seen in the NFL, they'll move on to the next person like that. Did you ever think long-term impact in the moment? Or are you like, this is my shot, I'll deal with the rest of it later?
Yeah, as an MMA fighter, I always took every single opportunity that was presented for me because, my career was made based off of, being able to, excel in those moments. When I fought Chuck Liddell,
my God,
I was served up. Going into that fight on when I was doing the media was pretty much asking me, what have I done to even deserve a chance to even get knocked out by Chuck Liddell? So it was one of those things So it was one of those things going into the fight where I was like, if I'm going to be what I think I can be, then this is who I have to beat. And it was all about seizing those opportunities.
I remember very vividly, and I hope since you won, you never get tired of talking about this, is a bunch of us literally jumping off the couch when that happened because we gave you more of a chance than I guess the rest of the media, but the way that fight ended was shocking, and obviously that led right into the title shot and then the title and everything like that. So clearly a smart opportunity you took and a hell of a finish.
Yeah, it was, man. It was like one of those memorable moments where it just kind of like time just slowed down, and I was like, man, did that just really happen? I remember like when Chuck got into the cage, I'm looking at the banner that was going across the arena saying Rashad Evans versus Chuck Liddell, and I'm like, wow, I'm fighting Chuck Liddell. Then I look across the cage and he's doing his Chuck Liddell things, doing a split check on the cage, and it didn't really get real to me until I got hit for the first time, and I'm just like, that was some power. Now I know why he's Chuck Liddell. So it kind of like during the fight, I kind of got more ready for the fight as it was happening.
Where did you get hit? Where was the
it was a square one right in the jaw, and it shinned a shock right down my body, right down to my toes. And when you get knocked out or get dazed by a punch, you can't feel your feet. So my feet kind of like had a nice little tingle to it, and I'm just like, oh man, I can't get caught with another one of those.
Because you see the rubber legs a lot when you can tell, like, that fighter is doing everything they can to stay upright, but their legs are like, maybe not.
You can't feel them, so you start walking like a baby deer.
I was curious because we have a pretty big fight coming up with John Jones. One of your obviously really great friends, is John Jones moving up to heavyweight, fighting for the title. I'm curious what your thoughts are about y'all's careers were intertwined a good bit, and obviously a big fight. What are your thoughts about John Jones' opportunity moving up to heavyweight, and I guess maybe his career trajectory, because his worst opponent is himself.
Right, and I think this is a big legacy moment for him. He can really kind of quash a lot of the things that's been negatively said about him, and a lot of it is kind of deservingly so.
Oh,
right?
Sure.
But
we had him on. I asked him that if he gets why people don't like him, and he goes, "No, I do. I understand."
Yeah. So I mean, but as somebody who genuinely likes John as a person, like I think that John can be a better person. I feel like he's a good person in his own way, but. This is a big legacy moment for him, but he has a really tough test with Cyril Gane, who is been competing, and he has a lot of skill sets and tools that could bring problems to John Jones.
And it kind of reminds me of the Liddell fight. This feels like, to a lot of people, this is just the John Jones coronation, and they're not here for anything else. So I will be curious if that's got to be a motivational tactic when everyone's like, hey, thanks for showing up to the other guy's fight that we're here to see.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, coming from where he was a light heavyweight, being the king there for so long, it's going to be a bit strange stepping into the octagon, being the underdog, fighting at the heavyweight weight class against guys who's not bigger than, that he's not bigger than, and being an athlete who, has had problems with, staying legal with what you can take. There has to be some kind of mental thing to that, right? Yeah. Want to be the bigger guy in the cage, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes in there being the smaller guy in the cage.
Now, can we reveal what has happened in the
Jake
meantime here?
the Snake Plummer has autographed my rookie card from 1997. So I'm very excited about that.
He talked about that at least 3 times on air before we left. He was like, I'm going to bring one of my rookie cards. I really hope he can sign it.
Yeah, I just thought that was a cool one, and I'm sure that's kind of – is that in a real game or is that staged?
No, that's totally staged. I'm in flats. It's at the rookie premiere. Yeah, it's classic.
Did you think it was funny? Because there is your rookie card where you're posed with, I think, a rubber snake.
Yeah,
you're sitting Indian style.
Rubber snake.
Crisscross applesauce.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, but yeah.
Wait, this is staged? They staged these pictures?
They put me in there.
Yeah, I think you have a whole set where you're doing all kinds of different things, like
jumping on a trampoline.
Peyton Manning is jumping off a
with
trampoline.
A net around
it. Yeah. There was no net on that tram.
Now,
but I can still do a backflip on a tram.
Oh my gosh!
That's part of my taking my health into my own hands. Just jumping on a trampoline used to hurt a few years ago. Now I'm like jumping on a tramp and getting that. Nice. My cells in my body love it.
And so one of the reasons, and you guys both coming from, if you want to call it gladiator sports, that's what we end up talking about, that MMA, football, hockey, and everything like that, is can you tell us, and y'all brought us samples, which is awesome, of the Umbo, is it Umbo? Umbo products. Yeah. What can you tell us about that?
Well, we met through Del Jolly, who's the other co-founder of Umbo, about 3 years ago, right before the pandemic, and we started taking some mushroom tinctures. And I know I benefited greatly, as Rashad has his own story to tell behind that. The inflammation that I was working on from old injuries is gone in my body. My knees don't hurt, my ankles, my shoulders. I don't have the headaches I was having. I feel like I sleep better. I have more energy throughout the day. It's also made me very well aware of what I'm putting into my body, even how I'm thinking, and even the words I'm saying, and how I'm choosing to drive in traffic. And it's just made everything. I've become more aware of how I've carried myself, and maybe some of the stress that I've caused has been my own doing. So kind of figuring out who I am, who I want to be, and then pursue the ability to educate people about an entire kingdom, I call it a queendom, that we've forgotten about. as a form of not only nourishment and food, but there's a lot of medicine. There's an unknown world of fungi out there that we don't know what they hold that could be something that could benefit us with our health and wellness. So we're here to share that story. As I decided to slow down my aging process, this has been part of that, and I feel great. I feel as good as I've felt in a long time. I still deal with some aches and pains if I get too active, but that's just going to happen as I've had some injuries, and I know Rashad can attest to the same thing, that these are something that won't hurt you. And if you want to try them, they'll help you, we believe, to just function a little bit better as a really strong adaptogen for our overall health.
Yeah, for me, it's always been about, how my body's going to do after I get done with fighting. And having taken a beating I have in the cage, been knocked out a few times, and just when you get at a certain age, you start to realize, like, oh, man, I did some damage to my body. Because when you're young, you don't realize that could happen, right? You feel like you're invincible, but you start to get that bill later on and what your body's doing. And, towards the end of my career, I was starting to feel like I was slowing down. I'm like, man, this is happening to me. But, one of the biggest differences I felt by taking the functional mushrooms is just such a big help with my neurological body. My neurological health is something that really has, become something that I didn't even foresee it being, able to do. Like I felt like I've been able to reverse some of the damage that I've done to my body on a neurological basis. And that to me is one of the biggest things, because, when it comes to healing the neurological health, there really isn't a lot of things that you can take over the counter that's going to do that. And mushroom does that in spades.
Specifically lion's mane.
Yes.
They're showing huge NGF, nerve growth factor, so the neuronal growth and repair of all the neuronal pathways through our body, they benefit from Hericium erinaceus, lion's mane. And that's something, with the game that we're in, if that helps the neuronal pathways in your brain, and we can help bring back that neuroplasticity to the damage that we all know we're facing as UFC fighters or these guys that are playing Sunday. You face that. You're going to hit your head playing ball. And so long-term is a great thing for longevity and help maybe reverse the trend that we all face post-career of, hey, this is what you're going to have. This is what you're going to look forward to, CTE, dementia. No more. I want to plan for my long-term sanity, health, and wellness, and cognitive abilities to be here, and that's why I do this.
GetUmbo.com is the website. Thank you, gentlemen, very, very much. Coming up next, the host of Up and Adams' beloved NFL personality, Kay Adams, next right here on The Fan.
PNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. The host of Up and Adams, I'm going to go ahead and say beloved NFL personality,
Wow.
Kay Adams. How are you this morning?
I'm so wonderful. How are you this morning knowing that the Eagles are playing in the Super Bowl?
Not great.
This is bad.
No.
Thanks for bringing it
You're
up.
fine
though.
with it.
Well,
You've rooted
listen.
for him before.
Never. Only against Tom Brady.
Oh, so okay.
I'll
the
vote
lesser
for,
of two evils.
Exactly. See, she gets it.
I get it.
People in the Metroplex do not get it, and they get very angry at
I
me.
love the NFC East for this reason. It doesn't matter. There's no rhyme or reason. It's hatred like nothing else, and I'm here for it.
It's true. It is very true. Now, you were talking about how much it had picked up today here at Radio Row. Did you realize it had picked up when security stepped up their game? Yesterday, I felt like they were like, you got a bag? That's fine. Come on in. Today, they were like, hold on. What's your name? What are you doing here?
What's this Batman T-shirt all
Yeah.
about? what is that guy?
You need to be more professional.
Let's
and I
see
was
your
like,
utility belt.
Yeah,
Let's see what's going on
that
there.
feels like harassment.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
If somebody
My
from
apologies.
security asks to see your utility belt, you might be being harassed.
That has not happened to me yet. I will say there's an incredible energy here. Phoenix, they've done this before. I was here in 2015. This feels all the more special. I'm excited personally because I'm bringing my own show. My own show to the Media Center for the very first time. So it's inaugural and it's great. And the security is a bit of an issue because we had our first late guest to the show today. Want to know who it was? He missed the show.
Dan
His name's
Orlovsky.
CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, no. He's
Right.
never been late for us.
No, ever?
Never. Not for us. He
Love
loves us.
him.
Yeah.
Love him. How are his teeth are the whitest teeth I've
They're
ever seen in my
gorgeous.
entire
They're
life.
Do they make you uncomfortably, though? Are they uncomfortably white?
He's got an energy about him.
He's great.
He really does.
Except for being late. I'm
no,
sorry.
he wasn't late. He was late because of security, and then I gave him a lot of crap for it and said, "Is it
Appreciate
because
that.
you have too many cell phones? Too many different phones?"
Wow.
I bet he really
Security
liked that joke.
He
confirmed
liked
that
it.
yet?
He liked it, and he told me I don't have any phone. Check my pockets. I don't even carry a phone anymore. And I go, okay, CD.
That's smart on
I
his
see
part.
you. 2-time All-Pro.
No paper trail.
He's-
That's
No
good.
paper trail.
Yeah, that's real good.
His confidence has definitely grown over his time in the
Really?
NFL. Yeah, he was very, very shy to start off. And he's like going to Oxnard, covering him in training camp. His interviews have gotten better and better just because he's kind of, I think, grown in his confidence because of his career.
Yeah,
Kept getting better and better.
Everyone's talking about those NFL scripts, right? That we don't have to do. And I asked him, in your 2022 NFL script, take me to the moment that you loved the most? Like, and he said the wins were all great. And I said, yeah. What's the moment? He said that catch against the Giants.
Oh,
the one-handed
yes.
grab. He went right there, and what a beauty.
Yeah, and after earlier in the game, he didn't have a catch. He dropped it, and then he
Yes.
comes back later and does that too.
Makes it all the sweeter, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely does.
Are you guys having fun?
I'm having a blast, Kay. Like I all right, hold on. I'm about to.
If you invite him on your show, then he'll be far more excited.
Let me just tell you,
I'm very
what time
nervous
do you
right
get
now.
here?
7.
7. Okay, so I get here around 7:38. We have a bar. Anybody's interested in Kendall Jenner's Tequila 818? They're sponsoring my show. We've got Margs over there.
Okay.
Low key.
Yeah.
I just told everyone in Dallas, but
Yeah.
low key here in Phoenix.
I'll take 2. Yeah.
Pop by. We're have a lot of fun up there. We have guests that are coming by, but I just want to party.
Okay.
I just feel like I want whoever's coming by.
This is
We had
what
Sean Merriman. He couldn't hear anything. He popped by today, so that's the general vibe of my show. These sort of, we don't need the structure. Let's change it a little bit.
You'll
Let's
get
be a
along
little
great
looser.
with us. You'll
Okay.
get along great
I
with
am.
us.
This is so fun.
You rose to stardom with. I'm going to say this was I'm wearing somebody's sweatshirt today.
Okay.
That's what it was. Like you on Good Morning
interesting.
Football. That's what it was. Not me. I'm talking about you. I'm sorry. Not me. This is
I
my
know,
sweatshirt.
She was like, I feel you.
Yeah, it's a
I
little-
understand.
I know whose sweatshirt is
But
that?
every morning, like we would wake up and we would see Kay Adams in Giants or some Cowboys sweatshirt, or it's like you had the NFL shop and you could just go pick whatever
No.
shirt was every day. That's what it
Oh,
seemed
that's
like.
so funny
and
that you
every
think
day
that.
on Twitter, that's what it was, right?
They think NFL shop ever gave me anything. God, that's the funniest thing about it.
They
I've
all
ever
laughed
heard.
too, so they're like, no.
No, it's funny that you correlate it with that. I will say, and I've been on Good Morning Football for 6 years, and then pandemic happened, and I legitimately took a great look at myself. It took me out of the hamster wheel, and we all had to face life without structure like we knew it, and we all had to face how does this look in this new world, and I've always challenged, like, I don't want to wear a dress. I'm not wearing a dress. It's 7 a.m. We're talking about football. I'm not wearing a dress. And then so I would wear suits or whatever. And then, once pandemic happened, I was like, the jig is up, people. Like, I'm wearing sweatshirts. And I have vintage ones that I source from all over the country. I have a thrift shop in Dallas that if they see something come through, they will DM me and say, we got this. Do you want
Dandy
it?
Dan's?
I will put, no,
Oh, okay.
it isn't. It's somebody else. But I have collectors that will sell me things.
That's amazing.
I don't get it for free. I'm very careful about it. And I have a sick Dallas one that I love wearing that you guys have seen, I know.
Yes, and it seemed like a strategy because everybody would tweet,
No.
"Oh, Kay's wearing this today. She's a fan of this," and now it's like, she's a Bengals fan, and
If
we
you-
became Bengals fans last year too.
If you knew me at all, you would know that strategy is not one of the first 200 words. Look at my producer. You're laughing. Strategy is not one of the words that comes to mind with anything. I didn't have these amazing kids from Ithaca College yesterday were asking me, what was your goal? Was it your goal to have your own show? And I said, absolutely not. But it was FanDuel's idea, and that's the future of the business, and they were so into giving me leeway, platform. They're not asking me. You think,
Creative freedom,
well, we
too,
have this. All of a sudden, there's a tequila stand. They're like, I don't know, whatever. There's not, all of the hindrances. There's not all of the corporate, part of it. It's there's definitely structure there, but they really just want content, and they really want me to be myself, and that's why we're 100-something episodes in on Up and Adams, and the first 5 shows look nothing like these last 5, and it's going to keep being like that because we're just going to sort of keep flexing.
See, Corey, this is why she fits in with our show, because years ago, the brain power of Corey helped us originate a segment called Should I Eat It? Mm-hmm. And so it was food.
I found a bag of M&Ms just laying around.
I'm not playing this game.
There was like an old banana peanut butter sandwich in my backpack, and I was like, should I eat this? I don't know how long it's been here. And so we tried it out because the audience said, go ahead and do it.
But you're still alive.
I made it,
and
yeah.
so I'm so glad.
Yeah, it was a great effort.
But you got to do it for the business.
Yeah, exactly.
I took 3 shots of tequila yesterday morning. You think I wanted to do that? No.
No.
But no.
I don't know. Did you not? You had to say it was for the business?
I'm not a tequila drinker.
Okay.
But I've become a tequila drinker this week here in Phoenix.
Okay.
So it's been a lot of fun.
Are you still a hiker? Because
Yes.
I've tweeted you one time and you responded. All right.
Really?
Yeah, and you said
One
that
for
you
one.
enjoyed hiking because it allowed you to get away from things, but also
Yeah.
refresh and kind of reboot everything.
Yeah. I'm glad that my executive producer, Matthew Hamilton, is here with me because he can correlate this. Matt.
That's a sweet jacket, too.
This is the architect of some of my best takes. He's incredible. He's amazing. Here he is, Matthew Hamilton. They're asking me about hiking and whatever, and I'm just going to say this, and nobody ever believes me. I am probably one of the biggest introverts you've ever met in your entire life. I do not. This is great, and I enjoy people, and I love sitting here with you, but my energy is being taken from me. Like I'm going to get to zero really quick, and then I'm going to have to go home, and I'm going to have to put my ear pods in or my wire or whatever, and I'm going to have to go on a hike for like 4 hours.
Okay.
I'm not someone who like Nate Burleson.
Yeah.
We're the
star.
We're the most opposites in that way, though, because we both can do it. But he gains energy. He feeds. Like if he's telling you a story and you like it, he's eating it.
Yeah.
Like he loves it and it gives him energy. Me, I'm just a little bit different. If left to my own devices, I would be alone for weeks at a time.
You ever encountered a bear on any of your
I
hikes?
did, yeah, I did.
You punch it?
I have a picture of I took a picture of it. Okay, I will say this: I have no rhyme or reason to my fears in life, but bears are not one of them. I think name a mean bear.
Winnie the
You
Pooh.
can't. They're
Cocaine
not,
bear.
I mean, I guess Urlacher. Would be
Oh,
one
yeah,
mean
yeah,
bear.
yeah.
No, but name
Refrigerator
seriously.
Perry was awesome.
Okay, but I'm talking about like Berenstain Bears. We're talking about Winnie the Pooh. We're talking about Baloo from the. There's no mean bears.
Do you know they're coming out with a horror movie version of Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah,
Are
it's
they
kind of
really?
terrifying.
It's called like Blood and Honey.
Yeah, it's
story.
It's not.
I don't think I believe
You don't
he's not
believe
lying
me?
to you.
Look it up.
I don't believe you, Batman. That's why it takes
Okay,
long to get
look
the
it up,
security.
Kay. All right.
I don't know. I'm not buying it. I don't know. But yes, I don't have a rational fear of bears at all. I saw one in Banff on a hike. I had like bells and I had bear spray, and then I saw it and it poked its head out, and I went, oh, and I got a photo. And then I think I tweeted it. It was in the summer, and I said, the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl. It's a sign. And then here we are, still talking about 1985.
Yeah, we see Cowboys all the time. It doesn't work that way for us.
One of these days. One of these
How
days.
are we winning a Super Bowl, guys?
We don't have enough time. I think you got to go because
Yeah.
we need several more segments.
Give me
I'm
one
very-
thing. What do we need?
We need a quarterback.
You need a quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I don't like that answer.
No,
What's your answer? One word answer. What do we need?
All in around Dak.
Okay.
That's not
Wow,
wrong, but-
opposites. All right, I don't know how you two get along at the holidays.
Bijan Robinson.
Okay, interesting. I'm going to say, I don't even know.
More Micah.
More Micah.
Yeah.
We need Micah doesn't do enough. That's my takeaway from there. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you.
Catch Up and Adams, guys. It's on YouTube. It's all over social at Up and Adams Show at Hey K Adams, and I appreciate you guys and your support. I really do.
I promise we'll do that if you watch this trailer that I tried to show you, Winnie the Pooh,
It
Blood
looks like
and
a
Honey.
claymation Winnie the Pooh thing.
Don't watch it.
I actually
You
cannot
don't need
believe
that
that's a
nightmare.
real thing. I literally cannot.
Thank you very, very much. And I think Corey might have to stop by your bar at some point.
Yes, absolutely. I'm coming
I
to
mean,
get
my
shots.
low-key imaginary bar.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
there.
It's just a thought.
All right, around the
All
back.
right, I'll see you. Bye, guys.
There you go.
All right.
Kay Adams
Corey, you
right
did it.
here on 105.3 The
Hey
Fan.
guys, I'm going to get a picture real quick. I'll be
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Do your thing. Kay, will you take a picture with Corey
Yeah,
Majors?
this is
He would
his dream.
appreciate it.
His
He
dream
would be
has come
very,
true.
very happy.
Yay,
Oh,
thank
we're
you.
getting swag as well. I love it.
All right.
Oh, we don't want the Eagles one, absolutely. And in the meantime, we're going to
Oh.
bring on Joe Kelly as this thing just keeps moving.
We're rolling,
and
baby.
a-grooving.
All right.
How are you
We're
today,
rolling.
sir?
Oh, I cussed, my bad.
Oh, dump it.
No cuss.
All right, you got.
I'm doing great. How about you?
You got two more left before we have to cut off the
No
interview.
worries, no
so
worries. No cuss.
I think we're good. I think we're good because just so you know, we all, you can comment on this if you want to or not, we all hate the Houston Astros as we're from the Metroplex and love the Texas Rangers.
Honestly, when this all got set up and they said Texas, I know, former player,
Yeah.
Kev, I was like, man, I hope it's Houston. That'd be funny. Like, I hope it's Houston radio, right? But Dallas, yes, Dallas radio, way different. We all have our grudges.
Sure.
Some a little more than others. But yeah, well, thanks for having me on. You know,
absolutely.
Obviously, this is my first time being a part of one of these things.
A radio row and stuff?
Not a radio show, but
This is my first
kind of
interview
mess.
ever.
Oh my gosh!
This is
How did you avoid this?
So I'm a huge video game guy. So I love Comic-Con. I love gaming conventions. So like usually when I come to these things, it's like a bunch of gamers.
Can I ask you a quick question? Since you mentioned video games, have you watched The Last of Us yet? Based off of the video game, of course.
I have 3 kids, twins, and I have a 4th on the way. So I have
Oh,
not
my
yet.
goodness.
I have not.
The only reason I was nervous is because The Last of Us is about like a fungi takeover and it's like a pandemic and everything. And then we got a mushroom-based bar, and I thought, hold on. Did I watch The Last of Us to warn me about this? I'm sure it's safe, but in the back of my mind, I was like, is this a bad idea?
Yes.
Probably why we're on air. I should eat the bar.
Mushroom-based tea is good too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I want to know about Doc, Dave Roberts.
Yes.
I played with him.
Okay.
I got to interrupt you real quick, Mike. I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm going to interrupt. Joe, hi.
Yeah.
How's it going?
How are you?
Kay Adams was just on with us moments ago. She's walking away.
Yes.
She did your first interview with the St. Louis Cardinals.
I
she told
remember
us.
Kay.
Okay. I
Yes.
just wanted to point that out
yes,
there.
but she was in a hurry, and we were in a hurry to get in
Yeah,
here. But
so
I do remember Kay.
I'll get you all back together.
Yes.
Do you think that we're good teammates? Because we didn't point out that he loves
Yes, he's in
Kay
love with Kay
Adams.
Adams.
I think you're a great teammate because he's not going to say that, right? But
Yeah.
you don't want to throw your boy under the bus.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yo,
I got great
yeah.
teammates. I love them,
Yeah.
man. Back to you, Mike. I'm
but
sorry
back to
about
Doc.
that.
Back to Doc.
I mean, one of my favorite teammates of all time, the sweetest man. And now I'm playing with him, and I know as a player, and I know you didn't play with him, but he's your manager. You have to kind of be a little bit different from a player to a manager. Can you tell me about Doc as a manager?
Yeah, so I had Doc for 3 years. Obviously, very, very good with words, right? You know, media questions, great.
Yeah.
Manager-wise, a guy who is someone who likes to talk a little bit, like, hey, I'm going to go into your office, and I want to tell you, if I'm hanging, do not pitch me. You know what I mean? So as a manager like that, I've only played for 2 guys like that so far that are that open to conversation. So that's something as a player I respect, right? Because I'm a reliever at the end of the game. I mean, I could get beat up, you know, for a whole straight week, and it's like, hey, we really need you this game. Can you post for me? And if a manager says that, you feel bad letting your manager down. Otherwise, like if Doc would never say that, he'd be like, come in, let me know when you're sore, and so I get ahead of the curve. So as him being able to manage players, I think he's very great at that. Obviously, the resume speaks for itself, you know, record number of wins, you know, 5 straight years, you know, title, NL West title 8 or 9 in a row. But yeah, I had a great time playing for Doc.
And yet, because of the cutthroat nature of sports in general, it also felt like if he didn't get a World Series that they might have fired him.
So that's a good point because we were in the bubble, right? Obviously. Yeah. And everyone's going to say, hey, World Series, 60-game season, blah, blah, blah. But when you boil it down, it was harder. It was the first time ever a number 1 seed throughout the whole entire playoffs had to play in a wild card game. So the best record in all of baseball had to play against the Milwaukee Brewers in a 3-game set. And it's baseball, bro. Like, literally, that's why baseball is great. That's why I have a shirt that baseball is boring. It's baseball, anyone can win. Like, the lowest paid player in baseball could be the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen in basketball. That doesn't happen in football.
Yeah.
Because say you're a rookie in football, you're still, if you're the MVP, you're probably the quarterback, you're still on a 5-year deal. You're not the lowest paid player. Like, a guy making $600,000 could be the MVP of baseball. That's why it's great. So we had to go and play the Milwaukee Brewers, and if they won 2 games, we were out. So it was more teams in the playoffs. Obviously, the pandemic couldn't bring your family. Like, my dad was sitting in the stands. He couldn't even celebrate with him after the game. You know, after the World Series. Like, it was crazy.
Sitting here with Joe Kelly, relief pitcher. When you talked about hanging and your arms hanging, and Doc's talking about that, I think a lot of even baseball fans don't understand that. When do you know that I'm probably not going to be able to pitch today?
I know myself. I know before I pick up a ball, and I would say that's rare.
How? Can you tell us how? For like people listening, they need to know.
So if I'm hanging, first of all, not I don't go off muscle soreness because that's being soft. I was gonna say different. That's being soft. I go on like actual pain. So like I have 3 kids, right? So if I pick one up and I'm like, I could tell there's fatigue, not in the muscle, but I could tell like a pressure, like it's bursitis. You get it all the time. Like there's inflammation. There's probably extra blood in there. And then I'll take an anti-inflammatory. So I'll take like ibuprofen, a Voltaren, and then I get to the field. And if I still feel that way, I'll be like, all right, hey, Doc, I pitched this many times. My arm's hanging. I'm not even gonna go out and play catch. Like I'm gonna take the whole day. But if it's emergency in the 17th inning, like I'm going to play because I don't want one of our pitchers or our position players pitching. You know what I mean? But I know for myself right away, like I know washing my hair, like it's crazy, brushing my teeth, like anything that has to do with my right arm.
So now another thing that I noticed I played from 96, I was drafted, 08 was my last year, is heavy balls, especially bullpen guys. I'll see them throwing them against the wall as they're preparing to, they might give me a phone call or I'm getting loose in the 4th, 5th inning. Are you a heavy ball guy throwing them against the wall, trying to loosen up? Can you kind of explain that to us?
Yeah, so the heavy balls are great in for dads that are listening right now, if you have kids and you see all the pros do it, be careful, because if you don't have the right mechanics, you're screwed. You're going to hurt your kid. But for myself, I do like the heavy ball. I don't need much stretching. I don't use them to actually get velocity. I use them just to get warm. So I'll take a heavy ball and I'll throw it 7 times, and then get on the mound, toss the ball hey, I'm ready to rock. But heavy balls, I think, they serve their purpose for sure.
Okay. You played with Seager, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, you gave me a little nod
there. Me and Seager 2 days ago, Justin Turner Foundation golf course champs, baby.
Okay.
We won. We got a trophy and everything.
And Corey, I'm a Corey.
Okay.
He's a Corey, so I support him instantly.
Do you though? Y'all spell it
It
differently.
is a different spelling. It's the incorrect one, but I appreciate what he's doing. But I did see that he swings golf clubs right-handed.
He's
not
good too,
left-handed.
bro.
Yeah, he's pretty good at this.
So he's sneaky. He won't tell you. He's a member at 2 courses. Does play a lot of golf. He'll say oh, I barely play. One of those guys.
Lies.
But he's impressive because he swings right-handed, and he doesn't warm up. So you see guys who take forever over the ball, right? All right, what do we need? 7-iron. So he gets to the tee. He looks down and then hits the ball. Every shot, chip, drive, and it kind of messes with you because you're the next guy, and you're I'm gonna watch him hit, see what he does, but he's already hit the ball, and you're like,
crap.
Oh crap, dude! And you don't warm up. He's like, no, I just go up and hit the ball, and he's a really good golfer for barely playing.
Champion golfer now.
Yeah, champed. We shot 14 under.
What can you tell us, as a fan base here, about him, personally, and how he approaches the game and everything?
So,
because to be fair, I just
he's
want to
quiet.
And
listen,
there has been some backlash in some circles about he'll be with a personal coach instead of be with the team or whatever. So
he's always been that way, right? And I've been lucky to know him because my time in LA, we were locker mates, right? So Corey Seager, my locker, and he loves baseball. He has a bad game and he takes it hard, man. So he always needs that guy to kind of cheer him up. But yes, he's one of the guys. You trust someone. He listens to everyone. He has a hitting guy. He's going to go to his hitting guy every day, right? Mm-hmm. It could be his dad. It could be his hitting guy. He likes to film. And what people don't realize is he's an extremely hard worker, right? But he is one of those guys. He's not built like me. This guy is 6'5", bro.
Just naturally
jacked,
gifted everything.
Been through injuries. And so, if fans or, whoever don't see him taking early work, say at shortstop, practicing ground balls, it's because he's not built like my shortstop, Tim Anderson, who's 5'10", 170 pounds, super freaky athletic. Tim could take ground balls every day. Corey Seager, big body, 162. It would be wrong to ask him to do that every day because his body breaks down so quick. You know what I mean? So if fans don't know him, he's a man of few words. He's very quiet, very simple. I mean, he could have $300 million, but he's going to buy a used F-250. You know what I mean? Very simple.
I feel that.
So it's not that it might look like, as we call, I don't want to say the resting kind of the bitchy face. It might look that, but he really is so freaking nice, bro. He wouldn't cuss at you. He wouldn't I don't know. He's just too nice and he's quiet. So it's the best way to put him.
Now I know that this isn't happening, but I'm just wondering this. This is a tough one. If Minnesota were to say, we're bringing you on the team, and you had to be teammates with Carlos Correa, how would that go? Would you say, I don't want to be in Minnesota, or I don't know. How would that go?
That's a good question. I guess we'd have to see if we found out, but it definitely, I think before it happened, there'd probably try to be some sit-down meetings for sure, right? You know what I mean? So I think if I got traded or, I think that's possibly the only way because I'm not going to go sign in Minnesota.
Right.
Because it's, I'm on the later half of my career. I want to stay Arizona spring training. I don't want to do Florida spring training, so I'm kind of limiting my teams, right? But hey, if nobody wants me, I'll just retire. But if I got traded there, it would have to be one of those things. There's been battles before in sports, which are great, and then you get on the same team, and you're like, you say sorry, I say sorry. There's ways to get through it. But that's a good question. I like that. We'd have to see where we go.
Is Arizona because such easy travel for the games? Because Florida travel, if you got an hour and a half bus trip, you're like, oh, right, that's the short bus trip. The hour and a half is the short bus trip.
I'm telling you, as a player, horrible. As a fan, horrible. You come here, you could catch so many games. You know what I mean? I'm friends with the guy who runs the Innings Festival. Big venues. We got Green Day. We got Yellow Car. He does the same thing in Florida. And he would say, it's not that great because it's so far away. You know, they don't get the same amount of people. You don't access. You can't go watch Cubs. You can't go watch Dodgers. And I think since it's so close and the weather's so good, like Florida, weather's great, right? Good golf. But like you said, since it's so close, since the weather's so great, most of the teams over here are this side of the hemisphere anyways, or this side of the country. There's no better place for spring training for sure.
Now, you brought your book along.
Yes, I did. A damn near perfect game.
Okay, because I've really enjoyed this interview. What can you tell us about the book?
So the book is great. Obviously, people are gonna be like, "Oh, Joe Kelly can't fucking write." Sorry for that bomb. Dang it.
That means the next one's your loser.
I know. I went to a UC school, like a Cal, a UCLA.
Yeah.
I studied psychology. But yeah, the book, I wrote it with me and Rob Bradford. He's not here, obviously. I think one of my favorite things about the book, right, I get into the whole pouty face situation right away, right? Just because I want to get, obviously, the fans' attention. Like, all right, let's just put it out there. Here's a dirty laundry, bam. But my personal favorite part is there's a whole chapter dedicated to Rob Manfred, our commissioner.
Yeah, who hates baseball. I'm just.
That
is my opinion.
You said that.
That is my opinion.
From a guy who has had so many problems with baseball, from a guy who got suspended 8 games in a 60-game season for making a pouty face, I had a lot of animosity towards him, right? From after that, then we have a lockout. Players hate the commissioner, right? And so I was writing this book. I was like, going into it, I was like, man, what if I got Manfred in it? So I just asked questions like, Rob, I'm writing a book. I know you want to get good on the player side. Like, kind of like, I know you have this dirty laundry. Can I interview you? And so, number one, I think I'm like one of the first players to actually interview him about the state of baseball as itself. Rule changes. Perk for Manfred. He has the power to make any rule change he wants at any time. He hasn't. So people are going, F Manfred, he's like banning the shift, da-da-da. He could have did that 5 years ago. But kudos to him, he asked players, different teams. Throw this out there. Hey, I'm probably going to do it in the next couple of years. Get used to it. Pitch clock, I'm probably going to do it in the next couple of years. Get used to it. When realistically, he could have done it right away. So I gained a lot of respect when he told me that. I didn't know that. Number two, he wants to grow the game of baseball. Right now, we have too many regional cable networks with 10-year contracts.
Yes.
For number one, I used to play there, Dodgers, Spectrum. Boom, throw $1 billion, how much? And you're locked in. Well, guess what? I played there. I'm a hometown guy in L.A. All my family cannot watch unless they have that thing, right?
It's the same thing in the Metroplex.
This is in the book. So Rob goes over there. He goes, you're right. He's talking about he wants more eccentric owners like Steve Cohen. I said, why can't we get like a guy like Steve Ballmer, a Mark Cuban? Like the owners pay for these teams and we barely see them. Like Steve Ballmer's front row, Mark Cuban's front row. Like when are we going to get like an Elon Musk type guy? Like he could buy all of baseball he wants. It's like when are we going to get the young billionaire with the money to come in and kick out the older owners? And Rob Manfred, once again, agrees, sets it in there. So there's a lot of things that are going to change your view. It changed my view because I battled him. I got suspended multiple times. I got in a fight with Tyler Austin when I was with the Red Sox. Huge brawl, smoke,
Nice.
And I went there. I battled MLB's lawyers. I took one lawyer, 3 hours the first time, 3 hours the next time. Lost my case. I won. I thought I won, but it's an arbiter paid by MLB. So that was in the book. So I have all the reasons in the world to not like Rob Manfred. And after I got done interviewing Rob Manfred and put it in the book, all Chapter 7 of Baseball Isn't Boring, I am a Rob Manfred fan. So please read the chapter, and it would change your mind in a damn near perfect game. Just read the chapter, and I want all the fans to see. It's hard. He works for the owners and MLB and players. So if the owners bitch at him, if we bitch at him, it's not his fault. Like he really loves baseball.
A damn near perfect game by Joe Kelly. Appreciate it very much.
Thanks, boys.
Good, sir. Coming up next, how about a little Super Bowl stew with superstitions, Shaq, and skyscrapers? Next, right here, live from Radio Row on The Fan.
number one air right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the always changing Super Bowl stew.
Dip. Let's go.
Did you take that away from Joey?
Dip. How dare you,
It's
Mike?
more like ladle. Yeah. Like you're not dipping, you're ladling stew.
Corey, I've made
Hurry
the
up.
cardinal
Go.
mistake of forgetting to tell Mike instruction.
Oh, yeah.
And
You
now-
told Mike you have 4 minutes,
Yeah.
and now Mike's like, fine, I'm not going to talk for
But
4
I
straight
put the
minutes.
4 up, and he was like, okay, we'll
It's
see.
like the time that he snapped at me, and I was like, whoa!
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
That's the only time that ever happened. I hear y'all on that.
You're down
though.
to 3 minutes. Better
All
hurry
right.
up.
Okay. One of Patrick Mahomes' go-to prep options is to listen to Meek Mill before games, and especially before big games. But now Meek Mill is a very well-known Philadelphian. He said, I got to drop them out. No more Meek Mill before the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Cool.
I said a word. Keep going. You got 2 minutes.
You got to fill it. You told us.
I have plenty of content. This is just
Stop wasting time.
Okay,
Go.
all right. Let's go to why the Kansas City Chiefs are not going to win the Super Bowl.
Tell me.
All right. I
Oh,
will.
no, he doesn't want to hear this.
Because the MVP of the regular season, which it will be announced tomorrow night, has not won the Super Bowl since 1999. And that was Kurt Warner. So the people since then.
I got Kurt Warner cards, too.
That's right. Well, Kurt Warner then lost the next one. Then Rich Gannon, did you remember he was an MVP?
Mm-hmm.
He lost. Then Tom Brady.
This is like the Matt Leinart, Vince Young situation. Is this the second Heisman always wins the national champion?
Yes. And
well,
then
screw us then. Why are we even watching the game?
For real.
Peyton Manning lost twice. Cam Newton, Matt Ryan, Tom Brady. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 8. That last 8 MVPs of the regular season have lost in the Super Bowl. That were in the Super Bowl.
Mahomes is going to break it because he breaks everything.
I see Darren Woodson over there, dude.
Oh, my
It
gosh.
looks like Tyler Klutz. Yeah, it's Darren Woodson and Tyler.
All right, we need to make that happen.
Gosh.
Do you guys
I love Darren Woodson.
have the money to buy the Shaq and Gronk package for the Super Bowl?
You know how much money I make.
All right, but here's what you get, Corey, before you rule it out.
Uh-huh.
You get access to a private jet to and from Arizona. So the value's kind of lost in us. We're already here.
Yeah.
But it's for you and 11 of your friends. You get a meet and greet with Shaq, Gronk, and Guy Fieri, who, remember, that's who Colby patterned his tattoos after.
Yep, all the shirts.
As well as private decks and seats at all of the parties and events, including the Sports Illustrated party leading up to the game. You get security detail. You get a fleet of SUVs, the VIP bathrooms,
What?
which apparently is a big deal, and then a spa day to recover after all the vodka and champagne for the low, low price of $1 million.
Oh,
Dang, that's a
man.
lot of money. What's next?
Those have to be some huge decks for sure, right? The decks that you were talking about, we
Yeah,
get private.
it's kind of big deck
Yeah, the
energy.
private ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of Guy Fieri opinions, but I can't do it right now.
Oh,
Do you
just give a
really?
little- yeah, I want to hear it.
Well, he's on. He is Mr. Food Network.
Yeah.
Every dang thing is Guy Fieri. Show me how to cook something, Guy.
And stop. Did you see?
He just eats it. He just tastes stuff.
I missed it. Did you see that someone scaled one of the skyscrapers here
Yeah.
in Phoenix? Did you see when it happened?
It was like during our show.
What? No, it was we were on air, Kevin.
Well, he was arrested.
Thanks to you.
So,
All right.
Okay. Well, then
You're out of time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here.
Good job, man. I'm proud of you.
105.3
You did
The
it.
Fan.
I'm proud of everybody.
You ladled it.
Coming up next, former NFL All-Pro Defensive Rookie of the Year and the man who could have been a Cowboy, Sean Merriman, next right here on The Fan.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, former NFL All-Pro Defensive Rookie of the Year, the man who could have been a Dallas Cowboy. And I know we're going to dive into that. Sean Merriman, how are you today?
I'm doing well, my man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. You'll have to forgive me for cutting off the beginning of this story about 30 seconds ago because I was like, this sounds like the amazing story, and we're at the beginning. I want to hear it for the first time on air. So please forgive me for that. I did not mean to be rude.
I was working at the Cowboys website as an intern whenever that draft happened, and I was just kind of curious, like, did you ever meet with Bill Parcells and kind of get an idea of what was going on there?
I did. When I came out for the pre-draft visit, I think they brought out the top 15 to 20 guys that they were looking at, and we were all down in the locker room looking at the facilities. By the way, my first time seeing Larry Allen in person, he walked in the gym, had his cut off chains and every gold teeth, and did 4 or 5, 10 times and walked out. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm not ready to see that guy yet, but. So anyway, someone come down and grabbed me from the locker room. They said, hey, Mr. Jones and Bill Parcells want to see you. And I said, okay, well, the first thing I'm thinking, okay, what the hell did I do? It's 20 guys down here. Why did they call me?
Why me?
I'm trying to think back. I said, did I? No, I was there, so I didn't do anything then. So I went upstairs, and Jerry Jones was sitting on the seat. Bill Parcells was at the desk, and they told me, they said, look, if you're around the 12th pick, we're going to draft you. And they said, we don't think you're going to be around the 12th pick, but if you are, 11th pick, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
11th pick,
yeah.
We're going to draft you. And I said, oh, this is great, because half of my family, I'm from Prince George's County, Maryland, and you're either a Cowboys fan or you were, at the time, Washington Redskins fan. There was one or two in my household. There was no one else. And I said, half my family's going to be happy and the other half's going to be pissed off.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
And so anyway, we're talking, and then Bill Parcells came out and he said, hey, but by the way, when you get here, we're going to work the hell out of you. And I said, okay, I don't want to come here. So, playing with Big Tuna. But anyway, I thought for sure that was going to happen. There was no doubt about that. So I went home, after I finished my visits and everything, and I told my grandmother and told my family and my aunts who are diehard Cowboys fans. I said, I'm pretty sure that if I'm around the 11th pick, I'm going to the Cowboys. And not my family, they went crazy. They went out and had jerseys and custom hats made. Wow. It was everything. And then the other half of the family didn't talk to me no more. So, but anyway, they ended up passing and then going with DeMarcus, which, it's not like they made a mistake, right? They got one of the best pass rushers of all time.
But did you watch with your family? Were they all like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah. Because the truth of the matter is, I went to go see the then Redskins, then Washington, the Commanders. I met with them, and I think they had the 9th or 10th pick or something like that. I met with the Lions. Steve Mariucci, I went out and seen them when he was the head coach of the Lions. And I was begging not to go there because not because of Detroit. It's just that I think Coach Mariucci was on the way out the door, and something. It was just
you kind of see what was going on.
Yeah, I saw what was going on. I'm like, I don't want to go there, and the coaching staff's going to be different when I get here, or whatever. And then obviously with the Cowboys with the 11th pick, and the Chargers had told me the same thing. We don't think you're going to be here by the 12th pick, but if you are,
we'll take
you. So I've heard this from 4 teams already. So I'm like, okay, I'm going anywhere from 5 or 6 to 12.
Yeah.
Right. And around the 10th pick, my phone rings. I'm like, okay, well maybe they're calling to tell me, and it's one of my best friends calling me and saying, hey, are you at the draft? I said, dude, this is live. What are you doing calling me? And I was so pissed, I just hung up the phone, right? And the Cowboys came up with their pick, and I had my aunts and cousins back there with their custom-made 56 jerseys, and 11th pick we're going DeMarcus Ware. And so it was like the air. You could hear a pin drop in the room, like, oh, my God. And I was like, oh, well, look, I know where I'm going now, right?
Not even the other half of the family didn't start cheering?
No.
I kind of thought they might.
No, it was total silence all the way around. I think that people were just shocked because they thought I was going to one of the teams before, starting with, I think the Minnesota Vikings even had, the pick. They get one with Troy Williamson out of South Carolina. And so I knew I was going with the Chargers no matter what. And it was fortunate because, first of all, I'd never been to the West Coast. I don't think I've seen palm trees,
right?
In my life other than the TV.
Yeah, they got them there.
I was fortunate to get drafted out there. I played, with I walked in the locker room with LT, Phillip Rivers, Antonio Gates. Lorenzo Neal.
Yeah.
Randall Godfrey, Donnie Edwards. I'm 20 years old. You know, I'm like, oh my God. I'm on the team with these guys. So it all worked out. It all worked out.
Yeah, just a quick story. When one of my first attempts at an interview was Larry Allen. I walked up to him and he was sitting on a couch, and I said, "Hey, Larry, can I talk to you for a second?" And he said, "Why are you talking to me?" And Leroy Glover started laughing, and he was like, "Just talk to me instead." And I was like, "Okay," because I'm not ready for that guy.
Right? No, it's the same
oh
thing.
my God!
Listen, when somebody go and put up 4 or 5 on the bench, and you didn't see them warm up. I said, this is a different level of strength here. And I was pretty strong myself, but I got to warm up to do that. And he just did it and then walked out. And I said, well, I've never seen that before.
Now, once you finished up with football, it has gone this totally different direction that really fascinates me. Before we get to the MMA stuff, and I know you have thoughts about that, maybe even taking a fight, can you tell us anything about your discussions or workouts or whatever with WWE?
Yeah, it was great working with them. Dude, I got a chance to host the WrestleMania that was in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And
WrestleMania 30.
Yeah, that was one of the best experiences probably of my life. And I'm talking about football life.
Wow.
Because who didn't grow up watching I don't know anybody that didn't watch WWE at some point.
Saturday mornings.
That's
baby.
it.
Yep.
Either you were a diehard fan or you just watched it a little bit. But I don't know anybody that just didn't watch it at all.
Yeah.
So to get up there, I got a chance to work with Mankind and Shawn Michaels. God, man, it was it was out.
Did you ever have a squabble with CM Punk? I've heard rumors about that. I don't know.
Yeah, that was true.
Okay, what was true?
What was
the beef?
Well, the beef was with CM. I was in Costa Rica on a vacation for a week, and the WWE was there, and we were at the same hotel. Well, it was one of the WWE divas who I knew already from San Diego. They were from San Diego. And I came up and talked to them at the pool and say, oh, my God, I know you guys are out here, this and this, whatever. And so that was the end of the conversation. She said, hit me up, if we got a show, but if you want to come, I'll send you tickets, whatever, let me know. And next thing I know, I see on Twitter, CM Punk posted like, oh, yeah, Sean Murray got dissed by a diva. By the pool.
No.
And I'm like, this is my, it's my homegirl. This is a friend of mine. And I just went at him. I mean, I went at him and said that he had on a thong by the pool and he was painting his toenails and everything else. But we ended up meeting, and personally, I liked him. When we met, we were on we did an MTV.
Okay,
that's right. Yeah.
Together. I thought for sure they were going to try to make a storyline out of that, and I was like, this is my first time I'm going to kick this dude's ass, right, on national TV. But he turned out, man, really, really cool. But a great villain. He is.
Oh my gosh!
I think CM Punk is CM is probably one of the all-time great villains in wrestling history.
I agree. What he would do his thing is put your hand up to the TV right now with me, and he was
and he had the pipe bomb too.
Yes,
that was the thing that sent him into that star stratosphere.
So we kind of spin from football, kind of some discussions about wrestling, and then you get into MMA, and you are still in MMA. What is happening there, as it sounds like Lights Out is bouncing back from the pandemic, tough times for everyone. Can you kind of tell us pre-pandemic and then how you guys are coming back or have come back?
Yeah, so, I own Lights Out Extreme Fighting MMA promotion. We're now on Fubo Sports, Fubo TV. If you don't have Fubo, get it. I got a lot of big stuff planned that's coming out, and we're going to announce it with Fubo.
And y'all are doing well in the ratings.
We did. We had a fight on the 14th of January. We broke the record. We moved in the top 8, top 9 all-time most watched on Fubo TV, Fubo Sports. It was great for us because we're behind international soccer.
Yeah,
and that's a major deal. But we got a big fight coming up here in LA, April 8th. Working on that date right now, and I'm also planning a fight in Texas, in San Antonio.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at San Antonio, looking at Dallas. They got a couple big venues. A lot of MMA fighters, believe it or not, out of Texas.
Oh, for
Will
sure.
you fight on a raft on the Riverwalk in San Antonio?
Don't give me
somebody gets thrown in the water and
Don't give me any ideas because I would.
I got a lot of them.
Yeah, I would do it.
They're pretty good.
If the Texas Commission would let me do something like that, you best believe.
Well, we historically have a very lenient commission. I don't know if you've looked into that. We let some stuff go. But then you said maybe a couple weeks ago, I don't know if this was just a thing and people say things, but you said, hey, maybe I'll do a fight. Are you really thinking about that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I always said that. And, right now I train because I like to stay in shape.
Sure.
And so I'll go. Sometimes they'll have open mat on Fridays, sparring sessions. I'll go get 3 or 4, a couple rounds in.
Yeah.
And it is fun for me because one thing you ask any former guy when they get done, they'll tell you that they miss the locker room, they miss being around the guys.
Yeah.
And there's nothing to bring me more joy to hear these men and women just fighting, talk trash before they go. And some days they'll line up and just put the gloves and mouthpiece in and like, hey, let's get a couple live rounds in. I'm like, hold on, what's going on? Wow. But I enjoy being around that because it really is for me the closest thing to an NFL locker room that I've been in.
Well, if you guys want to check that out, or maybe for when you announce some of those Texas dates, lightsoutxf.com, lightsoutxf.com, or like you said, just download FUBU. Let's get it started.
Big time.
You have a Super Bowl prediction for us? I had to ask you one generic question.
He's going to root against the Chiefs, right?
See, but I'm not doing it because they're in the division. Because look, I love Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. It's two of my favorite guys.
Sure.
But they're playing the best team in football, and that's really what it comes down to. And I know Patrick Mahomes pulled out miracles. I actually picked against them last week because I said there's no way in hell that with that ankle.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
I've had that same exact injury, and I was in the boot for a week and a half.
Not back out on the field.
No, not back on the field. And I've played through broken bones and dislocated shoulders, and it's one of those injuries that is so hard to plant, change direction, to put weight on it.
Yeah.
And to see what he did towards the end of that game and icing it, using his legs in that long run. People don't understand how much pain that he was in that period of time. And it just get worse and worse because there's nothing they can give you. Cortisone, anti-inflammation. There's nothing they can give you because as long as the game goes, it wears off. So that into that third quarter, that fourth quarter, that thing is gone. And I'm sure he woke up in the morning and his ankle was the size of a
basketball.
balloon.
Yeah.
I know we're almost out of time, but how tough is it as a defender chasing Patrick Mahomes right there, last seconds of the game to pull up and not push him last second?
Listen, it is tough. It is tough because you're thinking to get him out of bounds. Well, we need to, do anything possible. And I feel bad for the linebacker that did it because, I just saw his emotion during the game, at the end of that game, and then in the locker room, and
one of his teammates calling him out.
I did, but he was wrong. But he was emotional, and he was thinking what half this country was thinking. We watched it, like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
But I tell you, in that split second, man, it's really hard to pull up.
Yeah. That's a great question right there. Man, appreciate it very, very much. LightsOutXF.com. Thank you very much, Sean Merriman. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we jump into the lunch rush in the expressway. LeBron makes history. How plugged in, if at all, were you to the moment? We'll discuss next right here in The Fan.
Looking for James. He's got it. Coming to the end of the third quarter. LeBron James, a shot in history. LeBron stands alone. The NBA's all-time scoring record now belongs to LeBron James.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about LeBron becoming the NBA's all-time leading scorer last night. Were you plugged in? And if so, how did you watch the moment, or how excited were you for the moment? But in the meantime, we're going to have our model here show off. First, we're going to start with the Kansas City Chiefs. Of course,
Ooh,
would we call this the fleece?
The hand of Tim Collins.
Oh!
The Monday night hoodie.
Now, that for the Super Bowl
That's dope, man.
is going to set you back about $250 at
buy
the
it.
Super Bowl. Okay, Corey, what if
I'll buy that one.
I told you I could get a better deal for you? Now, we can briefly show the Eagles one because it looks cool, but the Eagles are stupid.
Yeah.
If you buy it,
Hey.
no,
Man.
no.
Sports.
If you buy it on NFLshop.com, you can get a discount of about $100 off of that if you go to NFLshop.com.
Only the Eagles one?
No, for both of them.
Oh, okay.
I could see you're like, nah, I don't want that. Then you can get a discount on either one of them, and the hat is cheaper on NFLshop.com. If y'all are interested, go check it out. Now, how big of a deal was this for you? Because if you watch the national shows, this is the time to discuss if this moment makes LeBron better than Jordan, which I get. You got to fill some time and stuff, but was this a big deal for y'all? And did you know at the beginning of the game he was going to break the record because of all the
Yes.
people that were there?
When I saw what he was dressed in and then heard everybody he invited, I knew he's going to do this. And watching Dirk knew when he was going to do it too. Like Dirk was way past his prime, and I will say this. LeBron, my gosh, I just can't believe he's so good still at this age. Like, he's still a top 10 player in the league. I think he's outside the top 5, but he's still a top 10 player. I just knew when he invited all those people, he wasn't going to come up short unless somehow he got hurt. I did watch the moment. He was very efficient. I mean, it felt like every time he touched the ball in the first 3 quarters, the ball was going in the basket. So it was a fun moment to watch. I'm not the biggest LeBron fan. I understand his greatness. I think that he's a 50-50 guy in love or hate type of deal.
I could see that.
And so, look, it was a big moment in NBA history. It was a very cool moment in NBA history.
I wish I'd have watched. I went to the media party, and so they didn't have it on. Why did they not have it on?
It was outdoors.
Yeah, why didn't they?
Were there TVs there?
No, they didn't have a single.
Well, they had those big blow-up TVs, but believe it or not, they were showing football highlights on those.
I mean,
the
that
Super Bowl party. What's going on with that?
Makes sense to me, but this felt like a culturally relevant thing.
I'll be honest,
so-
I haven't watched a video of it yet. But I've
He
seen
made it. He did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've seen lots of pictures, and that's where I've gotten caught up in it is looking at all these pictures and seeing, like Mike, I was saying, all the people with their phones taking the picture, people that weren't on the phones or whatever. And then I saw the Thomas Bryant moment where Thomas Bryant went down on the baseline and was like, I want the ball right now. And there was no way in hell LeBron was passing the ball to Thomas Bryant. But forever in the picture, in forever, there will be him asking, hey, give me the rock. And LeBron going, no, I'm good.
Should have been a Mav, right? That's who we wanted instead of JaVale McGee.
Yeah, that's right.
But we got the Magoo.
But I think like it is an awesome moment. It is really cool that he did that. I'm interested in how much further he can take it now. What else? Like if he goes, let's say he scores another 60,000 points.
Yeah,
all right.
I do think he's going to score 5,000 more points.
Okay, I can see
which
that.
is just going to put the record somewhat
Very
pretty
far
far
out of
away.
reach.
That being
because
said,
Kareem set it 7,000 ahead when he broke it.
right, and now for. I guess maybe it'll be reachable. I just like somebody like Luka, who's averaging 30 points a game at a very young age. I don't think Luka's body, even though he does walk the ball up and down the court, so it's not going to be like, oh, man, the game got so much faster. It's like he plays really slow already. I would just say that he's going to put it at a point.
What?
It's the crunching. You had to know that was going to
What?
bother him.
What do you mean?
You know how he feels
Are we doing
about
a
the crunch
Doritos
noise.
commercial right now?
You know what? As long as you're doing that, can
your
I
show.
just ask for forgiveness real quick? I didn't realize this, but we were talking with Sean Merriman. I got Dang it. I got Fubo TV right the first time, but apparently I said Fubo TV the second time. I'm sorry. Can you tell the generation that I grew up in and was focused on? I apologize for that. It is Fubo TV. I got it right the first time, but then apparently the second time I definitely did not.
Since we're apologizing, Mike, I would like to apologize to you for biting. I didn't know my mic was on. I thought I had turned it off.
I don't know. Maybe for that first chip. Those subsequent chips, you knew what you were doing.
And you were on a roll too, Mike.
Luckily, I do like the Cool Ranch smell.
This is the tangy ranch is what it is. So I've never had this before. So
but I will say this: it was just a different time back then because he would probably still be 5,000 points away if back in the day Kareem could have left, or at the time Lou Alcindor could have just gone from high school to the NBA
or shot a 3-pointer.
But for 4 years he played at UCLA. Even if he wouldn't have been able to shoot a 3-pointer, there's probably 8,000 points that Kareem doesn't have in the NBA because he had to play college basketball.
Yeah, that is a really interesting point. I thought, I'm like a lot of people, I thought it was cool, even if sometimes he's not my favorite player.
Yeah,
I thought it was super cool, and I'm glad I got to witness it, and I felt like you were watching something historical.
We're all a witness.
That's right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring on the man who won a Super Bowl with our very own Brian Broaddus. It is Aaron Taylor. How are you today?
Man, I'm good, and I'm glad to see we all got the memo to get the Brian Broaddus haircut.
See?
I did not. My apologies.
That was punishment for one of our hosts who has a nice head of hair like that, is he had to shave it down and everything.
He did a cul-de-sac and everything.
I do notice a trend where if it can grow, it does. Everybody else shaves, and as I look at you two, that's probably...
no, this was not a choice. I'm not going around being like, no. I shaved my head out of choice. I shaved my head out of...
I am glad, though, that most wigs have gone out of style, right? Because when we were kids in the 80s, if this happened, you either did a super-duper comb-over where you had to grow your hair or you threw on a wig.
And the toupee that flops around and the swirly swirl up top, that's a bad look. I really like how you guys have
Because they
gone
tell
about
you with the glue it'll be fine, but wouldn't you panic every time? Like if you got in the pool, you'd never.
You're never getting in a pool anyway. So.
It's true.
He doesn't like to be wet in the daytime in the sun. So
it feels weird when the sun's like drying the water on your body.
We got to pull over here and have this conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm ready.
Exactly.
Then maybe we'll talk about the Super Bowl later.
Ask your questions, Aaron.
Now Brian Broaddus, I'm assuming you're familiar with humidity and heat.
I'm very much so.
Okay, and you don't like to be in the humidity and heat or in the water during the daytime?
I'm telling you, I would 100% rather be outside in a long sleeve shirt when it's 100 degrees than be in the pool when the sun is out. It weirds me out.
I'm asking you to be vulnerable here. I want to get into some of the childhood wounding that clearly has had to take place.
Let's talk about it.
Were you also, and I'm throwing myself in this boat, were you also the fat kid that wore the T-shirt in the pool because we didn't want to go shirtless?
100%.
Okay.
And that's not comfortable. Wearing the T-shirt is not comfortable.
I think I could look like The Rock and still want to wear my shirt in the pool. It just makes me feel safe.
And for clarity, underneath our ectomorphic body styles, we look like The Rock.
Yeah.
It's just covered up with some extra layers of insulation.
If I look like The Rock, I would be doing this interview in just underwear. I would walk around looking like I'm ready to wrestle at any moment if I look like The Rock.
So my kids play water polo, right?
Okay.
And you want to talk about chiseled Greek gods out of marble. These kids that are teenagers, I've never looked like that for a nanosecond in my life. And they're just walking around, and none of them wear shirts when they're all hanging out playing video games in that same exact sentiment. My God, I'd be walking in here butt naked if I looked like that.
Then you'd be forced right back out.
There would be some problems.
It'd be a very short-lived career.
We have long held, Corey,
very much so,
that water polo is the most physically demanding sport. Because people will tell you soccer. I'm like,
no.
You could just stop running. You'll probably get cut from the team, but you could stop running. You will die if you just stop swimming in water polo. polo.
And there was part of me. So my son was 12, and he plays set, which is like a center trying to post up in front of the cage, right? So it's basically like legalized drowning. You're trying to drown and tire somebody out. So I was like, I just want to feel what that's like. So I got my old man snorkel and scuba mask on. I said, just get on my back, put all your weight on, and I'm going to try an egg beat or basically tread water to not go down. It took about 3 seconds before I was underwater, and I was fighting as hard as I could for about 12 to 15 seconds. And I'm not kidding you. When I got above the water, it was all I could to have enough strength to get to the edge to keep from going under and being able to breathe. It was the most tired I'd ever been in my life in like a 20-second window. And when I could finally catch my breath, I was like, is it always like this? He said, Dad, it's that way every trip down the pool. It's like wrestling your brother in the deep end for 30 seconds, swimming as fast as you can to the other end, wrestling underwater in the deep end for 30 seconds there, and you just do that for 4 straight quarters.
And that's when I see that, I think I would be panicking. But you just pointed out, I mean, when I was a kid, I was wrestling my brother, my cousin in the pool. Like, we were doing that, and I wasn't panicking underwater. But here I am as an adult. I know if somebody pushes me under and holds me under, I'm going to start freaking out about it. But they do it all the time.
Man, it's a big boy sport. Hats off to those guys. There's an element of physicality that I think is really important for young men, where you want to push against something that pushes back, and then you can knock it over. Football is really great for that. And I've been pleasantly surprised with that element of the sport that I think a lot of people underappreciate.
Now, since we're talking about football, as we have been this entire interview, if anybody
is that what we're doing?
If anybody asks, is not that you don't always think about, hey, we won a Super Bowl, but when you come to the Super Bowl or are on Radio Row or whatever, do you think about more specific elements of like, oh, man, I remember this on the Wednesday leading up to the game, or, oh, I remember this? Like, how does that go through your mind?
It's such a unique element, and it's a show. There's no other way. It's not about the game. There's so much other stuff that goes on, and that's why as a player in this game, twice for me, one I won, one I lost, it's navigating those distractions that's so important. So we had 2 guys on our roster at the time when we went to the Super Bowl 31 down in New Orleans against New England, and that was Don Beebe, who came in from the Bills, and Jim McMahon, who of course was the quarterback of the '85 Bears. So they got up in front and were like, fellas, you'll never, ever have gone through anything like you're going to see. You're going to be doing interviews with people in foreign languages where they translate. Entertainment Tonight's going to want to get sound. It's like it's a show, so you have to manage your family and your tickets. Make sure you take care of your wife in the first week. Make sure you take care of your girlfriend in the first week. If you have both, make sure you take care of them both separately so that doesn't become a distraction.
Yeah.
But there's just a lot to manage, so I think having some experience can be helpful, but I think that backfired us against Super Bowl 32 because I felt like we were too confident going into that Denver game because we had done and just gone through that experience the year before, and I think that ended up being a part of why we got beat.
Broadus will tell us this is, were y'all relieved at all when the Cowboys lost? Like, I'm saying he had told me in that Packers run that y'all, the first one, that y'all were relieved, or some people were relieved that the Cowboys had lost since they had been kind of
Carolina?
Yeah, you've been your playoff kryptonite.
They had been, but I think the next year we beat them in Green Bay and ran for over 200 yards on them. They were a different team, and they weren't on the Star. So I don't remember feeling that way.
Okay.
But I'm sure looking back and historically, as you lay that out, I'm sure there was probably like some, we don't have to prove that we're gotten over that hurdle. We match up better maybe with Carolina than we would the Dallas Cowboys. But that was, as a player, you don't give crap who you playing against. Like, it's just whoever's there you got to beat, and it's all the same to you. I think maybe on an individual matchup, you're excited about who you're playing, and maybe you're like, I don't have to see John Randall or Warren Sapp, and you get to see another player. But I think team over team, we could care less.
Now, we were talking about bodies and how good they can look and how bad they can look. I believe Brian Broaddus has told us a story about Jim McMahon, who I think is just over my shoulder. He's here. We're going to interview him later.
Okay. Was
there a point where he wasn't that excited about maybe going and doing weights, and he came into the weight room maybe just jock strappy?
That was Jim McMahon in general. There was a lot of things that were unique about that young man. There's so many stories that I'll tell you a commercial that just aren't fit for air.
It's
that
a family show. That's
right. What's the best on-air story you can tell us that you're like, okay, there's not that. A funny Jim McMahon story to keep everything loose.
I don't. There's none.
Okay.
Honestly, like they involve marijuana.
Okay,
they
all
involve not saying such nice things to the team priest.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. There was some. Jim was loose, but like that's who he was, and it was consistent. It wasn't mean spirited. He just.
He was who he was.
He was who he was, and he had no F's to give, as they say.
Now, Aaron Taylor joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You follow 41,000 people, and I am one of those people. And one morning I woke up and I was like, Aaron Taylor is following me. Why is Aaron Taylor following me? I was just a little curious that you have a lot of people that you follow. Was that a strategy on Twitter or something?
I have a big man bearded fetish.
Okay.
I just want to be honest about that and
That's nice.
kind of saw through it. And there's 41 other thousand of you out there. It was a strategy, and it was a follow to get followed back. And I was reluctant to use Twitter. But I do so much in the offseason around mental health and player well-being that I found that was a way to be able to get the messages out and the content that was positive on Twitter, which is a rarity, the most amplification. So people that want to build their followings and monetize it, I guess, reflect negatively on that. But that wasn't my point. It was how can I get more amplification of the things that have helped me and have helped other people so that more people could be aware of that. So that's kind of how that all unfolded.
That's awesome, and I really appreciate that because I immediately followed back and was like, I started checking out what you're doing, and we talk a lot about mental health on our show, and our audience is really big into those kind of discussions, and they're like, man, we don't get to hear that often on these kinds of platforms.
Yeah, and it's tough, man. I've lost 9 to completed suicide from my football circles, right? So I'm sick and tired of losing dudes unnecessarily and prematurely. So I'm a guy that had to stop drinking 20 years ago. Broadus would tell you, there wasn't a cocktail that I met that I didn't like, and maybe even some of yours. Turns out Wild Turkey is not a good way to kind of navigate retirement and figuring out what your second act of life is. But it took me a while to figure that out, like it does a lot of guys. So I call it the spiritual fruitcake. I'm just trying to freely share what's been freely given to me, and I got to tell you, man, I'm living a life now that I wouldn't trade for nothing.
Now, was there ever a time, I've always been curious about this, was there ever a time when do you just get sad when you lose those people, or mad, or all the emotions?
There's sadness, it's loss. You go through all of it, but that's one of the things that's challenging as an athlete. We wear our game faces, but the game face isn't the only face. It's like there's real emotion that's going on underneath it, so it takes a while to kind of get into that. But I think guys are smarter now. What we saw with DeMar Hamlin and the trauma that came with that, hats off to the NFL, hats off to the Buffalo Bills with the way that they responded to that. It's not just, being mentally tough and being able to compartmentalize. That stuff gets stored, and we got to deal with it one way or another. And I think the more often you can deal with it, it's like a muscle cramp. If you let it just get tighter and tighter and tighter, then all of a sudden you get restricted and there's mobility restrictions. But if you get in there and get some elbows in there and work through it, it lets itself go, and then you're able to freely move. So I think emotionally we kind of operate the same way, and football, thankfully, is finally starting to adopt that.
Kevin, real quick, you have the talking doctor.
That's
what he calls. That's what he refers to his therapist as. So you can use that if you'd like in the future.
No doubt.
Well, you got the Kitman Labs shirt on. What do I need to know? Where do I need to go?
Well, KitmanLabs.com. Kitman Labs is a data science and analytics company that basically is revolutionizing the way that we are allowing players to become more healthy, to eliminate injuries, and peak performance. So what they do is they collect and aggregate the data that the teams are already collecting, but they're mining information and correlations that before we just didn't understand. So we all know that knowledge is power, but data-driven knowledge is predictive power. And when I went to Alabama, who's used Kitman Labs, they said that there was a ratio between vertical jump and broad jump. If you fell outside of that ratio as one of their players, you had a 40% greater chance of having an ACL injury than if you were in what they call the safe zone. Wow. So those players would get flagged. The team would then supplement exercises to get them back in the ratio, and then you're off and running with the rest of the players. So that sort of injury prevention and lessening, means we're going to see a lot more 45-year-old Tom Brady's, a lot more LeBron James. Guys are going to be safer, more holistically, and perform better longer. And we're using machine learning to take the information that the teams have done an excellent job of collecting, putting it in one spot so they can make better and informed decisions to get the most out of their athletes.
Man, that is a very informative
He's
answer.
awesome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time for sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good news for you, Mike.
Tell me.
All content, no breaks, at least for this moment. So let's do a little Mike Likes It.
Okay, so Mike likes it. Now, I like the Dallas Zoo. Hopefully you guys like the Dallas Zoo.
I knew you were going to want to talk about this. Absolutely.
Well, the two, and
it's
I forget,
very noteworthy.
My computer, sorry if you don't see me on Twitch or whatever right now. My Zoom and all that crap is screwing up, which is par for the course with me, and deal with it if you're somebody who is like, our guy Carter, who's like, hey, you're Zoom. And I'm like, well, you know what? You can Zoom this.
Oh, my gosh.
I love Carter, but
sounds like an off-air conversation.
it's just like I'm trying. I'm not the computer. If you don't know, like I've tried to pretend like I'm milk. I'm trying to pretend like I'm a computer, but I'm not the computer. Now, it looks like I'm going to actually get this up and going again, and I'm talking about Zoom.
Mark that.
Is the zoo animals. So this guy, if you haven't read the story,
I do like
this
this
guy
story.
steals 2 monkeys from the Dallas Zoo. Well, how did he do it? He's like, well, it's pretty easy. After the zoo closed, I jump a fence. I have wire cutters. I cut the mesh out of the entrapment.
He turned his mic off.
Okay, good. And
Corey's eating chips again if you are on the
I can't
Zoom.
wait to eat the mushroom thing that Jake Cutler, that
Jake
the Snake Plumber
Yeah.
brought to us, and see what happens to me later today. But so
my life.
So
I'm gonna go over and hang out with Kay Adams, get some tequila. I'll be back.
the guy just cuts the mesh out of the monkey cage.
Yeah.
And then takes the 2 monkeys, puts them in a bag, gets on the dart bus.
That's the craziest part to me.
Or the train, and then just goes home, which isn't far away from where he is at. And
Would
then,
you notice if someone was on the train with you with monkeys in a bag?
Yeah, but I would probably be like, I guess this guy has pet monkeys. Like I wouldn't be like, I bet he stole those from the zoo, And so, anyways, Darren Woodson joining us. Hopefully very soon, future Hall of
What's up, man?
Fame
How's it
Darren Woodson. And, Darren's a man from the Metroplex, so he knows about the monkeys that were stolen from the Dallas Zoo.
Yeah.
And the guy just goes home, and then he goes to here's how he gets caught. He goes to the Dallas Aquarium, and he starts talking to an employee, because I don't know what reptiles he was trying to steal, but he starts thinking about, I'm going to steal some reptiles from the Dallas Aquarium. And the person's talking to him, he goes, this is the person that they've put out the picture of, and then calls out like, hey, I know this guy. I don't know him, but he's talking to me, and obviously he's trying to steal something.
Is that how he got caught?
Yes!
He went to the Dallas
He
Aquarium.
went back?
No, he went to the
aquarium.
For more animal stealing or mammal stealing or fish stealing. Now, as you knew it would be, our first question for you, Darren Woodson, is if you saw somebody with 2 monkeys in a bag on the dart rail, would you say something? Pretend not to see that person? What's the move?
I don't know exactly what I would say. I would think it'd be odd with 2 monkeys.
Sure.
But hey, crazier things happen.
Yeah.
Dez ended up having a monkey. Remember?
Right.
Dez bought a monkey back then.
Yes.
So it's not outside of the norm for someone to why the hell they would buy a monkey, I have no idea. But anyway, I don't know what I would say. I don't think I would say anything personally to that, because if you got 2 monkeys, dude, you
don't know what they're
what the hell
do.
is going to
You're living a different life.
They can
than
bring
what
an
we're living.
anaconda out of the bag. They can bring, whatever it is.
Or out of their. Never mind. Never mind. That was too far, Corey. Too far.
You can't say that,
I
Kevin.
didn't. That's why I stopped.
I appreciate you for that.
Can you tell
It
us?
kind of felt like Darren led you to that point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did. I got entrapped. I got
down.
entrapped by that Mike.
This is Mike Likes It. We have the great Darren Woodson with us. Darren, as the Cowboys were making their run, I decided to go back and watch a whole bunch of Dallas versus San Francisco playoff games, and it led me down a little bit of a hole that I want to talk to you about. I go and I watch the Carolina Panthers playoff game because I wanted to go back and go, I want to see kind of when it all started going downhill for the Dallas Cowboys and their dynasty. And that was the game where the Cowboys lose, and from that point never really get back to where we thought the Dallas Cowboys were going to be. Can you take us to kind of that moment against Kerry Collins, who I will say during that game, gained confidence. He did not look very good to start that game, but as the game progressed, started finding ways to complete balls. Can you take us to 1996 and the playoffs?
Long time.
And kind of, it's
remember.
No, try not to.
The magic kind of goes away from that.
Yeah, it does. But, it started the year before 95. Look, I always say there were 3 Super Bowl teams that I played on. The 95 team was by far the worst. I mean, we weren't even close to the 92.
Y'all were better in 94?
We were better in the 92, 93 teams.
Okay.
Than we were in that last Super Bowl. And it was just, personnel was different, mindset was different, and, this is nothing on Barry Switzer and the coaching staff, but we weren't being held accountable like we were years past. Like Jimmy, there was an energy in that room. And you mess up, you're out the door, right? Yeah. So there was a different energy there in 95. And I thought the team, again, personnel wasn't the same. We were going in a different direction. And you could just feel like every game was going to be a close game in 95. Never had that feeling in that 95 season, even in the Super Bowl, where you're like, oh, we're going to put them away.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to put these guys away. Like, Emmett's going to run the ball in the fourth quarter. We didn't have that feeling. And then we get into the next year. We get into that year and lose that game against Carolina. That entire 96 season felt the same. We were up and down. We were not a good football team. I don't know how we won some of those games, and they were a lot of close games. But going into that game, we weren't home. We didn't have home field advantage. We're a wild card team on the road, and I'm telling you, the confidence level was not the same.
Yeah, well, watching that, and I know you're a defensive guy. You're not on the offensive side, but the second play of the game for the offense, Michael Irvin, right. Yep. And then the rest of the game, you just see Troy Aikman's frustration, and I'm watching it through television, not being on the sideline and everything, is he's trying to get nothing against Billy Davis or Eric Bjornson or stuff, but it seems like everybody's running routes that he's like, where are you going? Because he's screaming and throwing his hand like, you're supposed to be going that way. Right. And you're confusing the heck out of me on where I'm supposed to be throwing the ball because nobody's running the proper routes.
Right. And that's the thing. Okay, so we started to see, players, like including myself as captains, we were policing the team. And you can't grow that way when the players are always having to police guys and Troy Aikman's having to talk to the players. That's the coach's job.
Yeah.
And the players are to play, the coaches are to coach. And you saw it because Troy understood where Mike was going to be at all times. Mike goes down. Now you got guys that I'm not, and no offense to these guys, but they're not playing at that Pro Bowl level. These are second and third string guys that we were thrusting up to play there. And our personnel was not the same.
Yeah.
And as good as Troy was, as good as Emmett was in that offensive line, I mean, sometimes you got to have playmakers make plays. You got to have the CD Lambs absolutely stand up and make a play. And we didn't have those guys on the back end of that.
How impressive was it in the AFC Championship game that Patrick Mahomes is not only hurt, but then he's down to his 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receivers. Now, he still does have Kelsey, but he's down to his backup guys, and he's still able to put up enough points to get to the
That's
Super Bowl.
why I always felt like for the last 3 or 4 years that he's the best quarterback in the game, right? Because he always finds a way to elevate his game and do something spectacular. And he's going to have to do that again this week against Philly because Philly's pass rush is coming. But he's always been that guy. He's got all the capabilities. He can throw from different arm slots. He knows where everyone is in that offense, and he's basically the coach on the field. So he is the superstar at the quarterback position. He is the one, when you look at across the NFL, you say he's the difference maker, and he's not. And that's what we saw in that AFC Championship game. Did they miss a beat? Hell no, because he is that dog. He is the guy that can get them there. And I think he's the only way they win this game is if he plays lights out, because they don't match up well this game.
Talking with Darren Woodson right here on 105.3 The Fan, as if you didn't already know that, is walk us through what tomorrow is going to look like for you.
We've been on this campaign for years.
Have you been on this campaign?
You know this. Every day, chance we get, we
you guys
keep
on.
I was going to say we got you to the finals, but I guess you got yourself to the finals.
You did a little bit of work. We'll give you credit for
Look, I just it's a dream come true to be a finalist. It always has been, and I will forever be grateful to be in this position. But it's not so much for me. It's just I guess when I look at the position we're in right now, it's just a recognition of some of the guys that I played with on the defense side of the ball that never got credit.
Yeah.
Like they never we've never been represented in a way that people recognize that 92, 93, 94, 95 Cowboys defense. And Charles Haley went in, but Charles Haley came from the San Francisco 49ers and then came over to Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Like Deion Sanders, the same thing. He went to multiple teams. That defense was the number one defense. Hell, we had 9 turnovers in 92 in the Super Bowl victory, right? I mean, and then, it's just like that defense was special. And that's what I feel like I represent. I represent the Tony Toberts, the Ken Nortons, the James Washingtons, the Thomas Everetts. I mean, Larry Brown, so many guys, Kevin Smith, so many guys that just never got that attention because we were always the three amigos heavy, right? It was Troy, Emmett, and Mike.
We feel the same way
and
with
I
the
thought,
offensive
damn.
line.
Yeah, and then sometimes you're like, did they play defense too?
Yeah.
Like they play offense and defense because we didn't play defense evidently back in those days. So that's what I'm representing, man. I'm representing those guys and going in. And I just saw Kenny Gant walk through a minute ago.
Oh, my God. We had him on the other day. He was so awesome.
Oh,
It was so great to talk to
my guys,
him.
man. We were winning championships back then. So
I forgot how much he played on defense.
Oh,
because I thought of him as just the special teams guy. And when you go back and you watch the 49ers games, you're like, oh, wow, he was in the slot a lot of times.
Oh, absolutely, man. When I first came in, my first year, they didn't let me start, so they put me as a nickel guy. Well, Kenny Gant was such a damn good cover guy. He covered the slot. I covered the tight end on the backside. And then the following year, I came in and started playing more against the slot receiver. And in my entire career, I've always covered the slot receiver. But Gant was one of those guys that taught me how, where my leverage was, where my help was. And I was a big guy. I was 226 covering, a 5'10", 5'9", Wes Welker type of guy in the slot, man. So, he always – mentally, he got me prepared for those moments.
All right, real quick, we got a little bit of time here. The defense lines up where you're in the slot now with CD in front of you. How do you play against CD?
Yeah, man, it's a tough matchup. I mean, look, everyone the slot position altogether, there's so much land, right? I always say, damn, dude, you're kind of, you
Left,
got two
right,
ways.
yeah.
You can go across the field. There's so many ways. You always got to know where your help is. And if I'm playing against CD Lamb, it's the same thing. I'm going to try to press him. I'm going to try to get my hands on him because I was a big guy. Try to get my hands on him, disrupt him. But damn it, I'm going to look for my help. If I got a guy in the middle of the field, I'm going to force him that way, right? But, that's just how it is. You're not going to win those battles. And I'll say it this. Back then, we saw really good receivers. These receivers today are on a different level. They're on a different level. They're all Jerry Rices. Every week you show up, there's someone on that team, the CD Lambs or whoever it may be, Brown with the Eagles,
Jefferson.
I mean, there's so many guys now that play at that level. It's just hard to physically match up on a down-to-down play.
Well, we appreciate you popping on with us, and obviously,
what a Mike likes it.
All of the hope and prayers and everything for tomorrow. Where everyone in the Metroplex is rooting for.
I appreciate it.
There you go.
Thanks, guys.
Darren Woodson. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's combo it up with former NFL All-Pro Kyle Turley and Super Bowl winning quarterback Jim McMahon. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Odyssey. From our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now with us, we've got former NFL All-Pro Kyle Turley. I try to get ahead of myself. Kyle Turley and Super Bowl winning quarterback Jim McMahon. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we today?
Good afternoon.
Doing
Appreciate
great.
y'all having us.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, I want to know, because it's funny, we get the info sheets and everything like that, and yours starts with cannabis trailblazing, and are we not shifting away, but it looks like y'all are turning it slightly into a different kind of venture. Do I have that right, with helping with recovery and everything?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's about, period. You know, anybody can say, oh, I like to just smoke weed. No, there's no recreational marijuana. It's all medicinal.
It's all
Everybody that uses it is using it for something that's an ailment, or they want to get their mind right, or whatever it is. It's a medicine. And as you use it more and more, then you're going to have that experience be real to you more and more. And you're going to find the things that are actually going to replace all these pharmaceuticals that you thought you had to be on for the rest of your life that are killing you. And this plan is amazing. It saved my life and Jim's, and we can't talk enough about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to know more about, I don't know if it's necessarily like this moment, but like if there was a series of moments or a time in your life when it all kind of came to a head for y'all.
Yeah.
Well, it happened the first time I tried it when I was 14 years old. Back in 1973.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's immediate.
I just knew that how I felt, what it did for me. It helped me sleep. It helped me eat. And I had no idea about the medicinal properties of it back then. I've only recently known about that. But, yeah, I mean, we all have an endocannabinoid system in our bodies. We're supposed to be using this plant. We have receptors up and down our spine and in our brains for this plant. We don't have any receptors for Marcaine and Vicodin and Percocet, stuff like that, all the stuff they cram down your throat when you're playing.
Do you feel like over the last maybe, I don't know what the time frame is, 10, 20 years, people or society has shifted that view more? Because I know it goes a long ways back. It's like any strain or form or anything having to do with marijuana, cannabis, bad.
Right.
Do you feel like you've evolved to the point where this is far less dangerous than, like you said, the Vicodin and the painkillers?
Far, yeah. It's called death, and there is no death rate attributed to cannabis in the history of the world of its existence. And so with all that research that's gone on over all these years, you know, we should have been way farther ahead than we are, unfortunately. But that's at the, the hand of the pharmaceutical companies who demonized it, and they put their lobbyists against it. You know, it was the number one prescribed medication in America up until 1934 was cannabis oil, and that's
stupid
a fact.
William Randolph Hearst messing it all up.
Yeah, these guys and their trees, their fear. But it has more to do with that, right? Because we're the proof. That's my belief, is that we're the proof. We're the example of the opportunity in cannabis to recover your life that has so much more promise, right? Everybody goes, oh, you played in the NFL, you got this great life. Well, until we had this resolution in cannabis, it wasn't too bright, and things weren't looking good for me, Jim, or Evan, or anybody involved in this whole game of football. I mean, this year, 44 guys under the age of 50 died that played in the NFL.
Golly.
And we're not talking about that.
Sure.
44 guys.
That's not going to be in Goodell's State of the Union or what?
Under 50.
Yeah. Wow.
This is crazy. It's got to stop, and over half of those could be stopped 100% through just shifting to cannabis.
Kyle, I don't know a lot about your personal off-field life, but I do know on the field I saw a different type of person. When with marijuana, did you feel that maybe helped lower the anger when off the field in relationships with other people too?
100%. This is saving a lot of people's lives out here. Believe me, not just mine.
Yeah.
I got to interact with the world now, right? I'm off the field. I'm out in the world, and that's where we are, and we're just monsters. At the end of the day, my job was to go kick the out of Michael Strahan.
I appreciate that.
Right?
Well, that's great radio. You knew what you were doing.
Right?
Yeah, that's a pro.
Michael Strahan, right?
I know, Jim. I knew you.
That was my job. I had to mentally prepare to go beat the heck out of somebody for 3 hours of my day every Sunday, and then the practices and all these things. It's not like it is now where there's so much regulation. It was a war and a battle every day to keep your job, earn your job, and stay on that football field. And if I would have had what I had in cannabis, I'd have played 5 to 10 more long years.
Now, you might have just heard the voice of Brian Broaddus, which Mike Bassick is the leader of wanting to get this reunion going. Both you and Jim, part of the 1996 Green Bay Packers that won the Super Bowl. So feel free to discuss whatever y'all like
I want to
amongst
tell you,
yourselves.
one of the most athletic tackles I ever scouted was that gentleman, Kyle Turley, right there. And that man, you talk about Lane Johnson in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This was Lane Johnson before Lane Johnson.
Okay.
Right here. This is a man that could get out there in space, could get second level and all that. The man next to him is one of the best SOBs I've ever been with in my life. I'm serious, man. He came into Green Bay and he gave us so much life. And I remember we were on a staff there where myself and then I was with Jim, Favre, and Doug Peterson.
Oh yeah,
and so
that's right.
I was an Uber driver for Jim before there was Uber.
Unpaid.
And so one of my favorite stories is when he put that dip in. There was a story of a time when we were coming home one night, and Jim was not afraid. If you were going to buy a shot for Jim, he would do it with you. Jim never said no. He was very, very polite about it. And so, but I would rally, get everybody home. Jim was one time in the front seat of Doug Peterson's brand new Suburban. Had a big old dip in, and I was kind of trying to keep it straight on Lombardi Avenue. I was trying to keep it straight, get Jim home. And I looked over at Jim, and he kind of looked over at me and smiled, had that big old dip in.
Oh, no.
And I said, oh, no, something bad's about to happen. Jim rolled down the window, raked that dip, flipped it, and then looked at me again and went, blah, all out the side. So I get, then the next thing he goes.
That's what shots will do
He
for
goes, McDonald's.
Not a question.
Not
just
a question.
Statement, yeah.
And you know what I did? I asked with the McDonald's. Because Jim.
I thought that's what came out of him.
But it's funny because,
Fair.
but no, it's funny because I got Jim and Brett home, and Doug was in the back, and he was passed out. But I took it to the only car wash in Green Bay to spray it off. Doug woke up, and the foam and all the water's coming. And Doug looks at me like, what's going on? What do we do? I'm like, no, it's okay. It's okay. Jim just got a little,
you fell in Green Bay.
Yeah. So, but no, Jim, he was. I used to carry. I carried on the sidelines a can of Copenhagen for him in a dry headband. And matter of fact, to this, and Jim might not remember this. I hope he does. After the Super Bowl, I gave him his Copenhagen back, and I had his headband. And I said, here you go. And I go, can I keep this? And he took his headband off.
From the game. Wow.
From the game. He goes, you got the last one.
Wow. From the Super Bowl.
From the Super Bowl.
That's awesome.
Jim, before the game in the Super Bowl, Mike Holmgren, we're all quiet in the locker room. We had these nameplates on top of the locker there at the Superdome. Jim's got a ball, and it's just quiet. And everybody's just kind of sitting there, just locking in. Jim takes a ball and hums it across the line and blows a nameplate, like Robert Brooks' nameplate, off the thing. So the next thing you know, everybody's got a ball trying to blow the nameplates off.
Wow.
Holmgren walks in, and Jim's just kind of looking around, just like, Jim's kind of like, well, wait, who started this? But can I tell one more story?
Yeah.
One more story. And Kyle, I'm sorry.
Holmgren knew y'all were going to win.
I love this man.
Yeah.
I love this man right
I
here.
can't imagine the opportunity to be with Brett Favre and Jim McMahon in a car.
It was. I'll tell you what.
He had bad gas.
I tell you what. This man was everything that So one day we're sitting there, and Mike Holmgren, we're in the weight room in Green Bay. Jim's got his own program. He's got his own quarterback program he's doing. And so Holmgren goes, Jim, you got to lift with the team. I remember Jim going, nah. Not going to do it, Mike.
Oh, I know this one.
I'm sitting back like, I'm sitting there going, okay. Jim, you got to lift with the team. No, Mike, I've got my own program. I'm good. We're good.
My own program.
And so the next thing you know, Holmgren goes, I'm going to find you then. Jim goes, okay. I go in the weight room, packed, music blaring, everything. Jim comes in totally nude. Totally nude.
No jockstrap.
Nothing. Totally nude. He walks in.
Squats.
He did. That's exactly what he did. He went over and got a weight belt. He put a weight belt on. He sauntered over.
Where was social media?
We were like, the room stop.
Is that deep enough for you, Mike?
Yeah, he did. He goes full squat, and it's like with the weight, and it's like he does one squat, and everybody is just losing it. He takes the weight belt off, re-racks it, walks out. That was the workout.
This is program.
Best man was the best. I've been around a lot of great NFL players. That's the man right there.
That he is.
That is the man right there.
That's awesome.
What was Holmgren's response? Did he ever come back to me like, good job?
Well,
he didn't get fined.
No, I didn't get fined.
Stick to
I
your-
actually had
okay,
the
stick to your program, kid.
Who was the weight guy?
Kent Johnson.
Kent Johnson.
Yeah.
Because he was telling me the same thing. Hey, you got to come in and work out. I
Yeah.
said, all right, I'll come in and I'll show you what I do.
Yeah.
And if you can keep up with me, then I'll work out with you, right?
Yeah.
So I just taught him this little 5 pound. Actually, I gave him 1 pound
You did,
dumbbells.
you did.
I was doing mine with 5 pounds, and I was doing this martial art circuit that I've been doing for years.
See the tattoos.
And I said, you keep up with me, I'll work out with the team.
Yeah.
After about 30 seconds, he quit. He goes, all right, you do your own thing. he couldn't. He had 1 pounders, I had 5s, and I'm just
Did you
doing
have
round and
clothes
round.
on?
He did.
Oh, my gosh.
When he walked in that weight room, I swear everybody just turned and stopped. The room went dead, silent.
Like the
But-
record scratch almost. You're like, oh, my
this
goodness.
man was he was a great teammate.
We taught him how to have a little fun. That's all.
You did.
Yeah.
You sure did. You sure did.
We try to work in at least one generic football question per interview. Our generic football question is, who you guys got on Sunday?
I got to go with the Chiefs. I played for the Chiefs. So, unfortunately, I didn't get to the Eagles. I was about to be drafted by them.
Yeah.
That's where I thought I was going to go. They were the first team that needed a lineman that they said, and Ditka stepped up at 7 and got me. Otherwise, Trey Thomas would have been a Saint, and I would have been an Eagle.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in Philadelphia and ran the draft, drafted Trey Thomas in 90.
Yeah.
That's why I mean, I
Yeah,
was
Juan Castillo, the O-line coach.
you guys were
I loved
all
him.
right there. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody was right there on
Yeah, I
that
love
board.
the O-line coach there, Juan Castillo.
Juan
and,
was, yeah.
met Lori in the office. He's like, I don't know if we're going to get you. I was like, I thought you guys were the first team that needed a lineman. I was going to be in Philly.
Yeah.
Jim, who you taking?
I don't take people.
Fair.
Yeah.
I played in Philly for 3 years. Andy actually coached in Philly.
Yeah.
But I played with Andy in college, and Andy was on our staff in Green Bay as well. So
BYU.
I'm not going to root. I mean, the best team hopefully will win.
Chiefs.
Just enjoy it. Just enjoy the game.
Very fair. RevenantMJ.com. Revenant MJ or Revenant TMJ if you prefer. Whatever's easiest to get you to the website. If y'all want to know more about the program that we talked about at the beginning of this interview, fantastic stuff, y'all. I know you guys got to go. We really appreciate
We
it very,
suggest
very
people
much.
leave their clothes on to do this program.
Yeah, sure, but it's not required.
Not required.
Okay.
Definitely.
You
No
can go,
requirement.
You can,
You can prove. You can do the
go
work.
McMahon.
We're having a golf event this Friday at Anthem Country Club that our company is sponsoring.
Yep.
And
Yes to close there, though, right?
what's
He
that?
won't wear
Yes,
shoes.
yes.
He will play without
Yeah.
shoes.
Shoes?
Yeah, he'll play without shoes.
All I need is a little fanny pack, something to hold my tees and ball.
Yeah, Friday.
Outstanding. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here at 105 through the fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. We'll do it next live from Radio Row on 105 through the fan.
special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. That consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to do the C-Block here, but there is just so much friggin' content that we wanted to throw out some more stuff. Now, I know Mike.
Dude.
You
Sorry, I do have something.
Oh,
on the
what's
C-Block
up?
Real quick.
Yeah.
Adrian said they were on lockdown over at MP. She said there was
What?
a hostage situation behind them at the apartments. There was SWAT
Oh
team and
my
gunfire.
gosh.
She said, I guess the threat is now gone, but still an active crime scene. I haven't seen anything on this, but this is
Holy
Adrian
moly.
at her at the.
So she would know probably
so,
better than.
So I'm going to check up on that and see what's going on there because that's pretty scary, man.
Yes, I definitely want updates. People were asking if we had any other Michael Irvin updates from this morning where he was pulled off of coverage for Super Bowl weeks because of an alleged incident with a woman Sunday night in Arizona. I have not seen any updates on that either. And then I know, Mike, you have been trolling for NBA things because when we were looking at Woj, because supposedly some people thought a Woj bomb was coming, and all we saw was a fight with Russell Westbrook, and I'm like, don't care.
I just wonder this, and I don't know this. I wonder if there's like this ultimate respect for the record just broken, and maybe like teams are like, we're really close. Let's not take away from this historic NBA moment, whether you like LeBron or not. It's a historic moment in basketball history, and I don't know. I'm wondering if teams kind of got together and said, hey, let's get everything done maybe Wednesday night, Thursday before the deadline. Let's let Tuesday night and Wednesday be the LeBron James moment and not something like Anthony Davis is getting traded because he doesn't want to be a Laker anymore because he doesn't look like he wants to be a Laker anymore.
Okay, so we can talk about that a little bit more. I've got a couple of football things for you as well, but also the idea of the DeAndre Ayton trade that was floated out there yesterday is I think you and I are on the same page where I wouldn't bet on it, or I don't see how that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading stuff here, and we're kind of getting information. Sean did a great job of going over to Phoenix Radio and just saying, is there a possibility that Ayton's getting traded, and if so, to Dallas? And they pretty much said no, because the team's getting sold right now. A new owner's coming in. He's trying to maybe hire his people, like Isaiah Thomas in a crazy way. And
I did see that, yeah.
It's very tough right now to have a general manager who doesn't know if he's going to really be the general manager to start pulling off deals when there's not really ownership right now. There's a transition of ownership, so it could be very tough for Phoenix in the next 24 hours approximately to do anything with their ownership situation up in the air.
Now, my football question to start things off. Did you see Darren Waller's new tattoos?
No, he has a lot of tattoos, though. He's a tattooed fella.
These ones are pretty notable. He got 2 tattoos, one on either side of his head. So
like one here and one here, like on his temple?
It's
or?
on the backside behind his ear. Now, these are not the first head tattoos he has either.
Right, that is correct.
If you ever didn't like them anymore and you still had the capability, would you just grow your hair back? Like instead of going, I do not have such capability.
No, you do not. Absolutely. But if you had it on the back of your head, you have the ability to grow hair on the back of your head, right?
That's true. So I would make the horseshoe grow out.
Yeah,
just
don't get
to
it on top.
hide
Yeah,
the tattoo that was on the back of my head.
I could totally see you just chilling with a ponytail. That's just that.
No,
dude, that would be so awesome.
Almost.
I want. Oh my gosh, that's all I want now. Now, Mike. Here's what I want, Mike.
No.
I want Kevin to lose a bet so he has to grow his hair out like that in a ponytail.
The stakes would have
Jeffrey
to be
Tambor kind of style from Arrested Development.
The stakes would have to be so high on the other side. I'm not going to be bullied into just do it.
$50.
Yeah, no way in hell. That sounds awful. My wife will be like, I'll give you $50 not to do it. And so that's probably the better decision for me. Did you see the all-player rankings ahead of the Super Bowl? So they took all the Chiefs, all the Eagles, ranked them all
from this year's team.
From this year's team
Okay.
going into the Super Bowl. You should probably be able to guess who number 1 is.
Jalen Hurts.
A.J. Brown.
It's not Jalen Hurts.
I mean, he is the greatest quarterback I've ever seen.
Sirianni.
That's what
He's not a player.
No, Patrick Mahomes won.
Okay, who after that though?
Kelsey.
I think Kelsey too.
Travis Kelsey is number 2.
Probably if Miles Sanders' mom is doing this, Miles Sanders is next.
Let's assume it's not Miles Sanders' mom.
who would be on the next. Was it a lineman?
I know
or a
Hassan
defensive
Reddick
player?
has come on
It
super
is a
strong, but I don't
defensive
feel like Hassan Reddick should be 3.
I think it might be Hassan Reddick.
It is Chris Jones. Hassan Reddick.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Hassan Reddick has
How
been
are the Chiefs losing this?
phenomenal.
1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
Chiefs.
Frank Clark's got to be up there too. Man.
Okay, so since you said that, here's maybe the reason why. Is you're right. Chiefs are 1, 2, and 3. Who's the top Eagles player then? Because the Eagles come in at 4th with their first player.
They're the top 3 Eagles?
No, yeah. Who? Give me the top Eagle.
I think it's Hurts.
I think so too.
Okay, what if I told you it's not Hurts?
Then it's A.J. Brown.
Brown is a strong possibility.
Neither
Fletcher
of those.
Cox
Is it a defensive
Fletcher
player?
Cox is past his prime. I think he's a future Hall of Famer.
Darius Slay.
That offensive line,
Oh.
Jason
Oh,
Kelsey
yeah.
and Lane Johnson
Are
are
they
next
tied?
on the list.
Oh.
No, they're 4th and 5th. And then Jalen Hurts, and then Creed Humphrey, and then back to A.J. Brown and Hassan Reddick. So just kind of my point is the Chiefs got the first 3, but what did Kyle Turley tell us? And what did people, or not Kyle Turley, but what have people been saying all day? Darren Woodson, I believe, is the best team is the Eagles because the Eagles have 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So you start to see the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes is the best player. Like,
Yes.
I'll certainly concede that, but then you see it gets loaded up with Eagles players
They're a good
because they're the
team, man.
best rounded player.
Well, and that's what Woodson was like, even kind of alluding to a little bit of. Like, that defense was a key to those championships for sure. But the great thing about that defense in that time was they played great defensive team football. Like, we can talk about that guy being, he was really great and everything. But he even said, I'm looking for help. I knew where my help was. I knew where it wasn't. And I knew, so those guys knew and understood their defense so well. They played great team ball. And that's what it's unfortunate that we have to say this, but the Eagles have done that very well this year. And Kevin, it's looked a little too easy for them all year.
I know.
Like, think about that for a minute, dude. Like, it has looked like that. Okay, you could say the competition's not up to them, but they've just made it look easy every step of the way.
I'm with you. When people go, well, they haven't played good teams in the playoffs, I'm like, cool. They still outscore them 69-14 in their 2 playoff games.
And they're a good team. So, that's the thing. I don't know, man. It's tough not to think that they're going to win. But
Are you leaning that direction?
No,
then?
I'm just because I can't, Kevin. I can never root for that team.
So information and facts be damned.
Yeah, be damned.
You're picking Chiefs.
Yes. This is more heart. I'm going with my heart.
Now you at some point will have some money on the line one way or another, whether it's me or Derek Holland. Are you leaning Eagles or still to be decided?
If you made me bet, I guess I would bet Eagles.
Okay.
Right now. But I don't want to bet because I do feel like this is a very much of a coin flip game. Now, Patrick Mahomes' ankle, I'm hoping that it's getting closer to 100%.
He did say it felt a lot better. I know he's not going to come out and be like, it's worse. I really wish we would have played this past Sunday.
If this becomes a one-possession game with 5 minutes to go, I feel strong about Kansas City winning.
Okay.
Because I do feel like Patrick Mahomes will pull off a great drive to win the game, and it will be interesting. Jalen Hurts, there's nothing he could do about this. They blew out the Giants, and then Purdy gets hurt, and they're having to play high school 1986 football on the other side. And so it's another
3 yards in a cloud of dust.
And so we haven't seen him yet in the playoffs have to have a moment where, hey, can you, in the last 5 minutes, drive the ball down the field and win the game? He's very capable of it, but I just wonder if there could be a hiccup there where I just feel confident that if you give Patrick Mahomes the ball with a chance to win, he's going to figure out a way.
At this moment, I know you said he's capable, but at this moment, let's say that exact scenario with Hurts plays out in the 5 minutes to go. You think he will do it?
Need a touchdown?
Yes.
Yes, but he better do it with less than a minute to go, because if you give 45 seconds to go and Patrick Mahomes has to figure out a way, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, in the most likely scenario in that is he's using his legs for sure.
Yeah.
With Jalen to get 40 yards on a play. They got something designed for in this moment.
Now, Mike, I know you especially will be glad to know that Miles Sanders is 27th. So Miles Sanders' mom was not there to hype up his production and didn't get any input from her. So he is all the way down at number 27. And in case you missed it, Hassan Reddick as in 9th.
Okay.
But what I really wanted to talk to you guys about is, are you excited to hear what revelations Aaron Rodgers has when he spends 4 consecutive days in the dark? Please tell me you've heard this.
I know he said, didn't he say? Who did he say it with?
Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
He's going to go for 4 days, make his decision about where he's going to do when he comes out. What's wrong with why
you? Don't have any
Why are you
shorts.
making such a big deal
Pat
out of
McAfee
this?
doesn't have anything but tank tops. Like he only has.
He'll wear a
tops.
tank top with a suit coat
Yeah.
too
And
when
the
he.
cleanest chain. Why are you making such a big deal out of this, Kevin?
You do not.
It's just Aaron Rodgers doing Aaron Rodgers stuff.
You're telling me you don't find that fascinating? I'm
I
not
do.
saying it's good or
I do.
bad. I'm just saying he's going to be on this retreat and
With
spend
Danica Patrick.
Nope.
God, did they break up like a while back?
Long time ago.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he's with another race car
Shailene
driver.
Woodley was the most recent one, and that was a while back too. But yeah, no, this is wild. Who's did they bring food and he's just going to turn all the lights off? Is it complete? You say complete darkness.
In my
Are
mind,
we pulling down shades?
See, in my mind, this was an outdoors thing. I did not double check that. I just envisioned him being in the desert. And he's like,
I would still,
it's
and
dark.
I know that you have stats that say he's not the clutchest player come playoff time unless he's playing the Cowboys, and he is the greatest quarterback ever. I would just look at it and go, if you could put a championship team around him, like you give him a chance, I still think he can be super special. I get this was a down year for him,
I do too.
but I just look at him, and I know we're talking about kind of his weirdness, but I don't think he can get it done in Green Bay. But I just don't know what team is willing to take the chance that says, we have the ready-made team, we just need that guy.
But at least with the weirdness that you mentioned with him, and it's not like he could be arrested tomorrow or whatever. I'm
for
sure,
going and hanging out in the dark?
Yeah, I'm sure the PR person might not always love it, but at least it's not like usually damaging to your football team kind of things. Like his football team's probably like, yeah, that sounds about right.
There's part of me that's like, because, man, it was interesting listening maybe to LeGarrette Blount yesterday discuss this with, look, if he has a good relationship with his teammates, if the people that his peers respect him, then everything's fine in a locker room, right? Like, I know you're talking about the PR group and all that, and like we're talking about Kyrie walking around like, with some saging the basketball court and everything, and people are like, that's weird. Like, nobody does that. And he's like, no, actually, I do this kind of stuff all the time. And Aaron Rodgers is kind of like, just because it's not your way of doing it doesn't mean that it's not going to work. It might not, or it could give him the greatest solution to every problem he's ever needed, Kevin. And then if it did, then all of us are doing it, right?
Don't you think he retires then? If it solved all his problems, he'd be like, bro.
He's like, I figured out, you know what? Next State of the Union address, nobody's yelling.
You just got me thinking about Kyrie, and I really don't think this will be the case. But could you see after tonight's game, if the Mavs lose by 15, he's like, man, this team isn't very good. And we're like, no, because he did that with Brooklyn very quick. He's like, we need better role players.
Yeah, well, you don't even have your star next to you, buddy.
Yeah, I would hope we would at least wait
until that night.
A couple more quick things for you. Myles Garrett will not need surgery for his dislocated toe.
Pro Bowl's back on
from
next
the
year.
Pro Bowl games.
They cut it off?
No, they're not going to cut his toe off.
You had to do something.
You said he didn't need surgery, so I understand where Mike's going with this.
Okay, you know what? I'll double check. My assumption was they're also not going to cut his toe
All
off.
right, we got to go to break, but you know what you do when you assume.
Make an ass out of both of us. I did that just to mess with you. And then also
Can't say that.
Derek Carr visiting the Saints. Even though they haven't worked out trade compensation just yet, they gave him permission to go to the Saints and see if they could get that next
Got
part
him
of it
some
worked
gumbo.
out.
Oh, my gosh. He must have had so much
Do you want to
good
call
food.
it right now? Derek
I
Carr is
do.
the next quarterback of the Saints?
Oh, man. No, because there are other teams that are going to want him to. Other teams that might have more compensation ability to take him on.
It just feels like a waste of time. Like, Derek Carr is good enough to make the playoffs. He's not good enough to do anything else. Why do people waste their time with that?
It's a good question. I don't know. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Just make sure to tell Slim Scotty I'm ready for my commercial when we go
Okay.
to break.
Well, we're still on air right now.
He can hear you, Mike.
Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. But obviously before that, you're probably about to get a spectacular live read from Mike Bassick right here on The Fan.
You are, because you know what? It's the President's Day sales event happening all month long at Stephen Gilchrist, Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. He and General Manager Mike Brown want you, the Tolo, to experience what so many others have when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram. These awesome vehicles have everything you are wanting in a brand new ride, from comfort, design, technology, and more. I promise it's worth the short drive to just drive a little further, save a lot more minutes from the Metroplex. It's in Cleburne. I love the city of Cleburne. Beautiful city if you're looking for a brand new ride. You get the Gilchrist Promise when you choose Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for your next car, truck, or SUV. Buyers get 2 years of the work service, including oil and filter changes. tire rotations, multi-point inspections, and more. You can always go online to purchase, as all the inventory is updated daily at southwestcdjrtexas.com. That's southwestcdjrtexas.com. The buying experience is so easy when you purchase from owner Stephen Gilchrist and general manager Mike Brown. Drive a little further, save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I know Corey is now bemused looking at, did you think it was going to be like a UFC fight?
Well, everybody came
right
over
there?
with cameras, and I was like, are they about to get into a fight right now? Or are they doing, what's it called whenever they stand up there and they do their weigh-in and they stare at each other in their faces?
It is actually called the stare down.
Oh.
I wish I had like a cooler name for you, but it's...
That's it, huh?
Yeah. I'm really sorry about that,
Well, I mean, I
Corey.
thought that was about to happen, but it's maybe it will. Maybe there will be a fight right here in the middle of Radio Row.
Thank you again, since we are on Radio Row, to Rally House and Window Nation, and thank you to all the guests we've had in the A #1 hot seat all day long. Right now, Woolchuck, I don't know if technically you are in the A #1 hot seat, but we'll try to take it a little easier
I'm
on
ready.
you.
Throw it at me.
As D&M Leasing brings you this chit
Bring
chat
it.
with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. On a scale of 1 to 22, how nervous would you be to be with us for the Emmitt Smith interview tomorrow?
Ooh, I'd be at a solid 20, man. I'd be nervous, but it'd be like an excited nervous. I've interviewed Emmitt once before.
In person?
Not in person.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
It's
the
so
difference.
different in person.
I'd have to look into his eyes, and I'd probably be at a loss for words.
Mm-hmm.
I love him so much.
I hope at one point he's like, you're looking too long.
Yeah,
like,
well,
I appreciate you're paying attention.
Eric was there, and CA was doing the interview with us, and he blew my cover immediately. Like, CA threw me under the bus, said what a big super fan I am of his. So from that moment on, he knew. He's like, oh, let him ask his question. He babied me.
Well, he will know whenever, if you show up, I will tell him. I'll make sure that he knows so
All
that
right.
so y'all can have that relationship together. And as Kevin told you moments ago, I overcame my fears today.
Yeah.
I hung out with Kay Adams. She invited us over to have tequila, and
She
she
did.
invited us onto the show.
Yeah, apparently she wants us on her show.
I know, and
too.
you guys should do that. I thought it was an amazing interview. I thought you handled it pretty well. I think you're being too hard on yourself.
I was composed. I was very composed.
You were
today.
composed as hell, man.
Yeah, I was very composed.
Has Shams locked that down yet?
I have no clue. I didn't ask because I just want to leave the dream out there. You know what I mean? But we'll see.
Well, hold on, just real quick. The dream being, if she's in a relationship, it's a no-go. But you being married,
Right.
it's still on the table?
I mean, you never know what's going to happen.
Did you
Kevin.
think she was littler in person?
She
is tiny. She's very tiny. She looked exactly about as tiny as I thought she would.
Really?
Yeah. Just because on the Good Morning Football show, she was around, wide receiver Nate Burleson and some other people, short Kyle Brandt. So you really got a good idea of how tall she would be.
Is Kyle Brandt really short? Really tiny man?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
But he's super.
How are you
he's
gonna-
jacked.
Yeah, how are you
And he's
gonna
got a
make-
great jawline.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, where did this conversation go?
You guys started objectifying Kyle Brandt.
You've
and I
only been
figured I need to
gone
jump
from
in.
your wife for 2 days, and you're always like, but not to me. But his jawline is something to see. I get it. I appreciate a handsome man when I see him as well.
Well, and it's just specifically just strong jawline.
Yeah.
And I don't know that always means handsome. In this case, it does. But
Yes.
I think he's probably top 5 TV sports jawlines. I
Well,
don't think anybody's disputing.
and he does
he's
some
got the guns, and he does the angry runs bit.
Yeah, he also does some really good intros, some sports intros. The what he did with the was it the Bills during the draft when he gave the Bills speech and everything. He's got the WWE. What are those things called?
Promos.
The promos. The WWE promos locked down.
See, I'm glad I had a different word for you instead
That was good.
of that's the talking part. And then you'd have been like, I'm done asking
boring.
you questions.
Boring, Kevin.
Did you guys care about LeBron last night and then when he surpassed Kareem for the scoring record? Because there are a lot of people, it felt like a huge deal. And then, of course, there's some people who are like, I don't care. I don't like LeBron.
Yeah, no, it was a cool deal. It was a cool deal, and we didn't watch it live, but when we came home from the party last night, it just became LeBron Center on
Yeah.
Sports Center.
Yeah.
And so we just got to soak in the whole deal from top to bottom, and there were some fun observations to be had, like Anthony Davis not being overly energetic when the shot went in, which I'm like, yeah, he's been having to do pre-recorded interviews. Everybody's been talking about this. That's why it was there was so much build-up to it.
He's like, thank goodness.
It feels like, yeah, and every teammate, anybody who's ever touched a basketball in a significant way had to sit down in front of a camera and talk about LeBron. All the questions in the podium yesterday for Anthony Davis. So what did it feel like? Somebody literally asked Anthony Davis last night at the podium, was that similar to a NBA Finals victory, like feeling an atmosphere.
He wants to be like,
What
we
are you
lost.
doing?
We lost.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
He's never played in the NBA Finals with anybody there except for 14 family members.
That's right.
I mean,
That's
that's the one
right.
thing. If you're talking about, hey, you won an NBA championship. Yeah, in Disney World with 43 people watching. Like, it's a little bit different atmosphere in that situation.
Not that he needs anyone to shout out his credentials, but now for LeBron, most points all time, I believe 4th in assists, 19-time All-Star, 18-time All-NBA, 6-time All-Defense, 4-time champ, 4-time Finals MVP, and 4-time regular season league MVP.
I would be remiss not to say, is he good?
Yeah, no, he's...
Or is that good?
I'm telling you, the most astonishing thing about
That's good?
LeBron
Okay, thank you.
to me is he got the most hype in the history of athletics. I do not believe that is an overstatement.
It's not.
It is the most hype in the history of organized athletics, and he surpassed that hype. Okay.
Maybe about Freddie Adu hype, because that was pretty intense.
And he surpassed it. Like everything that everyone's like, you're going to fail or you'll never be that great, he surpassed all of it.
Yeah, to me, that was just amazing last night because growing up, I never thought someone would pass Kareem. Like, this is supposed to be one of those records that nobody could catch, and the older we get, the sports science gets better, and the usage rate of the ball handlers has, gotten higher. And, he had an incredible long career, and he did it. So, just for the fact that it's major sports history, that wasn't a minor event. That wasn't a guy having a 60-point triple-double. That was decades in the making.
And you pointed out for Kareem, when Kareem broke the record 39 years ago, then he scored 7,000 more points. And you would have been like,
I think LeBron's going to do the same thing.
I think you're probably right.
I mean, he's probably going to play 3 to 5 more years, probably rack up 5,000 more points.
Well, it was pretty funny. We were watching last night the highlights of it when we got back from the media party. They had Vince Carter on ESPN. We're like, well, Vince, how many more points do you think he can get? He's like, well, 40,000. I mean, Vince Carter and his math wasn't very good. Well,
40,000.
No, he's going to get to 40,000 there, Vince. He only needs what, another 1,200 or so to go? Come on, buddy. He's going to get that. I think,
but that's better. Yeah, and that's better than him saying another 40,000.
Another 40. He's just going to double it. He's just going to play for another 20 years.
LeBron convince the NBA to change all of his 2-pointers to 3-pointers?
And
then that changes everything.
Does Luka, in all seriousness, does Luka have the best chance to maybe catch this?
If he plays long enough. I don't think he'll play long enough.
I don't know if he's going to take care of his body well enough to do it.
Yeah, you got to hold up. And I mean, he's heavy.
Hold up.
Like the back and the knees around 32, 33, it's going to become a factor. He's going to have to start icing them and missing time and load management. And no, it's, it's incredible athletes or incredibly lean guys like Jabbar was so tall, but he was so lean and flexible and did a bunch of yoga and stuff that extended his career. LeBron spends $1 million a year on his body, and he's only 38.
And that was before inflation. I mean, now it might be $3 million.
Yeah, dude, it's
$5 million. Who knows?
Great points you follow. No, Luka's got no shot.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Mike Lombardi, who has brought us his best man, is going to join us at 3 o'clock, former NFL GM. Lee Steinberg, Patrick Mahomes' agent at 3:30. It's just a ton of guests from like 3 to 5, and they're all big hitters. Doc Lou Allen at 4. He's the DeAndre Ayton rumor guy. So,
that's some great news right there.
We'll
what time's that?
4.
Okay.
Texas time.
What do y'all think about that just on the surface? Do you think there's something there or maybe
It's
not?
impossible.
Oh.
Right now?
I just don't. I don't see in any way that this new owner is going to come in there and say, "I'm going to go ahead and nuke this thing. I'm going to send Ayton to the West, and I'm not really going to." What am I getting? Christian Wood and Tim Hardaway Jr.
Can you let him ask the first question and be like, "Hey, I think your report is impossible." Response?
I think the talks happened. The Mavericks said, "What do you think about Hardaway Jr. and Wood in a first-round pick or whatever?" And then they said, "No, thank you." But the talks technically happened. They took place.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where maybe we're overvaluing DeAndre Ayton and the league isn't that excited about trading for him. So the Suns' options might be limited with a guy who doesn't want to be there. And they could make a run at Kevin Durant if they had the Mavs picks in 25 and 27.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Tim McMahon. I don't think it's possible right now. Maybe, we need to get to the offseason and have their ownership situation, solidify more and have a decision maker to make a big decision like that.
I Isaiah Thomas to start making decisions there.
I would love to know more about that as well. Sounds like y'all will get some great insight on those talks and potential deal. So roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, we did it again, man. It's 2 days in a row, and we haven't got kicked out yet.
I'm super proud of you for today.
Bye.
Kay Adams.
Blasting. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, day 2 on Radio Row. Welcome in. We have a packed show, and we're excited about it. Let's talk about the big developments in the sports world. Our coverage is presented by Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house, Rally House. Also, Window Nation, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, windownation.com. Sitting down today in the #1 air hot seat, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros. You have Andrew Centejo coming up in about 20 minutes. Andrew Centejo on that hot seat. Mike Lombardi, Mike Golick Jr., Lee Steinberg, Chris Davis, the actor, not the Oakland A, who used to torment the Rangers. Then he came to the Rangers, didn't he? Chris Davis came to the Rangers and was really bad.
Chris with a K Davis. This is actually Chris with a K Davis, the actor.
Yes, that's right. Portraying George in the upcoming movie Big George Foreman.
Did he say that?
He's off. Yeah, he's off.
I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss it.
Bronis was like, wait, am I hearing things? Did I hear the actor thing twice now?
Wanted to make sure. Did he say that it's the actor and not the baseball player?
He did.
Zach does such a good job with his body language and face of indicating that he is paying attention.
Yeah.
It's very
no, I
positive.
wasn't looking at you at all. I definitely wasn't paying attention.
Well, we also have Doc Lou Allen joining us at 4 o'clock.
Brian. Way to pull that one off,
The latest
baby.
guy on the NBA beat. He did report Kyrie Irving to the Mavs first. He said, listen, it's either the Mavs or nothing. Or he's staying with the Nets. Boom. He's with the Mavs just hours later. And now he's saying the Mavs are talking with the Suns about DeAndre Ayton. That was 24 hours ago. He tweeted that. Over 24 hours. So we'll get the latest from Doc coming up at 4 o'clock. See if he has any updates on that story. And that's going to do it for Ian Eagle, freaking
my gosh,
amazing multi-sports announcer, voice of the Brooklyn Nets. He'll join us at 4:20. We'll get his thoughts.
Did you say Ian Eagle? We've got Ian Eagle on?
He sure did.
Oh, my goodness. This is unbelievable.
The only Eagle we're appreciating this week. Right?
That's a good point. That's a really well thought out.
You got your fastball working, Chief.
I appreciate that.
That was on that was
Or the speaking of that, skyscraper climber yesterday in downtown Phoenix. Apparently he was a pro-life protester. He went spread eagle style in this gap between 2 large skyscrapers and made it like 44 floors up, shut down parts of downtown Phoenix yesterday. This morning we get on the train to come downtown, and they said we have an incident downtown. And, they had to hold us about 10, 15 minutes. Thought it might have been another skyscraper climber incident, but there's some police activity down here.
or Bobby Belt doing something ridiculous.
Yes,
that maybe
he could cause a public disturbance.
Yeah.
Oh, he sure can. You should have seen him last night, Brian.
I'm not one to judge when it comes to drinking habits. I just find it interesting that you would arrive and do all of the shots for the night in the first hour that you're there.
Yeah.
And then, I want to nurse beers and kind of hang out. Maybe do a 2 beer an hour pace in a social event like that. Maybe the occasional shot if you feel like, dude, we need to turn up quickly, right? 2 shots, bang. Not 9.
Yeah.
Do you kind of feel like it's a detriment to him? Because he came up to me at Fan Bowl and was like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, Bobby, you okay? I just did 4 shots. I'm like,
why?
Bobby, it's like we just started this thing.
It's insanity.
We just started.
Why all the shots at once? He drinks a half pint when he walks in the door.
And I kind of admire it. Because
I do too. I've never known a drinker like that. What's the craziest drinker you've ever known out there on the TruckWreck.com fan section? Anybody else, as far as that kind of takes the cake to me.
Yeah. Bobby is and it's funny because Bobby was very close to almost not even going to the party. And then he's the drunkest one there.
Well, shout out to the morning show because they really played it very, very well. They decided, you know what? Bobby kind of gets off on the fact that people want him to go.
Yeah.
So the second you act like, fine, don't come. We're going to have a great time without you. It's not a big deal. We won't miss you. Then he starts to feel the FOMO kick in.
Okay.
Now I got to go. So
Yeah.
Sean and RJ played it perfectly, and that's how they got him there.
FOMO's in.
And kudos to Sean and RJ living up to the hype of just sticking it out.
Legends.
Keep looking at they keep looking at the clock and they're like, no, we got at least another 30 minutes. There's always 30 more minutes to find with those guys.
Yep.
And me and Wolchuk found it extremely impressive, very endearing. And by the end of it, it was like we were making laps the whole time. this giant field, and I really respected the veteran move that they made where they hit the food spots that they liked on the way back. Even though it was like, guys, we really got to get going now, it's like we got to stop off and get a couple more of these little dessert things, and then we'll make our way out of here.
You should have seen Sean and RJ in New York like 7-8 years ago. You know, their show in New York starts at 4:30 Texas time, and they would be in bars at like 12:45 in the morning holding court. It's like, bro, your show starts in 3.5 hours. Just absolute machines when it comes to the ability to socialize and crank out good content on the road. So we salute them as the MVPs in situations like this. We also need to salute Phoenix and the Super Bowl committee for putting together a great party. It was really cool. They had it at a farm, and the venue was just, maybe it was a little too big. Maybe we could have brought it in a little bit more. But last time we were here, their party was in a parking lot. They put up a tent and a stage. Oh. And it stunk. You know, there was no vibe around the party. Last night I thought that was pretty dang cool.
So you think they changed out the party committee people, maybe?
Yes.
Right, you know, like
my theory at the time, a few years back when we were here, was that they'd done so many of them. They were like, "Oh, it's a party, just throw it together." And then that last one, it must have brought hell to them because they
oh, the media will bitch about everything. You know
like, what's this? Why are you even here? So, boys, we do need to get some bet payoffs.
Oh, geez.
We've had another night to sleep on it. We got 2 days. We got to do the payoffs here on Radio Row so we can make a big a spectacle of it as possible.
I'm with you. Me and Walchuk were kicking it around a little bit this morning, or was it last night? I honestly can't remember.
It's all blurred together.
I was like, were we jumping into those 1 a.m. Del Tacos last night, Walchuk, when we were discussing this? I feel like either myself or Broadus has to go wireless, asking ridiculous questions to random people against really their own will. And then, I don't know, do we want to do the milk me? Do we want Broadus to consume a gallon of milk sitting here at Radio Row?
I prefer the orange juice, but I don't think he's really down for it.
No, that could be an entire
that could be messy.
A violation here that might not allow us to ever come back.
Yeah.
Not just to Radio Row, but to Arizona as a state.
Yeah. We're already coming back. We're booked, baby.
Oh, that's true. Spring training.
917. I watched Pete Vukovich down 4 pints of scotch like it was beer at a bar in New York after he got kicked out of a game versus the Mets. Okay. My buddy got back from Iraq and says, let's drink. 17 shots of tequila later and about a 20-minute shot spree. And honestly, I might have died that night. He woke up normal morning hours later and drove me to work as if nothing had ever happened. Okay. So how about this guy? I shotgun a funnel of Evans whiskey at spring break, 97, Panama City Beach. That's David, the Tolo from Hazlitt.
That's awesome.
Tovash says, me, LOL, out of the 817. 469, I drank 19 shots one time when I was 23 in a drinking contest and felt horrible the next day. I swore that day would never drink like that again, and I never have. That's your guy, Zach, in Carrollton. Okay, the debut of Kyrie Irving is tonight. I know a lot of us are excited about getting to watch that on television. We're kind of working today on what could be next. Hopefully there is something next for this Mavericks basketball team. I guess you have the buyout option as well, right? But they need to get better at defense, and they need to get better at rebounding. But for now, the excitement of Kyrie Irving, Jason Kidd says nothing changes. Kyrie's just going to play the Luka role. Here we go.
Yeah, that's how it's been all season long. Luka goes down. Hey, Dinwiddie, can you be Luka? And the answer time and time again is no. And they don't really seem to have a counterpunch. There's no, okay, here's the offense when Luka's here, and then here's the offense when Luka's not here. Now, you do have a guy who's much more capable of doing, especially from a scoring standpoint, point and shot creation standpoint, a guy in Kyrie Irving who can handle that type of load now. But that's how it's been all year. It's been frustrating. It's like, really, we're just going to keep doing the same thing? Okay, so when Chad Henne came into the game for the Chiefs, did Andy Reid continue to do the exact same thing that he would do offensively as when Mahomes is in there? Probably not.
Kyrie's a guy that can do it, though. He's got the skill set for it. So I think that you're in a situation now where I'm pumped to see what Kyrie can do. And it would be fun to watch him with Luka, but it will be kind of fun just in his debut to let him kind of run the show and just have him be that dude for the Mavericks in just game number 1. You get all the excitement out and just have him run the floor and be the floor general.
I can't wait for the first Kyrie plus Luka game, but tonight I'm stoked. I think this is kind of like must-watch sports TV, and I want to know on the truckrate.com fan text about that as well. Isn't this the moment where you're jumping in? I mean, it is an ESPN game. Maybe that's a little bit too late, but I think this is a stay-up-late game, guy. You know, if you don't stay up late often, and I'm kind of with you in a lot of those situations, depending on the wake-up time, this is a must-stay-up, must-watch kind of game. Now, the Clippers are 8-point favorites for some reason. I thought that was weird.
What?
Yeah, I guess they've been scoring a lot of points. They have probably won 11 of 14 or something like that. I mean, they've been hot. So maybe they think, well, it's going to be tough with Kyrie Irving to have chemistry, and the Mavs defense is giving up 130 a game, so why not?
Yeah, and they don't think that you're going to get the back-to-back Green and Hardy dominance.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, okay, no Luka. Like,
it's a lot of unknown.
Safe bet.
Yeah.
A story with Callie Kaplan says among the things they've worked on so far is a script to get Irving the ball in his sweet spots early in the game tonight. So we should see a show pretty immediately. And, you know, he talked about things yesterday, including the disrespect he felt from the Nets organization. So that's the opportunity for the Mavs, Brian. And he says he's never been in a situation like this 48 hours in. Can they make Kyrie feel so comfortable? They did this with Porzingis, you know. Like, he liked being here after saying, I really didn't want to come to the Mavs. They sold him on it. And everybody's got to be involved. I think this is something the fan base has to ask themselves. Can you give Kyrie Irving the love? He says he wants to be celebrated, not just tolerated.
No, and you're absolutely right. And, you know, I know from my own personal experience of being in a front office, if you have a player that has some question marks about it and you bring him in, then the directive comes from up top. Okay, all of us going out of our way. Whatever we can do to help. You see this guy not knowing where the meeting room is. You don't know where the lunch line is. Hey, where's the equipment room? How about the
Can I go warm your car up?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Heck, can I pick you up in the morning? If it's a player, it's good enough. I'll drive him to the airport if it helps him win a football game.
We heard that earlier with McMahon.
McMahon, I love Jim McMahon, by the way. Did I say that? All right, I've said it about 12 times.
That was awesome.
I just think my own experience. I guarantee you, from Mark Cuban and from Nico, this is filtered down through the organization.
You have a chance to win him, right?
Yeah,
you have a chance to impress him so much. He's like, dang, I don't want to leave here. I want to go represent for these guys.
You know, the HR lady or guy, anybody in security, anybody with team travel, you know, you go out of your way to make this guy feel like that he is the best thing that you've ever been with.
If he still wants to leave in June, we won't be regretting anything.
It won't
we
be
gave
us.
It our best.
We did everything we could to keep the player. He just made the decision to move on from us.
well, and he has to sell the organization on them wanting to keep him.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a huge commitment for them. The moment they lay that max contract on him in the summer, that's when this whole thing, now you can get hurt in this relationship.
I just want to make him feel some sort of relationship or commitment back, right? So if we overwhelm him with a feeling of being celebrated like he's never felt, maybe that feeling of, wow, I feel a responsibility towards you guys because you treat me right. You know? And has he been treated wrong by the Celtics or the Nets? I don't know, but he feels that way, and that's your opportunity.
And I think it's important, regardless on if he wants to stay here or not, but you make him feel that way because he's got a voice in the ear of other big-time NBA players.
Yes.
And as we've discussed, that was a reason why the Mavericks wanted to bring him in, because he's a guy that other players have come to play with before. So whether or not he stays here or he decides to leave for L.A., and he's a guy that changes his mind very, very often. Today, it might be his plan to leave in the offseason. 2 months from now, maybe he feels the love, and he's like, you know what, I do want to stay here in Dallas. But regardless, I want him to feel that love so that he tells other people, even though I left, I enjoyed my time in Dallas. That's a great place you want to go and play.
For sure.
I would assign, if I was Nico, I would assign somebody to him, a small little team that kind of makes sure that everything is – the transition that he has.
His hospitality crew.
Exactly. Like you're his driver. You know, we were laughing about McMahon and stuff, but you're his driver. You get him to his where he's staying, the hotel, if he's at the W or wherever he's staying. You get him to the practice facility. You get him to where you take him to, like, if he needs to go get more clothes or whatever he needs to do. You handle maybe some transition coming from Brooklyn. You just make things so easy for him that all of a sudden he's like, oh, wow, this is different. These people, they do care about me.
And Mark's been good at that since he bought the team, and he was like the first to put PlayStation 2s in the locker room.
Absolutely.
That's what
it makes
does.
a difference.
Yeah.
These players, they feel that.
Yeah.
They when they're driving around in the city and they're sitting in a hotel room and nobody's talking to them or nobody's telling them anything, take them out in the city, show them things. Hey, do you like barbecue? You like seafood? What do you like? And you kind of show them the city a little bit, so he can do it.
Well, hopefully everything is okay with Michael Irvin, pulled from the NFL Network's coverage of the Super Bowl. Incident at a hotel lobby, said he was coming back from drinks and met a woman in there, and they talked for a minute like it was a fan or something, is what his comments to the morning news read like. I know he was on with Sean and RJ this morning, and it was kind of confusing because the news hadn't come out yet.
It sounded like he thought it had.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he said he shook her hand and walked off. So he says, I don't really recall the conversation. We were out drinking. It was just a friendly conversation. What's up? I don't even know. And he's totally perplexed is what he told the morning news.
You know what? I hope this is not one of these situations where she's trying to get money from him.
Yeah.
That sometimes these things, again, there's two sides to all these stories. I feel like you're going to have camera equipment in the lobby. We'll see. We'll see what Mike. This is one of those times you get your credential pulled. Michael, from what I understand, is on his way back home right now, back to Dallas. Going to lay low here, but let's keep an eye on this story going forward.
Okay.
If maybe we're looking for some funds along the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Andrew Sendejo, former Cowboy, coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Window Nation has We are back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. He's a 12-year vet. Cowboys, Jets, Vikings, Eagles, Browns, Colts. Undrafted out of Rice. He's a proper Texan. Grew up in San Antonio, now in Austin. Since retirement has started a brain health supplement company, Braintree Nutrition. As 12-year safety Andrew Centejo joins us now here on 105 through the Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. So it's great to get a chance to talk to you and catch up with you. Now, you're staying in the Austin area. What you up to down there?
Yep, down in Austin. And since being done playing, just been working on Braintree Nutrition. Kind of, a little bit of time off, enjoying being able to do all the things I couldn't do when I was playing, see the fam. They're all down in San Antonio. And then work on the business as well.
So what got you involved in the Braintree angle? What interested you in that?
There's so me and two other guys that went to Rice with me as well. One played in the NFL for a couple years. In consultation with neurologists, which happens to be his mom, we wanted to develop a line of products that were just safe and transparent that we could take and our teammates could take to help with to enhance and preserve and protect the brain. So, in the NFL right now, I don't think there's a good protocol for rehab coming back from concussions. A lot of times they just say, go sit in a dark room, no screens, no bright lights, and there's a lot of other things you can do and take to help to recover from that. And so that's where our first product launch was, to help with memory and focus and with inflammation of the brain. And then also along the same lines, for people that have any type of ADD, ADHD, the NFL is really strict on prescription medication for that, right? And even myself, I was diagnosed by one of the team doctors, but they even said, well, you don't have a long enough history, so per the NFL, we actually can't even give you this. And so I just wanted to make a product that you could take to help with your memory, your focus, and in football, you have to study a lot of film. You got to be able to recall it all in the field ASAP. And so along with that product, we have 3 other products that kind of all tie together synergistically with our probiotic, because of the numerous studies with your gut health being linked to degenerative brain diseases. Stress and anxiety relief product. After a game, you're kind of you need to take the edge off, right? And then we have our sleep aid product. And because sleep is the foundation of health, brain health, mental health, and they all work together synergistically to basically have your brain operating at the highest level it can. And we're just trying to do something that, get people off the prescription medications, the Adderalls, the Xanax, all that stuff. All the ingredients are naturally occurring ingredients, all backed by clinical studies on humans versus rats. A lot of studies in supplements, they do it on rats, and then they try to say, oh, this will help with that. But as you know, the humans and rats are not the same. And we donate a portion of our proceeds to Alzheimer's research. And so we really just wanted to make something to help, and to help people, to help ourselves. I give it to my mom, my family. I'm like, take this to, a lot of people wait until it's too late to take care of their brain health. And, and so we've got a lot of good reviews, and it's been a fun challenge since I've been done playing.
Andrew, you just said something, I think a key word, wait too late. Has the NFL waited too late? I mean, guys like yourself, they're trying to promote and trying to, better quality of life for people. But has the NFL waited too late to take care of the players like yourself? And like I was talking to you before, you were a blur on tape. I mean, you were a blur hitting people, and and then the collisions you had, were good, safe, not safe, good collisions. But I wonder if the league is too late helping the players now.
I just think that there is there's more that they can do for recovery. I think naturally with the freak athletes that are on the field and the way that the collisions are, it's just going to happen, right? There's going to be guys that you just get hit in just the right spot, you're going to get concussed, right? It might not even have to be the hardest collision. But it's really like the recovery from that, and just like the constant day-to-day contact that you're having is where some of this can come in and help out. But I think also a lot of it is just, they're doing what they can to keep their image in the public. That's why they changed a lot of the rules, right? We're here for player safety and this and that. And,
Do you believe they really are?
They're a little PR. At times, yes, but at other times, no.
Yeah.
So it just depends, you know. It's kind of hit or miss, but like I said, I think there's some better protocols out there that teams could instill for, you know, recovering from, and that really during the season while you're just banging heads every Sunday that you could do all throughout the season that they should, you know, provide.
What's man, great career. Played with a lot of good teams over the last decade. What's the farthest you got in the playoffs?
So in 2017, got all the way to the NFC Championship game, and then got absolutely smoked by the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. And then, so was able to have a couple playoff teams that I was with. So was in the playoffs a couple times.
How close do you watch it now? Super fan?
Not super fan, but
Cowboys fan?
You know, I grew up I grew up a soccer player, so I didn't really watch football, right? But obviously, like, the boys were on TV every Sunday, you know, like you just wake up and you're a kid, you sleep in, and then the boys are on, right? And so obviously a lot of my friends back in Austin where I live, all Cowboys fans. And so, and then funny enough, one of my best friends from Minnesota, Anthony Barr, ended up in Dallas. And then J-Ron Kirst was with me in Minnesota. So you know they're always on TV, you see them everywhere. So follow.
Are you still keeping up with those guys?
Yeah. I was. I actually went to the Minnesota Dallas game this past year when they got after him pretty good.
Maybe the best game for the Cowboys all year.
Yeah. And so after the game, I was on the field and got to see a couple of the guys, and then still close with a couple of guys in Minnesota as well. So. But you're starting to get a little bit older when there's only 3 guys on the team now that you know. When you used to know the whole roster, right? So that's just how it goes.
What unlocked when you watched Curse and what unlocked him? Because there were people talking about him at Minnesota that he was kind of a special teams guy, and all of a sudden, and then was it coaching or did he always have that in his ability?
I've been talking about this for a while now. So when we were in Minnesota, that guy, he was my backup, and the whole time I was sitting there saying this guy should be on the field. He's a good player.
He's a monster.
Sometimes the coaches, if you don't do it exactly the way they like, or you mess up once or twice, they might just kind of write you off, right? And so I think the situation he had in Minnesota just didn't kind of work out. And that's how it happens sometimes. You finally get to a system that works for you, and the guy's just been playing awesome ever since. So it's been awesome to see him, get his chance and play well and do well. I think he's even a captain now. Yeah, so always been a good player, always been there. But sometimes you got to be in the right spot with the right system, right coaches, and for everything to kind of work out.
Man, I really thought you were just going to say you gave him some Braintree and he started crushing balls.
No, I think I did send him some, but maybe he was taking it. I don't know.
Maybe
we'll see. So
could Braintree help anybody stay sharp for their job?
Yeah, we would advise for anybody that wants to have increased focus, better memory, just feeling sharper, verbal fluency, even like for you guys that are having to talk all the time.
Dude, we need that. Me and Walchuk need that.
Yeah, we're having brain farts constantly.
Yeah,
just
what's
being said.
Basically, lift the brain fog and just feel sharper, but a smooth focus. There's no stimulants in it. These are all made in an NSF certified lab, so they're all legit. It's not some sketchy, made in some sketchy lab.
Not going to have you up at 3 a.m.
Right. No stimulants. But if you are a stimulant guy, you mix a little bit of our Think product, our memory and focus, a nice cup of coffee in the morning.
Ooh, that sounds delightful.
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
That's what those Rice guys do.
Just
smart guys.
Smart
guys. Will McClay, Rice guy.
Speaking
Will
of
McClay,
smart,
Rice
that's
guy.
right. There you go.
You played for John Gannon.
Yes.
Who is the Eagles defensive coordinator. He's doing a fantastic job, and he might be a big head coaching candidate coming up here soon.
I sure hope so.
But, okay, so you say that. What sets him apart from a lot of the coaches that you've played for in your 12-year career?
I think now it's some of these younger coaches, they can just relate to the players a lot better, and they just kind of, I don't know, I think they can feel the team of how the guys are feeling. Are they starting to, they need to change the schedule up or give them a day off, or some of the older coaches get set in their ways, and that's just how it's going to be. But I think he likes to keep it simple. He has a good insight as to what the players are feeling about the game plan, just the overall kind of vibe in the facility. You want work to be I call it work, but you want the facility to practice during the week to be a place you want to go to. That's going to make you want to be in the meetings, want to practice better. And when you like to go to work and you respect your coaches and you play hard, and that creates like a good work environment, so you're closer with your teammates, which you play even harder when it's your boy you're playing with next to versus just like we're just coworkers, But if it's like your boy that you're close with, it's just there's something about it. You just play harder, I guess.
Andrew, is awesome catching up with you. We'll have everybody Google up Braintree.
Yeah,
get this supplement going.
Yeah, find us BraintreeNutrition.com. You can find us on all the socials. Search Braintree Nutrition, and then a lot of people get us on Amazon. Just search Braintree Nutrition, add it to the cart. Check us out.
Thank you, sir. If there's anything we can do, just let us know. We got you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, Andrew Sendejo, right here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. It is time now to go back into the studio where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day. By the way, Andrew appearing on the A#1 Air Hot Seat, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros, Lucius.
Good for you, man. I appreciate that.
You got it.
Oh, where's my bum?
How's the Metroplex?
Boom. It's cold and rainy. How about that? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Nootropics. What was the name of that nootropic he dropped? He said Brain what?
That's Braintree. Yes.
Braintree.
You got it. Yeah, a lot of people texting about it. Thanks, Andrew.
Braintree.
Take care.
Yeah, I take Alpha Brain plus a CBD. Get you zooming. You know what I mean? Get you highly focused.
Yeah, I'm intrigued, man.
Yeah, mushroom. Have you heard of the mushroom coffees out there? Mud water.
Bro, I've been seeing that all over the place.
Yeah, mud water. It tastes like straight dirt. I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
Nice. Ooh, not gonna taste it.
But it wakes your brain up. It wakes your brain up. I think it has like lion's mane's mushroom in that joint.
Yeah, there's a lot of magic mushrooms. Yeah, they can do different things to upgrade you.
100%. Those are some great mushrooms. The teachers, whatever those are called, those are great mushrooms as well. All right, let's see. Sean.
Send you through the portal.
Yeah, Sean is our G-Bag of the Day winner still for his infatuation.
I love watching the virginity being taken of the young guys. Don't mark that.
Taking it all.
Don't know.
Wow.
I meant like radio new
the young guys.
Dude, honestly, don't use that. That's like
some young boy.
That's like Chris Hansen. Watch this. No.
Yeah, it was very regrettable by Sean.
100%.
One of his worst moments. That's saying a lot.
When you guys go to the mechanic and you have like a weird thing going on with your car, do you make it like a noise and let them know, hey man, under the hood it sounded like a waka 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 or fuck 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 fuck? You know what I'm saying? You let them know it sounded like something, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's this mechanic who recorded.
He's like, just bring it in.
Yeah, just bring it in.
Yeah.
Well, the people would write it down on the new. Hey, on the paperwork. Hey, my car sounds like this. My car sounds like that. The mechanic. He basically said, here's what the car sounds like. I'm going to see if they got the noises right when describing the noises that the car is made. All right? Check this out.
Customer states, my vehicle sounds like an elephant.
Yeah. Got it.
Spot on.
Customer states their vehicle sounds like a dolphin when turning.
Yeah.
Customer states it sounds like a husky under the hood.
Yeah.
So I got this car, and whenever I roll the driver window down, it sounds like somebody screaming.
Jeez.
Customer states their vehicle sounds like Ric Flair.
Wow.
Customer states truck sounds like a snare drum.
Oh my God!
Oh,
The drum line.
My gosh, I would be so nervous.
It's a talented motor.
Oh my gosh, I'd be so nervous, man.
I'd be most annoyed by that window scream, but I'd be most fearful of the snare drum.
Oh, don't roll down that window now.
Yeah.
Don't roll down that one. Let's see. Joe Kelly, the baseball player, he was on with KMC today.
Oh, nice.
He wrote a book, and here's how he feels about it.
Now, you brought your book along.
Yes, I did. A damn near perfect game.
Okay, because I've really enjoyed this interview. What can you tell us about the book?
So the book is great. Obviously, people are like, oh, Joe Kelly can't. Right. Sorry for that bomb. Dang it.
There in his defense, and I don't know if there is one in this kind of environment, there's a lot more streamers here.
I was thinking it's like must be podcast role because he's like talking freely.
See, and that even happened with Mrs. McCaffrey yesterday. I think when she said D, I thought she thought in her mind it was perfectly acceptable.
She's podcasting, so no big deal for her.
Or she was that mad.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's Darren Woodson. There's
Darren
Woodson. Damn, he looks good.
We got you in the Hall of Fame, man.
Smile. There's the dap up and the hug from behind. Woody to Broadus. Look at that. That's love right there. Broadus' favorite player.
Favorite
My
cowboy.
favorite player of all time, right there.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Darren. Good to see you.
He can still play.
Heck yeah, he could play.
How you doing, Lucius?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Oh, were those your sunglasses, Brian?
No.
Okay, they were Woody's. Good,
No, those
perfect.
are Woody's, yeah.
They're Woody's now.
You throwing it back to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, shoot. Come
Sorry
on, man.
about that.
I mean, hell.
Yeah, we thought he might sit down, but he didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. How about jealous ass Shaq? Because he is. If you pay attention to all the documentaries with Shaq in it, he was very jealous of other teammates that got shine. The big fella wanted all eyes on him at all times. He tore teams apart with his jealousy. Facts. Facts. Go watch the Akmug Madu Rauf documentary on Showtime's right now. Facts.
Yeah.
Ooh.
They were
He
teammates.
tore apart LSU?
They were teammates at LSU.
He's just so jealous, bro. He's just so
there.
jealous. And Kareem.
But he's so likable, you forgive him, right?
Yeah, he's, I guess. And Kareem.
Talking to a Penny and Kobe
You're talking
guy.
to a Penny and Kobe guy right here.
Yeah,
in my heart. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is a jealous fella as well. They pieced it up last night, though. Listen to
that
him.
was cool.
And I want to tell Shaq, I asked you specifically this evening because you felt that I was shaming you or ignoring you, and that would never be the case. And you showed him what you were all about, the way you crushed all the centers in the league for a couple of years there. So I'm on your side, Shaq. Don't ever let anybody tell you anything different.
And listen, you not speaking to me was the best thing that happened to my career because all I wanted to do was impress you, sir.
Still jealous.
I will talk to you soon, inshallah, and I love you very much. And I will never, ever have beef with the great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You ain't got to worry about that.
That's back at you. I love you too. And
All right, brother.
I want you guys to keep on impressing the whole world with our game. It's a wonderful game.
All right. Yep. I'll talk to you soon, Cap.
Yep. Right on. Yeah, Kareem was there at the game, which was cool, and happy for LeBron, which was cool. I didn't know if he was going to even be there. So it was important, and I'm sure the Lakers brand is happy that their legends aren't, throwing shots at each other. Although for a couple of years, if I'm Shaq and I am sensitive, I might take offense to that.
For a couple of years. You did all right for a couple of years.
You're not like me. I did a couple of decades. You did a couple of years. It was cute.
A couple of years. That was a great
Guys, bro, they're so jealous.
I hear you. Okay, is it Sean Sharif, our two-time champ? Is it customers stating what their car problems sound like? Joe Kelly with KMC or jealous ass Shaq? It's hard to vote. Chief, you go first.
This is really difficult. I kind of want to make a play for the guy who tried to sneak the burp past the goalie. That might be my G-bag. I thought it was Walchuk, but then I was like,
who was that?
Rock and roll, dude.
I was like, did Wendy Williams make an appearance?
No, that's
this coffee is running through me.
That's our guy.
Give me Joe Kelly. Why not?
Broadus.
I am going to take the mechanics.
Walchuk.
I'm going Shaq.
We're tied at one.
That's right, because petty is the language of the gods. Pay attention. All the gods are jealous and petty.
I'm going to vote with Joe Kelly, Lucius. You cast the deciding vote here.
Oh, shoot. Well, I'm going with the mechanics and the customers.
Okay, so that means we're tied at two?
Tied at two.
Tied at two. Okay. At GBag Nation Twitter account. Follow us when you get there. We'll create an Insta poll. Is it customers with their car problems or Joe Kelly with KMC? Either way, we will have a new champion, and we're back with Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, let's take a look at this Super Bowl. Which team has the advantage? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Mike Lombardi's going to be on the #1 air hot seat coming up in 13 minutes. The heating, electric, and plumbing pros, #1 air. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Best man at my wedding, Mike Lombardi.
How was he?
I'm now divorced, so does that mean he really was my best man?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does that work?
He still did it. He just was the reason why it didn't work, probably.
If
right?
it was annulled, I think it would be like it never happened.
But okay, it happened. But did he fail me by being the best man and then me getting divorced?
Like he was the bad luck charm,
Yeah,
perhaps?
I'd kind of like to blame it on him, to be honest with you.
As you should.
How did you grade his speech? How was he given the best man speech?
No, Mike's written books. Mike's favorite, if you ask him his favorite character in history, he'll tell you Winston Churchill. Like he loves that, the speech and the lines and all that stuff like
Or
that.
Marcus Aurelius.
Oh, yes, very
great
good.
philosopher. He was down to that stuff a couple years back.
Was Mike?
Yeah, he
He
was.
was?
Yeah.
Wow, so he hit it out of the park.
Man, I thought you were just making that up.
No, we've had him on a bunch.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe too much?
No. I would say I can never have enough Mike Lombardi. I used to have him for a weekly when I was on in Portland.
He's deaf in one ear.
No. Okay.
So, he'll look at you kind of sideways, so just be alert.
Okay. Is that something we should...
He'll walk around to get on his right ear is what he'll do.
We'll make sure we get headphones on both ears.
There you go. Get him on both ears. Okay. Who do you think's got the advantage? Who do you think's got the advantage in this game? This comes from my guys at CBS Sports. They list it by position is what they're saying. If you think about the two quarterbacks, who has the advantage between the Chiefs and the Eagles, Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts in this game?
Did they spend any time on this, or did they just say it's obvious and they moved on?
They basically gave it a paragraph. He said it was the Chiefs because he already has a Super Bowl ring, an MVP award, and could have two of each by the time next season rolls around. He's the best player in football.
Yep. There you go.
So,
yeah,
that's good.
Well, one of my favorite, or depending on how you look at it, least favorite things I've ever seen in my life was 5 hours ago when your buddy brought us from Philadelphia tweeted out, if you built the ideal quarterback from scratch, you'd build a quarterback closer to Jalen Hurts than Patrick Mahomes. He literally said that. He says, Elliott Shore-Parks, who covers the Eagles and, of course, is a big-time bias guy, might be a good dude. And then he says Hurts checks more boxes when building a quarterback, even though Mahomes is great.
I mean, he's a better runner, but Mahomes can still run.
That's literally the only thing you could say. Like, he's more effective at the quarterback sneak. I don't know what else you would give when you're going down the.
Are we doing like height and hand size?
That's shocking.
Measurable things like that. I mean, the most important thing is what Tom Brady had, and it's what Patrick Mahomes has, and it's the ability to look out into that field of players that are all running different directions. I can read them all and track them all at the same time, and knows which one's going to become open. That's the thing that you can't measure.
Please give me that guy.
Here's a question for you: out of the two quarterback injuries entering this game, which one do you think is going to be the bigger issue, the Hurts shoulder or the Mahomes ankle?
I say Hurts.
I think so too.
Man, he did not throw the ball well versus San Francisco, and they didn't need him to, but dear God. And at one point, Greg Olsen said something about how well Jalen Hurts was playing. It's like, I think he's thrown for like 122 yards, and he's not doing it overly efficiently either. I do think the shoulder's still a bit of an issue, and I think it's more of an issue than the ankle.
Who do you think has the advantage at running back? Isaiah Pacheco.
Eagles.
Jerick McKinnon, Ronald Jones against Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, and Boston Scott.
Yeah, I'd lean Eagles there. I think you've got I think it's pretty even, but I think you've got more explosiveness with Philadelphia and a good variety there overall. And Miles Sanders probably had the best year of all the backs.
They give it to the Eagles.
Pacheco's good, though.
Yeah, he is good.
But the Eagles have the great offensive line that obviously matters.
Wide receivers. Smith-Schuster.
That's the easiest one. That's definitely the Eagles.
Eagles got that one. You're
two number ones.
This I think maybe a little bit closer. Maybe a little bit closer. Maybe not. Tight ends: Travis Kelce or Dallas Goedert.
Well, it's certainly Travis Kelce. Much respect to Dallas Goedert, who is a very, very good tight end. They use him well. He will be somebody that hurts the Chiefs on Sunday, but Kelce might be in the conversation for best ever.
The only thing wrong with Kelce is he's a little annoying. but he's in that conversation. And Goddard's good, but he's like a 7 out of 10.
Two really good tight ends, but it's the Chiefs.
I saw some all-time playoff numbers. I think Travis Kelce has basically played like a full regular season length worth of playoff games.
Yes.
And his numbers are just out of this world where it's dude.
Be the greatest tight end season of all
time. Yeah, and it's all in the playoffs where he's just dominating people.
Offensive line, Orlando Brown, Joe Thuney, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, Andrew Wiley, Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Jason Kelsey, Simalua, and Lane Johnson. Sumala. And Lane Johnson.
Both lines are good. The Chiefs line, though, is the best in the NFL. And
Eagles.
The Eagles, yes. They might be the best unit in the game, period.
It's like the Kelsey to Goddard comparison.
They go Eagles.
Yeah.
Defensive line.
Goated line.
Karlaftis, Chris Jones, Frank Clark, Kalen Saunders, Mike Gannon. Against Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave, Josh Sweat, and then Ndamukong Suh.
Turds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the best individual is Chris Jones.
I agree with that.
Hassan Reddick's making a hell of a case, but the Eagles have. I mean, that's why they're here, man. I mean, they've got the best offensive line and probably the best defensive line in the sport.
This one's a little interesting. Linebackers, Nick Bolton, Carlos Dunlap, Willie Gay versus T.J. Edwards, Kazir White, and Hassan Reddick.
Well, if you're throwing Reddick in there as a linebacker, that definitely changes things.
Man, those Eagle linebackers, I really thought that was going to be a weak spot for them.
Kaiser White flies around.
And T.J. Edwards does too. Those guys, they can play. They're underrated. Now, Nick Bolton might be the most underrated linebacker in the game. That dude's a stud.
I wanted to draft that guy.
But in total, I'm probably going to lean with the Eagles there as much as I hate to do it.
They leaned with the Eagles. Man, it seems like the Eagles are just like the dominant team here.
The Eagles, I think, have the more complete team.
Yeah, they need Mahomes. The Chiefs need Mahomes to be heroic or to just force a bunch of turnovers.
Chiefs, now the secondary. Snead, McDuffie, Thornhill, Reed, and Watson versus Bradbury, Slay, Maddox, Epps, and Gardner Johnson.
Eagles.
Yeah, it's also Philly.
Eagles.
So what did the Chiefs have? They had tight end and quarterback.
That's it. But maybe the most important position, right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, no question.
Is that the reason why they have a chance here?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only reason.
And maybe they've got a better coach.
They do. That's what the thing. The final thing is the coach, and they go with Andy Reid.
And Jalen Hurts might be hurt.
Big advantage.
He might not be able to throw the ball as effective as he needs to.
Okay, thank you, Krusty.
Thank you.
Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner, every afternoon here at 2:40 in the G-Bag Nation. When we come back, it is time for Mike Lombardi. He's a former NFL GM. He started broadcast companies, and he is an absolute beast. He used to make fun of Jason Garrett, called him the Clapper for years. He's a legend. Mike Lombardi joins you next year on 105 through the Fan.
Live from our fan remote studios at Radio Row, protected by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of our Radio Row coverage here. About to be joined by a special guest, our presenting sponsors here on Radio Row, Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house, Rally House. It's also brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, windownation.com. All right. There is a little NBA news we'll get to here in about 10, 15 minutes for you. But joining us now is one of our favorite guests in the NFL. He was the best man at Brian's wedding.
He was.
Okay.
Yep.
He's worked with a lot of teams, the Patriots, Raiders, Broncos, Niners. He's been a GM. He's written books. He's opened up media networks, and it's Mike Lombardi joining us now here on 105 through the Fan.
Nice to be here. Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I've had you on my shows over the years, from 95.5 The Game in Portland to the Fan, and then when Broadus joined me, he was like, "Yeah, he was the best man at my wedding." I'm like, "Dude, I love having Mike Lombardi on the show."
I appreciate it. Are we here to talk about Kyrie Irving coming to Dallas? Is that
No,
what
the
we're talking
76ers aren't making any moves, so just kind of sit over there and just enjoy.
I can see
You
that.
still mad at your team? You mad at the
I hate
76ers?
'em. I hate them because I hate everything about them in the sense of I like really highly competitive players that work their ass off, that do everything that you have to do, that are team motivated, not MVP motivated. I like guys that show up every week, show up every game, want to play well, and that ain't the 76ers. That ain't that. I mean, Embiid, all he talks about is being the MVP of the league. Like, that doesn't really matter for me. It's a nice trophy for you, but I like to see us win a title. But you don't play hard in the last 4 minutes. You're out of shape. Even I grant you're one of the great athletes of all time, but to me, when Jeff Van Gundy says this, when your best player doesn't set the tone of intolerance for anything that gets in the way of winning, you can't win. And to me, that defines Embiid.
Would you acquire a player like Kyrie Irving if you were running the front office?
I would be very skeptical about it, but I think I would have faith in Jason Kidd. I don't think they paid that much to get him, to be honest with you, and I would have faith in the coaches, the strength coach that obviously knows them, and to connect. I think the one way you lose players is when you lie to them. Right? You can't lie to a player. You can't say something to a player and then not follow through with it. And so you're going to have a relationship with them where you kind of have that. And I think the Mavericks have guys in their building that can do that. So, look, he's one of the most talented players that ever going to play. I mean, he's a talented guy. And with Luka having to carry the load, as much as he does, I think it adds years to Luka's career if they can get him to go where he's got to go.
Sure. So you've been working in the NFL and being an NFL guest, but you also love the basketball league.
I love hoops.
Yeah.
I learn more from watching basketball that applies to football than anything. It really is. Football has become basketball because it's a matchup. Like when you are a team like the 49ers, let's say their example, the 49ers, there's only 2 formations in football, right? You're either in 3-by-1 or 2-by-2. So you either got 3 receivers to one side and 1 receiver to the other side, or you got 2 receivers and 2 receivers. Now, who are there is all what becomes convoluted, right? Is it a running back? Is it a halfback? Is it, who is it? So when you can substitute without substituting. So the 49ers have McCaffrey in the backfield, and they've got their fullback in the backfield, and they've got a tight end, and they got 2 receivers. So they're in 21 personnel. But then they take McCaffrey and they line him up in the slot. Now they're in 11. Okay? Or they take the fullback and extend them out. Now they're in 10. Yeah. So they can change to any position, and you can't substitute. Because if you go nickel against that group, they're going to run you out of it. If you stay base in that group, they're going to spread you out of it. And so that's the game in the game. And when you have versatility of players like that, when the Bulls had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and you substituted to match, when they put Pippen at 3, you had to get a big guy to play him at 3, but then they would move Pippen to 1. Now all of a sudden they're moving him around and you can't keep up. That's the essence of being great. The Patriots, Gronkowski, Hernandez, they're a 12 team, right? No, they're not. They put them outside. Now they're a 10 team, right? Or they put Hernandez in the backfield. Now they're a 21 team. That's the essence of the game.
Yeah. you create matchup nightmares like that.
That's how you have to think in personnel. You want players who have versatility. It's one of the frustrating things with me with joystick. I call Kellen Moore joystick is because I always felt like he was playing Madden in his basement because he's got Zeke and he's got Pollard. He's got guys that you could really create different matchups and move them around and stay in base and take advantage of the skill set. I've said this for years about Zeke. I don't think Zeke's the same player he once was, but they should have gotten way more out of Zeke in the passing game than they ever did. Zeke was a better pass receiver. He should have been averaging 10 yards a catch, not 5.
Yeah, we thought he had that skill set coming out of college. That's a great point. Now, are you surprised that Jason Garrett hasn't found another head coaching job, Mike?
The Clapper? No, I'm not. I think to me, look, if anything, Jason in New York, right? So we all have a chance to, if you get a chance, you have a chance to reestablish your career. And so when you went to New York, you had a chance to reestablish that, hey, I am an offensive guru. I can coach quarterbacks and I can develop an offense. He goes there and that doesn't happen, right? It doesn't happen. It falls flat. And then the next guy comes in with the same players and does something really well. That doesn't look good for you.
Yeah.
You know, that doesn't look good for you. And you've been able to be a head coach for so long. Maybe you haven't. Jason's problem, the what I see it is, and I would say this to his face, is he hasn't changed what he's done. You gotta be adaptable, and you got to change, and you got to redefine yourself offensively, defensively. You can't run what you ran 10 years ago because people, they run you out of that, and that's what happened in New York.
It's Michael Lombardi with the show on 105 through the Fan. I love the Kellen Moore line. That thing was fantastic, calling Madden plays in his basement. So if the Cowboys upgraded now with Brian Schottenheimer at OC and Mike McCarthy going to call the plays.
Yeah, well, I think here they've given themselves a personality, right? The thing about McCarthy is he's from the West Coast school, right? So he's 20 Bingo Cross, Z-Flank Flair. He's from that era. Brian Schottenheimer's from the numerical system, the 496. He's from the Sid Gilman system of football. But they've worked together because of Marty, the father, right? That's how Mike got started, working for Marty. So they've kind of had this unison. So they see the game, even though the terminology is different, they see the game through the same eyes. And I think they'll have a better way of communicating that. They got to take advantage of their skill players, and they have to. Like, to me, the most disappointing part of the Cowboys season was when they went on the field at 3:08 to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Down 7, right? They go on the field, and he calls 3 straight passes when you know you can't punt there. Yeah. You can't punt there. Because they have the best guy in the country in the National Football League of pinning you inside the 20.
Right.
Okay? So even though you have 3 timeouts, they're meaningless because if you punt there, you use your timeouts, you're going to get the ball back inside the 18. You're going to get the ball inside the 15. So now you're going to have to go 90 yards with no timeouts. To me, that's situational football. That's somebody who understands the whole game. Okay, if I would have been the head coach, I would have told Joystick, look, we need to get positive yards on first down. This is what we need to do. Like, we're not punting here, just so you know. Yeah. I don't want 3 incomplete passes. I want something. We're going to 6 yards. We're going to have 4. We're going to move the sticks here. But, naturally, Joysticks, he's got his play sheet. He's just calling plays in the basement.
So more on the coordinator there, less on the quarterback, in your opinion? How would you assess
I think a lot of it is look, I'm not apologizing for Dak. I don't think Dak played well. But I think a lot of it is there's got to be a better sense of how do we get Dak to play better. And I think he had too many voices in his ear. You can't have that many people talking to the quarterback.
Michael, where are you on about these quarterbacks being paid? Where is there? Is there a certain point? And when you and I worked together, we never really. I don't remember ever talking about the quarterbacks as much. But I just wonder where you see it now. It just seems like you automatically a $40 million guy.
It's unbelievable. Well, we have a hard thing in the world today is saying who's great and who's good.
Yeah.
People have a hard time. You can't overpay for good. You can't overpay for greatness, but you can overpay for good. Yeah. Like Dak's a really good player. They're overpaid for him. But you got to communicate that to the agents because he cost you 4 or 5 players by overpaying them. Like this game, for example, is interesting, right? So the worst special teams in all of football is the Chiefs because they're paying Mahomes. So they got all these young kids covering kicks that aren't really ready to cover kicks. They're just young guys running down. Who's the second worst team? The Eagles. Because they got all this money tied up into all these other players, right? So it affects your kicking game. So when you lose all these guys to a cap because you got to pay like Cowboy fans pray that Daniel Jones gets $40 million a year.
Yes.
And I would go to VEASAN I would listen to the show. I would go to the book, and I would bet that they'll go with their under total next year. Mm-hmm. If they pay him $40 million, they will not be as good as, and they're not any good. Let me just put this clearly: the Giants are not a playoff team. They got in there because of that. So I think, to me, when you have to pay the quarterback, you got to give and take now. The Eagles are going to have to pay Hurts. They're not going to be able to have the Ndamukong Suh, Linville Jones, all these backups floating around. They're not going to be able to keep Andre Dillard as a backup, and pay Mo. They're going to be able to do that. They're going to have to make decisions along the way.
How do you decide when it's time to move on from the quarterback? It seems like the Cowboys are about to double down on Dak by extending him.
Well, to me, the only way you can move on is when you decide you have to. The best time to draft a quarterback is when you have one. Right? The best time to draft one is when you have one. And in this league, there were 70 quarterbacks that end up playing in the position this year. The most since the 87 strike. So you need 2 of them. So, and Cooper Rush is going to get paid now, too. Somebody's going to look at, if I were Kyle Shanahan and I watched Cooper Rush, why wouldn't I sign Cooper Rush? He could do everything that Brock Purdy did. Right?
That's a good point. Michael Lombardi here with us. Now, how about running backs? We're seeing reports the Cowboys are going to tag Tony Pollard.
That's a fait accompli. I mean, he's too good of a player. What's it, $10 million to tag him? Hell yeah, you got to tag him. He's an asset. You got to let him walk away? That guy tilts the field. I think we have to get past this notion of don't pay running backs. That's from the analytical community.
Yeah.
Don't pay running backs. I agree. Don't pay a runner. Pay a weapon.
Okay.
Pay a weapon, a guy that can impact the running game, impact the passing game. That's a weapon. That's where Zeke's the problem was. When they paid Zeke, I said you got to make Zeke a player in the passing game if you're going to justify paying him what you're paying him. Because that's the only way he can impact the game. He can't impact the game running the football. So maybe he breaks one run. Okay, great. How many times you do that? Right? You can't run the ball to score. You got to throw the ball to score. Right? You run the ball to keep the lead. You don't run the ball to get the lead.
Right. Yeah.
Do you think Sean Payton's going to fix Russell Wilson?
I think what Sean Payton's going to do is make Russell Wilson do what he wants him to do, right? He's going to say, hey, look, your coach ain't coming in this building. That's the first step. 2, here's how we're going to run the play. Here's how you're going to read the play. Here's where you're going to throw the ball when you have to make that. The hard part for Russell is where do you know quarterbacks have lost their edge, right? Their courage, their ability to what we call climb the pocket. So, and one of the ways you see this is in yards per attempt. Russell's yards per attempt has dramatically gone down. Why is that? Because quarterbacks' eye levels are when their eye level's up, they're looking this way up the field. When their eye level's down, they're here. Bernie Kosar would come off the field and say, the left guard missed his block. I had to get rid of the ball. Or the right tackle. Bernie, what are you looking at the right tackle for? Don't worry about him. Just throw the ball. But he was so worried about getting hit, he looking down.
Yeah.
So their eye level comes down. That's where Russell Wilson is, and he wouldn't climb the pocket. He wouldn't work the pocket up. Like if Brock Purdy would have worked the pocket up in the first series of the game, Riddick would have never hit him. But he didn't. He really didn't have enough experience to work the pocket. So he kind of stayed there static, and he got his hand hit. Whereas I think that Russell's going to have to get back to that. And if he doesn't, they brought in a sheriff, and the sheriff's going to get rid of him.
Mike Lombardi, it's always an honor to have you on.
Thanks, guys.
Is there anything to plug or tell people where to watch you?
Well, I'm on VSiN.com. You can listen to the GM Shuffle podcast. I just wrote a column on the Super Bowl for VSiN.com online. So
anytime.
Love it.
Thank you,
guys.
sir. That was terrific,
here.
as always. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Mike Golick Jr. steps in with us next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I got to chat about my friends at D&M Leasing, though, because He's one of our favorite guests, actually, Mike Golick Jr., #1 Air, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros. And we had you on a couple of weeks ago, and we said we were going to track you down on Radio Row, and here you are. And congrats, you have a big fancy stage over there. It's the show's called Gojo?
The show's called Gojo, and DraftKings. I mean, what a world where you walk into Radio Row, and it's all the gambling companies that have the big stages now. It's a very real culture shift. But
they got the real dough.
It's been fun, though. Had a good time over there. Me, Dad's been over there. You got the GM Shuffle guys. It's a whole great family atmosphere over there, and they got snacks.
So, do they have
the snacks?
That's right. I walked in and I saw just boxes.
Yeah.
Now, is that for anybody, or is that for you guys, or because I was kind of hungry?
I think that was more of an us thing there, and I feel like if you walk by and just kind of take something out, you got to be subtle with it. Like every one of these tables I go by, if I just see something kind of out in the open, I act like I'm supposed to be there.
Boom.
And then you want to be minimally invasive.
Okay.
Minimally invasive.
It's good strategy.
Confidence.
Yeah.
Now, does DraftKings have its own platform? Do you have how are we accessing all these shows?
You're accessing them all right now wherever you get your podcasts,
Okay.
on the DraftKings YouTube channel. That's kind of the one place where we all live together.
Right
you can
on.
go, we got a playlist under there. My dad, Golick and Smetty, got the playlist there. So we're all kind of in the YouTube hub.
Now, we're going to have your dad on tomorrow.
Oh, God.
Okay, and I was thinking it'd be cool to have a donut for him, but it doesn't look like he's had a donut in a long time.
So the reason he would appreciate that, though, is because, as he always puts it, my mom has decided he's still worth more to her alive than dead.
Okay.
She keeps him in good shape, which means he's not getting donuts the majority of the time, but still loves them. So if you guys gave him that treat, he'd love it, and he would happily house it on air like old times.
Well, I think the last time we had you on, you said the parents are here locally in Arizona, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So are you staying there with them?
Oh, yeah, it's a home game for me.
Awesome. So how's that going?
It's incredible.
Like a reunion?
It's great. They have 3 dogs there who I love to see. They're the only ones that are excited to see me every morning. My parents could care less. The best part about staying with mom and dad, so I have no self-control, and as an adult who gets to grocery shop for myself, I'm a single father of none, I always have to avoid buying the things I don't want to eat right away. I cannot buy cereal for myself.
Oh.
If I were to buy it, I'd come home and I'd eat the whole box in one day, but my parents always have a little bit of cereal strapped at the house, so I have woken up every morning and had Life. They found some mix. It was like a mix of cereals in there. It was like Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Frosted Flakes. It was incredible.
Okay, so you are a man after my guy Wolchuk's heart right now. What's the best base mix of the cereal? Is it the Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Don't you swear by the Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
I think it's the Frosted Flakes.
Or the Frosted Flakes, excuse me. Is that the best base?
I would say either of those. To me, I think so. I think cereal with a little more girth to it, like a backside to it, really helps.
Trash can
and I think
full of dirt.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch just has a little bit more of that. It's not fully like the dump truck, like mini wheats, where all of a sudden you're dealing with a legitimate 4-course meal.
Soak everything.
But you want that sustenance.
I do. I want that sustenance. So something like that, to me, Cinnamon Toast, and it even layers well. It's like roofing on a house.
It does layer well.
It does. So.
Yeah, that's a great point, man. My dear God. Okay, so we're having ourselves a blast. Gojo, were you at the party last night?
I was not at the media party last night. No, I snuck away. There was like a little side media party that Mina Kimes is like the most popular person at Radio Row.
Yes.
She's got friends across all these different places. And I walk in and it was like, all right, like there's like 8 people here. And the next thing I know, I look around, like the entire Ringers here, the Athletics over there, a bunch of ESPN folks flocked in. So you just follow Mina Kimes and you're going to be in a good spot.
Okay, so we still haven't made it quite yet, is what we're hearing.
Yeah, we got to
not
get
at the legit media party.
I haven't made it yet either because she originally gave me the wrong bar and I found out from someone else. So I'm still not sure if she wasn't trying to sabotage me being there.
Okay, I've caught whispers of a Ron Jaworski Thursday night cigar party.
Yes.
That's a real thing.
That's a real thing. So I sneak in with that through Dad most every year because he has to go there. He works with Gridiron Greats. That's a part of that one. So my father has to go early to walk the red carpet. Is not a thing that gets... My dad is not a red carpet guy. My dad is a Waffle House made into a person. Fewer fights, but in general, the same idea.
The same energy.
Yeah, exactly. It's maybe a less chaotic top end, but more about the overall dining experience. But he is going to be walking the red carpet for Jaws.
It's Mike Golick Jr. here with you on 105 through the Fan. Is there a consensus among the Golicks of who's going to win or who you want to win in the Super Bowl?
So I don't actually. So Dad gets the best job in the world this week because he is a part of the radio broadcast for the game with Westwood One. He cannot give a pick.
Right.
So he sits around and gets to throw peanuts and sling product out here. And then at the end, when they actually go for the thing we all want, which is a pick, he has to recuse himself. He can't give a pick. So I don't know where Dad would lean in his heart of hearts. I've been leaning Philly all week. and I have never once felt good about it because Patrick Mahomes scares the ever-loving daylights out of me.
I didn't know how confident you were going to be on your selection. I didn't know if you were one of the ones that were privy to the script. So apparently not, so you're having to actually guess like the rest of us.
Exactly. No, I know the written script is somewhere walking around. I assume it's like, in like the glowing suitcase, like in the end of Pulp Fiction.
Yes.
I'm still waiting to find it, and if the script writers want help, I've seen enough M. Night Shyamalan movies to give you like a pretty good twist, even though it might lead to a lackluster ending.
Is the Eagles' trend, though, because of the trenches? This seems like a game that it's going to come down to the trench play.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is just the depth of that roster. Now, certainly the wild card is the health of Jalen Hurts' shoulder, and can he maximize a downfield passing game? Listen, as someone that had overs tied to A.J. Brown in the last game, watching him airmail that wide-open touchdown on the go was nightmare fuel for me. And I'm sure Steve Spagnuolo is going to put him in positions where you got to get creative and mix the bag up on defense. You can't give Philly one thing because they're too good at the simple things. Football's simple for Philadelphia. Hand the ball off behind the best offensive line in football and occasionally have your quarterback keep it. And then when he doesn't want to do that, you throw deep to two of the mutants that you drafted and then brought in free agency. Life's a little bit harder for Kansas City because you've got so many injuries at receiver right now. Defensively, you're not nearly as talented as Philadelphia, but you got 15. And you've got Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy in an offense that really does a lot to help out everybody involved. So that's the part that sticks in my craw a little bit is what they do there. But it's the depth of this Philly roster. I've said it's the zombie apocalypse where you get that Road Warrior car where you're just nailing sheet metal to the side of the thing and there's spikes on the hood. That's what Philadelphia and Howie Roseman built around Jalen Hurts on this team.
Gosh, that's fantastic. You're 100% right about that. If this was a Super Bowl matchup and the people playing it was actually just the menus of each city. Philadelphia food, Kansas City, really the barbecue. I feel like they're a one-trick pony, but they're dominant.
They are dominant in that field, so I am really partial. So my dad obviously played for 6 years of his NFL career in Philadelphia. We've gone back a fair amount. And the Reading Terminal Market in Philadelphia is like an old train station there where they put a bunch of food stands. Is like heaven on earth. It's just a bunch of Amish people cutting bacon in there. They've got bakeries in the back, and I go and eat my way through that thing every time I'm in Philadelphia, and they do so many things well. To your point, variety is the spice of life. It's not just a cheesesteak city. So that one really, I have a lot of love for that, but the Power and Light District in Kansas City, it's all deadly.
Okay, now this is hitting close to home for us. We're here at Radio Row right now. We're all trying to be professionals.
Oh, yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what level of emergency would you have to be in to go number 2 in one of these bathrooms here around all your colleagues?
Emergency? I did it this morning.
Okay, very good. He's a football caveman like my guy Brian Broaddus here. That's incredible.
Not afraid. I've never been one that's afraid of like a public restroom experience. I am forged in those fires. I'm a former offensive lineman. I'm a dirty, disgusting man.
You take pride in that.
I do admire that. Do you look down on somebody maybe like myself that is a little gun shy?
No, you know what? I allow it. Toilet time, as Eric Cartman once said, toilet time's the last bastion of American freedom, so how you choose to spend those moments, those are up to you. That's between you and usually now your cell phone for entertainment.
Very time-consuming.
It is. I got caught the other day, and she doesn't know this, but I ended up getting a phone call from my mom while I was on the toilet the other day. And I always assume might be something urgent if she's calling me and not texting me. And so I take the call, and she's just kind of going on about her day. I hang up the phone. Legs are completely numb. I couldn't stand up.
Yeah. Now, have you ever gone in a doorless or a wall-less situation? Are you willing to go prison style?
Oh, the doorless one was actually what we used to have when I was in college at Notre Dame.
Notre Dame Stadium, yeah.
We used to, Notre Dame, but even in our locker room inside the football facility, we used to just open the doors because you had a buddy to talk to in there, and we had mirrors right in front of us, so you guys could sit there and have a face-to-face conversation while you were both on the toilet. I thought it was just team bonding.
Have you ever been to a college stadium? I mean, because I go all the way back to the 80s when they didn't have any doors. It was just like the commode, and you're right there.
There's a lot of the bars in South Bend, Indiana that had those, and I am not a proud man. I have also explored in those situations out at late night, and you get to know a lot of your classmates when they're walking by watching you in that conference. It's like when your dog makes eye contact with you. Oh, no. I need you to help me feel safe right now. This is not, in Finney's South Bend, Indiana is not a place where you should feel safe doing this, so I need eye contact with me. Mark from accounting. Econ 101. I need you to be with me here, brother. We are teammates tonight.
Mike Golick Jr., the Gojo podcast, man. We could talk to you forever. Congrats on all your success. It's well deserved. You're a beast.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you having me.
Mike Golick Jr. here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Lucius, talk to me. Are we going to break here and then come back with Steinberg? Does that sound about right to you? Okay, we're going to break. We'll come back with Patrick Mahomes' agent, super agent, Lee Steinberg here on 105.3 The Fan.
That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All righty, thank you very much, Lucius. We have a special guest sitting down in the A#1 Air hot seat. A#1 Air, the heating, electric, and plumbing pros. Our coverage brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. WindowNation.com. It's a super agent. Lee Steinberg has represented over 300 professional athletes, football, baseball, basketball, boxing, and Olympic sports in his career. He has represented the #1 overall pick in the NFL draft a record 8 times. And you look at his client list currently, there are a lot of very interesting names, and we look forward to talking with Lee about that. And a good afternoon, sir. Thank you for joining us here on The Fan.
Thank you for having me in the hot seat.
Hey, man, it is great to have you, a man that has done deals with some of the biggest players, Troy Aikman, and has, really been intertwined through the sports history of our lifetimes is what Lee Steinberg really is. How amazing has this ride been with Patrick Mahomes? How much fun are you having representing this guy?
If you represent football players, there are probably 3 penultimate experiences. One is players going to the Hall of Fame, another one's having the first pick in the draft. But as much excitement as anything is having a quarterback playing in the Super Bowl. This has become the premier marketing event in America and offers a chance to transcend the narrow genre of hardcore sports fans to reach out to this massive American audience. And I remember when Troy came off the field in the Rose Bowl for that first Cowboy Super Bowl, I said, "Do you realize what just happened?" He said, "Yeah, we won the game." I said, "No, Troy. You entered the Rose Bowl and you were Troy Aikman, good football player. Now you're Troy Aikman, naming lights." And he said, "Oh, Lee, you're embellishing that, overblowing that." And we got out at the Lowe's Hotel in Santa Monica, and this massive fan group overwhelmed the limo.
Yeah, we see that today. We did a beer event with Troy like 6 months ago, and it was insane in that bar.
Right.
And we see Cowboys all the time, but not like that. That's a different kind of experience. So how's Patrick doing, coming into this game and trying to win number 2 and not lose 2? How's he doing?
He's remarkably grounded. So one of the things that serves him well is he doesn't get too high, he doesn't get too low. He's not self-absorbed. It's not all about him. And so he has pristine work habits. He's got tremendous ability to focus on the task at hand. So all this is going on, but he's not affected.
How's all of his off-the-field opportunities coming along?
Well, you turn on television and
yeah, it's a lot of it. Do you ever get concerned as an agent that it becomes a distraction?
Well, you must know that his first 2 years we had a policy of no endorsements and not doing anything. So even when he was offered them, the first year he was MVP, the point was to prove to the owner, the general manager, the head coach, the fans, the other players, importantly, that football was his priority. And after he'd done that a couple of years and then was MVP of the league, we started to release on that. But again, he's a compartmentalized person, so those things happen in the offseason. Nothing with him interferes with him staying in shape all year, nothing with him preparing.
Lee, when you went through that process, Kansas City traded up, and so you've been through all this, the experience of kind of you've been one of the experts at like, my guy's going to go here or he's going to go here. How quickly did you know that Kansas City was going to be involved? I know John Dorsey very well, who was the GM there at Kansas City, and he made it like he kept that thing right close to his vest till the very last moment there.
But we know because the teams are telling us. So we know what we call the hot teams.
Sure.
So the draft, the way we see it, is which teams actually, if their pick comes up, will pick your player. Not what teams sort of like your player, not what teams think he's a good draft pick. Will they actually pick him? Kansas City was a team like that in that draft. New Orleans was a team like that. Houston, and they were lined up in draft order right behind the slot that Kansas City traded into. So we knew early on they had intense interest, and then it just had to play out.
Lee Steinberg here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Well, Chuck?
You had, the Mahomes contract was obviously a record breaker at the time. How have you seen these quarterback contracts evolve? And it seems like now everybody's a $40 million man, and they're just now getting higher and higher.
And that's a function of revenue coming into the sport. So remember, in the midst of a cratered economy and a pandemic, CBS and Fox both increased their bid over what was a massive amount of money by 83%. They almost doubled it. And so the money continues to flow. So there's a cap in football, so 53% of the money goes to owners, so they get not losing money, they can't lose money. So it just floats like that. And $50 million of totally guaranteed contracts, which Deshaun Watson signed, quite naturally the next player is going to want more than that and more than that and more than that. And as long as the revenue flows, this sport is so quarterback-centric now. You cannot get to the Super Bowl or very far in the playoffs without a franchise quarterback. Someone you can build around for 10 to 12 years, win because of rather than with, and who importantly in critical circumstances, throwing a couple interceptions, crowds booing, games getting out of hand, we're late in the fourth quarter, can he compartmentalize, adopt a quiet mind, and elevate his play to take a team through and through? Now, if you could have a player like that, the sky's the limit.
What's it like negotiating with Jerry Jones?
I love it because he's got a very creative mind. He's whip smart, and I started with him when he first bought the team. He had fired Tex Schramm, he had fired Tom Landry, he had fired Gil Brandt, and into Dallas came Troy and I, and we had a first chance to get to know him when he just started the team. So, but he's part of the new wave of owners who imagine the sport as an entertainment and knew how to brand and knew how to expand the revenue. He's largely responsible for the fact the sport's financially healthy the way it is.
You'll probably be talking to Jerry here next month, right? Cooper Rush is one of your agents. How do you expect that to go?
Well, because I think that, look, football's a team game, so a lot of different elements go into it, but you could argue that he saved the season.
Sure did.
That had they not had a capable quarterback in the games in which Dak was injured, it would have been, difficult to ever get to the playoffs in their position. So what you saw in the 49er playoff game is you don't just need one, you need multiple quarterbacks. So if you have playoff aspirations, I think having that second quarterback be someone that you can rely on is critical.
Lee, thank you so much. Is there anything we can plug for you? You got your party coming up this week, anything like that?
Yeah, we have our party on Saturday. It'll be the 36th. We're raising money for the homeless. We're focusing on the issue of concussion. We're doing a health and wellness exhibit where we can hype up player energy through hyperbaric oxygen and stem cell, and we've got some brain treatments that might actually help cure concussions. So we got all sorts of things going on.
Great stuff, Lee. Appreciate your time as always. Good luck to you and Patrick in the Super Bowl.
My pleasure, and hi to my daughter who lives in Dallas.
Oh, right on, man.
Wonderful.
That is great.
Yes, thank you, Lee.
Super Agent Lee Steinberg here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, a lot of fans are going to be cheering against the Eagles and for his top client, Patrick Mahomes, in this Super Bowl Sunday afternoon, and we're all excited for it. We have a whirlwind of Radio Row activity going on now. And joining us here on 105.3 The Fan is a gentleman portraying George in the upcoming movie Big George Foreman, the miraculous story of the once and future heavyweight champion of the world. He's also in the movies Space Jam, New Legacy, and others. Chris Davis here.
What's going on?
105.3 The Fan.
What are we doing with the Eagles hat, my man?
Look, man, you know what it is. You've seen how they play. You understand why we are here. Just honor it. Let it happen, man. Don't fight it. Don't fight the tide.
Look at the confidence here, Wolfchuck.
Man, come on, man. Really though, this is one of the best, most well-rounded teams I've seen as an Eagles fan. You know, it's not like a Rudy moment like we had with Nick Foles.
Yeah.
Right? This is hard work, earned work, specific work that all of these guys are doing. So they deserve to be here. You know what I mean? It's no fluke. You know?
Yeah. So lifelong Eagles fan from the Philadelphia area?
I am from Camden, New Jersey. You know, growing up, my dad was a Cowboys fan. So, you know, that was in the house. So you grow up being a Cowboys fan. You know, it was the Aikman era.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously, you know, you see those guys playing football. You're like, yeah, I'm down with that. But when I got older, you know, the McNabb era really grabbed me, man. And, you know, I'm from Camden, New Jersey, and I ride for my city hard, too. And, you know, being from South Jersey, we don't have a South Jersey team. So naturally, it's the Eagles, man. So I just was like, you know, for a while there, I was like, oh, I just like players, you know, or, you know, Terrell Davis is over here or this person's over there. I'll watch them, I'll follow them. But again, like I said, the McNabb era really brought me home, man. So I said, you know, I'm from Camden, man, and this is where I want to be, and, you know.
Yeah, so Chris, you didn't listen to your mom and dad then, huh?
No, man.
So you were kind of a rebellious child a little bit? I think your dad was on the right path.
I wouldn't say rebellious. But I was the kind of kid who did what felt right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Did what felt right to me. And that's even how I ended up in acting. You know what I mean? Because I played football most of my life as a young man. You know what I mean?
What position?
Defensive end and tight end in high school.
See that?
I played corner when I was, you know, peewee, you know, little guy, but I was always playing with the heavier guys anyway, because as a kid I was a lot taller than other kids.
Yeah, so very athletic and big, so you naturally fill the George Foreman role.
Well, I didn't know that was going to be so perfect, a perfect fit, because he's the same height.
Okay.
You know, when he was at the height of his career, he was about 228. Later in his career, when he lost to Jimmy Young, he was about 232. You know, so that is around my range. And I had no idea that it was going to fit so perfectly until I started working on the job, because all I remembered was the big guy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all I remembered. So for me, I was like, oh, man, I'm going to have to gain all of this weight.
Yeah.
I'm going to act, you know, from his younger years, and then I'm just going to be a big guy. But when we got to work, I came to realize that I would have to be not only the teenage years, Olympic years.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Yeah, wow.
But then I would have to go into the championship years, right? Where he's around 225 into the 230s. Then we took a 8-week hiatus where I had to gain weight to do the second half of his career. So in the first half, I would have to fluctuate. Not have to, but I chose to, right? Because we shot out of sequence. So one week I would be 18, 19, 20. The next week I would be 28, 31, 32, right? So I would gain weight. I would start on like a Wednesday, and I would pick up weight for the next week to be in the 28, 30, you know, 228, 230 range. And next week, oh man, we're going back down to the Job Corps. Okay, we're going to the Olympics. All right, I got to cut weight, so I got to get down to 225. And I did that, played that game for the whole first half of the film. And then we took the 8 weeks off, right? And I started off at 225. Mind you, I was trying desperately to keep that 230, but when you're doing those fight scenes for 12 hours a day, you can't help but lose weight.
Dang.
So they called me and said, Chris, man, you know, we want to try you for a fat suit, because I was in really good shape. It was almost impossible. They were like, we're going to try you for a fat suit. I said, look, man, you'll be back in 5 weeks, right? And they said, yeah. I said, okay. Come back in 5 weeks. See my body. If you think I need a fat suit, go ahead and make the fat suit. I don't care. But just tell me to stop eating, because it's terrible. I was doing 7,000 calories a day.
Oh, what was your favorite
right?
dude.
So I did 7,000 calories a day. And in 5 weeks, I gained 50 pounds. Damn.
Wow.
50 pounds in 5
Wow. You lifting this whole time? Are you?
No.
Okay.
No, some creatine.
Okay.
Creatine, 7,000 calories. Did it all on a pescatarian diet.
Oh.
Right?
Oh.
Yeah, no sugar.
This isn't ice cream.
No, man, not ice cream at all. Very lean food, man.
So did you get fat or did you just get rocked?
I got big, man. I got big. I couldn't see my feet.
Okay.
The belly was so enormous.
Nice.
That I couldn't see my feet, man. Like shirts that like would dangle. I had put them on and they had a nice little lift. Tight. Yeah.
Get a little breeze under there.
A little breeze. So I had gotten there. So in the 8-week time period, I had gotten to 280. Wow. While still training in the gym for the fight sequences for the next film, for the next half.
Okay, this is Chris Davis. He's playing George Foreman in this movie coming up.
Do you have a nutritionist that is helping you?
Had a nutritionist, and his recommendation was 6,000 a day. But if I would have done the 6,000 a day, I was never going to make weight. Because it was slotted for me to gain like 2.5 to 5 pounds a week, and it really wasn't going to get me there.
Right.
So I sat there, I looked at the program, and I thought to myself, I said, okay, man, you don't want the studio to come back and to see you and to be like, oh, well, he tried. No, man, I wanted them to be blown away. So I upped it to 7,000 a day, and when they came back, they couldn't believe it. I mean, I saw myself growing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it's me. I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
And we get into the gym, and we got to start training. And I'm in the ring, and my coach is taking a photo of me and some of the other guys I had to fight, just side by sides, right, to send back to the studio. And he showed me a photo, and I couldn't believe how big I was. It was astonishing, mind blowing. So, I put in the work, man, and that's what I wanted to do for Mr. Foreman, man. I wanted to do honor to his legacy.
No question, man, and I guarantee you did, and I look forward to seeing it. And what is that like? 7,000 calories? Are you just eating all day long?
You're eating all day long. So I would start eating at like 6 a.m. and I wouldn't be done eating until about 9, because when you're eating that much, it actually gets hard. Your body doesn't want to eat anymore. So sometimes it would take me about 2 hours to finish a plate of food, but because of the way that the time frame worked out, was I was finished with my 1,200 calorie plate of food, I had to go into a 700 calorie snack.
Oh my goodness!
So I was just
there was just no lag time.
There was no lag time,
or just going
right. So once my body got used to it, even when we were back in the gym training, we'd be training for like an hour or so, and then we would stop just so I could have my 700 calorie snack and my protein shake, so that I didn't lose too many calories.
So outside of the eating and obviously the physical aspect of it, I'm always fascinated by the boxing, the preparation that goes into these movies. Like I loved Rocky growing up, the Creed 3 that's coming out. I'm pumped for that. So what went into the boxing training, and how is the boxing filming aspect of it in this film?
Well, that's interesting because when I started to train, I started to work with Daryl Foster, who was the trainer for Will Smith on Ali.
Oh, cool.
And Daryl was like, look, Chris, first and foremost, we learn how to fight, and we're going to treat this like fight camp. We're going to treat this like you're training for a championship fight.
Cool.
So it was a lot of sparring. There were days where I was in the ring, and he was like, I was doing a fight sequence with one guy, and he would just pump him in. And it's just me in there fighting with all these guys. Now, when it came to filming, there's a way that you can film fights that makes it look real. But the way that we were sequencing the fights, we wanted to get really close to the action, right? Not do any weird angles or anything like that kind of hide it. And that wasn't really up to us. I would have much rather have chosen to do the movie magic, but the way in which the director wanted to tell the story, it was going to give away all of the magic, right? Give away all the secrets. So, me being the person that I am, I said, man, forget it. I said, hit me. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's just get it over with. Get this hit done. Let's knock it out. Man, so after that...
Hopefully not literally knock it out, but...
Not literally, right? But after that, all of the sequences that we had created, which were very safe, sometimes, and you'll see in the film, it just got down to us really just throwing blows, man. And it's just 12 hours of us tagging each other, man, just getting it in, man, popping, rolling with the punches, catching them on the chin, hitting on the forehead, Yeah, it was nice, real body shots. So this isn't the kind of boxing movie that you're going to watch and you're going to say, oh, I saw where he faked that.
Right.
No, man, because the camera was right there. It caught the impact. It caught the sweat. It caught the face doing, like, oh, my God. It caught it. So we ended up having to work that way when it came to filming it because the magic was all going to be gone. And I personally and the fight coordinator personally were like, look, we're not going to let this thing look like that if you're going to hide the magic. So I just dug my heels in, man, and all the other fighters did too, which was great. And we all leaned on each other. And after we did it, it was nothing but love. We had professional fighters in there. We had Carlos Takam in there. We had Cedric Boswell, was in there as Sonny Liston.
So you kind of a boxer now.
Sounds like at the end of it, it really felt like boxing was life.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And what I learned through that experience, and that's what Daryl Foster's goal was, is to teach me how to fight.
That is
like
so cool.
As a fighter, right? So, yeah, right. It was a fight camp, and that's what we did. So my love for boxing, my understanding for it, and my way to box, how I can box, right, is authentic. So yes.
How about the voice? Did you get that down?
As best as I could.
Yeah.
I'm not Mr. Foreman, and I can never be actually Mr. Foreman, right?
Yeah.
And all I can do is try to honor a representation of Mr. Foreman, not even an emulation or an impersonation. So I did the best that I could. I worked with a dialect coach, and we worked on the different eras because he sounds different from when he was a kid to when he was a champion to when he's, in his later years, still selling the grills. It's a completely different way of speaking, So we worked hard on that. We worked hard on the specificity of his mannerisms in the ring, using his stop blocks, which made him look like a mummy, but they were a very specific way of fighting, almost Tai Chi-like, in the ring, just to open guys up and using angles. People don't realize how much of a intellectual fighter George Foreman was. Wow. His boxing IQ is so high, and when you break it down, and this is what we did, you see how smart he was as a fighter. But then you get to Ali, and Mr. Foreman has said this himself. When you get to Ali, for some reason, all that went out the window. And he tried to slug him down. He didn't box. He didn't try to box him, right? And that's what he told me was that's what the problem was when he fought Ronnie Lyle. You know what I mean? That he tried to box Ronnie Lyle, but Ronnie Lyle came to slug. Yeah. Because he had something to prove when it came to boxing. So, yeah, oh, no.
That was amazing,
dude. I'm fired up.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. I can't wait. In theaters April 28th, right?
Yes.
Hell of a job. Thank you so much. We can't wait to see you in this movie, bro.
Thank you.
That was fun.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, for sure.
And have a good afternoon on Sunday. All right, take care. There he is, Chris Davis, the actor. He's going to be playing George Foreman. It comes out April 28th. Big George Foreman, the miraculous story, the once and future heavyweight champion. That was really, really cool. Doc Lou Allen and Wolchuk's Top 10 is coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat Window Nation, though. Can we do that? Yeah, let's do Window Nation while the guys are...
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're live on Radio Row, and we're about to have a guest join us on the phone that should be very interesting for Mavs fans. Our coverage here on Radio Row is presented by Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house, Rally House, and also Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free at windownation.com. General at your service at ease. It's been a whirlwind first couple of hours. Brian brought us there, former NFL scout, NFL executive. Was hanging out with his buddy Jim McMahon earlier. That was cool to see. Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Tim Collins, the office ace, the cubicle QB, is running our remote engineering. And back in studio, Lucius Alexander in that Pimp Cup, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. All right, so that's a reset, and hope you're having a great day. So our guest, he nailed the Kyrie Irving to Dallas. First to report that. It's his pinned tweet on his Twitter account at Lou Allen Doc. And both Brian and I have retweeted that here today. So if you want to jump on there and follow him, that would be great. But yesterday, he had a tweet that the Mavs and Suns were talking, and DeAndre Ayton, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Christian Wood were the subjects of some conversation. So we talked about that, and after the show last night, Brian Broaddus went ahead and booked Mr. Doc Lou Allen. He runs digital messaging for the @NBA app. He's a broadcaster and a writer as well. And Doc joins us now here on your home of the Cowboys. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing very well. Before we start, I want to throw it out there. I'm from Harlem, New York, so if my accent a little too strong, I'm sorry for that for the viewers.
No, I love that. Yeah, it brings a little bit of flavor to the broadcast, so we appreciate your accent. You're coming in loud and clear. Now, congrats on nailing that Kyrie Irving story. How exciting was that to have the goods before the bigger accounts started getting wind of that?
Honestly, when I first got the information, I didn't think I was the first person until everybody started retweeting and saying, "Oh, this is not true," and I was just confused. And then when I start, as hours go by, I see other journalists saying, "Oh, he's going to the Lakers, he's going to the Clippers." So I've seen so many other teams. So I put out another tweet that Mark Cuban's going to be aggressive. This deal is done, and it was just history after that when I said that he was going to the Mavericks. At first nobody believed me. I know I'm a young reporter, so I wouldn't really believe myself either.
Well, yeah, what is your background? Because if a lot of people would see a smaller Twitter account, a new face on the NBA beat, it's, especially with all the pranks that go on, the initial thought is, wow, I really got to vet this, and I don't know how credible it is. So what is your background? And share with us what you can, because you obviously have some great sources.
Right. Well, my real first writing job was at the Gannett for the Delaware News Journal. So I did a fellowship there. I was covering high school sports. That led me to a job at a news station in Philadelphia called PHL 17. That's when I interviewed a lot of NFL players, their coaches, their former coaches. Tobias Harris' father was my most prominent interview that first went viral on Twitter. And I also did a lot of fan stuff, like for Nicki Minaj, rapper. I wrote an article on her that went viral, got a lot of followers from that. That led me to the job at ABC, being like a content producer, not as the same as a digital reporter, but I was just writing multiple articles on sports and crime in LA, Houston, all around the 8 stations of ABC. And now I'm at the NBA, and emails and contacts I have now, plus when I was at the PHL 17 in Philadelphia, make that together, and now we're here.
Yeah, see, we've got before on the show, going with stuff. So I hope you don't mind, but everything checked out, and we're super happy to have you on the show. Have you heard anything else about the DeAndre Ayton beyond your tweet from yesterday?
Well, to elaborate on that tweet, the Dallas Mavericks was interested in DeAndre Ayton. Now, the Suns got a new owner. I don't know how he feels on DeAndre Ayton. I know the coach didn't like DeAndre Ayton. We saw them arguing when they were last year in the playoffs. DeAndre Ayton got upset. The only reason DeAndre Ayton is on their team today is because when they try to trade DeAndre Ayton in the summertime, when he was a restricted free agent, Utah instead traded Rudy Gobert to Minnesota and then traded him. They didn't swap centers like they were supposed to. So then he was forced to sign Ayton to that long-term deal. So it makes sense for them to get rid of Ayton now, but hey, I don't know if this new owner likes DeAndre Ayton or his plans with DeAndre Ayton, and now they're talking about using DeAndre Ayton this summer, plus Mikal Bridges, and maybe Cam Johnson to get KD, but that's a long shot to me. Right now, Mark Cuban is interested in DeAndre Ayton, and he's willing to do whatever to get him.
Have you heard any feedback on if Christian Wood and Tim Hardaway Jr. could get it done, or if they would have to throw in more assets?
Definitely, there was on the first round picks. That was the only assets I know of as the first round picks. There was no other people other than those two guys. I saw JaVale McGee mentioned, but I never heard that through like the emails or anything I was getting, or conversations through our Slack messages on. I can't go into big details on it, but that's what was the talk between the airwaves about this, just Tim Hardaway Jr. and Christian Wood, and I like Christian Wood as a basketball player.
It's Doc Llewellyn here with you on 105.3 The Fan. All right, well, we appreciate your time, sir. I do feel like this could be the opportunity where your career as an insider could take off if this one comes true already. I mean, it looks like you've already picked up quite a few followers since last week, right?
He gained 2,500, so hopefully this one goes well. So
yeah.
Hopefully this one goes well.
Hey, best of luck to you, and if you ever do make it down here to Dallas, let us know, man. We'd love to talk hoop with you anytime.
Appreciate that. Have a great rest of your day.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Doc Llewellyn here on 105.3 The Fan. He also interned with the 76ers. I brought up his LinkedIn, and you can sort of see the points where if you're good at networking and fellowshipping and stuff, people start to tell you things. And it's oftentimes like the biggest stories can get broken from different kinds of sources like times on our radio station where basketball announcers have broken Rangers baseball stories, and it's fascinating. Yeah, Broadus breaking basketball stories now for us as well. Let's do this since we do have another guest coming up, Wolchuk, if you don't mind. Ian Eagle, play-by-play man of the Nets, is about 5-10 minutes away. Can we get an abbreviated version of your top 10 at 420?
Oh, absolutely. Sure can. Don't worry, Tim. I've made sure that I've got this sealed. It is nice and it is tight, sir.
Don't go spilling again.
No spillage. No spillage is going to be
It's
happening.
going to spill.
I'll tell you, I got no room to talk, man. At that media party last night, I was spilling all over the place.
I ended up spilling half a drink as well. Sean was making fun of me, so don't worry. We're both equally guilty. But I didn't spill it on me, Brian. You've been proud.
That's
proud, Brian.
That's a first.
That's my guy. Thank you. Michelle's clapping for me as well. All right. I got the top 10 best individual Super Bowl performances, and I think we might have an issue with this list. It's courtesy of Yard Barker. They might have gone very recency biased if you asked me on this, but we'll see what we think. We start at number 10. They go Joe Flacco. The Ravens were hoping for a proper send-off for Ray Lewis, and Flacco, well, his play helped get them that. He was awarded Super Bowl MVP. He completed 22 of 33 passes for 287 yards, 3 touchdowns. Certainly did have an outstanding Super Bowl game, but is it one of the top 10 Super Bowl performances? Remains to be seen.
It seems off to me.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel right. Joe Flacco, top 10 Super Bowl performance all time. I just can't. I can't get on board with it.
How about this one? Number 9, Demaryius Thomas. This was in a loss, and this seems like a compiling stat to me. 13 catches, 118 yards, and a touchdown.
In the game where they got blown out in New York?
They lose 43-8. The stats are there. 13 catches, 118 yards, and a touchdown. But when you're down by that much, all you're doing is throwing the football. How can you tell me that's one of the best performances?
Is this a bit list?
Might be.
Did you get butt cracked?
Maybe Is this Pro Football Focus?
This is Yard Barker.
Okay, Yard Barker.
Maybe. And
Are you sure? Check the spelling. Make sure it's not like Schmarge
Brian,
marker.
check it for me, buddy.
This
give me some extra eyes on this.
That's
sucker.
Yard Barker.
We're coming out of the gates. Top 10 all-time individual Super Bowl performances, and you're gonna go in with Joe Flacco and Demaryius Thomas, R.I.P. My dear God.
I set it up that way. I said I think we're gonna have issues, boys.
Hell of a player.
You weren't wrong.
At least he was good, unlike Joe.
He was very good.
Yeah.
He was, and that's a good stat line. He had a good game, but I think if you were talking about the top 10 performances, I think the performance needs to have a factor into your team winning or coming damn near close to winning the game.
Or be historic.
Well. Right.
Yeah.
Like
not just good.
T.O. in the Super Bowl. I think
Amazing.
that could have been in here.
Yeah.
His team lost.
On a
but
broken
he's doing
ankle.
it on a broken ankle.
Yeah,
that was an
sick.
honorable mention. It didn't make the top 10. Number 8. How about Marshawn Lynch? This was in a losing effort against the Patriots, but we know he should have gotten the ball. He should have had a touchdown, which would have been his second rushing touchdown, and he would have had 24 carries for 103 yards and 2 touchdowns instead of, well, it would have been 25 carries instead of 24 carries for 102 yards and 1 score. That was a terrific performance in a losing effort.
100-yard game and a touchdown. It's a top 10 game?
Well,
wow.
Again, that was a vintage Patriots defense.
Beast mode is my favorite running back of all time. So there's that. I'm a beast mode guy.
This was also pretty epic. Tom Brady, number 7, in the same game. And he was heroic in the fourth quarter of this one. 37 of 50, 328 yards, 4 touchdowns. Now we're talking.
That's a top 10 game. 4? That's Al Bundy territory.
He was absolutely brilliant.
That's dropping dimes. I wish I got the Al Bundy reference there. I feel bad about that because I bet it was a damn
4
good
in one
one.
game at Polk High.
Oh!
Yeah, he was always
very
bragging
nice.
about it.
I
See,
like that.
Michelle got it. Broadus got it. Tim got it. Yeah.
I don't know if I got
Married
it. I
with
was
children.
Just,
You weren't a Married with Children guy?
I didn't watch much
Watching
of that.
film.
He was
man.
watching tape.
Yeah.
Katie Seagal?
Yeah.
I loved her.
Bud Bundy?
Still got it.
There were a lot of good
Still
stuff
got
going
it,
on.
baby. Number 6, maybe the most overlooked great Super Bowl performance of all time. James White, who could have gotten that Super Bowl.
28-3.
This dude was a machine in that game against the Falcons. He had the Super Bowl winning touchdown in overtime. He had 6 carries for 29 yards and 2 touchdowns to go along with a monster day receiving, 14 catches, 110 yards, and another touchdown.
Tear him
That
up.
was an iconic performance by James White.
Jimmy.
Number 5 to top that, we go back to Brady. Same game, the Super Bowl rally over the Falcons, 28-3. 43 of 62 this time. 466 yards, 2 touchdowns to earn MVP honors. Now let me ask you, who would you have given that MVP to? I think it should have been James White, but they always go to the quarterback.
Yeah, they always go to the quarterback. And ultimately,
The running back at Disney World thing doesn't work.
Does it not?
No, that doesn't work.
I think Emmett looked damn good.
Yeah, well, this one they didn't really make it work.
Nick Foles, number 4, the Philly special.
Boo.
He threw for 373 yards, put
my
up
God.
41 points against the
my God.
Patriots.
Okay,
It was
he
pretty
deserves
damn
it.
good.
He did have a game.
Number 3, this one's a little weird. Damian Williams against the Niners.
Chiefs,
With the
yeah.
Chiefs. Now, he did have a damn good game. 17 carries, 104 yards, and a touchdown, along with 4 catches for 29 yards and a receiving touchdown.
Nope.
So 2 total scores.
So this is the top 10 for the last 10. Like top 10 for the last 10 years.
They go all 56 Super Bowls, man.
I just don't believe they actually did that.
Number 2 is Brady
Mark B on your Scantron for
against
false.
the Chiefs. 29 of 21, 21 of 29, 201 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a blowout win over the Bucs. But number 1 last year, Cooper Kupp against the Bungholes.
Yeah, bro. Hey, this time next year
8
we're going to have the
passes,
Pat Mahomes or
92
Jalen
yards,
Hurts game.
2 touchdowns. Very recency biased in the best individual performances.
Thank you, Bully. We snuck that in. We got it in. You know, snuggle. Thought you'd appreciate
I
it.
like a good quickie this time of year.
Bowl of super delicious football stuff with Chia Falls about 20 minutes away. Ian Eagle, voice of the Nets, is next in the nation.
Commercial-free filler.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. We're about to be joined by the voice of Nets basketball and several other major sporting events. Ian Eagle here in just a second. Our presenting sponsors are Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house. Rally House. Yeah, sometimes, guys, at these radio rows, you can go 2 hours with nothing but guests, and you look back on it, it's a freaking whirlwind. And that's what we just experienced for about an hour and a half. It's about to wrap up with Ian Eagle, a little bit of a phoner here. And we are looking forward to speaking with him. And here we go on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, a play-by-play voice that everybody is familiar with. And he's the voice of the Nets as well. Ian Eagle here on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us again. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
We are doing outstanding, and we're excited to have a backcourt partner here for Luka Doncic. How do you think this is going to go for us?
Yeah, fascinating from a basketball standpoint. You go back to Kyrie's early years in Cleveland. Obviously, he played Robin to LeBron James' Batman, and it was successful. The roles were defined, but Kyrie's responsibility level went up and up and up. And then, obviously, things changed when LeBron made his move. And Kyrie ultimately went to Boston, ended up in Brooklyn. None of that worked out as expected. I think he's going to go into Dallas with a really good attitude and recognizing that this is a very pivotal time in his career. So from a basketball standpoint, he'll do all the right things to try to make it work. And as you saw in the press conference yesterday, he felt disrespected and felt like things were not the way that he had hoped in Brooklyn. I think the Nets have a very different viewpoint on that. It's irrelevant to his current situation, but it will follow him because each time he's left a place, it has not ended well.
Do you think it's possible to go about trying to respect him and accommodate him so much that he could be comfortable for a long time in a team?
I don't know. I don't think so. In my experience, there's a mercurial nature there, so you think that everything is all good and going in the right direction, and then there's a curveball. There's something that's taken in a certain manner or an affront in some way or some stuff that he's dealing with, and then it's not necessarily articulated in the right manner to the team. So if you're just going off previous experience, no. But I do think clean slate in his eyes of new team, new teammates, new management, new coaching staff, new situation. There have been stretches with Kyrie where he gets focused and laser focused on the job that he has to do and the work that he has to put in. Nobody will question that part of it. Availability was a big part of it with the Nets, and then the unpredictable nature of day in and day out. What kind of mood is he in? Is he ready to go to battle with these guys, or is there something holding him back? Is he separating himself from his teammates? So that did pop up over the last few years, and it's all part of the larger story for Kyrie. There's no questioning his on-court talent. He is a savant. You're going to see things, and it's going to blow your mind. You've seen Luka now play every game in his NBA career, and there are still things that he does that will completely blow you away. Kyrie is in that same category. He has such a high skill level, and he's got the mentality of an artist out there. He just does things that nobody else can do.
In a wide-open Western Conference, and two of the most talented players now in the NBA with Luka and Kyrie, what is the ceiling, you think, for this Mavs team?
Well, I think their expectation certainly goes up a notch because they needed another superstar. They needed somebody else to pair with Luka. I think they also had to prove to Luka that they were serious about trying to assemble the best team and put him in the best situation to win a championship. Is this the right mix? These two guys and the role players surrounding them? We don't know until we see it on the court play out. It's not going to be perfection day one. I think there are going to be some moments where you're just in awe of what they're capable of. The question is sustainability. Looking back with the Nets, Kyrie, KD, James Harden, everyone just assumed, oh, this is going to be incredible. They played 16 games together. They went 13-3 in those 16 games. That's it. That's all she wrote.
Crazy.
There was not that next chapter, that championship chapter that everybody assumed, because they just couldn't keep these guys on the court together, and there were things behind the scenes. Look, the other part too, you guys know this. You're following big-time sports on a daily basis. There are things that are public, and then there are things that are private, and oftentimes the private stuff doesn't come to light, but it doesn't mean it's not happening. And I do think there was a lot of day-to-day drama that just became too much.
Ian, do you think that that there's some relief within the Brooklyn organization that he's moved on? Is it,
Yes.
we're to the point where it's now like, okay, let's try and figure it out from here. We went this direction, but now we need to figure out a different path.
Yeah, and to be honest, guys, I think they really were interested in moving on earlier, but there were concerns and reservations in regards to Kevin Durant and how he would handle all this. And in addition, by the way, I'm not sure they still know how KD completely feels about this. Kevin is holding back his public comments until we see what the team looks like by the time 3 o'clock Eastern tomorrow hits at the trade deadline. So there's a reason why you haven't heard from Kevin Durant. There's a lot there. There's a lot of communication that still needs to take place, and I think the Nets are trying to figure out exactly how to handle this situation. But if you're asking me, were they interested in moving on from this? They were. The final straw, the untenable moment, the point of no return is when the two sides realized that there was not going to be the 4-year, $198 million deal among Kyrie and his camp. And keep in mind, you deal with his family. It's his stepmom who is his agent. So you're not dealing with a third party where you might have certain conversations. You're having business conversations in a very personal way. And when you get those two emotions intertwined, it can be very challenging. And I think both sides found that. And once they realized this deal wasn't going to happen, that was it. That was the point of no return.
And
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is the Mavericks? It seems like the Mavericks are getting Kyrie Irving at like in terms of playing at the height of his powers. He seems to be playing some of the best ball of the season for sure.
Oh yeah, he's been magical. Now it wasn't translating into wins when it was just him. When it was him paired with Kevin Durant, boy, they were clicking. They had won 12 in a row. They won 18 out of 20. That was the best 20-game stretch in franchise history, 18-2. So they had the makings of something, and I think that's where the disappointment comes in from the Brooklyn Nets fan base, that this team had a chance, and the idea that Kyrie at some point realized, hey, I'm not staying, I can't get past this contract thing. Net fans were under the impression, well, he'll play out the season, go out, play well, let the chips fall where they may. At the end of this, Kyrie and his camp determined that his power and his leverage was going to be completely gone. Now, financially, we're going to find out down the road if he made the right decision. I don't see him getting the 4 years, $198 million anywhere else. In fact, I don't even know if financially it can happen around the NBA, the way things are currently set up. But it might be a shorter deal with big numbers. If he goes out and wins and plays well, then I do think the situation will correct itself and he'll get compensated in the right manner. But I think he determined and the Nets determined it wasn't going to happen here.
Ian, can you tell us, there were some reports, and again, you're so well sourced there with the Nets, about ownership there not willing to send him to the place he wanted to go. Is that just something, a bad rumor, or is that really something that you can kind of address for us?
I don't know. I don't know that to be the case. Obviously, when you get to that level, you have to make the right decisions from a business standpoint. You have to make the right decisions in regards to your franchise and your franchise's future. The Nets seem very comfortable with the deal that they made with Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith. Obviously, Spencer's previous stint with the Nets, so they knew what they were getting. Dorian Finney-Smith, reputation for being someone that works extremely hard, versatile defender, improved offensive player, and that bulldog mentality on the court. Then the future first-round pick, the 2 second-round picks. I don't know if the Laker deal was real, and I also don't know if they thought the Laker deal would make them better. And also keeping in the back of your mind that the deals are made with Kevin Durant in mind, trying to placate and make sure he's comfortable with the direction of the team. Are they done? Is this it? I think the Nets are still trying to make moves here, and they might be hitting some roadblocks along the way because everybody knows that they're in a buyer's mentality right now, trying to equip this team with the right pieces to attempt to make a run and to attempt to keep Kevin Durant happy.
Thanks so much for your time, Ian, and enjoy the rest of the season. Hope things turn around for you up there.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the week. Have fun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ian Eagle, voice of the Nets here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, salute to our Radio Row sponsors, Rally House, your home for actual officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house, Rally House. Hey, Sean Sharif from Sean, RJ, and Bobby sitting down at the table here with us.
Hell yeah, he
as
is.
we go into a bowl of super delicious football stuff with Eric Chiafalo next in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and
Afternoon, and the Fan was there covering it with your immediate reaction.
Pure entertainment factor, that's going to be amazing. I mean, I'm excited to see it and see how it goes.
Yeah, I will give you boys credit. Man, you're the only station in town breaking this news. Nobody else in this sports market is doing it. So 105.3 The Fan, so booyah to you guys.
Live, local, and there for you. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet at Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here live on Radio Row. Coverage brought to you in part by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. WindowNation.com. Here's Chief with a bowl of super delicious football stuff.
Well, we do have a Sean Sharif sighting here in the G-Bag Nation, ladies and gentlemen. Sean, we got to interact with you earlier this morning. It was fantastic.
You guys won me $50 from Bobby, by the way. Thank you.
Let's
go. I was hoping.
I thought it was 100, but that's fine.
I thought it was 100 as well.
I keep lowering the money for him. Like, he wanted to do Fan Bowl $500. I was like, no, let's do 100. I said, let's do 20. He's like, no, 100. 100. I'll go get the ATM. I said, Venmo me. No, he refused to. You were there.
Yeah.
He said, I have to get it from the ATM for the money to hang over to show. I said, you're going to pay a $4 charge for nothing. He loves throwing money away. He loves paying money away. And then he bet me that you all wouldn't be there at a certain time this morning, so I got 50 more bucks.
Yeah, we were about 20 minutes late. I blame the light rail, but that's neither here nor there.
I do, too.
How just frustrated are you and annoyed with Bobby Belt right now?
I'm not that frustrated and annoyed. Bobby just needs to, just grow up a little bit. I said, follow Christian McCaffrey's mom. This whole Orlovsky build up, I thought was a bit. I was talking to Broadus on the phone. I was like, he's talking trash. He's talking big. He wants us to be scared. He's going to fly off the handles. He's not stupid, right? He knows how to conduct himself. He lives at the Star every day. But then it became reality. He wasn't joking. And he had like this uncontrollable emotion where I'm like, okay, I can't go to him in this interview because it could cross the line.
He might rage on him.
You know, we have a fight. We blow up Tim's connection with ESPN. So I kept him out of the whole interview, basically, until the very end. And he went in still real aggressive. And then he took his headset off and walked away. After the show, I'll just take you behind the curtain. I was like, what are you doing? You can't sit down and interview a guy. Christian McCaffrey's mom had, beef with you guys.
Oh.
She came on, right? She had a much bigger issue legitimately than Bobby with Dan Orlovsky, who he's never met, and she handled it like a pro. She got her point across to y'all. It was a little uncomfortable. It was funny. She did a radio interview.
Yep.
I said, you can tell Dan Orlovsky you think he's a liar and a fraud and a bum and an idiot in a nice way.
Yeah.
And that way you don't have to not participate in an interview. But today was a bad day for Bobby. I mean, a really bad day.
Oh, he was vomiting all morning. He sounded terrible. I saw your pregame show video that you did with the pregame show interview this morning at 4 o'clock.
So he texted us, I'm going to get my own Uber. I'll be there separately from you guys. I was like, we're leaving. We literally leave a 10, 15-minute window. I was like, how are you going to come after us in a separate car? And then he walks downstairs. He looks god-awful. I mean, miserable. He had thrown up 4 times. He came here. Every break he's going to throw up. I mean, Spittle just texted him. He goes, go home and sleep. Just go home. I'm just telling you the truth. Go home and sleep, or, just don't sound like every segment. It was funny. We get to make fun of him.
Yeah.
But, man, he paid the price. But the 2 things he did last night, which I've never seen, Dawson, is chug. He walked in. He said, I just want to do shots. And the bartender's like, it's not that type of party, okay? And he's like, no, I just want shots. He's like, fine, give me a vodka soda. This man I drink vodka sodas too, But he takes the vodka soda pound.
Yeah.
And he did that 6 more times in a 30, 35-minute span. He wanted to cut himself off at 8:30 so he could sleep and wake up. So he wasn't okay, he just thought if he stopped at 8:30, he'd be good. What he didn't take into account is if you slam, and I mean, y'all, I'm not exaggerating, everyone, if you slam them like shots 11 times, it doesn't matter if you stop at 8:30.
So what he wanted to do as a group with all of us, he was doing by himself.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Broadus during the break is like, guys, you can't take Bobby out anymore. You're going to kill him.
It just doesn't jive because
Bobby does this to
Well,
himself.
he's losing weight. You know, he's on
That
this.
too.
No food.
Yeah, he
He's
didn't have
not
much,
eating, and he's
sustenance.
slamming vodka.
Yeah.
I mean,
But that's not the worst thing he did. He comes back, he sits down, he goes, man, I don't know what to tip these bartenders. Now, this is like, you know when you feel like you have to tip and sometimes you know you don't have to tip? I felt like this was an event you didn't feel like you had to.
Not at all.
They were being paid. They were dealing with
FanDuel and taking care
You're
of
not
the
swiping
deal,
a
yeah.
card.
Not at
You're
all.
not doing a
So
cash
no tips.
exchange.
Yeah.
You don't have loose dollars.
I didn't
hanging
even
around.
notice bucket, like the tip
Yeah.
jars on
Didn't
the
even cross my mind.
I didn't either.
And I'm not cheap. Y'all know I'm not cheap.
No.
I'll tip. And Bobby's like, I don't know what to tip, you know? And I said, well, I have 2 ones, like, here. And he's like, no, I've been tipping. I just have I have 20s. And I was like, okay, so, like, you gave a 20, take care of me for the night, right? That's what my friends do. That's the that's the pro move.
That's a pro move.
Right. No, this idiot is giving a 20 per vodka soda. Every time. Now, this is like him being overly
He's got
nice.
7 jobs.
I know. RJ pulled me aside. RJ goes, does he have, like, money we don't know about?
I think he might be a trust fund kid or something.
Yeah. He's like, is he a trust fund kid? So I said, okay, well, you lost $80. He goes, no, I had 200. So he paid out $200 at an open bar in which tipping was not necessary. So
that's how he's keeping track of his drinks.
Yeah. So he gets in trouble with the wife. He forgets to call her last night.
Oops.
The wife now knows he's throwing up and puking all over the place. She's already terrified that he's going to detonate Dan Orlovsky and get fired. And then she hears from one of her friends that she works with that he's dropped $200 unnecessary.
No.
I said, Bobby, they didn't even give you the drinks you wanted, the shot, right? They didn't even take care of you. And that's just a product of being nice. But what a bad day for Bobby Bell.
We love him, man. I love him so much. He went hard in the paint last night.
Great content.
I do respect the way that
That's what matters.
He goes about it like a total beast. And I've never seen. We saw the CBS Sports, CBS HQ. Hassel and Brinson, Will Brinson, just
baby.
fanboying over Bobby Bell. We were chatting it up, and he was having himself a good time. Old Will Brinson.
Yeah,
I feel like he might have been following Bobby around doing those chugs. But when he
We
found
saw
out
Bobby tipping, so he knew just to go behind
when
him.
he found out it was Bobby Belt, he was like, "Dude, this is the best Cowboy." Like he was like, "This is the best Cowboys tweets, best Cowboys thoughts, Cowboys insider." Like he was fanboying in a way that I was not anticipating, dude.
Will and Broadus' boy Pete Prisco go hard.
Yeah.
Pete Prisco, every media party goes hard.
Oh, man, I made a Prisco joke. They wanted to run Prisco right over to us. You remember that?
Yeah, they were trying to bring Prisco over,
geez.
man. We were going to grill his ass.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you.
Hey,
you guys are killing it, though. I love the show.
The number one afternoon show, I know you all aren't going to say it, not sports show, the number one afternoon show in DFW. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Give us some of those shares.
All right, we'll see you in 2 hours.
See you tonight.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. Cannot wait to get out of here and go watch the debut of Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks taking on the Clippers here this evening. Okay, when we come back, it is time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. How about these 3 quarterback candidates for the Cowboys to take on day 3? It's up next in the G-Bag Nation. Let's chat D&M Leasing, though. My friends at D&M want you to know traditional financing companies.
DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have been rocking and rolling here on Radio Row, and we still have 2 hours to go. Our coverage presented by Rally House, your home for officially licensed NFL gear, your city, your house, Rally House, and also Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, windownation.com. It's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening, where we recap everything of significance that's been developing with America's team. And the first one is kind of an unsolved mystery. Michael Irvin pulled from the NFL Network's coverage of the Super Bowl. He was, informed by the NFL Network, you won't be doing anything with us this week. And then he was still going to do some ESPN stuff, but I guess then the Super Bowl was like, no, you can't be here anymore. So he had to go back to Dallas, or he had to leave. You don't got to go home, but you got to get out of here type of deal. Incident at a hotel lobby. And this one is weird. Michael Irvin has had incidents with women in the past. I just can't see anything, at least until we get some more eyewitness accounts or accuser testimony. I have no idea how anything could have elevated to the level of being sent home from your job based on what I'm reading in the newspaper. You don't want to victim blame or anything like that, but I'm like, are you serious? How did Michael Irvin get home? He says, I don't really recall the conversation, to tell you the truth. We were out drinking. It was a friendly conversation. What's up? I don't even know. I'm totally perplexed, he told the Morning News. Glendale police spokesperson and officials from other police agencies said Tuesday they have no knowledge of any incident involving him. There was no law broken. Urban said there was absolutely no sexual wrongdoing. What law did I break, said Mike. There was definitely nothing physical. That's honestly all that happened. Nobody was in my room. It was a 45-second conversation in the lobby, a handshake, and we left. I don't know. I don't know what this is, and it's running me crazy. And he was confused this morning with Sean and RJ. He had a radio appearance booked with Sean and RJ, so I hope, every time Michael Irvin has been accused of something, it has come out that nothing happened, all the way back to when he was as a player, and he told the media, when I prove my innocence on this, I want you to report it just as loud as you've been reporting the allegations. So I don't know. I know a lot of people here, though, are curious to get more information, and they've been talking with their sources, and we shall let this thing play out. But, hopefully Michael Irvin's going to be okay to resume his career, Brian. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, just talking to some people here. That's the great thing about being with a bunch of media people around here. You can kind of figure some things out. Keep an eye on this story with Michael. It's, could there be a situation where maybe trying to get money, trying to extort? I'm just saying this. There's things that people are talking about. I'm not saying that myself here. We're in the media center here at the Super Bowl, and people were kind of talking about, could this be a thing for a money grab, a situation? Could Michael have been put in a bad situation, and now he's having to pay the price for it with a week suspension here from the Super Bowl. But this is something that we all need to kind of keep an eye on and kind of see how the facts play out.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Right now, it's tough, and you just hope everything is okay for one of our favorite guests and one of your favorite players. Okay, John Machota in The Athletic. I want your guys' thoughts on this headline. Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott, he has to be better for Dallas to get over the playoff hump. And I'm looking at this headline, and then I read the story today in The Athletic, and it's basically Stephen and Jerry, quote, saying Dak is going to have to be better. He's our Troy Aikman. He's and they're putting it all on him. I think they're setting him up to take the fall with this line of talking.
It's reactionary. It's reactionary for one game. It's a one-game thing where you're looking at he needed to be better against San Francisco, and he did. But I don't know, Dak needs to be better is just not your answer as to getting over the hump. It's not.
Well, and if he's your Troy Aikman, then why aren't you giving him a Hall of Fame receiver, Hall of Fame running back, best offensive line in the sport, really good defense? It's not like Troy Aikman was saying, all right, guys, let me put the team on my back and let me go Pat Mahomes this thing to Super Bowl championships. You had the most badass roster.
And a number one defense that nobody ever talks about.
Yeah, you had talent across the board. So, that should be that they should not be last to the party on this. You've seen how when you won championships, yes, you had a really, really, really good quarterback, and you had a really damn good roster too.
If we get to the draft here in a couple of months, and they pick a quarterback, say in the third round, is that enough to send the notice that maybe this discussion we all had at the Super Bowl is he's got to play better, and we're looking at other options?
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit eye-opening, but I do want to know what will they have done with his contract to that point. Did they extend him? Yeah. Because if they extend him, then it's all kind of a moot point. But I think that means that would mean a little bit more. But you saw that's what the Eagles did. Hey, we got Carson Wentz. They draft him in the second round, and it's like, yeah, he's going to play. We're gonna figure this thing out. And then it's
second overall pick. Not the second round.
They took Jalen Hurts in the
second round. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
no, it's okay.
I
wish I would
in the
listen.
blank.
Yeah, okay.
And then it wasn't immediately like, okay, Jalen Hurts is about to take over for Carson Wentz, but that ended up being the case.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I don't know. The things that they've said this offseason I don't love. Jerry's talking about the Eagles' baskets empty. I think Sal Palantonio put it perfectly yesterday when he was on with KNC. They don't know what the hell is going on. The Eagles' basket's not empty. It's very, very full. They've got 11 picks in the first 2 days of the draft coming up here. Like, the Eagles are set up for success, and they're about to go and probably kick your ass here for the next few years if you don't change how you're doing things.
If they draft well, if they hit on quite a few of those picks, it could be a nightmare scenario. I just find it interesting where you're looking at this football team and looking for where it's going to take its next steps, and the answer has to be to look inward and say, what can we do to help Dak Prescott, and this offense and everybody involved, get to that next level. So that's disappointing to hear the Joneses talk like this. And if that is the case, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, you ain't going to get me believing next year.
Same.
Last 2 years, I've around midseason, I've been like, man, you know what? I can actually see this team in the Super Bowl. And around midseason, both times they were playing excellent. I don't know. I guess if you can establish next year a running game that is unstoppable, and you're going up against top 5 defenses and still getting 4.5 yards per attempt, I guess maybe. But that would mean that you had done some significant things to upgrade the roster other than just Dak playing better. Dak's not going to play any better. You can call plays slightly better to get that ball out, but we're pretty much – he's already overachieved to a high degree, hasn't he, Brian?
Yeah, yeah. From where he came from to where he is now, absolutely. I feel like, though, I hate that when front office, general manager, and Jerry's the owner, general manager, I hate that when you get the line, he just needs to play better.
Yeah.
I hate that. Specific reasons, well, hey, we need to do this. Dak needs to do this. This kind of, if you bullet point this thing other than just say, he just needs to play better.
Yeah.
Hell, we all need to do things better. But, if you specifically have a plan, maybe their idea is not to tell us what their plan is for Dak. But I hate that when they just say, you need to play better.
Yeah, like the follow-up to that is, okay, how do you plan, what's your plan to help them do that?
Yeah.
Because it is your job. Are you planning on putting more talent around him?
Yeah.
Or are you changing up? Are you going to get a Kyle Shanahan scheme?
There you go.
Or are you just going to pray to the gods that he just plays better?
How is Dak going to play better?
That's
what are you going to do to help him play better?
See, that's where if I was the general manager, that's what I would lay out. Like, I would take the blame for listen, I've got to help Dak, and this is how I'm going to help Dak.
Yeah.
And then that way, if you do all those things and it still doesn't work,
then you know.
Now you know.
But they think they did, right? You asked Stephen Jones directly going into that playoff game, do you think you've done enough to give this coaching staff the chance to go and win a Super Bowl and to make it to the NFC Championship game? Stephen Jones said, yes, I believe I have. So they think they did.
Well, you lost to Mr. Irrelevant. So you can say we have a quarterback that we believe in and we want him to play better, but you lost to a much worse quarterback, and a quarterback who was able to, play without any pressure on him because of how good the team was around him. So
and if you believe that it's just the quarterback, you need to move on from said quarterback.
Well, the quarterback is the easiest thing. It's the low-hanging fruit. Yeah. It's not like
100%
it's not like anybody's going to come out and say, Brett Maher at the end really was not very good, and that cost us game.
Yeah, that's a great point, though, Wolchuk. If you're saying we need Dak to win a Super Bowl and you're not even getting past the divisional round and it's looking bad in these games where you can't move the football, maybe that's the clarity that they might be hinting towards.
Just,
okay.
What ticks me off about what they talk here in the fluff they throw out in the offseason, they talk out both sides of their mouths.
Yeah.
We love Dak. Dak's our guy. We're going to extend him. He's our franchise, right? We want him to be our dude for the next 10 years. Well, Dak needs to play better.
Yeah.
Well, so he wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
So why are you looking to extend him? Why are you looking for him to be the guy? Do you not believe he's the guy? It doesn't always add up.
That's fire right there from Zach Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation. The TruckWreck.com fan text is open. You guys hate holding number 4 accountable? About time. No, I don't. I think we like holding everybody accountable, including the front office.
Yeah.
And it should be obvious 7 years in how good he is. You're at 30 years old. You don't get better. You start getting worse right now at quarterback. So if this wasn't good enough, then yeah. Okay, they didn't do nearly enough, says the 901. You had one legit wide receiver, an over-the-hill running back, and a so-so O-line, especially after Tony Pollard went out. That was tough.
Yeah, it was tough, but we had Mike Lombardi on earlier today. I mean, he was adamant about getting Pollard done.
He was.
I mean, there was no hesitation when, I really like Zeke and all. He He's like, listen, you move on from one and you sign the other.
He really got my attention, Chief. I was wondering, thanks for bringing that up, because when we had Mike Lombardi on, he said, Tony Pollard's a weapon.
Yeah.
I get not paying a running back, but this guy is a weapon. And
you pay weapons.
Yeah, and you pay weapons. And I thought, he still is a running back. But that gets your attention when somebody like Mike Lombardi, granted a crusty himself,
he is a crusty.
that strong with the Chief. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, and I certainly get what he's saying, and I like the general premise of his idea. Hey, that's why I kept asking, about Bijan Robinson brought us, is he Deebo Samuel? Are we talking about a running back, or are we talking about something that is special and with the right offensive mind who is dictating things and creating the offense? Are they going to put him in places to succeed? And Lombardi laid it out very nicely with the versatility of the Niners offense. And when you have guys like that, then you're much more interested in doing it. But with Pollard, he's now coming off the injury. And do you have confidence they're going to use him as a weapon? I mean, he has that in him, but do you have the confidence they're using him that way?
He was a 4-year player, and would they use him the last year?
I think going West Coast, they could make him even more dynamic.
Could be. I wish they'd come
Roger
up with
Craig style.
Yeah, screen packages and stuff like that. They have not hit on any of those things in a while.
Well, let me ask you this question about the quarterback then. Blogging the Boys did 3 quarterbacks the Cowboys could take on day 3. Max Duggan is on this list. Okay. Do you think Max Duggan could come in here and have success, the TCU product? Heck, if Mr. Irrelevant did, it's definitely possible. The other 2 are guys that I hadn't heard of. Shepherd University's Tyson Bagent. I don't know if you guys have looked at him yet. And then Dorian Thompson-Robinson out of UCLA, 6'1", 205. I think what you're seeing in the NFL right now is it's more possible than ever to step in with an incomplete skill set with no experience and find ways to have success. So I'd be very open-minded to it. The one thing I want the Cowboys to do is if you do find one who can play, you got to get off Dak's contract as soon as possible and bite a huge salary cap bullet. The reason the Cowboys couldn't maximize the Dak opportunity when he was coming in on his rookie deal was you had so much dead money on Tony Romo, and you spread the hit out over 2 off seasons because it cost so much. So if you do find a quarterback and you're in camp and you're like, oh, my goodness, I think we got something, for me, I would be saying let's go for it right now. This is how we can get this thing done and free up $35 million to pay other players.
And that's exactly what the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts and Carson Wentz. Okay, we realize Hurts is going to be our guy. We're going to move off of Wentz, and they were able to do it in a way that swindled the Colts, and they reaped a bunch of first-round picks, and that helped them a ton. But they bit the bullet in a big chunk, and so it wasn't like we're going to spread this out over a few years, and then they bounced back from it greatly. I will say, it is maybe easier than ever to step in with a limited skill set as a passer if you can overcompensate with your rushing ability. But also, what do you see with Purdy? What do you see with Jalen Hurts? Well, one, Jalen Hurts, it took him a little bit of time. It wasn't like he stepped in as a rookie and was like, oh my gosh, this dude is going to do something here. It took a couple of years. Then, okay, you make the playoffs. Now you're in the Super Bowl after revamping the roster in a monster way. But also, the Niners, they have a great roster, and they have a great play caller. So it's not just Brock Purdy stepping into no man's land, and wow, he can find lightning in a bottle. He's got maybe the best roster in the sport, he's got maybe the best offensive mind in the sport, and he's got the best defense in the sport. Okay, he can go drive the bus for a little while, for sure.
Yeah, it takes that.
So it takes that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have a good enough team, and I would definitely want to invest more heavily in the offensive line if we're talking about a rookie coming in. But I think the framework is there that a day 3 pick, as long as he can use his legs and be accurate, Brian, could have success. What do you think?
Yeah, when you start to talk about, I know if you're going to go early here, and then when you start to talk about, because you're not going to get the Will Levises and guys like that. Anthony Richardson, a possibility from Florida?
I bet he goes first round.
I think Anthony Richardson's going to end up being a big riser in this thing.
Okay.
Just from some stuff I've read.
And then Hendon Hooker.
Hendon Hooker's
a guy that I like. Hendon Hooker, if you're going to do this early enough, like second, third round kind of situation, I think Hendon Hooker's your guy that you would see. Max Duggan and those guys to me are like what Gavin's talking about. That day 3, that you're kind of taking a shot. You mentioned the kid from Shepherd. He's 6'3", he's 219 pounds. There was a shot that he's from that area, and there was a shot that he was going to go and transfer, and he's like, "Nah, I'm I'm going to come back and play. So it's one of those kind of feel-good stories. But I know watching Dorian Thompson-Robinson from UCLA, that is a run-around-and-sling-it guy. I mean, he played a lot of games at UCLA, came back, fifth-year senior, all that stuff like that. And he was one of those guys that you kind of saw, it's kind of what we're playing with now in the National Football. The read option, ability to run, scramble, launch it.
Also, and you mentioned this about Purdy, a program changer type of guy, where they won with Brock Purdy at Iowa State. He took that program to places they hadn't been. UCLA was a bottom-feeding program. Thompson Robinson put them back into contention. They were ranked in the top 25 this year. They were in big games. That's a player that's interesting right there.
Situation matters. There's the Burrows that you can step into Cincinnati, perpetual disaster. You are the difference maker there. That's 1 in a million. We always talk about these quarterbacks? What was the situation? What was the fit that you got to go into? Purdy is not having the season with any other team. Jalen Hurts is not having the success without all this amazing roster. So to me, it's like, who's the quarterback you drafted, but where did he go? How much help did they give him? Purdy got a ton of help. Hurts is getting a ton of help.
Yeah, let's get our guy help or get a new guy that we can afford to give more help to. One of those two things, please, Cowboys. Just not pretending like Dak's a Hall of Famer, but you also need him to play better. That was a great point, Wooly Bully.
And even Dak, his rookie year,
yeah,
he stepped in. Why was he good?
Amazing.
Was he because he's amazing?
No, he had the best offensive line in the game.
Yes, I mean that helps things.
I don't know if he's looked as good since then, other than a couple of short stretches. Okay, it's time to hit the expressway. There's news that one of Brian Broaddus's favorite sports events of the year could be on the way out. We'll get you that and more. Bobby Belt's coming up in about 15 minutes. LA Live at 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. I have to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct, though, because the big day is coming right around the corner. And at Diamonds Direct, you will learn